Steal. Old Ji glared at her. Where did you steal it from? Of course I stole it from somewhere I could steal it from. Shang Ruai said with a smile. Is this a love goo? Old Ji shook his head. What's love goo? The king of love goo is nothing compared to it. So powerful? She looked at the goo worm. When she put it in the space last night, it didn't seem to be this big. In just one night, she felt that the goo worm had grown a little. What kind of goo worm is this? It's called the king of goo. Old Ji looked at the goo worm, full of surprise. The ancestor of all goo. Precious? Of course. Old Ye's voice rose a few degrees. Of course it is extremely precious. For those who raise goo, they won't exchange it for mountains of gold and silver. Shang Ruai nodded when she heard this, and reached out to take the goo worm back. Hey. Yi Lao's eyes were about to fall on it. What to do? What can be done? Of course, take it away. Shang Ruai said with a smile. Didn't you just say that? I wouldn't exchange it for mountains of gold and silver, so I will naturally keep it well. Let the old man take a look, just a look. He smiled and said, This poisonous insect may be able to save your father's life. How about leaving this little thing with me? Can it really save it? Yes. Yi Lao's eyes were full of smiles. I just said that, the king of all goo. What can't be saved? Besides, with the old man's poison technique, even if the king of goo is not used, there is still a way. It's just a little dangerous. Now that the king of goo is there, the old man is completely sure. Shang Ruai let go. Yi Lao held the glass bottle, his eyes full of light. Shang Ruai smiled softly. She knew that Yi Lao would have some way. Jun Luoyun has been restless since he came back from the palace. Last night, he tossed and turned and didn't sleep all night. Ching, send someone to see if that young Masterling Jun came today. Yes. According to what senior sister said, she would definitely not spare young Masterling Jun's life. Based on her understanding of senior sister, she would immediately send someone to kill her. If young Master Lingjun disappeared, it means that senior sister has succeeded. If not, she frowned. Senior sister's martial arts were far superior to hers, but she was defeated by her in just a few rounds, which shows how profound her internal strength is. At this time, Qingqing ran in. Princess, young Master Lingjun came early and is treating the prince now. What? How could this happen? Could it be that senior sister failed? She stood up, changed her clothes, and prepared to enter the palace. She stopped as soon as she reached the door. Qingqing, is your brother here today? The prince has just been called to the palace by the emperor. Jun Luoyun narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go and see father. At this time, Yi Lao was taking the pulse of the king of city. How is it? Shang Ruai asked in a low voice. Yi Lao shook his head. The situation is a little worse than I expected. What do you mean? Yi Lao took out the silver needle again, this time took some blood from his heart, and put the blood of the king and the blood of the Gu Emperor together. No, this love Gu is not cultivated with the blood of the Gu Emperor. So, the Gu Emperor has no effect on this love Gu? Yi Lao nodded. That's right. His eyes fell on the blood of the king of city, and his brows could not help but frown tightly, and a bad premonition lingered in his heart. Could it be that? He took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, which contained some white powder, and poured the white powder on the blood, and saw that the blood instantly rose with smoke. His heart sank, and he murmured, "It is true." Hearing him say this, Shang Ruai hurriedly asked, "Why do you say that?" From the first time I treated him, I felt something was strange. This Gu worm is quite different from any I have seen before. It seems to have intelligence. If it were a Gu worm raised with ordinary blood, it would never be like this. All intelligent Gu worms are cultivated with heart blood. Heart blood? But heart blood? Old Yi shook his head. Heart and blood. What? Shang Ruai looked at him in shock. Heart and blood? Yi Lao said in a deep voice, "This is an extremely dangerous method. If you can't bear the heart-gnawing pain, all your previous efforts will be wasted. But if you succeed, no matter what method you use, you can't get rid of the poison." You mean, the person who puts the poison in the body uses his own heart and blood to raise the worm? This is a secret method in southern Xinjiang. It is said that it was created by a noble concubine in southern Xinjiang. In order to keep the emperor's heart, she used this method to win favor. She swallowed the larvae of the love goo, and the larvae would come around the heart. When the larvae grow up, they will begin to gnaw her heart and blood. When the worm grows up, it will leave a larva. After taking out the larvae, whoever it is given to will be devoted to her. It's just that when raising the worm, one will endure the pain of the worm gnawing at the heart every day. That kind of pain is not something that everyone can endure. This pain is not much better than a sword piercing the heart. Shang Ruoyi frowned. The human heart is only so small. How can we supply it to the goo worm? What if it is eaten clean? The love goo doesn't eat much. One heart is enough for it to eat for hundreds of years. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart when she heard this. So, you mean that this mother goo grows in her body and will gradually merge with her heart? Yes, people are goo and goo is people. Shang Ruoyi's pupils shrank slightly. If this is true, the love goo that her father was infected with must have no solution. No wonder she didn't notice the existence of the love goo when she was taking the queen's pulse. It turned out that the love goo had merged with her body. She looked at her father with a frown on his face on the bed and couldn't help feeling distressed. If her father was really controlled by the goo worm and was devoted to that vicious woman, how sad would he be in the depths of his soul? He had a deep affection for his mother and could not let go of her departure. He had been brooding over it for so many years, but now he had to erase her from his heart. This was too cruel for him. Now that I have this goo king, I can delay his awakening, but the larvae will wake up sooner or later. It is impossible for the person who is poisoned to voluntarily remove the mother goo. Once it is removed, she will die. Deadlock. This is simply a deadlock. It cannot be opened. Shang Ruoyi sat on the bed with some weakness. At this moment, the voice of the guard came from outside the courtyard. Princess, the prince has ordered that no one can enter without his permission. How dare this princess enter my father's courtyard? Princess, we dare not disobey the orders of the prince. If you dare not disobey your brother's orders, then you can ignore my orders? Aren't you afraid that I will punish you? Jun Luoyun said in a deep voice. Moreover, I heard that there are outsiders in my father's room. Now my brother is not in the house, and my father is in the room with two strangers. If something happens, how many heads do you have to chop off? Those people looked at each other, and their originally firm attitudes loosened a little. It's not that they don't trust Master Lingjun, but Elder Yi, who came to their house to steal and was surrounded, and they all have some doubts about his character. Seeing them like this, Jun Luoyun's lips curled up slightly. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard the voice of the housekeeper. Your Highness. The housekeeper walked over quickly. The prince has instructed, please don't make things difficult for the servants.
How dare you?
Jun Luoyun said angrily. You guys look down on others. Normally, when father was awake, you would obey me and dare not disobey my orders. Now that father is sick, you know that brother doesn't like me, so you deliberately make things difficult for me here. I am the princess of this mansion, and now even I have to get your permission to serve father.
Who are you?
The housekeeper has been in the palace for decades. He knows all the matters in the mansion, big and small, and he knows Jun Luoyun's background very well. Princess, the prince is seriously ill. All matters in this mansion are decided by the prince. The servants only follow his orders, and the princess must listen to him as well. The butler's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Jun Luoyun knew that he was her father's confidant and did not dare to offend him. But she was really embarrassed to be stopped outside by the servants, and she was eager to confirm whether Master Lingjun was in her father's room. She narrowed her eyes and wanted to force her way in. At this moment, there was a noise from the door. Shang Ruoyi walked out slowly, the silver mask reflecting a cold light, and her pupils seemed to contain 1,000-year-old ice. When she glanced at her, she felt cold all over. Princess Luoyun. Shang Ruoyi whispered. Princess, you are in a hurry and must break in. What? Do you have any way to wake the prince up? Hearing her say this, Jun Luoyun hurriedly said. When do I need to report to you about what I do? I just want to see my father. He loves me the most. If he hears my voice, he might wake up. Luoyun looked at her, his heart sinking slightly. She didn't die. Was it because her senior sister didn't do it, or did she deal with the people sent by her senior sister? If it was the former, everything would be fine. If it was the latter, her eyes fell on Shang Ruai, her heart beating like a drum. If it was really the latter, it meant that even her senior sister was not her opponent. Love you the most? Shang Ruai sneered. Why should I love you? You are just an adopted daughter, and you think you are her biological daughter just because you look a bit like the princess? The palace has given you so much wealth and glory. Why don't you know how to be grateful? Shang Ruai's words made Luoyun pale, not only because of her background, but also because of the way she looked at her, as if everything she did was exposed in front of her. But she didn't want to show her weakness in front of her, but she couldn't cover up her guilty conscience anyway. My father loves me. I am grateful. Really? Shang Ruai sneered. Is that so? Shang Ruai walked forward slowly and whispered, You know how to be grateful, so you poison the king of the city. You know how to be grateful, so you surrender to the queen. All of this is because he treats you well, right?
Boom.
Luoyun felt a buzzing in her head and a huge shock in her heart. She knows. She knows. Luoyun's fingers curled slightly, his pupils shrank, and his voice began to tremble uncontrollably. What are you talking about? Their voices were very low, and others couldn't hear clearly, but Qingqing, who was standing next to Luoyun, heard it clearly. Shang Ruai didn't care whether she could hear it or not. Luoyun was not a good person, and the personal maid beside her would not be a good person either. You know best what I said. Shang Ruai said in a cold voice. You won't forget what you have done so quickly. This princess doesn't know what you are talking about. If you talk nonsense again, this princess will punish you. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly. Punish me? Even the queen can't do anything to me, and you want to punish me? It's a fantasy.
Luoyun's had sunk.
As expected, his senior sister did not succeed. Now, he can only rely on his senior sister's poisonous insect. If she can really control his father, then his status in this palace will be higher than Jun Zigan in the future. But if the matter of the poisonous insect is exposed and Jun Zigan traces it back to him, it will be a disaster. Don't be so arrogant. This princess has never done the things you said. You are slandering me. When my brother comes back, I will. What will I do? Complain to the prince? Do you think he will believe it? Don't you know what you have done over the years and how he sees you? Luoyun had to swallow back the words he had not said. Don't think that just because my brother trusts you now, you can ignore this princess. Sooner or later, I will step on you and let you know the consequences of offending this princess. Shang Ruai smiled. Really? I also want to know what the consequences will be if I offend you. I don't have the habit of not hitting women. At this time, Qingqing, who was standing aside, stepped forward. Master Lingjun, our princess has a good temper, but not everyone can humiliate her. You are disrespectful to the princess by talking to her like this. Fortunately, our princess said that she wanted to thank you for saving the prince. I didn't expect you to humiliate her like this. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes fell on the maid with a playful look. This person must have come from the palace, and she is used to some tricks of reversing black and white and framing people for favor. What's the matter? Jun Ziqian's voice came over. Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly, and she looked at Luoyun and the others leisurely, waiting for the performance of the master and servant. As expected, the maid turned around and knelt down. Prince, please help our princess, she said loudly. The princess just wanted to see the prince, but this servant obstructed her in every way and humiliated her, especially this Master Lingjun. The princess was kind enough to express her gratitude, but she not only didn't appreciate it, but also slandered the princess, saying that she was an adopted daughter and had no status in the palace. As the maid spoke, Luoyun wiped her tears beside her. It seemed that she had indeed bullied her. Please ask the prince to seek justice for the princess. Brother, it's okay. I just wanted to come and see father, and I didn't want to be stopped by the guards here. They spoke disrespectfully, and I just said a few words. For so many years, I have been protected by father and brother, and I am respected even in the palace. I have never been treated like this, and I just feel a little aggrieved. As for Master Lingjun, she glanced at Shang Ruai and whispered, I think there is a misunderstanding between me and Master Lingjun. The master must not like me, but she is father's savior. No matter what she says to me, I will not care. Shang Ruai folded her arms around her chest. A sneer appeared at the corner of her lips. She was eloquent and confused right and wrong, and that was her. There was no fluctuation in Jun Zigan's eyes, and his face calmly looked at Qingqing, who was kneeling on the ground. Beating to death.
What?
Qingqing thought that the prince had heard what she said, and her face was full of joy. Just as she was about to thank him, she saw the guards carrying her up and dragging her away. Jun Luoyun was also startled and hurriedly said, What's going on? Did you drag the wrong person? The person your brother asked you to drag is over there. She pointed in the direction of Shang Ruai. How do you servants do your job? The guards did not stop and were about to drag Qingqing away. Jun Luoyun was struck by lightning. Brother, what do you mean by this? Jun Zigan walked to Shang Ruai and took off the mask on her face. A face that was very similar to his appeared in Jun Luoyun's eyes. You. She stumbled a few steps. Who are you? Who are you? At this moment, Yu Qing walked up quickly. Little princess. Jun Luoyun's figure was nailed to the spot, staring at the scene in front of him with a dull look, and he couldn't find his voice for a long time. Qingqing was also very scared. They had never thought that things would develop to this extent. We must inform the queen immediately.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Jun Luoyun murmured, You must have used some method to change your appearance. You absolutely cannot be her daughter. Senior sister clearly said so. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. Said so? What did she say? Jun Luoyun knew that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly shut his mouth. Shang Ruai suddenly realized that her mother's departure was related to the senior sister she mentioned. The so-called senior sister must be the queen. She finally understood what that strange relationship between her and the queen was. The way they interact with each other is not that of a queen and a minister's daughter, but that of sisters from the same school, so they're so close. My father once said that he picked up Jun Luoyun by accident, but now it seems that he was not picked up at all. It was obvious that he was planted here intentionally. So, from the very beginning, you were a spy sent by someone else. Shang Ruai's words made everyone present change their expression suddenly. No, it's not like that. Jun Luoyun said hurriedly. It's not like that. Jun Zigan waved his hand, and a group of secret guards appeared in the courtyard. Seeing this, Qingqing no longer hid herself and drew a soft sword from her waist. Princess, please take this opportunity to leave. She lowered her voice. You must find a way to inform the queen of this matter. After she finished speaking, she rushed towards the secret guards. She was a killer from southern Xinjiang and had been trained in purgatory for many years. Facing more than a dozen secret guards, there was no fear on her face. The yard soon became a mess. Just as Jun Luoyun was about to run out of the yard, a figure appeared in front of her. At this time, the mask on Shang Ruai's face had been taken off, and her peerless beauty fell into Jun Luoyun's eyes, making her body tremble uncontrollably. Want to leave and report the news? Shang Ruai sneered. Today, neither of you two can leave. As soon as the voice fell, there was a thump, and Qingqing's figure fell heavily beside her, and the soft sword had been knocked to the ground. Jun Luoyun's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the person in front of her. After a while, she whispered, You already knew your identity? Not long ago. When we first met, I didn't know it yet. She sneered, her eyes full of unwillingness.
Why?
She has lived in the palace for so many years. She has adapted to her identity. Why? Why did she suddenly appear? She is already a miracle doctor. Whether it is reputation or money, she must have no shortage. If she didn't have the identity of a princess, she would have nothing. There are so many disciples under the master. If it weren't for the fact that she is somewhat similar to her mother, she would still be struggling in that place where people are neither human nor ghost. Maybe she would have died. Why did you come back? I worked so hard to have everything I have today. Why did you take away my things? In this general's mansion, I carefully tried to please my father and my brother. I didn't know how to play the piano, chess, calligraphy, or painting, so I practiced hard every day to improve my skills. In the end, I became the best piano player among the noble ladies in the entire capital. I learned medical skills, worked hard to practice calligraphy, and learned everything my father liked. I put in so much effort. Why am I nothing now that you're here? Since returning from Biling, my brother has become more and more disgusted with me. Recently, even my father has been lukewarm to me.
Why?
Why does God treat me like this? She shouted hysterically. These were all originally mine. They were originally mine, but you took them away in one day. How can I not hate you? What belongs to you? How did it become yours? Shang Ruai said coldly. That's my father. I'm her biological daughter. How could he pick you up and let you enjoy all this wealth and glory? Everything here is yours? How can you be so shameless? Why isn't it mine? I'm the princess of the city prince's mansion, the master here. No one can take it away. No one can take away what belongs to me. Her eyes widened, looking at Shang Ruai with hatred. Why are you still alive? Why did that give birth to you? Shang Ruai shook her wrist and said coldly, You said the wrong thing. This slap is just a reminder. Jun Luoyun fell to the ground after being beaten by her. Shang Ruai had a strong hand, and her face was swollen with the slap. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. If it weren't for her, no matter how beautiful your face is, you would never be the princess. Now you have no gratitude at all, but insult me at will. She sneered. Yeah, how do you know what gratitude is? You can be so cruel to take the life of the person who gave you a new life. How can you spit out ivory to a person you have never met? I didn't want to take his life. Jun Luoyun said loudly. Neither poison nor goo is fatal. You finally admitted that you did it. Shang Ruai said coldly. Who is the person who was crying out for injustice just now? Jun Luoyun bit her lips tightly, her eyes full of hostility. She stood up from the ground and said with a sneer. So what? This goo was cast by me. No one can remove it except me. Can you remove the goo? Shang Ruai almost laughed out loud. Tell me, what kind of goo is this? How can I tell you? She said in a cold voice. You just need to know that if anything happens to me, Father will not survive. Did you really put this heart-eating poison on me? Heart-eating poison? Senior sister put the heart-eating poison on me? She raised her chin slightly. Yes. I put this heart-eating poison on me. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly, looking at her with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Father was poisoned by love poison, not heart-eating poison.
What?
Jun Luoyun clenched his fists, knowing that he had been fooled by her. You deceived me. Yes. Shang Ruai smiled, her eyes fell on the distance, and said meaningfully, Although this insect was not raised by you, you did put this poison on your father yourself, and I already know who is behind you, so there is no need for you to live anymore. After the words fell, she drew out the dagger in her hand, with a sharp sword light, and went towards Jun Luoyun. At this moment, a gray figure suddenly appeared, with a strange pattern painted on his face, making it difficult to see his appearance. The iron chain in his hand hit the dagger violently, and the dagger turned a circle and returned to Shang Ruai's hand. Senior Brother Ji. Jun Luoyun said with some surprise. Senior Brother Ji, save me. Jishan nodded and whispered. Stand behind me. Who is coming? Jun Ziqian flew to Shang Ruai's side. How dare you break into the palace privately? Humph, you don't deserve to know my name. Jishan said in a deep voice. It's just a small city palace. I can come and go as I please, right? Arrogant. Jun Ziqian said angrily. Today, I must bury you here. Otherwise the reputation of my city palace for 100 years will be destroyed in your hands, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out his sword and stabbed Jishan. Ji Shan's lips curled slightly. Just as Jun Ziqian's sword was about to reach him, he took out a few black from his arms, crushed them with his inner strength and threw them on the ground. The next moment, the firebomb exploded in front of Jun Ziqian. The firebomb did not have much lethality. It mainly used the instantaneous fire to buy time for people to escape. When he dispersed the smoke in front of him, Ji Shan and Jun Luoyun had already disappeared. Shang Ruoi stood there, looking into the distance, nodded silently, and a figure quietly left. Jun Ziqian put the sword back into the scabbard, turning around and smiling. How is it? Is your acting good? If it wasn't such an urgent situation, and if senior brother Ji didn't know you well, and you escaped so easily, those two people wouldn't believe it. Shang Ruoi whispered. It doesn't matter. According to Jun Luoyun's brain, he will definitely not notice anything. We just have to wait for the news to come back. Shang Ruoi returned to the room and looked at her father with his eyes closed. She put her hand on his heart, and a trace of energy slowly entered the body of the king of the city through her palm. Shang Ruoi looked at his heart intently and saw that the energy slowly formed a layer of energy shield around his heart, separating the heart from the goo worm. Seeing this, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. If she could do this, she could separate her father's heart from the goo worm. At this moment, the goo worm, which was originally sleeping, seemed to feel the crisis and began to wriggle. It crawled towards the energy shield. Fortunately, the poisonous insect was forced to wake up from its dormant period, so it crawled very slowly. Seeing this, Shang Ruoi used the energy in her body to continuously seep into his body. She had to protect her entire heart before the poisonous insect crawled over. Her face grew paler and paler, her lips could not help but tremble, and an unprecedented feeling of emptiness made her mind go dark. Ruoi, what's wrong with you? Seeing her like this, Jun Zigan thought that there was something wrong with her body, an old illness, a hidden injury, poisoning. Shang Ruoi shook her head. Don't disturb me. She bit the tip of her tongue hard. A hint of fishy sweetness filled her mouth, and the pain on the tip of her tongue made her brain clear up briefly. Seeing that the poisonous insect was about to crawl to her heart, she exerted force with her palm, and the speed of energy transmission suddenly increased. A faint white light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. This scene fell into the eyes of Jun Zigan and Yi Lao. Jun Zigan was a little confused, while Yi Lao just stood there in a daze. How could it be? He looked at Shang Ruoi, who was concentrating at this moment, and his heart was shocked. How could it be her? The energy transmission accelerated, and finally, before the insect crawled over, it completely enveloped the heart. The poisonous insect hit the energy shield, and, perhaps because it exerted too much force, it fainted. Shang Ruoi leaned against the head of the bed somewhat weakly, her lips pale. At this moment, she felt a slight pain in the palm of her hand. She didn't know when a wound was cut there. She looked at the insect again. A smile appeared at the corner of her lips. No wonder she fainted. Just now, her blood entered her father's body along with the energy, and the energy shield that the insect hit was mixed with her blood. If it is an ordinary poisonous insect, her blood can kill it, but for a higher-level poisonous insect, at most it can make it faint or fall asleep.
Ruoi.
Jun Zigan stepped forward quickly. How are you? Shang Ruoi shook her head. Nothing, just a little tired. What did you do just now? Your hand just glowed white. Shang Ruoi was stunned. Did you see it? Jun Zigan nodded, and she subconsciously looked at Mr. Yi, only to see that he was arranging the herbs on the table and was not looking at her. Master Yi, you need to have a good rest. Master Yi didn't turn around and whispered, I will keep an eye on your father here. You should go to sleep. His tone was calm, as if nothing had happened. Shang Ruoi frowned slightly. The calmer he was, the more he knew something. Mr. Yi, please take the poisonous insect out of our father's body,
she said softly.
Old Yi paused while sorting the medicinal herbs, then nodded. He turned around and looked at her. Tell me the exact location of the poisonous insect and I will cut it. Shang Ruoi nodded. At this moment, there was very little energy left in her body, and she barely gathered all the energy on her pupils. However, when she looked into her body through her skin, it was already a little blurry. She pointed with her finger. Cut here. It's only a few inches away from the heart. Be careful. Oldie nodded, took out a small knife from his arms, and slowly stabbed it at the place where Shang Ruai pointed. It's right here. Shang Ruai whispered. It's still sleeping, just take it out. Oldie carefully took out the insect, and a white larva the size of a grain of rice appeared in front of everyone. Shang Ruai hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle and poured the spiritual spring water on the wound. At this time, the king of the city's complexion had improved a little, but there were wounds on his body, and due to excessive bloodthirstiness, he looked a little pale, but compared to the previous purple color, it was much better. At this time, in the palace, the queen sat in front of a bronze mirror, looking at her own black hair in the mirror, and her expression eased a lot. This matter is well done. Go down and claim your reward. Thank you, your majesty. This is all my duty. I dare not ask for your reward. Chiozei said with a smile, Your Majesty, I have found some other little things for you to entertain you. He served the things on the tray. Your servant heard that you like dongju. This purple dongju is something I found by accident. I thought your Majesty would like it, so I hurried to bring it to you. The queen took the dongju and smiled. You are a thoughtful servant. It is my blessing to make your Majesty happy. You should find another one with this hair. She stroked the wig on her head and glanced at him. Also, remember to keep your mouth shut. Never tell anyone.
Got it?
Don't worry, your Majesty. Just as she was about to pick up the dongju, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She frowned tightly, pressed her hands on her heart, and cried out in pain uncontrollably.
Ah!
She fell on the chair. The severe pain made her roll around on it. The wig on her head fell to the ground, and her face became extremely ferocious. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Chiozei hurried forward. Your Majesty. At this moment, the emperor, who had heard that she was unwell, came to visit her and walked in quickly.
Queen! Queen!
As he stepped into the inner room, his body suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Is this the queen? Is this still his incredibly beautiful queen? This is clearly a nun in a nunnery. The queen was already half exhausted by the pain in her chest at this time. She did not even notice the emperor standing at the door, nor did she see his back as he left in a panic. It hurts. It hurts. She covered her heart and felt the mother goo inside rolling violently. The next moment, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She tremblingly took out a porcelain bottle from her arms and poured all the pills inside into her mouth. After a long time, the pain that almost killed her slowly stopped. She gasped in panic, touched her heart with trembling fingers. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and it was solved.
Solved.
Her king's poison was actually cured. How is this possible? That's the king goo. She had used her own heart and blood to raise it for so many years, and finally a king goo appeared.
How could it be cured just like that? Who is it?
Who ruined her good fortune? Empress.
Get out,
she said angrily. Get out. Seeing this, Chiozei hurriedly retreated. She looked out the window with gloomy eyes. The ferocious look on her face had not yet faded. A masked person flashed before her eyes. Could it be her? No, it's impossible. There must be a more powerful master of detoxification. Jun Zigan placed the unconscious Shang Ruai on the bed and carefully covered her with a quilt. He sat beside the bed, looking at Shang Ruai, his eyes filled with an unprecedented solemnity. He saw that light. He had also seen it in his mother's hands before. He was seriously injured, and his mother held his hand tightly. He only felt a warm force entering his body, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he saw a flash of white light in his mother's hand. At that time, he thought he was dazzled, but not long after, his mother disappeared. He still didn't know what the white light was or what it meant, but he knew that this might not be a very good thing. He was afraid that his sister, who had been separated from him for more than 10 years, would disappear suddenly one day like his mother and never see him again. If that day really came, he might really go crazy. Perhaps not only him, but even his father would go crazy. Shang Ruai lay on the bed, losing all sense of the outside world. Her consciousness was immersed in a void, constantly floating in a chaotic world, and there seemed to be no light or end in front of her. After an unknown amount of time, she felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and then she started to feel hot again, and it went on and on. After an unknown amount of time, her body temperature returned to normal. Even so, she didn't open her eyes. Her consciousness was still chaotic. Suddenly, there seemed to be a little light in front of her, and she blocked it with her hand, and her eyes felt stinging.
Ruai.
A vague voice came into her ears, and Shang Ruai looked around. In this space, besides herself, was there anyone else? She searched for a long time, but didn't find anyone.
Who are you?
She waited for a long time, but there was no response. Just when she was getting impatient, a voice came from the void again. Ruai. This time the voice was a little stronger than before. Shang Ruai's heart moved. How could this voice be so familiar? Who are you? Her voice trembled slightly, and there was a little certainty. Mother? Ruai, my daughter. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared a few meters away from her. Mother, it's really you. She wanted to walk over quickly, but found that her body was out of control, and she couldn't move a step. Child, don't come over. She turned around and looked at Shang Ruai, her eyes full of relief. You have grown up and grown taller. Looking at the face that was exactly the same as in her memory, she was a little dazed. Mother, how come you are here? What are these things all about? Wei Rujia's loving eyes fell on her, tears in her eyes, and she whispered, I was originally an architectural designer. I went to an ancient capital for an investigation, but unfortunately, I met with an accident. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect to travel through time here.
So, it was an accident?
Wei Rugia shook her head. Originally, I also thought it was an accident, but until the moment I left, I knew that this was a destiny. Her eyes fell on Shang Ruai. Your travel through time here is also a destiny. Shang Ruai was slightly startled. Destiny? Wei Rugia nodded. These illusory things, I didn't believe in them at first, but until I gave birth to you. What do you mean? When I gave birth to Acheon, I didn't feel anything, and I could use the power of space freely. But since I became pregnant with you, my body has become weaker and weaker. Sometimes I can even feel that my soul is about to leave my body. There is always a force that wants to take me back to the original world. Until one day, when I fell asleep and woke up, my soul was only this little bit left, remaining in the space. Shang Ruai's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and she hurriedly asked, Were you in the western regions, or had you returned to Tianshan at that time? I had already returned to Tianshan at that time.
Why?
Wei Rugia looked at her and smiled. It seems that my daughter has not really fallen in love with someone. Shang Ruai was stunned. What do you mean? When you fall in love with someone, the most unbearable thing is that he is sad. Even if he frowns, you'll feel distressed for a long time. Your father loved me deeply back then. How could I bear to make him sad? In addition, at that time, there were people who interfered. After weighing the pros and cons, I used the art of space to leave. Then why did you marry Shangyan? At this point, a trace of pain flashed across Wei Rujia's eyes. I originally wanted to live in seclusion in the countryside and raise you, but my body became weaker and weaker, and finally, I couldn't even use the power of space. In order for you to be born safely, I had to return to the Wei family. When my grandfather knew that I was pregnant, he was furious and wanted me to abort you. But you are my flesh and blood. How could I bear it? But if this matter were to spread, I'm afraid both of us would lose our lives. I had no choice but to marry into the Shang family. He knew that I had a child with someone else, but for the money of the Wei family, he was willing to turn a blind eye. He promised me that he would not tell this matter to anyone, let alone harm your life. He cares most about his future. Seeing him swear on his future, I believed it. Unexpectedly, he was such a heartless person. My health is getting worse and worse, and the Wei family has declined overnight, so, she sighed, it is my fault that I delayed you after all. If I had not left, you would have grown up in luxury in the palace, but you had to suffer with me for nothing. Shang Ruai smiled. Didn't mother just say that? Everything is destined. If she hadn't been in the Shang mansion, she might not have had the chance to travel through time. You just said that someone is interfering. What does that mean? Speaking of this, Wei Rujia's face suddenly turned ugly. Roy, you must be careful. Be careful of the queen. The queen of the western regions? She nodded. She is by no means as simple as she looks. The people behind her are even more terrifying. Even if she has space protection, she should not be taken lightly. Could it be that she has some special abilities? Or extraordinary qualities? I can't say for sure. I've only seen it once. It's very strange. You must be careful. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on her, and suddenly found that her figure was becoming more and more illusory. Mother. Wei Ruijia smiled and shook her head. This is just a wisp of my soul. It has been nourished in this space until now. I am very grateful to see you again. She looked at Shang Ruai, her eyes full of reluctance and attachment. Child, mother tried her best just to see you again. It is my sin to let you suffer in the Shang family. I hope you can forgive me. She stretched out her hand and wanted to touch her head, but the distance between the two was not something she could cross. Shang Ruai was grief-stricken. She tried her best to break free from the shackles on her body. Just as she was about to run towards her mother, she saw that wisp of soul suddenly dissipated, and her footsteps stopped in place. For some reason, in her past and present lives, this was the first time she had really seen Wei. Although she was the mother of the original owner, she had nothing to do with herself in the previous life, but the pain spread from the bottom of her heart. Mother. She looked at the stars that were gradually dispersing in front of her eyes and instinctively wanted to reach out to grab them, but it was nothing. Wei Rujia's soul gradually dispersed in the space and disappeared completely. The next moment, the full picture of the space suddenly appeared, and a pure energy was injected into her body. She just waved her hand, and the things in her mind flew into her hands. In this space, she was the king. She walked into the armory and saw that in addition to the original guns and ammunition, there were cannons. It seems that this space has been upgraded again. Every time the space is upgraded, she is very happy, but now she is not happy at all. She knows very well that this upgrade is obtained by nourishing her mother's soul. Her hand was placed on the cannons. If this thing was moved to the battlefield, it would not be difficult to unify the 4 countries, let alone the whole world. But such a dangerous space appeared here. Why? Everything is a fixed number. She couldn't help but repeat what her mother had just said. What exactly is this fixed number? She saw that when her mother said this, it seemed that she had something to hide, and she didn't say the reason behind it. What is the reason that made me travel here? At this moment, she felt a slight fluctuation in the air outside. Someone must have entered her yard. Sure enough, the next moment, a figure appeared in the room. Yi Lao? Why is he here? Recalling Yi Lao's attitude when she treated her father, her pupils shrank. Could it be that Yi Lao had some sense of her spatial power? Yi Lao frowned, and the unreconciled look on his face completely disappeared. It's you. Why is it you? His eyes were bright, and there was a little bit of reluctance. What did he mean by this? Yi Lao sighed and whispered, if you wake up, just open your eyes. Why are you pretending to sleep in front of me? Sure enough, he really had some sense of this spatial power. Watching the person on the bed slowly open his eyes, Yi Lao whispered, you inherited your mother's space. Do you know my mother? He glanced at her. Otherwise, why do you think I followed you? Shang Ruai swallowed. So you knew it all along? Your spatial power is not strong and unstable, so when I first saw you, I couldn't confirm it. Yi Lao whispered, but the power you used to save your father was too strong, and it was hard not to sense it. Yi Lao, who are you? What else do you know? My surname is indeed Yi, and I am from southern Xinjiang. The rest, I will slowly tell you later. I just hope that you don't disappoint like your mother. Shang Ruai frowned when she heard this. What do you mean by this? Why is my mother disappointing? Since she possesses the space, she should do her best for the world, but she was bewitched by a man and talked about love with him all day long. leaving the people of the world in disregard and putting all the people in dire straits.
What are you talking about?
She could understand every word, but couldn't understand them together. What secrets are hidden in this space? What exactly do people with space want to do? I will tell you slowly in the future. Shang Ruai was confused, but she knew that she was getting closer and closer to the truth. Early the next morning, Shang Ruai came to the courtyard of the king of the city and heard a low cough coming from inside. "Little princess, the prince is waiting for you." Shang Ruai walked in, and the king of the city was having breakfast. "Father." She sat opposite him and said with a smile, "You recovered so quickly." The king of city smiled. "I heard it all from Aekian. This time it's all thanks to you." She sighed. "When I was unconscious, I dreamed of your mother." The smile on Shang Ruai's face froze. "It's been so many years. Your mother has been gone for more than 10 years. This is the first time I dreamed of her." Shang Ruai's fingers curled up slightly. For so many years, her mother has been trapped in space. Now she is completely gone, so she came to say goodbye to her father. "She told me a lot. Your mother blamed me for finding you and making you suffer so much. Maybe that's why she never came to meet me in my dreams." Listening to his words, Shang Ruai felt extremely sad. "Father, mother is free." Prince Cheng smiled and nodded. "Yes, she is free." Shang Ruai checked his wound and applied medicine. When she was about to leave, Prince Cheng suddenly called her, "Child." "Father, what's wrong? You won't disappear, like your mother." Shang Ruai's heart moved, and she smiled and said, "No." Prince Cheng nodded. "Go." After Shang Ruai left, Prince Cheng looked at the door for a long time. At this moment, Yu Qing came trotting over. "Little princess, an imperial edict has arrived." Imperial edict? She came to the main hall, only to see a young standing there with a smile on his face. When he saw her coming, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Is this the biological daughter that the prince found?" Shang Ruai nodded. "It is me. Your servant pays his respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. The Emperor has ordered that the princess be invited to the palace." Shang Ruai's heart sank. Why would the Emperor invite her into the palace? "Your Highness, this morning, the prince came to the palace and told His Majesty what had happened in Prince Cheng's mansion in the past few days." Upon hearing that His Highness, the princess whom the prince had been looking for many years, had been found, he hurriedly ordered this old servant to come and bring you to the palace. Shang Ruai took the imperial edict, looked at the content, and whispered, "Please wait a moment. I will report to my father, and then I will go to the palace with you." When Prince Cheng heard that the emperor summoned him, he nodded and said, "Since the emperor wants to see you, go. But when you enter the palace, you must pay attention to your safety. If anything happens, just hide behind your brother if you meet the queen." There was a hint of ruthlessness and murderousness in his eyes. "If she doesn't make things difficult for you, it's fine. If she does, don't endure it. Your father will support you. You just need to protect yourself." He coughed a few times. If his body did not allow it, he would have brought her into the palace himself. "Don't worry, father. I will take good care of myself." It just so happened that she was thinking about going to the palace to meet the queen again. Now that the love poison had been removed, she must have had a very hard time. After packing up, she took Yu Qing on the carriage. The prince's mansion was not far from the palace, and they arrived in a short while. "Your Highness, please get off the carriage." Shang Ruai was wearing a palace dress. As soon as she got off the horse, a familiar voice came over. "Divine Dr. Lingjun." The seventh prince walked over quickly and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" The seventh prince loves acting so much. It's a pity that he doesn't go to the opera troupe to sing. The seventh prince was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Isn't it a bit hurtful to say that? After all, I am still your brother." Shang Ruai smiled. "Brother? Really? Isn't this a coincidence? I was born 2 years earlier than you." The seventh prince smiled and said, "You said before that if I serve as your guard, you will pay me. Now you have arrived here safely. Where is my reward?" "Yes, I did promise you." Shang Ruai smiled and said, "Before leaving today, I deliberately brought the reward with me, thinking that maybe I could see you. Yuqing took out a box from the carriage. Little princess. Here, this is what you want. Shang Ruai waved her hand. I didn't expect you to like it so much. Take it. The seventh prince was overjoyed when he saw this. Dongzhu. Dongzhu. Full of Dongzhu. Dongzhu bigger than pigeon eggs. In his eyes, this small box is filled with mountains of gold and silver. He took it with great joy, and before the smile on his face could expand, he felt something was wrong with the thing in his hand. It seemed a little light. He hurriedly opened the box, and it was empty.
Wait.
What's in it?
What?
Dongzhu, Dongzhu. Dongzhu? Shang Ruai smiled. What Dongzhu? Didn't you say that I would give you this box if you were my bodyguard? Now you are asking me for Dongzhu. What's going on? Are you trying to blackmail me? Seeing that I am a weak woman, and coming to your doorstep, you are thinking of ways to bully me? The seventh prince was speechless for a moment. It was true that he said so at that time, but the box was full of Dongzhu at that time, not like now it was empty. If he had known that it was an empty box, he would not have been a bodyguard. Besides, when did he bully her? Who dares to bully her? She is the biological daughter that the emperor's uncle has been looking for more than 10 years. The adopted daughter before was just a little similar, but she was so arrogant. Now you are the biological daughter that you have finally found, so you must be spoiled to the sky. Who dares to bully her in the whole western region? If you bully her in the morning, this family will disappear from the western region with its members and houses in the evening. Don't talk nonsense. When did I bully you? Aunt, you can't go out and talk nonsense. If the emperor's uncle or Jun Ziqian hears it, they will definitely skin me alive. The seventh prince begged for mercy. Don't talk nonsense when you see my father and your brother later. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. The who led Shang Ruai into the palace stepped forward, originally wanting to remind her to enter the palace quickly and not to delay here. Before he took a few steps, he was glared at by the seventh prince, and his feet were nailed to the spot. You go back to the palace first. This prince will personally take the princess to the father.
Yes.
He put the box away and said with a smile, whatever my sister says is what it is. I won't argue. At this time, a man in a yellow python robe came over. Seventh brother. Jun Yunting, the prince of the western regions, stepped forward and said with a smile, why don't you go in at the palace gate? His eyes fell on Shang Ruai, who was standing opposite Jun Yunting. At this time, she had her back to him. Jun Yunting did not see her appearance, but seeing that she was wearing a palace dress, he knew which official lady she was. Seventh brother, you should not be so unmotivated as you are now. You actually flirted with women at the palace gate. If the father knew about it, I'm afraid he would be angry again. Jun Yunting sneered and said, don't learn from your mother. The seventh prince heard this. His face did not change, but just bowed and saluted. Prince. Shang Ruai frowned when she saw him like this. She had heard about the seventh prince from her brother. His mother was not born in a high position. She was lucky enough to be favored by the emperor of the western regions and became pregnant with a dragon seed. She was favored by the emperor for a long time, but the good times didn't last long. Suddenly one day, her temperament changed drastically. She was like a madman and almost hurt the emperor. Considering that she gave birth to the seventh prince, she was spared the death penalty and was imprisoned in the seventh prince's mansion. If this is true, then the person who made his mother crazy is basically the queen. The prince was born by the queen, and to the seventh prince, he is an enemy. Whose lady is this? Why don't you kneel when you see the prince? Where did you learn this rule? Zhao beside Jun Yunting said in a shrill voice. Why don't you come over to pay your respects? The seventh prince raised his eyebrows slightly, and he was gloating. He looked at Shang Ruai leisurely and saw her turn around. There was no change on her face. She looked at him calmly, and she didn't even mean to bend her knees. Zhao had never seen her before, but looking at her face, he felt familiar. Jun Yunting's eyes fell on her face, and a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. There is such a beautiful woman in this world. One glance is enough to make people infatuated. No wonder the seventh brother stopped her at the palace gate to talk. Zhao wanted to scold him, but Jun Yunting waved his hand, put on his self-proclaimed elegant appearance, and took a step forward. I wonder what this lady's name is?
Whose daughter is she?
Why are you here at this time? Shang Ruai glanced at him and said nothing. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is asking you a question. Didn't you hear it, or what? Zhao shook his whisk. Or are you deliberately not answering? Do you want to be beaten? My father told me that after entering the palace, I don't have to force myself. Don't talk if I don't want to, don't look at people I don't want to see, and don't do things I don't want to do. I'm just following my father's teachings. What's wrong with that? Shang Ruai looked at Zhao. You are such an interesting. Your master is not in a hurry, but you are jumping around here. What are you showing off? Zhao was so angry when he heard this. You little girl, you really don't know the rules. You are disrespectful to the Crown Prince and committing treason. How many heads do you have to be chopped off? Are you blind? Shang Ruai said coldly. What? I have several heads, can't you see? Shang Ruai rolled her eyes and said, who in this world has 2 heads? He can only ask questions that 3-year-old children know the answers to. You. Zhao is a popular person around the prince. Few people dare to provoke him on weekdays. It is probably the first time that he has been scolded like this. You what? Shang Ruai smiled. My father said that I don't have to kneel. Why, no. Of course not. Zhao shouted. Come on. Drag her away. Beat her with 100 boards. After 100 boards, even a grown man can't stand it, let alone a woman. The 7th prince's eyes sank slightly. Zhao, do you know who she is? Jun Yunting smiled. Forget it. I'm afraid there is no one in the family to teach her the rules. She is just a little girl, so there is no need to treat her like that. He looked at Shang Ruai and said in a gentle tone, you just said that your father allowed you not to kneel? Who is your father? Although his tone was light, the viciousness in his eyes was completely exposed to Shang Ruai's eyes. I think, asking her father's name, the next step is to take action. Zhao curled his lips. The prince would definitely not let him go. He actually taught his daughter like this, which meant that he did not take the royal family seriously. Disrespecting the royal family is a crime of confiscating the family and exterminating the family. This little girl is good-looking, but her good days are coming to an end. My father is Junko. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao hurriedly covered his mouth and coughed. The smug smile on his face disappeared, and he looked at her with horror. Who?
Yunke.
Hiss. In the western regions, the only one who dares to call this name is probably King Cheng. But isn't the daughter of the king of city Princess Luoyun? Where did this girl come from? Looking at her appearance.
Oh.
Could it be? Are you the biological daughter of the emperor's uncle? Jun Yunting frowned slightly, and the smile on his face disappeared. That's right. Yes. It is indeed the biological daughter of the king of city. Zhao's sweat broke out instantly. In this western region, you must not offend the king of city. Others are joking when they say they don't want to die, but if this sentence comes from the mouth of the king of city, it is true. The servant pays respects to the little princess. Zhao said hurriedly. I can't bear this bow from the... I can bear it. The little princess is precious, and the servant is blind and can't recognize the great man. Please don't blame me, the little princess. Zhao didn't care about his backbone. He was just a servant. What's the point of backbone? Saving his life is the most important thing. Jun Yunting's eyes were heavy, and his tone was no longer as warm as before. He looked at Shang Ruai and said, the emperor's uncle found his biological daughter so secretly, and not a single word was leaked. He knew his mother's feelings for the city king. He had been feeling uncomfortable for these years. He didn't like everyone in the city king's mansion, but he had to be cautious. Why did you leak the news? Shang Ruai sneered. I think my father is afraid that someone will interfere. After all, my mother's departure was very strange. Someone must have done something wrong behind my back, causing me to wander outside for more than 10 years. Every time she said a word, Jun Yunting's face darkened. Zhao had an awkward smile on his face. Little princess, you should call the city king father, and the princess consort mother. If he had called her so formally from the beginning, he would not have recognized her as the daughter of a minister. After all, there was only one prince in the western regions. This is a matter between me and my father. What does it have to do with you? The seventh prince raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the expression on her face. He was stunned. In his impression, she didn't seem to be such a domineering person. What was the reason for her behavior today? Yes. Zhao's head was sweating more. Why don't you lead the way? Shang Ruai looked at the seventh prince. Didn't you just say you would lead the way for me? Okay, follow me. The seventh prince turned to Jun Yunting and said, Royal brother, I will take her into the palace first. After speaking, the two turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Jun Yunting's face was covered with dark clouds. Your Highness, the biological daughter of the King of City does not seem to be that difficult to deal with. Zhao whispered, She looks like a heartless person who does not know the rules. Humph. When the Emperor's uncle brought that woman back, he hid her away from people. I think she just has a pretty face. Maybe she is from the countryside, like her, and does not know the rules at all. Jun Yunting sneered. No need to be afraid. Your Highness is wise. Jun Yunting narrowed his eyes. But although the woman was rude, her face was really beautiful. My mother still doesn't want to see me? Your Highness, the Queen sent someone to report that she is not feeling well and needs to rest. Jun Yunting nodded and continued to walk towards the palace. Seeing this, Zhao hurried over and said, Your Highness, why did you enter the palace without seeing the Queen? Yes. He smiled and said, I want to see what Jun Ziqian's expression will be when he faces this unruly and rude biological sister. After entering the palace, Shang Ruai followed the seventh prince all the way to the outside of the Imperial study. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a hearty laugh coming from inside. Good. The Western Region Emperor said with a smile. In this way, the 16 states of Yanyan connected to Tianshan will be ours. Your Majesty, Jun Ziqian said in a low voice. Your Majesty, now the world is peaceful and other countries have not taken any troops. There is no war in the world. If we provoke a war first, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the people. Please think twice. I have been thinking about it for a long time. The 16 states of Yanyan must be taken back. I have received advice from an expert. As long as we take back the 16 states of Yanyan, our Western region will definitely be able to unify the world, and I will become the real emperor of this world. The Western Region Emperor's eyes were full of pride, as if he had already taken the 16 states of Yanyan, no, the whole world into his pocket. These words were heard by Shang Ruai intact. Her face did not change, but her heart was extremely heavy. Sure enough, no matter which emperor, they all dream of unifying the world. It is important to know that in this world, things that have been divided for a long time will eventually come together, and things that have been united for a long time will eventually be divided. If he wants to make the whole world his own, it is impossible unless everyone in this world dies. The seventh prince knew her other identity and secretly observed her. At this moment, the voice of Emperor Tianshan came from the study again. Tianshan, Esting Wang is the Dinghe Shenzhen of Tianshan. His son He Jingheng is brave and good at fighting. He is invincible on the battlefield. If you want to take down Tianshan, you must get rid of these two people. The seventh prince was shocked when he heard this. He wished he could rush into the Imperial study right now and cover his father's mouth. He couldn't say this casually. Now this ancestor is here. He didn't know what the relationship between the husband and wife was, but to kill her husband's family in front of her. Wasn't this plucking hair from a tiger's head? What are you afraid of? Shang Ruai noticed that his breathing was very rapid and his face was flushed with anxiety. She couldn't help but laugh. Why, are you afraid that I will get angry?
No.
As soon as the voice fell, the seventh prince felt as if someone had strangled his neck. How do you know? How did she know that he already knew her other identity? Your acting skills are not good enough. It was revealed with just one poke. Besides, since he knew her name, he only needed a little investigation to know her identity. What's more, she didn't deliberately conceal it, nor did she want to conceal it. changed several times when he looked at her. She never expected that although he thought he was smart, he was actually completely under her control. Your Majesty, please think twice. Now that the world is at peace, please do not provoke disputes and let the people of the world suffer and become homeless. Jun Zegan, you are my subject, you should behave like a subject. How can you disobey? He said in a deep voice. Now there is such a good opportunity to get the 16 prefectures of Yenyun, but you back down for me. What exactly does it mean? Jun Zegan frowned and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I dare to ask, where did the idea of attacking Tianshan come from? The Emperor of the Western regions put down the teacup in his hand heavily. Why? Do I need to report my decision to you? Your Majesty. Okay. The Emperor of the Western regions said in a deep voice. Why hasn't your sister, who has been lost for many years, come here yet? Your Majesty. I stepped forward. Her Royal Highness the Princess is already waiting outside the hall. Let her in. He glanced at Jun Zegan, a cold look in his eyes, and looked outside the door. Soon, a woman in palace dress walked in, followed by the 7th prince. Shang Ruai leaned forward slightly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Her face had an indifferent expression, and her eyes looked at the Emperor of the Western regions without any ripples. The 7th prince bowed deeply and said, Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The Emperor of the Western regions just waved his hand, without even looking at him. The 7th prince seemed to be accustomed to it, and was not upset by his neglect. He stood up and stood aside. Emperor Tianshan's eyes were on Shang Ruai from beginning to end. I overheard something outside the palace just now. It was not intentional. Your Majesty and your brother spoke a little loudly. If you have ears, it would be difficult to pretend not to hear. Shang Ruai said lightly, Your Majesty wants to send troops to seize the 16 prefectures of Yenyun from Tianshan. This is simply a fantasy. Say it again. Emperor Tianshan said angrily, Women are not allowed to discuss state affairs, you. Nonsense. You. Shang Ruai knew that even if he was angry, he would not dare to do anything to her. She was the daughter that King Cheng had spent more than 10 years to find. Now the Western region still relies on King Cheng's mansion to protect its borders. No matter what she does today, the Emperor of the Western regions can only sulk. Is Your Majesty clear about the deployment of troops in the 16 prefectures of Yenyun? Who is the leading general? Who are the soldiers defending the city? How many? Are there any reserve troops? What about food and fodder? How is the equipment? Is there any chance that your soldiers can defeat them? Shang Ruai's words made the Western region emperor stunned for a moment. How could he know all this? You don't know anything, but you want my brother to lead the troops. This is undoubtedly asking him to die. It's not enough to drag the people into the war. Do you want my brother and father to be in danger as well? I have received advice from an expert. If we attack now, we will surely capture the 16 prefectures of Yenyun. Since this expert is so powerful, let him go. You girl. The Emperor of the Western regions was so angry that he trembled all over. I already said you are a master. Can you see him just like that? He wanted to punish her immediately, but he felt that there was some truth in what she said. How do you know so much? Just then, a walked in. Your Majesty. The Queen said she has something to discuss with you. A hidden look flashed across the eyes of the Emperor of the Western regions, and his brows frowned slightly. I understand. He turned to Jun Zegan and said, Take your sister for a walk in the garden. He looked at Shang Ruai again, then left with a look of dismay. After the Emperor left, the 7th prince walked up to her and gave her a thumbs up. Warrior. Warrior. You are so awesome. How dare you speak to my father like that? The Imperial uncle is already the most powerful person I have ever met, and now you are even more powerful than him. I really don't know how your father managed to sit firmly on the throne. Speak softly. Everyone in this hall is my father's people. The 7th prince said softly, If the Emperor knew about this, your little head would really be wasted. Shang Ruai said disapprovingly, If he wanted to punish me, he would have done it just now. But now he is afraid of my father, so he can't. I dare not. The 7th prince choked. Okay, you win. No wonder she can sit firmly in the position of the crown prince's consort. She analyzed the matter so thoroughly in such a short time. I'm afraid there are not many women as brave as her in the entire western regions.
Several people came to the garden.
This garden is so beautiful. This is all thanks to Concubine Xiao. Empress Xiao? The seventh prince nodded. Royal Concubine Xiao is the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family in the western regions. She was promoted from a talented person to a royal concubine 1 year after entering the palace. Just because she said she liked it, my father ordered people to rebuild this back garden. Many places in it were designed and built by royal concubine Xiao herself. Shang Ruai smiled and said, I guess that woman must be extremely beautiful? Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Anyway, my father likes her very much. Even if the queen confronts her, she will have to avoid her. That's quite interesting. At this moment, a piece of gray clothes came into view. For some reason, she felt vaguely uneasy in her heart. She took a few quick steps, but she only saw the man's back, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. She focused her energy on her pupils and looked in the direction where the man left. He clearly disappeared around the corner, but there was no one there at all. Shang Ruai couldn't help but frown, and the feeling of uneasiness in her heart gradually grew. Ruai, what's wrong? She shook her head and looked in that direction again. Just as she was about to walk over there, she heard the seventh prince say in a low voice, Royal Concubine. Shang Ruai retracted her steps and looked in the direction of the seventh prince's voice. She saw a woman in a light green palace dress, surrounded by maids, walking towards them. Greetings to the Imperial Concubine. Jun Zigan bowed and Shang Ruai, seeing this, also bowed. Imperial Concubine. Imperial Concubine Xiao had a warm smile on her face, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Get up quickly. She smiled and said, to be precise, we are of similar age. I am only 1 or 2 years older than you. If there are no outsiders here, there is no need to be so polite. You make me feel old. Her eyes fell on Shang Ruai. Is this the first time this noble lady has entered the palace? I have never seen you before. Your Highness, she is my sister. Jun Zigan said in a low voice. Isn't the daughter of King Chung Princess Luoyun? She is my biological sister. As Jun Zigan finished speaking, Shang Ruai's heart moved, and there was a voice. Her eyes fell again on the corner where the man left. Since the space was upgraded, her hearing has become several times sharper than before, and she can even hear the sound of falling leaves in the yard clearly. She could conclude that the man was still around the corner. But why couldn't her eyes see him through the wall? Sister? Concubine Zhao's eyes fell on Shang Ruai's face. I have heard that Princess Zheng is an extremely beautiful woman, but unfortunately, I have never seen her. Now that I see the princess's appearance, I can guess how beautiful Princess Zheng is. Your Majesty is too kind. Shang Ruai smiled. Your Majesty is truly stunningly beautiful. What do you mean stunningly beautiful? It's just that the Emperor can show you some pity. She sighed, smiled, and said, meeting his fate. Is this the princess' first time entering the palace? That's right. This back garden was designed by me. How about I take you for a good look? Thank you, Your Majesty. Feeling that there was no sound around the corner, she had to nod in response. Concubine Xiao took her to another direction with a smile on her face. When their figures had all disappeared, a gray figure suddenly appeared at the corner, staring at the direction Shang Ruai had left, with her fists clenched tightly. How could it be her? How could Shang Ruai be the biological daughter of the king of the city? After walking around the garden for a while, Concubine Xiao enthusiastically introduced to them the various ingenious designs in the garden, as if she was showing them her most beloved works. She looked at Shang Ruai. In that case, let us talk about it later, when we have the chance. At this time, a maid came forward. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager asked if you have finished copying the Buddhist scriptures. If you have, she will ask you to deliver them to her in person. Oh, look at my memory. She smiled and said, I still have to go to the Empress Dowager's palace, so I'll go back first. Farewell, Your Majesty. Shang Ruai watched her leave, turned around and walked towards the corner, She had just turned. Your Majesty, they went in that direction. Humph, she really knew. Without looking back, Concubine Xiao curled up the corners of her lips into a sneer. After searching high and low for something, I finally found it without any effort. I guess she is the person the sect leader is looking for. Your Majesty, Master Jing is still there. Do you want me to take him away? He is not a fool. He will leave on his own. If he can't even handle such a small matter, what kind of master is he? He'd better go home as soon as possible. Concubine Xiao said coldly. How is the queen? The maid shook her head. What are you doing here? What's in front? She pointed to a row of houses not far away. Who lives here? All the people living here are eunuchs. At this time, a young in gray clothes walked out from here. Your servant pays respects to the 7th prince and the crown prince. He was also wearing gray clothes. Could it be that I was overthinking it? She was about to turn and leave when her eyes fell on the vines and she froze. After pulling aside the vines, I saw a mark on the wall. The mark was very new, as if it had been made with a fist. It seems that I was not overthinking. There was indeed someone standing here just now. Who was that familiar figure? What's the matter? Why do you look so bad? June Zegan whispered. But are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Shang Ruai shook her head. Nothing. I'm just thinking about something. She looked outside again. When can we go back? I'm a little tired. I'll take you back home when the emperor comes back. Upon hearing this, the 7th prince stepped forward and said, I wonder if you have time to help my mother with her illness. Okay. Shang Ruai nodded in response. It's still early today. I can go to see your mother in a while. The 7th prince's face lit up with joy, and at this moment, a little came over. 7th prince, crown prince, little princess, the emperor is calling you 3 to go back. A banquet has been set, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has also arrived. Crown Prince? What is he doing here? Shang Ruai frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. When the 3 men returned to the Imperial study, the prince was talking to him about the queen's health. Father, my mother's health has been getting worse in the past 2 days.
Yes.
The emperor of the Western region sighed. I don't know what disease she has. Even the Imperial physician can't find out the cause. Moreover, all her hair has fallen out. If others knew that his queen was a nun, people all over the world would laugh at him. However, she is the prince's biological mother, and her status and position cannot be shaken in any way. But every time I thought of her horrible appearance, I couldn't help trembling all over if I looked at her for even a second. Not to mention being seen by others. Your mother has been feeling unwell these days, so try not to disturb her in the palace. Disturbing her rest will make it more difficult for her to recover. Yes, I'll keep it in mind. The little stepped forward. Your Majesty, the prince and his men are back. Announce them. When the emperor saw Shang Ruai again, the expression on his face looked a little better than when he left. Jun Yunting smiled and said, No wonder you refused to greet me when I saw you today. You are the daughter of the emperor's uncle. As your elder brother, I cannot accept your greetings. Shang Ruai felt disgusted after listening to his words. What about brothers and sisters? Who is your sister? Your Highness the Crown Prince is of noble status. I absolutely dare not claim to be related to him casually. Sister, it's too formal for you to say that. You and I are relatives. If we were in the common people, you would have to call me cousin. Shang Ruai twitched the corner of her lips, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Your Majesty, it's getting late. I'm sure my father is still waiting for my brother and me in the mansion for lunch, so we won't stay any longer. June Zegan whispered, We too will leave the palace on our own initiative. I'll host a banquet at noon. Even if we want to leave, we'll have to wait until after dinner. He looked at the 7th prince. 7th prince, what brings you here today? Your Majesty, I'm only here to pay you my respects. Before he could finish, the emperor of the Western regions waved his hand. In that case, you can go back first. There's nothing for you to do here. The 7 prince's face changed slightly. There were so many people here, but those who wanted to leave were not allowed to leave. Instead, he, an insignificant person, was asked to leave. Is there a food shortage in the palace now? Even if you use your nose to think, you will know that this is not the case. There are only two reasons for him to leave. One is that his father really doesn't like him. The other is to tell Shang Ruai that not everyone is qualified to enjoy the royal family's feast, and she should cherish it. It was called a banquet, but it was nothing more than ordering 2 more tables to be set up. Shang Ruai looked at the not-so-rich food on the table and couldn't help but curl her lips secretly. With just these few dishes, is this considered a banquet? The Emperor of the Western regions is really stingy. She sat at the very end and picked only a few cakes and didn't eat any meal. Ruai. The Emperor of the Western regions drank a few glasses of wine, then asked with a smile, "Your brother said before that he had found his biological sister, but I haven't asked yet. Where did you grow up?" Tianan, Prime Minister's mansion. Shang Ruai put down the snacks and said softly, "I believe the Emperor knows that the Shang family, whose family was ransacked and exterminated in Tianshan some time ago, is my mother's family." Her words made Jun Yunting's face change suddenly.
Shang family?
How old is the left Prime Minister before Tianshan? You grew up in Shang Mansion?
Why?
Your Highness the Crown Prince wants to know where I grew up? The Emperor of the Western regions also looked a little ugly. He put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Shang Ruai with deep eyes. "So, I just said that I want to take over Tianshuan's 16 prefectures of Yenyun, and you strongly opposed it after hearing it outside the door. I listened to your words before, and it seemed to make some sense. Now I think that you are arguing with me here just because you care about Tianshan, and your purpose is not to let me send troops. You have to understand that you are the princess of the royal palace in Shiyu City, not a citizen of Tianshan." He said in a deep voice, "I must get the 16 prefectures of Yenyun. Jun Zigan, I order you to select the generals tomorrow and lead 50,000 troops to take back the 16 prefectures of Yenyun. As for the little princess in your mansion, your father is dead and the queen mother is still in the palace. She is very bored on weekdays. Let her stay in the palace to entertain the queen mother." To say it was to entertain her actually meant to put her under house arrest in the palace. Jun Zigan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, my sister has just been found. Father must see her every day to feel at ease. Please allow me to bring her back to the palace." "Why, do you think my palace is not good, so you don't want to live here?" The Emperor of the Western region said coldly, "Or you don't want her to accompany the Queen Mother?" Shang Ruai smiled. "If you want me to be a hostage, Your Majesty can just say it directly. Why bother beating around the bush here?" She didn't expect her to be so direct. Even Jun Yunting and Jun Zigan were stunned. Jun Zigan's face darkened when he heard this. When this look fell into the eyes of the Emperor of the Western regions, he felt very comfortable. Jun Yunting looked at Shang Ruai with some confusion. How could such an eloquent person let himself be detained in the palace so easily? You know, a war can last from a few months to 1 or 2 years, or even longer. She is willing to be detained here indefinitely? Shang's family, Shang is like that. Why does this name sound familiar? Before she could think about it carefully, her father turned away, leaving only him and Jun Zigan in the hall. At this time, Jun Zigan looked anxious and left in a hurry, without even saying hello. It seemed that he was discussing countermeasures with the king of the same city. He looked in the direction Shang Ruai left. At this moment, Zhao came up and said, "Your Highness, there is news from the palace that the concubine fell into the water. If she fell into the water, she fell into the water. As long as she didn't drown, there is no need to worry about it." He sneered. The women in the palace were accustomed to using such tricks, just to win his attention. The one who fell into the water is General Kongzhong's legitimate daughter. That little ancestor is making a fuss in the mansion. She is determined to kill Concubine Yun. Zhao said with some embarrassment, "You'd better go back and take a look." Jun Yunting heard this and said in a deep voice, "Do you know why she fell into the water? From what I heard, it seems to be because of an oriental pearl hairpin." Zhao whispered, "There was an oriental pearl on the hairpin you gave to Concubine Yun before, and Concubine Kong was very envious. I think it was because of this matter that the 2 concubines." Jun Yunting lost all his patience when he heard this. He waved his hand and said, "Let them beat or kill as they please. I don't think they have the courage to do so." However, speaking of the Dongzhu hairpin, he suddenly thought of the Li family. Where did the Li family in Bailing go? Are you talking about the royal merchant who raised Dongzhu? Yes, then where did the Li family go? It is said that the Dongzhu clams were stolen, so the Li family left Bailing. I will send someone to find out where they went. He originally wanted to speak up to stop them, but when he thought about such a wealthy family falling apart and leaving the place where he had lived for many years, he knew that they either wanted to make a comeback or wanted to hide their identities. If he kept his real name, he always felt something was wrong. Who knows, maybe someone had used some method to make a comeback. Right now, money was not easy to make, so maybe he could get some money. Shang Ruai followed the guards to the Empress Dowager's Ningxiu Palace. As soon as she arrived at the palace gate, she was stopped by the, "Stop, this is Ningxiu Palace, the residence of the Empress Dowager. You fools actually walked in with knives on your waists. Do you want to live?" "Lu, I'm ordered by the Emperor to send the daughter of Prince Cheng to the Empress Dowager's palace to learn the rules." Prince Cheng's daughter? Could it be that she is the city king's biological daughter? Now the person has been arrived. Please inform the Empress Dowager that the Emperor has ordered that the daughter of Prince Cheng has failed in moral conduct, so she is sent to Ningxiu Palace for the Empress Dowager to teach her personally. Upon hearing this, Lu knew that since it was the Emperor's order, they, as servants, had to obey. "In that case, Princess, please sit in the side hall for a while. I will go and invite the Queen Mother." Shang Ruai sat on the chair, looking at the simple and elegant decoration in the side hall, and nodded secretly. Although she didn't see anyone, she passed so many palaces along the way, but only this one touched her heart. Today, she deliberately angered him and let the Emperor detain her in the palace. She wanted to know who the so-called master was. If she was outside the palace, it was not impossible for her to enter the palace, but it would take some trouble. Instead of that, it would be more convenient to be detained here from the beginning. Moreover, she was very curious about what the Emperor's private treasury looked like and how many unnamed treasures were in it. Soon, Lu came in and said with a smile, "Little princess, the Queen Mother invites you." Shang Ruai followed him to the main hall, where she saw a graceful old lady sitting on the main seat, holding a string of Buddhist beads in her hand and closing her eyes to rest. I thought she would be angry with me, but I didn't expect her to laugh out loud. However, you are not wrong to come here. Women are not allowed to discuss state affairs without authorization. This is something that neither you nor I can say. Previously, you were not guilty of ignorance, but if you do not change in the future, you will suffer sooner or later. Do you remember this? I understand. She smiled. I will keep in mind the teachings of the Empress Dowager. Well, you can go down and settle down first. The Empress Dowager said a little sleepily, I am tired. If there is nothing else, please don't disturb me. Yes, I'll take my leave. After she finished speaking, she followed Lu away. Seeing him walk away, Nanny Wang whispered, Empress Dowager, I think the daughter of Prince Cheng is a very well-behaved person. Why did our emperor punish her? The Empress Dowager said slowly. What else could it be? She must have been instigated by someone. Didn't you hear what she just said? The emperor ordered Jun Zigan to attack Tianan and seize the 16 prefectures of Yenyun. Why did he start a war for no reason? She sighed. Our emperor is good in every way except that he is easily influenced by others. The Empress Dowager was a little agitated and couldn't help coughing again. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. The Imperial physician said that your illness is most afraid of getting angry. Nanny Wang hurriedly calmed her down. I think the Emperor also has a plan. What plan? If he really has a plan, I can close my eyes even if I die. The Empress Dowager said in a cold voice, Have the Buddhist scriptures of Concubine Shao been delivered? Concubine Shao sent someone to deliver it a long time ago. Humph. I don't know what the Emperor sees in her, the things of a foxy owner. After saying that, she began to cough again. She rolled her eyes. I guess the expert the Emperor told me about is Concubine Shao. Upon hearing this, Lu looked around and said softly, This old servant really knows some hidden secrets. Tell me about it. She hurriedly took out a few more gold leaves and stuffed them into Lu's arms. Anyone with a discerning eye would think that she was a simple-minded girl who just wanted to listen to the fun. Naturally, Lu was not at all wary and said with a smile, "I also heard it by accident. Concubine Xiao has indeed found an expert for the emperor. She knows everything about astronomy and geography and can call the wind and rain. That is why the emperor likes her so much. I am a little skeptical since you say she is so amazing. I have only heard about it, and I think it is a bit exaggerated. Then where did this expert come from? Where does he live now?" "That, I don't know." Just then, a young came over. "The Empress Dowager is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Lu hurriedly left with the young. When she was the only one left in the room, the smile on Shang Ruai's face suddenly disappeared. This expert was introduced to the emperor by Concubine Xiao. How could she, an unmarried girl, meet such a great man? What is the secret behind this? At this time, in Chengqian Palace, Concubine Xiao was lying on her side on the concubine couch, and a gray figure was sitting next to her. "She is He Jingheng's princess?"
Yes.
He Jinghe whispered. "She is a very smart person. If we were not alert today, she might have discovered what happened between you and me. The most important thing is, if she knew that he is now a Taoist priest in the western regions, bad things would happen. I will go back to the sect these few days, and come back after she leaves." When He Jinghe thought of Shang Ruai, he was frightened from the bottom of his heart, as if the needles that pierced him were still in his body, and those wounds began to ache again. Seeing his timidity, Concubine Zhao's eyes flashed with sarcasm. He was indeed a person who was not worthy of being shown in public. The emperor said that he would let her leave only when we win the war. If the war lasts for a year or so, are you unlikely to come back? Her eyes were slightly red. Then what should I do? Am I going to stay in this den of tigers and wolves? He Jinghe sighed, held her in his arms, and comforted her. How can I bear to leave?
But you don't understand Shang Ruai.
She is exactly the same as He Jingheng. She is very thoughtful. If you are not careful, all the plans of so many years will be ruined. You said that. If you don't know, you would think she is some kind of amazing god. The sect master has been planning for so many years.
How can she stop it?
It's better to be cautious. He whispered. Now the people from the city prince's mansion have been sent away by us. As long as we fight with Tianan, there will be chaos. Seeing how cowardly he was, Concubine Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. If it weren't for his identity, how could she have given herself to him? It is really hard to understand how the descendant of the sect master could be such a useless person like him. Just then, a maidservant walked in. Your Majesty, the Emperor's sedan chair is about to arrive. A trace of disgust flashed in Concubine Zhao's eyes. Didn't he go to the new concubine today? Why is he here again? She sat up and put her arms around He Jinghe's neck. You must remember how much I have paid for you. Don't worry, Jinjin. When the plan succeeds, I will share this world with you. When the Emperor of the Western regions walked in, He Jinghe was standing not far from the door. Your Majesty, He Jinghe said in a low voice, I have told you about your fortune. You have been plagued by bad luck recently, so you have constant headaches. The direction of this bad luck is the east. Upon hearing this, the Western region emperor stepped forward quickly. What's wrong with my beloved concubine? Concubine Xiao was pale, and her brows were furrowed. Your Majesty, why are you here? I wanted to come and see you. I can't accompany you tonight, and I don't want you to be jealous, so I came here now. He said with concern, I just heard from the Taoist priest that you are plagued by bad luck. What's going on? Nothing. She hurriedly said, Your Majesty, don't listen to him. I just feel a little uncomfortable and will be fine after a rest. Upon hearing this, the Western region emperor turned to look at He Jinghe. Taoist priest, what is going on? Your Majesty has been plagued by bad luck for some time. I have just calculated that the direction of the bad luck is in the east. We just need to get rid of the evil spirits in the east. East? After a while, the Western region emperor suddenly realized, aren't the 16 prefectures of Yanyan in the east? He looked at Concubine Xiao. It seems that God is telling me that the 16 prefectures of Yanyan must be taken back. He Jinghe's eyes flashed slightly. Your Majesty, if you want to get rid of this evil spirit, it is not enough to just take it back. Then what should we do? This evil spirit is hidden in the 16 prefectures and is unpredictable. If you want to get rid of it completely, you must see blood. The Heavenly Master means that you must kill the general guarding the city? The Western Region Emperor smiled. What's the difficulty? I will give the order, and I think Jun Ziqian will not dare to disobey. After all, his sister is still in my hands. It's not enough to just kill him. He Jinghe said in a deep voice, you have to massacre the city. Massacre the city? The Western Region Emperor, who was originally somewhat complacent, was stunned. When the two armies were fighting, they didn't kill the envoys. What about the people? Seeing his hesitation, He Jinghe whispered, Your Majesty, those who accomplish great things do not care about trivial matters. If you want to unify the world, you must be ruthless. I observe the stars at night, and now is the best time for you to sweep across the 4 directions. If your Majesty can't bear to kill those people, you can repair the tombs for them and bury them properly. It will also be a good deed. Moreover, with the help of blood, the soldiers of the western regions will surely be unstoppable and take down Tianan in one fell swoop. Hearing what he said, the Western Region Emperor, who was originally hesitant, stood up. What the Heavenly Master said makes sense. He Jinghe stretched out his hand and calculated for a while, and said in a deep voice, There are 2 more people. Your Majesty must get rid of them. Who? Tianan, Prince Ding Heyuan and his son He Jinghe. He Jinghe whispered, Only when they are dead, Tianan will be incorporated into the western regions. The Western Region Emperor turned his head and looked at Concubine Xiao. My beloved Concubine, you can rest assured. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Incorporating Tianan into the western regions is too tempting for the Western Region Emperor. Watching him leave in a hurry, Concubine Xiao sneered. I really don't know how he sat on the throne. Most people in the world are blinded by greed. Who doesn't want to sweep across the world and become the real emperor of this world? Who doesn't want to? He Jinghe smiled. But no matter what they do, they are just paving the way for me. That's natural. Concubine Xiao walked to his side. You are the only descendant of the sect leader. This world will naturally be yours in the future. He Jinghe embraced her. What's mine is yours, and I will share it with you. A secret color flashed across Concubine Zhao's eyes. You don't have to worry about Shangruoi. She's just a woman. With me here, no woman can be my opponent. Speaking of Shangruoi, the smile on He Jinghe's face froze slightly, and the hand holding her body paused. This person should not be underestimated. If you really face her, you must be extremely careful.
Got it.
Concubine Xiao took his hand. I'm a little tired and want to rest. How about you accompany me? He Jinghe looked at the sun, and Concubine Xiao said softly, That idiot must have gone to draft an edict, and he will definitely not come again today. Hearing her say this, He Jinghe no longer had any scruples. Jun Zigan returned to the palace and went straight to the courtyard of Prince Cheng.
Father.
Prince Cheng looked behind him. Where is your sister? Jun Zigan's face was also a little ugly. Ruai was detained in the palace. What? What do you mean detained in the palace? Jun Zigan recounted what happened today. Ruai wanted to stay in the palace herself. I have tried my best to fight for her, but when I saw her shaking her head, I reluctantly agreed. Prince Cheng stood up and walked straight outside. Are you crazy? She was left alone in the palace. How scared must she be? Scared? It should be others who should be scared. Yi Lao, who was standing at the door, wanted to change the medicine for him. He heard these words before entering the door and almost laughed out loud. She is not an ordinary person. Even if she faces a scourge, she would not even frown. No, I must take her back. She just returned home, and the emperor has detained her in the palace. What is he thinking? Jun Zigan knew that this would be the result. How could his father allow Ruai to be detained in the palace? Now, let alone sitting down to listen to the Imperial edict, he could even lie down or stand upside down to listen. What's wrong with that? Besides, who doesn't know that the emperor has detained the little princess in the palace? The whole western regions knew about the city king's precious daughter. He treated his adopted daughter like this, let alone his own biological daughter. The emperor, in compliance with the will of heaven, orders the prince of Chungwang, Jun Zigan, to be the general and lead 100,000 soldiers to expand the territory and seize the 16 prefectures of Yenyun. This is my decree. He handed over the imperial edict. Prince, accept it. Jun Zigan frowned slightly. If he accepted the imperial edict at this time, it would mean that the western regions declared war on Tianan, but if he refused, it would be like disobeying the emperor's order. Whether he advanced or retreated, it would be extremely difficult. Give me the imperial edict. The king of city whispered, "Thank you. Your highness is too polite." The smiled and said, "Now that I have read the imperial edict, I will return." After the left, Jun Zigan stood up from the ground. "Father, what should we do now?" The king of city sneered, "Wait."
Wait?
That's right. Although we received the imperial edict, the emperor did not let you set off immediately. He detained your sister in the palace to coerce her. He doesn't care about the relationship between brothers. Then there is no need for me to guard the territory for him. When he figures it out and returns your sister, I will consider whether to send troops. Jun Zigan raised his eyebrows slightly. With a slight smile on his face, in his impression, his father had always taken it as his responsibility to guard the territory of the western region. Not only that, his father also asked him to be like him. The emperor's words were the imperial edict, and he must obey them. When his mother was alive, his father never wasted a single day, and sometimes he even led troops to fight and would not return for a year or two. He never thought that one day his father would be like this, disobeying his father's orders. Just then, Nan Charan came hurriedly with a note in his hand. "Prince Aegon." Nan Charan said in a deep voice. Something happened. What happened? He took the note. His eyes turned cold in an instant. Massacre of a city? Nan Charan nodded. Yes, our people got the news that the emperor said it himself, but it is inconvenient to write it in the imperial edict. As long as you capture the city, you will be ordered to massacre the city. Aegon, what should we do? Is this true? The king of the city asked in a deep voice. Nan Charan nodded. Absolutely true. He turned to look at Jun Zigan. Aegon, no. If the city is really massacred, it will not be the emperor who will bear the blame, but you. This is not written in the imperial edict. Who knows, the emperor may want to frame the Chungwang mansion. After we help him conquer more cities and massacre the cities, he will issue an edict saying that we are vicious and will not even let go of the helpless civilians. By then, even if we have 100 mouths, we will not be able to explain ourselves clearly. Father. Jun Zigan looked at King Chung. We can't go to fight this war. Aegon, why don't you pretend to be sick? Or we can think of a way to give you some poison or something. Anyway, you can't lead the troops to Tianshan. Nan Charan sighed. If Roy is not here, she will definitely have a good idea. King Chung whispered, You must go to this battle in person. Your Highness. Nan Charan said anxiously, No. Jun Zigan looked at his father, pondered for a while, and suddenly realized, I understand. After he finished speaking, he walked outside. Prince. Nan Charan hurriedly chased after him. Aegon, why are you doing this? Do you know what it means that a general is not subject to military orders when he is away from the battlefield?
This.
The reason why my father asked me to go is because in the western regions, the only people who dare to disobey military orders are my father and me. If it were other generals, if the emperor ordered a massacre in the city, how many of them would dare to disobey orders? So that's it. But if we really meet Tianshan's elite division, our 100,000 troops in the western regions will not be enough to defeat them. He Jingheng once used 10,000 people to fight against our 40,000 people. Although it ended in a draw, strictly speaking, if they also had 40,000 people, or we had 10,000 people, how could we be enough to defeat them? Who said we are really going to fight? Junze laughed dryly. Don't worry about it for now. It's not time to send troops to fight yet. After he finished speaking, he jumped over him, mounted his horse, and headed towards the military camp. Shang Ruai had a good sleep in the palace. When she opened her eyes, it was already dark. She sat up and stretched a few times. It's late, time to get to work. She curled the corners of her lips slightly, put on her nightgown neatly, and felt abundant energy in her body, which made her feel in a good mood. She left Ningxiu Palace quietly and moved around the palace. There were not so many guards in the harem, and she quickly arrived at Chengqian Palace. Today, Lu said that Chengqian Palace was the most luxurious palace in the harem, and she wanted to take a good look today to see how luxurious it was. Shang Ruai saw the guard clearly through the wall and flew up. The Chengqian Palace is indeed larger than the other palaces, and seems to be comparable to the Queen's bedroom. However, the Queen's bedroom is not as luxurious as the Chengqian Palace. Her eyes fell on the bronze lion at the door. Under the moonlight, it emitted bursts of light. Is it painted with a layer of gold powder? She looked carefully and saw that it was just gold powder. The hydrangea under the prince's feet is made of real gold. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's not unfair to call her a luxury. Shang Ruai thought about it and curled the corners of her lips slightly. She used her hands to pry open the bronze lion's legs and put the pure gold hydrangea into the space. She looked around again. The queen had built a secret room in the palace. Concubine Xiao, the favorite concubine, must have a lot of personal belongings. Concubine Xiao today did not look like a good person, so she might as well take all of them. Her eyes fell on the room, and she saw two figures lying on the bed. I think the emperor is here tonight. There was nothing inside the bedroom, so she looked towards the side hall and indeed found a secret room. There were many boxes in the secret room, containing countless gold, silver, and jewels. She originally wanted to put them all into the space, but then she changed her mind and realized that Concubine Xiao had not offended her, so it was fine for her to take one of her golden hydrangeas, so she should keep the rest for her. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard Concubine Zhao's whisper in her ear. What do you think? If the Prince City's mansion is seriously damaged this time, does this count as a great opportunity? What opportunity? A slightly hoarse voice came into her ears, and Shang Rui's steps that were about to leave suddenly stopped. A chance of destruction.
Haha.
He Jinghe smiled. Nothing can escape you. I recommended to the emperor to let the city prince's mansion attack Tianshan in order to weaken the power of the city prince's mansion. As long as the city prince's mansion is still there, the western region will still have a glimmer of hope. But if it is gone, the western region will be within our reach. What's more, even if the western region wins and really seizes the 16 prefectures of Yenyun and the emperor orders a massacre, if they obey, they will become sinners of the world. If they don't, they will be arrogant and disobey the emperor's order. By then, they will be in a dilemma, and the city prince's mansion will quickly decline. Listening to the conversation in the room, Shang Ruai's heart was churning. This voice was so familiar. When the time comes, as long as this stupid emperor dies, the western regions will be ours. He Jinghe. This voice is He Jinghe. How did he get here? Shang Ruai gathered her energy in her eyes and looked into the room. When her gaze fell on the man's face, she couldn't help but frown. This face was not He Jinghe, but the voice was definitely his. Could it be that he was wearing a human skin mask? She looked at his face for a long time, but found no trace of the human skin mask. Who is this person? She narrowed her eyes slightly. No matter what, this person could not be kept. A silver light flashed in her hand, and several silver needles appeared between her fingertips. She took out a bag of medicine powder and was about to sprinkle it out when she heard Concubine Xiao say softly, "If this day really comes, will you tell the sect leader about what happened between us? Will she agree?" "Don't worry," He Jinghe said with a smile. "She loves me the most. She will definitely agree." The medicine powder and silver needles that were about to be thrown away suddenly stopped. "Sect leader? It seems that this person cannot be killed at the moment. Don't worry, I will mention it to her when I go back and see what she has to say." Shang Ruai put away the things in her hand and disappeared into the darkness. "Since I can't kill you, I'll just collect some interest first." She came to the side hall. Unlike the secret room in the queen's palace, this side hall did not have a secret room. The boxes were placed directly on the ground, and all the gold, silver, and jewelry were exposed to the air. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. Is he waiting for someone to steal? Just then, two figures appeared not far away. Hurry up, hurry up. If the queen finds out that we are not guarding the door, we will be in big trouble. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that a thief ran in and was shot into a hedgehog by an arrow? There are traps everywhere in there. Only a crazy person would break in. So that's it. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly. Since there was a trap, she would just not go in. She just waved her jade hand, and the boxes in the room disappeared instantly. The two maids came to the side hall. They saw that there was nothing wrong with the door, so they did not investigate, fearing that if something was not done properly, they would be shot to pieces like the previous person. What did I say? What's the hurry? A maid said with a smile. There are so many guards in the palace. Those little thieves dare not break in even if they have the courage of a bear heart and a leopard. Even if they really break into the palace, they will be held down by the patrolling guards before they can take a few steps. They didn't know that at this time, the side hall they were guarding was already empty. Shang Ruai wanted to go back directly, but when she thought of what Concubine Xiao and the man had just conspired, she felt uneasy. Massacre the city, they thought of it. She changed direction and walked decisively towards the emperor's bedroom. The guards in the Western Region Palace were not as many as those in Tianshan, and now she was a martial arts master, so in this palace, it was like being in her own back garden. When she entered the palace in the morning, the seventh prince also specially introduced the location of each hall in the palace to her. Shang Ruai followed her memory and came to the emperor's bedroom. The lights were still on, and there were many guards at the door. She released a few rabbits from the space. The guards heard a strange sound in the bushes and quickly sent a few people to investigate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shang Ruai climbed over the wall lightly, with her back against the wall. Seeing that there was no one around, she was about to touch the palace. Suddenly, a dangerous breath approached, and a short arrow came from nowhere and pierced her arm directly. She resisted making a sound, and with a thought, she flashed into the space. As soon as her figure disappeared, a figure appeared where she had just stood. He was covered with black cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. His breath was very shallow. If someone stood opposite him, if he had not seen his figure with his own eyes, he would never believe that there was someone in front of him. He could not hear any sound, as if he had merged with the night. He looked around and did not find the short arrow that fell on the ground. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. He could conclude that he had indeed shot the person, but where did that person go? At this time, in the space, Shang Ruai frowned, held a short arrow with her right hand, and exerted force on her wrist. She heard a muffled groan from her throat, blood spurted out, and the short arrow was pulled out. She originally wanted to give herself an anesthetic injection so that there would be no pain when pulling out the arrow, but the use of anesthetics would more or less affect the movements of her hands. In her previous life, when she was on a mission, she was shot in the arm, and it was dug out alive. She quickly disinfected herself, applied spiritual spring water, and took pills. Although the wound on her arm was not light, fortunately, there was space in her body now, and the wound healed very quickly. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on the wound on her left arm. The energy in my body can heal people. What if I use it on myself? Thinking of this, she put her hand on the wound and mobilized the energy in her body. A ray of light flashed, and the energy in her palm flickered and slowly injected into the wound. The blood that had been flowing from the wound slowly stopped. Although it had not completely healed, it was much better than before, and the originally pale face gradually recovered. At this moment, a chaotic sound came from outside the space. Shang Ruai thought to herself that it was not good. She thought that they must be catching assassins in the palace. If they searched the Queen Mother's palace and found that she was not there, wouldn't it be bad? She looked outside the space and happened to see the figure of the man in black. She narrowed her eyes slightly and took out a porcelain bottle. A colorless and odorless gas floated towards him. Not long after, the figure was swaying and somewhat unstable. This person must have extremely deep internal strength. This medicine of hers could knock down several cows. Now, he just shook a few times. However, since he could shake, it meant that his consciousness was a little blurred. Although it was only a blink of an eye, it was enough for her. She flashed out of the space, and after a few jumps, her figure disappeared in the vast moonlight. The man in black frowned, turned around and looked at the place where Shang Ruoyi had just disappeared and said in a deep voice, "She ran away." At this time, she hadn't found Ningxiu Palace yet, so Shang Ruoyi quickly changed her nightgown and lay on the bed pretending to sleep. Just as she finished doing these things, the voice of the guards came from outside Ningxiu Palace. Lu stood outside the palace and said angrily, "How dare you? Go and catch the assassin, but you have disturbed the Empress Dowager's rest. How many heads do you have to pay for it?" "Lu, I am not the one who is searching the Ningxiu Palace, but the Emperor has issued an imperial decree to bring the assassin to justice. If I fail to do my job well and the Emperor punishes me, how will I explain? The Emperor will have my head." Lu wanted to say something else, but at this moment, Nanny Wang came over. The Empress Dowager said that if you want to search, go ahead. There is only one thing. There is a princess living in the East Wing Hall. She is not yet married. When you search, remember not to spare the princess. Nanny Wang whispered, "That is the biological daughter of Prince Cheng. If the little princess gets angry, you will definitely lose your head." Yes, I understand." His eyes fell on the East Wing Hall, and he said to the guards behind him, "Remember, don't disturb the little princess's rest." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the side hall first. The Emperor had specifically instructed that the little princess must be searched thoroughly. How come there was no problem on weekdays, but when she stayed here, there was an assassin? Shang Ruoyi was lying on the bed, and the nanny, who was in charge of serving her, came in. She said softly, "Little princess, there is someone outside." She frowned, looking like she hadn't woken up yet, and pretended to be angry and said, "Who is crazy? Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming to me?" "Little princess, there is an assassin in the palace, and the Emperor is worried, so he ordered the guards to investigate." "Assassin? Investigate?" When the nanny thought she was going to get up, she saw that her face became even uglier. "Why is there an assassin and an investigation as soon as I entered the palace? What does this mean?" she said angrily. "So, they just want to see if I am the assassin, just say it straight." Her words were just like those of a child who had not grown up yet, without any scheming or cunning. The nanny didn't know what to do. After hearing her, she hurried to find the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother couldn't help but laugh. Her personality is really the same as her father's. She sighed. "Forget it. Send a few smart maids to check her room. If there is no assassin, send those guards away." "Yes." The nanny didn't expect the Empress Dowager to be so tolerant of the little princess of Prince Cheng. If any other prince or princess dared to shout here, the Empress Dowager would have sent someone to beat her out. How could she still have a smile on her face? Where is the queen? Such a big thing happened in the harem. Why is she nowhere to be seen? The queen is seriously ill, and now all the affairs of the harem are in charge of Concubine Xiao. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager frowned slightly. Although she holds a high position, she still has some shortcomings and is not qualified to take on this important task. At this moment, the noise outside became louder, and the Empress Dowager said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" A maid walked in. "Her Majesty the Queen Dowager, it's Concubine Xiao. She said that something was lost in Chengqian Palace, and she is looking for it all over the palace." Ridiculous. The Empress Dowager's voice was extremely cold. Upon hearing this, the maids in the room hurriedly knelt on the ground. If you can't even keep an eye on something, what else can you do? If something is lost, the whole harem will be in turmoil. It's really unruly. The previous Buddhist scriptures were even copied into the dog's stomach. She patted the cushion beside her. "Send someone to tell them that if there is an assassin, catch him immediately. If not, just close the palace door and go back to your own palace to dig him up and don't disturb others' peace.
Yes.
Shang Ruai almost laughed out loud when she heard what the Empress Dowager did. She didn't expect that this old lady was actually cute. At this time, in Chengqian Palace, Concubine Xiao stood at the door of the side hall, looking at the empty room inside, her heart boiling with anger. How is it possible? How could so many boxes of things just disappear like that? There was no sound. Those mechanisms didn't start. She almost fainted. You two things, did you really not see any suspicious people? My queen, we have been guarding the door and have never left. No one has come in or out. Then tell me, where did all the things in here go? How could the two maids know? They dared not say that they had left for a while without permission. They just kept shaking their heads. My queen, we really don't know. The maid next to Concubine Xiao walked over and slapped them hard. Tell me, what's going on? My queen, it's unfair. We really don't know what happened. If someone really stole something, there might not be any sound at all. Concubine Xiao suddenly remembered the things that disappeared from the queen's secret room overnight. The methods used in these two places are exactly the same, and they must have been done by the same person. At this time, Nanny Wang came in. When Concubine Xiao saw the people around the Queen Mother coming, she suppressed her anger. Nanny Wang, what's the matter with you? Nanny Wang smiled and said, I pay my respects to the concubine. The Queen Mother asked me to bring a message to you. What message? Concubine Xiao had a bad feeling. The Queen Mother never liked her. She must have asked her servants to add insult to injury. The Queen Mother said that if you just lost something, you should close the door and go to the concubine. You just need to look for it carefully and don't cause unrest in the whole palace. Since you are in high position, you should not act arbitrarily.
Yes.
Concubine Xiao gritted her teeth. She was very angry in her heart, but she had to pretend to be well-behaved and sensible on the surface. Now is not the time to turn against the old thing, the Queen Mother. When she really holds the power, it will be easy to deal with the Queen Mother, right? As soon as Nanny Wang left, Concubine Xiao directly sent the two maids to prison. Useless people don't deserve to live in this world. Since you don't know where those things have gone, then leave with those treasures. After saying this, she winked at the maidservant beside her, who quickly acted and broke the necks of the two maidservants. The crisp sound reached Concubine Zhao's ears, and the corners of her lips curled slightly, and she felt extremely comfortable all over. My queen, those gold and silver are not rare things. If they are lost, they are lost. You don't have to worry. When you become the wife of the sect master in the future, all the wealth in the world will be yours. Concubine Xiao nodded her little head. What are you talking about, girl? When did she say she wanted to be the wife of the sect master? She wanted to be the sect master. Only by standing at the top of power can you truly control your own destiny. She touched her belly with a complicated look in her eyes. Did the guards who searched in Ningxiu Palace say anything? I have asked carefully. According to the servants, the little princess of the city prince's mansion was very impatient when she was woken up. She could not wake up at a glance, and her eyes were still red. I guess these things were not done by her. How could she move so many boxes by herself? Besides, there are so many guards in the palace. Carrying such a big box would have been discovered long ago. Many mysteries troubled them, and Concubine Xiao felt more and more upset. Shang Ruai returned to the space. Looking at the mountains of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of her, she couldn't help but feel in a good mood, and even the wound on her arm didn't hurt much. She took the short arrow and looked at it carefully. Where did that person come from? The speed of the short arrow was so fast that even she couldn't react. If it weren't for the space to protect her body, I don't know what I would look like today. It's not that I can't beat him, but my identity has been exposed. The Western Region Emperor detained me in the palace, just to hold the Emperor hostage to command the princes, and wanted me to be a bait to force my father and brother to attack Tianan according to his wishes. If the city was really massacred, the city prince's mansion would owe too many lives. I'm afraid that by then, only death can thank the world. Right now, looking at the situation in the palace, the Queen Mother seems to be on her side, or the Queen Mother hates Concubine Xiao as much as she does. As the saying goes, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Queen Mother has a high status in the harem, so she can be counted on for a while. The most important thing these days is to let the Western Region Emperor withdraw his order. Otherwise, I don't know how many innocent people in the 16 states of Yenyun will die. A general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people, and most of the deaths are ordinary people.
How innocent are they?
Shang Ruai didn't notice that when she was thinking about these things, the places in the space that could not be opened and the spaces that had not been opened were trembling slightly. The Western Region Emperor sat in the study, frowning. He looked at the man in front of him and whispered, "Hasn't he been found yet? Your Majesty." He clasped one hand on his chest and saluted slightly. He hasn't been caught yet, but he has injuries on his body. This is absolutely true because I smelled a trace of blood in that place, which must have been left by that person. As long as we look for it again, we will definitely find him. Humph. The Western Region Emperor snorted coldly. Useless. A bunch of useless people. You can't even catch a wounded person. Why do I keep you? A hint of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the man in black, but he concealed it so well that the Emperor of the Western regions did not notice it at all. I am a poor performer. Please punish me, my lord. What's the point of saying these empty words? The most important thing right now is to find the person. He dared to act so recklessly in his palace, showing that he did not take him seriously. The most important thing was that they had sent out so many people, but could not even catch the shadow of the thief. If this matter spread out, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Western regions, and people from other countries would also laugh at them when they knew about it. If you can't find him, bring your head to me. Yes, I obey your command. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The palace was in chaos, and there was no peace outside the palace. When the king of the city heard that something happened in the palace, he could probably guess that it was his precious daughter who did it. Are you sure you heard that the assassin was injured? Your Highness, it's absolutely true. I was waiting outside the palace. Although the emperor and the assassins around him spoke in low voices, I heard most of them. The assassins said that they were indeed injured, and I also smelled blood. Upon hearing this, the king of city could no longer hold back and was about to go out with his sword. At this moment, Jun Ziqian walked in. Father, what are you doing? Ruai is injured.
What?
Jun Ziqian looked at the guard. What happened? The guard repeated what he had seen and heard.
Jun Ziqian's pupils shrank slightly.
It seemed that Ruai was really injured by the assassin. The emperor hasn't found out about her yet. If he really suspects her, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. The king of city said seriously, "You are a junior and can't contradict him, but I'm not afraid of him. If he really forces me, I can do anything." After he finished speaking, he walked out with his sword. After learning that Shang Ruai might be injured, Jun Ziqian knew that if the injured person was really her, today's matter would definitely not end well. The two came to the palace gate and were stopped outside. Your Highness, the palace gate is closed. If you have anything to do, please come back tomorrow. Get out. The king of city said coldly. Your Highness. Before he could finish, the king of city kicked him up. If I want to enter the palace gate must be open even in the middle of the night. The soldier at the city gate was kicked several meters away by him, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the ground the next moment. It can be seen that he really used force. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Although the Prince of City had a bad temper, he had never done anything beyond the rules, and breaking into the palace at night was unprecedented. They looked at each other, and the two guards hurriedly ran into the palace. The other guards dealt with them at the palace gate. The two guards came to the door of the Imperial study panting, and several Imperial guards stopped them. Why are you guys here instead of guarding the palace gate?
No.
They said anxiously. Prince of City beat people at the palace gate.
What?
Prince of City. How could Prince of City break into the palace at night? They hurriedly delivered the news to the Imperial study. Upon hearing this, the Western Region Emperor, who was already in a very bad mood, smashed the teacup on the table into pieces. Rebellion. Is Jun Ke going to rebel? I don't know what happened. The prince was so angry that he started fighting over a disagreement. Humph, what else could it be? Because of. It must be because of his good daughter. Thinking of Shang Ruai, the Western region emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Shang Ruai, Shangnian's concubine, was the crown prince's consort of Dinghua Palace. He really didn't expect that his daughter would be so capable. The crown prince's consort of Dinghua Palace. There are many rumors about the crown prince's consort of Dinghua Palace. Since the exile of Dinghua Palace, they have been paying attention to the movements of Tianan. They naturally know about the deeds of Dinghua Palace in the place of exile. The reason why Dinghua Palace is what it is today is all thanks to He Jingheng's crown prince's consort. No wonder he felt familiar when he heard the name Shang Ruai, and just now he remembered where he had heard it. Your Majesty, what should we do about the prince?
Let him in. Yes.
Not long after, the city king and Jun Ziqian came to the Imperial study. As soon as they came in, their eyes fell on the broken porcelain pieces on the ground. The two knew where the broken porcelain pieces came from, but no one pointed it out. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Humph. The Emperor of the Western region sneered. I cannot bear the gift of you and your son. Upon hearing this, the city king stood up and sneered. What can't the Emperor bear? You detain my daughter in the palace, without even an explanation. Is there anything else that the Emperor cannot do?
How dare you?
He slapped the table. Junko, am I too lenient on weekdays, so I allow you and your son to be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? How dare you contradict me? You are disobedient. Disobedient? The city king said angrily. I am loyal to your Majesty. I have fought for the Western regions and never complained. I believe that I have never done anything against my conscience. How does your Majesty treat me? Ruai was just found. She is the daughter that I have been searching for more than 10 years. In order to force Aegon to lead the army to attack Tianshan, your Majesty held her hostage in the palace. Is this how you treat the descendants of a loyal minister? Aren't you afraid that it will chill your heart? He looked at the Emperor of the Western region steadily. Or, are you forcing me to declare war on you? Hearing him say this, the Emperor of the Western regions was shocked. He did not expect that his brother, who had always been loyal to him, would do this for a daughter. Now that the Western regions still need him, it is not the best time to get rid of him. That's not what I meant. He whispered. Do you know the origin of your daughter? What does your Majesty mean? She is Shangnian's concubine's daughter, but the Shang family has fallen. And there is nothing to be afraid of, but her other identity is the crown prince's consort of the prince of Tianshan Dinghua Palace. Are you aware of this? The father and son of the city king did not say anything. They naturally knew this. As for He Jingheng, I believe you know him better than I do. He is the biggest threat to our Western regions. Your daughter is his crown prince's consort. How can I feel at ease with you? The Emperor of the Western regions waved his hand. I think it is most appropriate for her to live in the palace. I heard that He Jingheng cares a lot about his crown prince's consort. Maybe he will give up the 16 states of Yenyun for the sake of your daughter. We can get the fortress of Tianshan without wasting a single soldier. Is their Majesty dreaming? Will He Jingheng exchange the 16 states of Yenyun with it? If Yunqi Yuntian and others heard this, they would probably laugh out loud. If their crown prince's wife made any mistake in the Western regions, their crown prince would personally lead the army and flatten the Western regions.
No.
Jun Zigan whispered, Your Majesty, if it were still the same as before in the Shang family, she would not have had the final say in matters of marriage. Marrying into the Dinghua Palace might not be what she wants. Your Majesty cannot detain her in the palace because of this. This is unfair. How dare you refute my words? The Western region emperor looked at the table, grabbed the inkstone and threw it at him. His movements were not fast, but with Jun Zigan's skills he would be able to dodge it. Just as he was about to move his feet, he saw the look his father was giving him. He withdrew his foot, and with a loud, the inkstone hit him directly on the forehead. In an instant, blood gushed out. The Emperor of the Western regions didn't expect that he didn't hide, and he was shocked. Your Majesty, please release Ruai. He staggered a few times and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Ruai was her biological child, and he must have been an adopted son. In order to let Ruai return to the palace, he gave his son away. He tilted his head slightly. Otherwise, the inkstone would have hit his vital point, and it would not be as simple as a bloody head. It was unknown whether he could still survive. You, the Emperor of the Western regions, said angrily. You don't want to live anymore. Jun Zigan was speechless. He really didn't want to live anymore. His father wanted to exchange his life for his daughter. What could he do? Call the Imperial physician. Soon, the Imperial physician bandaged his head and instructed, please rest for more than a month, change the medicine every day, and take the boiled medicine twice a day. There must be no mistakes. The wound on your head is very serious. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. Thank you, Imperial physician Chen. Rest for more than a month? How can we send troops then? The Emperor of the Western regions frowned. His eyes fell on the faces of Jun Zigan and the king of the city, trying to guess something from their expressions, but to no avail. You idiot! You can't hide when the inkstone flies towards you? The king of city scolded. Is this what I teach you every day? Thunder and rain are all grace from heaven. I remember your father's words. I have made the emperor angry, so I must pay a price. Jun Zigan said in a flat tone. He looked at his father, who was always in a high position. He didn't know who had told him not to hide just now. When the Western region emperor heard this, his cold heart was slightly touched. But when he thought of Shang Ruai's identity, his feeling of being touched instantly disappeared. No matter what, that woman cannot be let go. Since you are injured, you should go back and have a good rest. I will arrange other people for the attack on the 16 prefectures of Yanyan. He sat on the dragon throne and said lightly, but Shang Ruai still needs to be kept in the Queen Mother's palace. This matter is not negotiable. The king of city frowned, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Royal brother, do you mean that she will be kept here under house arrest from now on?
No.
He smiled. As long as Tianan is captured and everyone in Dinghua Palace is killed, Dinghua Palace will no longer exist in this world, and she can naturally return to normal life. Upon hearing this, the king of city clenched his fists, and the coldness in his eyes was enough to freeze people to death. After a while, just when the emperor of the Western regions thought that he agreed with what he said, he heard the king of the city say lightly, "What if I don't agree?"
What?
The emperor of the Western regions suddenly looked up at the king of the city. What did you just say? The king of the city stood up and said in a deep voice, I disagree. As soon as he finished speaking, the murderous aura that had been immersed in the battlefield for many years was no longer restrained and poured out. It's really frightening. Junke, do you want a rebel? For so many years, I have been protecting the Western regions for you, my brother. I can help you keep it, or I can overthrow it. He said in a deep voice. Rui is my bottom line. If you touch her, it will cost me my life. I will do whatever it takes. You, the emperor of the Western regions, looked at the king of the city. He had never seen such a firm look in his brother's eyes. At this time, a stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, Matron Lu from the Empress Dowager's palace is here. Announce. Soon, Matron Lu came in and said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager heard that Prince Zheng and the Crown Prince entered the palace late at night. The Empress Dowager happened to have something to tell the prince, so now please ask the prince and the Crown Prince to go to Ningxiu Palace. The tense atmosphere eased a little, and the Emperor of the Western regions whispered, Go. Knowing that Shang Ruai was imprisoned in the Empress Dowager's palace, Prince Zheng and his son immediately followed Matron Lu and left without even saying goodbye. The Western region emperor was so angry that he smashed a few more pieces of porcelain. At this time, in Ningxiu Palace, Shang Ruai was sitting on the left side of the Empress Dowager. Was she saying that she was Shangnian's concubine's daughter, or was she referring to her identity as the Crown Prince's consort of Prince Ding? Since she said her name, she knew that her identity as the Crown Prince's consort would soon be exposed. It's just that it is said that the Queen Mother of the Western regions devoted herself to worshipping Buddha and didn't care about worldly affairs. Now it seems that this is not the case. Your Majesty, the prince and the young master are here. As soon as the words fell, a figure was seen rushing over. Ruai. The king of city said loudly. Quick. Let father take a look. Are you injured? Shang Ruai had a helpless smile on her face. Father, your body is not well yet. What are you doing here? He has detained you in the palace. How can father not come to support you? He looked her up and down and found nothing unusual. His heart slowly settled down, thinking that the assassin was not talking about her. Just then, Jun Zigan walked slowly into the main hall. When Shang Ruai's eyes fell on the gauze on his forehead, her eyes suddenly became sharp. What happened? She said in a deep voice. Who hurt your head? Jun Zigan shook his head and said nothing. Is it the emperor? It's nothing. The vital parts have been avoided. It's just a superficial wound. Junze laughed dryly. Don't worry. Shang Ruai frowned and stood up suddenly. If you mess with her, you have to pay the price. She walked up to Jun Zigan and checked his wound. There were too many people here, and she couldn't use energy to repair the wound. She took out a porcelain bottle containing undiluted spiritual spring water. Although it was not as effective as energy, it was much more effective than the medicine prescribed by the Imperial physician. The Queen Mother was surprised when she saw this and asked, Are you a doctor? Shang Ruai nodded. I just know a little about medicine.
No, a little?
More than that. The Queen Mother's gaze fell on Jun Zigan's face. She saw that his complexion was gradually getting redder, 100 times brighter than when he just came in. She looked at Shang Ruai with some appreciation in her eyes.
Just then, she started coughing again.
It wasn't because she wanted Shang Ruai to treat her. She already had a chronic cough, and today she had no time to rest until this hour, so naturally she felt unwell. Queen Dowager, your health is very important. You should go back and rest. It's okay. The Queen Dowager smiled and said, I haven't seen the King of City for a long time. Today is a coincidence. If it weren't for this girl in your family, I think you still wouldn't come to see me. Shang Ruai also discovered that her father's face looked a little bad and his body was tense since he came to Ningxiu Palace. Now hearing what the Queen Dowager said, it seemed that there was something going on between them. I am in the border area, and I miss the Queen Mother, but I cannot spare time to be with her. Really? The Queen Mother faded her smile. I still remember that you often came to my palace when you were a child, and you were filial to me. But since your mother passed away, you seldom came. I don't understand what happened. Today, the children are here, and I just want an answer. After she finished speaking, she began to cough again. The city king said nothing, his eyes fixed on the teacup beside him. Seeing that he didn't speak, the Queen Mother whispered, Do you think your mother's death has anything to do with me? The king of city paused, moved his lips, but still said nothing. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager. Nanny Wang hurried forward to support her. Imperial physician. Call the Imperial physician. Shang Ruai hurried forward upon seeing this. Knowing that she was furious, she pinched the Empress Dowager's philtrum and took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and poured it into her mouth. After a while, her breathing gradually became stable and she slowly woke up. She took a long breath and her face turned pale. What do you think? Shang Ruai asked softly. The Queen Mother nodded, indicating that she was fine. Shang Ruai turned her wrist over and wanted to feel her pulse. Coincidentally, her eyes fell on a small plum-shaped mole on the inside of her wrist. My pupils couldn't help but shrink. The Queen Mother saw her expression, followed her gaze, and quickly withdrew her hand. She had also seen this mole on her father's wrist, and even the position was exactly the same. This type of mole, with a symbolic meaning, can only be inherited in the direct line. She looked at the Queen Mother in shock, then looked back at her father. Could it be that my father is the Queen Mother's biological son? How is this possible? Your Majesty. The Queen Mother sighed and said softly, Good child. These 3 words confirmed her own guess. It's actually true. What is going on? The Queen Mother looked at her and smiled bitterly. This matter is indeed my fault, but I had my reasons at the beginning. The King of City frowned and was about to refute, but when he saw his daughter glaring at him, he had to swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Back then I was pregnant with twins. She whispered, There is a rule in the Western Region's palace that if you are pregnant with twins, it's fine if they are both girls, and it doesn't matter if you have one boy and one girl. But if you have two boys, the one that is born later must be killed. Otherwise, the Western Regions will be overthrown in the future. Therefore, I have been worried all the time. Coincidentally, Concubine was also pregnant at that time. I grew up with her since childhood. Although we are not sisters, we are better than sisters. The time of our pregnancy was similar. If there is no accident, the time of delivery is not too different. The doctor who served her said that she was pregnant with a daughter, so I made an agreement with her that if my pregnancy was all sons, I would secretly exchange them with her daughters, and I could save both children. Although there is an ancestral rule, I am a mother. How can I watch my children being drowned alive? Besides, I never believe in the witch's evil words. They're just nonsense to deceive those ignorant people. She took a few breaths and continued, even if we didn't give birth on the same day, it wouldn't be difficult to find a girl outside. We just had to wait until her daughter was born, and then switch back. Coincidentally, we both gave birth on the same day. I gave birth to 2 sons and she gave birth to a daughter. The children I gave birth to looked different. I ordered the nanny to switch the 2 children. At that time, the births of the 2 concubines were already chaotic, and no one expected such a thing to happen. Moreover, I was already the queen, above everyone else, so naturally no one would offend me. So, the 2 children were born in this way. They are growing up day by day. Concubine would bring him to pay respects to me every day. I like him more and more. After all, which mother doesn't like her own child? But for his safety, I wanted to take this matter to my grave. But no one expected that Concubine's daughter was not the emperor's biological daughter, but her child with Prince Yong. I also discovered it accidentally. If such a scandal were known by others, the family would be confiscated and the clan would be exterminated. How would my son, who was raised by her, deal with it in the future? What should the princess do? Hearing her say this, Shang Ruai understood in her heart. It seems that Concubine committed suicide before the incident fermented in order to preserve the honor of her family. As long as she died, the subsequent things would be suppressed by the queen and would not be spread out. It turned out that the truth of the matter was like this. The king of Chung, who is still angry, was stunned at this time. How could it be possible? If you don't believe it, go ask your uncle. Although he is old, he is not senile. You will know once you ask him. The king of city's eyes were red, and he murmured, "Is what you said true?
Who do you think I am?"
If you are not my biological child, based on what you just said in Ningxiu Palace, I should have ordered someone to drag you out. Upon hearing this, the king of city knelt on the ground and said, "Mother." The queen mother stood up, still a little weak, and staggered to him and helped him up. "Get up quickly." She had waited for so many years and finally heard the word mother. No wonder the queen mother's attitude towards herself was so different. It was because of this reason. It's my fault. If I hadn't made that decision, we wouldn't have been separated. Before the queen mother could finish, Shang Rui laughed and said, "If I hadn't made that decision, it wouldn't be as simple as separation. I'm afraid we would be separated forever." Upon hearing this, the queen mother burst into laughter and nodded Shang Rui's little head. "You child, you are good at making jokes. In that case, you are my grandmother." The queen mother nodded. "Yes. Although your mother is no longer with us, it is perfect that she is back with your father now. Over the years, I have seen your father worry because of you and your daughter, and I feel distressed. When did you know that I was the Prince of Ding?" "I knew it when the emperor got the news." Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. There were the queen mother's people around the emperor. Seeing her expression, the Empress Dowager smiled. "You little devil, is there anything else you want to ask?" "Nothing." Shang Rui's eyes flashed slightly. "You have a cough. Let me take a look at you." "Okay." After Shang Ruai took her pulse, she said in a deep voice, "Your cough comes from your lungs. Have you suffered from tuberculosis in your early years?" The Empress Dowager nodded. When the late emperor was still alive, an epidemic broke out in the palace. After I got sick, I couldn't stop coughing. Later, the imperial physician said it was tuberculosis. It took a whole winter to cure it before it was relieved. I thought I was going to die of the disease. This cough is not life-threatening. The reason why you often feel unwell is because there is poison in your body.
What? Poisoned?
The Queen Mother frowned. What kind of poison? It's a chronic poison. She used a needle to take some blood from her fingertips and dripped it into the powder. The powder instantly turned blue and exuded a very light fragrance. Shang Ruai whispered, "This poison is extracted from the bauhinia flower. The pods and seeds of this flower are poisonous, especially the seeds, which are extremely toxic. Generally, the seeds of this flower are used as medicine to remove insect pests. If it is used to poison people, only a very small amount is needed. It can be mixed into the diet every day to take a person's life in a short time. If it is used in other ways, it will slowly into the body, just like a chronic poison. The body will gradually fail. It will take 3 to 5 years at most, or 1 or 2 years at most, and it will die." She looked at the Queen Mother. Although there are toxins in the body now, fortunately the poisoning is not deep, and it has not reached the point of desperation. Hearing her say this, everyone's hanging hearts slowly let go. Fortunately, it's not too late. Shang Ruai took out a few porcelain bottles. "Here are the detoxification pills. For this kind of chronic toxin, you only need to take 2 pills. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother took out 2 pills without hesitation and swallowed them directly into her stomach. Not long after taking them, she felt a sweet and fishy taste in her throat and saw a mouthful of black blood gushing out, mixed with a fishy smell. After spitting out the black blood, the Queen Mother felt her body instantly relaxed, and even her breathing became much smoother than before. Nanny Wang was a little anxious at first and wanted to say a few more words, but when she saw the Empress Dowager's face turn red, she couldn't help but say with surprise, "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" The Empress Dowager nodded and looked at Shang Ruai. "You girl, you still say that your medical skills are not good. Many Imperial doctors have examined my illness, and they all said it was an old illness. No one diagnosed poisoning, but you figured it out." Shang Ruai smiled and said immediately, "Judging from the toxins in your body, this poison doesn't seem to be ingested. I think it cannot be diagnosed by other methods or ordinary methods. By the time it is discovered, it is already beyond treatment." If she didn't have the space and what she had learned in her previous life, it would be difficult for her to discover such a hidden poison. When Nanny Wang heard that the Queen Mother was poisoned, she was extremely anxious and hurried over. "Princess, do you know how the Queen Mother was poisoned?" She looked around. The layout of the palace was very simple. Her sense of smell was very sharp, but she did not smell any strange smell. Where else does grandmother go on weekdays? The Queen Mother lives a secluded life. On weekdays, she will go to the Buddhist temple to recite Buddhist scriptures except here. Apart from this, she has no other place to go. Buddhist temple? If someone wants to poison someone, they probably won't start from the Buddhist temple. That's the place where the Bodhisattva is. Aren't you afraid of being punished by God? Nanny Wang whispered, "I think the poison should be put somewhere else."
Let me think about it.
Heavenly punishment. Shang Ruai smiled. The murderer doesn't care about the punishment of God. He disregards the lives of others. Even if he is not in front of the Buddha, he will be punished by God. She whispered, "Take me to the Buddhist temple." Shang Ruai followed Nanny Wang to the Buddhist temple at the back. The room was not big, and there was a statue of Bodhisattva in it. At this time, there were several candles burning in the room. Shang Ruai pushed the door open, came to the Bodhisattva, bowed a few times and said softly, "Sorry for disturbing you, disciple." She didn't care about gods and Buddhas before. After all, she was taught atheism in her previous life, and she only regarded those strange things as strange talk, but since she traveled here and took on the power of space, she felt that there must be some things in this world that are beyond human control. She walked around the room, which was full of the smell of sandalwood. It seemed that there was no problem. Was she too suspicious? She stood in front of the Bodhisattva for a while, and just as she turned around to leave, a faint fragrance came into her nose. Shang Ruai stopped.
No.
It's the fragrance of bauhinia flowers. Her eyes fell on the candles in front of the Buddha statue. The fragrance of bauhinia flowers came from here. Where did these candles come from? My dear little princess, these candles are all sent directly from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Nanny Wang frowned and asked, but is there anything wrong? Are there any that haven't been lit yet?
Yes.
Nanny Wang took out a few unlit candles from the cabinet next to her and handed them to Shang Ruai. She put them under her nose and smelled them, then broke them in the middle, exposing the crushed redbud seeds hidden inside to the air. A faint fragrance entered her nose. This is it. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes and whispered, "Found it." When Shang Ruai placed these things in front of the Queen Mother frowned and whispered, "The poison is hidden here?" Shang Ruai nodded. "The person who poisoned you expected that you would go to the Buddhist temple to chant every day, so he mixed the poison here so that it can be guaranteed that a small amount of toxins will enter your body every day and accumulate in your body. It will not be fatal, but your organs will gradually fail, just like natural aging. From this, it can be seen how meticulous the mind of the person who poisoned is." Wang Ma's face was pale. She knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, "I am guilty. Such a big thing, I didn't find it and almost caused you to get into trouble. Please punish me, Queen Mother." The Queen Mother waved her hand. "This is not your fault. You don't know medical skills, so you can't find it." Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes. In the palace, the only one who knows medical skills and poisons is the Queen. But according to the Queen's flamboyant personality, she should not do such a thing.
Who is it?
Who is in charge of purchasing for the palace? Who delivers these things to each palace? Previously, the Queen was in charge of all matters in the palace, but now it is Imperial Concubine Chui. It is Imperial Concubine Chui again. I will bring Concubine Xiao here, right away. Nanny Wang said angrily, "How dare you poison the Empress Dowager? You are so audacious."
Wait.
Shang Ruai glanced at her. "It's just speculation now, and the truth is yet to be known. Keep the candles sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs as usual, and order people to secretly buy a batch from outside the palace, and check them carefully before lighting them." The Empress Dowager held a string of beads in her hand and whispered, "Amitabha, you actually tampered with the candles in front of the Buddha. This is really a big taboo." Prince Chung was shocked by his own life experience, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Shang Ruai asked Jun Zigan to take him back first, and she would deal with some things in the palace first. "Walk to the gate of Ningxiu Palace. What do you want to deal with?" Jun Zigan frowned slightly. Someone came to report that there was an assassin in the Emperor's palace today. Although he was not caught, the assassin was injured. He looked her up and down. "The assassin is you?" Shang Ruai smiled. "It's just some superficial injuries, a small matter." "Where is the injury?" Shang Ruai pointed to her shoulder. "It was just pierced by an arrow. I have applied medicine. It's not a big deal." With the energy nourishing her body, she can now feel that the wound on her arm has healed almost completely. She raised her arm and said with a smile, "Brother, don't worry about me. The hermit has his own clever plans, and I have a magic medicine. This little injury is nothing. Don't take it lightly." He stepped forward. "Otherwise, you should see a doctor." "Brother, have you forgotten that I am a miracle doctor, whose medical skills here are better than hers? Furthermore, if the arrow wound was exposed now, wouldn't it be telling everyone that she was the assassin who went to the Emperor's palace? As the saying goes, over-concern leads to confusion." When Jun Zigan heard that she was injured, he wanted to take her back to the palace for treatment immediately. Hearing her say this, Junza laughed dryly, as if this was indeed the truth. After a commotion for half the night, the palace finally returned to peace. Shang Ruai's gaze fell in the direction of the Emperor's bedroom. I couldn't help but curl the corners of my lips slightly. Since he bullied her and her family, he was ready to use the entire western region to compensate. Returning to the side hall, she changed into her nightgown again, took out a tranquilizer gun from the space, and walked through several palaces. She clearly felt that the number of patrolling soldiers and guards in each palace had increased. When passing by Chengqian Palace, Shang Ruai thought about it, climbed over the wall, took out several bombs from the space, and buried them around. This bomb can only be detonated by the key. If she accidentally annoys me, I must let her power, right? She looked around the still-lit room, wondering if the man had left. If the Emperor of the Western region saw with his own eyes that his favorite Imperial concubine, who had infatuated him, was sleeping in the same bed with another man, I wonder what his expression would be. But this matter is not urgent. That person will definitely come back in the future. The most important thing right now is to do something more important. After leaving Chengqian Palace, her figure was like a ghost, heading in another direction. At this time, the Emperor of the Western regions had not slept yet. The man in black who was kneeling below him whispered, "Your Majesty, we have not found any trace of that man."
Waste.
His eyes were red and bloodshot. "Have you found the things lost in Concubine Zhao's palace?"
No.
Good-for-nothings. A bunch of good-for-nothings. So many boxes disappeared? Not even a sound was heard? What do I want you good-for-nothings for? Your Majesty, I think the person who stole the things must be an accomplice of the assassin and deliberately created chaos. They took the opportunity to transport the things in the concubine's palace away. He whispered, "Those things must still be in the palace. It is impossible for them to be transported out in such a short time. I give you 3 days to catch the person, otherwise you will come to see me with your head." A trace of impatience flashed in the eyes of the man in black, but he did not speak, just bowed and left. Shang Ruai heard all of this clearly, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. The imagination is really rich. This time, she not only wanted to make the things at Concubine Zhao's place disappear, she also wanted to make the Emperor's private treasury and their Western region treasury disappear. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the sound of conversation coming from inside the hall, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Looking out from the space, I saw a man in a gray robe standing opposite Emperor Tianan. "Your Majesty, I have just felt the breath of the assassin, and he is in this palace. Your Majesty can send people to search, and there will be results." "Really?" The Emperor of the Western region said in a low voice. "If what the master said is true, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Rewards are all external things, I don't care much about them. The reason why I am willing to follow your Majesty is because your Majesty is the true Dragon Emperor in this world, and he will surely sweep across the world and unify the world. I am willing to be your arm, and when you become the master of the world, my merits will be fulfilled." He lowered his eyebrows and looked compassionate. Hearing him say this, the Western region Emperor stood up and actually bowed to him. "Master, your merits are immeasurable. I will live up to your words and will firmly grasp this world in my palms. When the time comes, I will build a temple for you and create a golden body for you, so that people all over the world can admire and worship you and help you achieve enlightenment and become an immortal." Achieve enlightenment and become an immortal? He is really good at making up nonsense. It seems that he is the master mentioned by the Emperor of the Western regions. She has never heard of anyone who assisted the Emperor in his atrocities and let him massacre the city and kill the people, becoming an immortal. It would be more accurate to say that he could become a demon. Her eyes fell on the man in gray robe. Wasn't this the man in Concubine Zhao's palace? What expert? It was just a matter of using some method to make this stupid emperor believe it. It's really hard to believe that this idiot and his father are brothers from the same mother. It really proves the saying, "The 9 sons of a dragon are all different, but the gap is a little too big." How is this different? It's obvious that one is too smart and the other is stupid. I really don't know how he managed to sit firmly on the throne. I think her father had some help in this. After all, judging from the time she had known her father was loyal to the emperor and had no second thoughts, and he had no desire for the throne. If he had not been annoyed this time, he would not have been so angry. But even so, he had no intention of rebelling. He just came to the palace to argue and wanted to be taken back. From a certain perspective, her father was not very smart either. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The gray-robed man smiled and said, "But I have another unreasonable request. I hope Your Majesty will approve it." "You say." Shang Ruai couldn't help but feel curious when she heard this. What did this person want? Do I have to tell the emperor that I want his concubine? If this is true, I wonder how interesting the Western region emperor's expression would be. At this moment, she could already vaguely see a green patch on the head of the Western region emperor. If your majesty ever unifies the world, I want to ask you for your family. Master, just tell me. Tianan, Prince Ding's palace. His voice was low, and his eyes were full of cruelty. I want their whole family.
What?
Shang Ruai's face suddenly turned gloomy. This person has a grudge against the Dingwa palace. What do you want them to do? The emperor of the western regions frowned slightly. The Dingwa palace was different from other people's. Whether they were alive or dead, it would not cause any trouble. Both Hiyuan and Hijinghun were guys with powerful hands and eyes. They must not be allowed to live, otherwise they would always be a big worry for him. Yes, in the past, the western regions were not very powerful, and he might have looked down on them. But if he unified the world and became the ruler of the world, perhaps things would not be like this now. Seeing him waver, a look of triumph flashed across Hijingha's eyes. It was true, human nature is greedy, and with a little inducement, they can be used for one's own purposes. Shang Ruai, who saw the scene, wished she could slap the emperor of the western regions in the face to wake up this useless and incompetent ruler. She narrowed her eyes. She could not control the power in his hands, but she could control his financial resources. As the saying goes, food and fodder must be sent before troops move out. Without money and food, no matter how powerful he would not be able to attack Tianshan. She disappeared and headed towards the private vault of the Western Region Emperor. There are so many treasures in Concubine Zhao's private vault, so I guess his private vault must have no less. Unlike Emperor Tianshuan's private vault, which was located in his bedroom, his private vault was set up separately, just behind his bedroom, and was heavily guarded. Having learned her lesson from last time, she did not climb over the wall. Instead, she released a few rabbits from the space and placed them in the grass not far away, and then took out 2 and placed them in the yard. She looked intently in front of her in space and saw that the rabbit had just landed on the ground in the yard when an arrow shot through it. Shang Ruai quickly turned her head and looked in the direction where the arrow came from. I saw a man wrapped in a black robe standing on the corner tower. No wonder I didn't see the man at that time. It turned out he was hiding up there. The next moment, the figure appeared in front of the rabbit. This is the art of earth escape. That's right, it must be the earth escape technique. In her previous life, she had seen this kind of martial arts in some miscellaneous books, but she thought it was made up by people. She never expected that it was actually true. What are the origins of these people? The man picked up the rabbit and said to the people outside the door, "Check carefully to see where these beasts came from." After he finished speaking, he looked around and found nothing unusual. At this moment, a strange sound came from the grass not far away. He frowned, and his figure disappeared again. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly and walked into the hall nimbly. The man in black robe noticed some movement behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard the guard say, "Commander, there are some ducks." Ducks? How could a duck be here? He was startled and turned around and walked into the yard. When the door of the hall was opened, it was found to be extremely quiet inside, with no signs of having been searched. Could it be that I am overthinking it? "Commander, we found a few rabbits in the bushes." He turned and retreated. Check. Where did these beasts come from? Yes. There was no more sound in the hall, and Shang Ruai's figure slowly emerged from the space. TSK, 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 this commander is really vigilant. Her eyes fell on the shelves in the hall. Wow, this emperor's private treasury is really huge. There are too many babies. Not to mention gold, silver, and jewelry, there are several boxes full of various gems, whose value is inestimable, and there are countless various porcelain ornaments. Famous calligraphy and paintings were piled together like waste paper. Night-shining pearls are also stacked in boxes. TSK, TSK, TSK. The emperor of the western regions doesn't look like such a wealthy man. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply. But now, these treasures are all mine. With a wave of her hand, everything in the hall, including the shelves, was taken into her pocket. After doing all this, she was ready to leave. After she took a few steps, she found that the sound under her feet was a bit strange. Is this empty in here? She looked at the ground and saw a long passage appear in her pupils. If it weren't for my extremely sensitive ears, ordinary people would never notice it. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on a bulge in the corner of the wall. She pressed it lightly, and the bricks in front of her slowly opened. She walked into the passage, and the bricks above her head closed directly, as if they had never been opened. There are luminous pearls on both sides of the passage, making it as bright as day. She walked forward slowly. The passage was very long.
She walked for a long time.
After a while, she finally came to the end of the passage. She saw a door standing at the exit. She looked outside through the gap. It was dark inside, and she could not see anything clearly. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard a conversation coming from outside. What did the sect master say? The sect master said to stay calm and have someone notify the young sect master to wait for the opportunity, which won't be too far away. The person who spoke paused. Also, the sect master said that the art of exorcism cannot be used frequently, as it will damage one's cultivation. She has been feeling unwell recently, so please let the young sect master make the decision on unimportant matters herself. The art of exorcism. Shang Ruai suddenly thought of that day when the gray-robed man was clearly standing at the corner, but she couldn't see him no matter what. Could it be that he used witchcraft? She looked at the tunnel and knew it was dug not long ago. It must have been dug by the Heavenly Master and the so-called sect master behind him. At this moment, the noise outside the door gradually subsided. She pushed the door open and walked into the room through the gap. It was empty here with nothing. She looked outside and found that the courtyard was not big, with only a few houses outside and not many guards here. She recalled the layout of the Western Region Palace and calculated the distance she had walked. She thought that this place was already outside the palace. This should be the escape route left by the Heavenly Master for himself. The sect master will be here in a few days. You all should be alert and must not make any mistakes, understand? A woman's voice sounded. Have the silk and silk that the sect master likes been delivered? Don't worry, Auntie. The silk and silk have been prepared long ago and are stored in the farm outside the city. They will be delivered when the sect master arrives. The voice that just spoke at the door came again, with a flattering tone. Annie, I wonder how long the sect master will stay here this time? The woman heard this and said coldly, Is it your business to ask how long the sect master wants to stay? This is something that the young sect master should ask about. Yes, I am overstepping my authority. The voices of the two people gradually faded away, and Shang Ruai frowned slightly. Sect master, young sect master. It seems that the so-called Heavenly Master is the young sect master. As for the sect master, she was a little curious. Moreover, the young sect master specifically mentioned the Dingwa Palace today. What kind of grudge does this evil sect with an unknown name have with the Dingwa Palace? She originally wanted to explore the real situation here today, but seeing that it was getting late, she had another place to go. Fortunately, the next place to go was also outside the palace. Shang Ruai came to the door. There were not many guards here. No one would have thought that there would be outsiders in this inconspicuous courtyard. She tapped her toes and left. As the space continued to upgrade, the internal force in her body became deeper and deeper. At this time, her figure shuttled through the night sky. Unless someone had extremely high internal force, even her afterimage would not be visible. Not long after, her figure appeared on the roof of the Ministry of Household's warehouse. This is where the Treasury of the Western region is located. She looked at the hundreds of guards below and couldn't help but hesitate. The lights below were bright, and there was not even a blind spot. How could she get in? She narrowed her eyes slightly. It was too dark, so she could only go in the light. Shang Ruai changed into the clothes of a guard, holding a box in her hand, and came to the main gate of the Ministry of Households. Who is coming? The soldier outside the door held the knife at his waist across his body. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Your Majesty has ordered that the 1,000,000 taels of silver be deposited in the national treasury. Why don't you let us go quickly? She raised the box in her hand. Your Excellency, please have a look. The gatekeeper opened the box and found that there were indeed silver bills inside, so his vigilance was lowered a little. After all, thieves always steal from the national treasury. How could a thief put money in the national treasury? Do you have the handwritten order from the Minister of Revenue? The Emperor sent it urgently and did not ask for your handwritten order. He only said that the silver bills were used for military supplies and would be taken away soon, so they just needed to be delivered. It must be said that she really made this excuse by accident. There had been such situations in the past few years, and the guards at the gate believed her without a doubt after hearing her say so.
Go in.
Shang Ruoyi heard the words. The corners of her lips curled slightly, and she walked inside with the box in her hand. There are 4 doors here, and after the last door, you will reach the treasury. There are 49 guards here, all of whom are masters of the palace, and one can defeat 10. Even if she has greatly improved her skills now, if she faces so many people at the same time, she can only avoid the sharp edge temporarily. Seeing her coming, a guard stopped her. What's in it? My lord, it's a banknote, 1,000,000 taels. After she finished speaking, she opened the box. Leave it to me and you can go back and report. After she finished speaking, the man wanted to take the box. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruoyi quickly closed the box and whispered, My lord, there are 1,000,000 taels in it. I must put these banknotes in the national treasury and seal them with a seal. Otherwise, if there is 1 or 2 banknotes missing, I will have no more heads than I can chop off.
What do you mean by this?
Ku Ding said in a deep voice, We have been guarding the national treasury for many years. We have seen all kinds of silver. How could we embezzle these things from you? He wanted to reach out to take them. Seeing this, Shang Ruoyi whispered, My lord, these banknotes are for military supplies. If there are any missing, I will tell the king of the city that you put the box in the national treasury. If my lord is willing to take this responsibility, please tell me your name. After hearing what she said, Ku Ding withdrew his hand embarrassedly. His eyes fell on her, thinking to himself that such a thin person should not steal anything from the national treasury, and there will be 4 body searches when he goes out.
Come with me,
he said in a cold voice. Don't touch or move around in the treasury. If you lose anything, you will be punished. Yes. Shang Ruoyi followed him in. The banknotes are placed at the back. Follow me and don't look around. Yes. There were some big boxes at the door, and inside were various shelves with various treasures. Shang Ruoyi walked to the back, put the box away, and sealed it with oil wax. After doing this, Shang Ruoyi turned her head and looked at Ku Ding and smiled. Without waiting for his reaction, she moved her fingers slightly, and a wisp of green smoke popped out. A faint fragrance entered his nostrils, and in an instant, his eyes became dull. Shang Ruoyi's voice rang in his ears. Remember, no matter who asks, it was a small guard who put the silver bills into the treasury and left. You don't know anything else. Do you remember it? The Quding nodded and said dully, Remember it. Shang Ruoyi's mind moved, and all the treasures in the treasury were taken into the space. The gold, silver, and jewelry in the boxes also disappeared, and even the treasures on the upper floors were all put into the space. Only the boxes were still in place. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and did not delay time. So when she walked out of the treasury, she did not arouse anyone's suspicion. The most important thing is that after checking several doors, she did not take anything. In this way, she robbed the treasury openly and without being discovered by anyone. When Shang Ruoyi returned to the bedroom, it was almost dawn. She was not sleepy at all. She really wanted to know how wonderful the expression of the Western Region Emperor would be when he saw that the silver and money in his private treasury and the treasury had disappeared. In the morning, she came to the Queen Mother's bedroom. As she slept too late the night before, the Queen Mother had not gotten up yet. Shang Ruoyi was bored and looking at the book in her hand, but a man's figure flashed through her mind. She didn't know what He Jingheng was doing now. Would he be angry if she left like this? Is there any clue about the things he wanted to investigate? Thinking about this series of questions, she didn't even notice when Concubine Xiao came. Shan Haishi. Concubine Zhao's gentle voice sounded. It turns out that the little princess likes to read this kind of books. Shang Ruai was startled and stood up quickly. My lady concubine. Seeing that the panic on her face was not pretended, Concubine Xiao didn't show it on her face, but she couldn't help sneering in her heart. What prince stings concubine? What a heroine. They are all exaggerations. I am extremely happy when I see you. I think you and I are destined to be together. Yesterday, I told you in the garden that I wanted you to accompany me in the palace, and today I want to see you again. Shang Ruai smiled when she heard it. I think so. She said this, but she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. She must have been the one who instigated the emperor of the western regions to start a war, forced her father and brother to lead the army, and held her hostage in the army. Now you are talking about destiny? Why are you pretending to be so high-handed in front of her? The little princess lives in the Empress Dowager's palace? Shang Ruai nodded. I thought that the guards who came to search last night have already informed Her Majesty of these things. Upon hearing this, Concubine Xiao smiled and said, Last night, my Chengqian palace was robbed, and an assassin sneaked into the palace. It was a mess. How could I be in the mood to listen to the guards' reports? She took Shang Ruai's hand. Now that the queen is not feeling well, the affairs of the harem are handed over to me. It is my job to arrange accommodation for my sister. I am sorry for not entertaining her well. Shang Ruai saw how intimate she was. If she didn't know her true face, she would have been deceived by the appearance she showed. Your Majesty, you are too polite. I am your junior, and I dare not call you my sister. It is really confusing the generations. I feel that I have a connection with you. It has nothing to do with status. I just want to make friends with you. Concubine Xiao smiled more intimately. How about we become sworn sisters? At this time, the Queen Mother's voice came over. Who do you want to become sworn sisters with? Nanny Wang helped the Queen Mother sit down, and Concubine Xiao hurried forward. Your concubine pays respects to the Queen Mother. She had a smile on her face. Last night, it was my concubine who was reckless and bumped into the Queen Mother. I came to you early in the morning to apologize. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the Queen Mother just nodded. Get up. Thank you, Queen Mother.
Sit down.
The Queen Mother picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip and put it down, whispering, Where did you get this tea? Replying to the Queen Mother, it was sent by the Emperor. It is said to be the pre-rain Longjing tea from Tianan. A maid in the palace said, Exchange it for the tea I like.
Yes.
The maid hurriedly took the teacup away. Hearing this, Concubine Zhao's eyes flashed. Your Majesty, I have just got some good tea. I will send it to you later. It is all produced in our western regions. The Queen Mother nodded and said softly, You are thoughtful. I have been drinking tea for so many years, and I only think that the tea from our western regions is the most fragrant. Recently, the Emperor has been sending me things like tianshan and biling, food and daily necessities, but I am not used to them. I always think that our western regions are better. What do you think? What the Queen Mother said is very true. Concubine Xiao smiled, but the smile on her face was a little hard to hold. She is a smart person. How could she not know that the Queen Mother was trying to scare the tiger? It was she who instigated the Emperor to send troops to Tianshan and seize the 16 prefectures of Yenyun. How did this old woman know about this? She used this tea today just to warn herself. Concubine Xiao took out another stack of papers. Empress Dowager, these are all Buddhist scriptures written by me, specially sent to you. The Queen Mother said softly, If you say who is the most considerate in this palace, it must be you. She turned to Nanny Wang and said, Order someone to send it to the Buddhist temple. I will go to the Buddhist temple to chant scriptures later.
Yes.
Hearing that the Queen Mother was going to the Buddhist temple, Concubine Xiao smiled even more. Shang Ruai saw all this and roughly determined that it was she who poisoned the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother's eyes fell on Shang Ruai, smiled and said, You, girl, must calm down and think. You will go with me. Hearing this, Shang Ruai had to nod in agreement. Upon hearing this, Concubine Xiao hurriedly said, Empress Dowager, the little princess is still young. I don't think she can be patient enough to go to the Buddhist temple. Why don't you let me take her around? The Empress Dowager's eyes fell on Shang Ruai, and she said with a smile, Young? I'm afraid she is not much older than you. What if she can't be patient enough? Besides, the emperor placed her in my Ningxiu palace so that I could teach her the rules. How can I refuse the emperor's good intentions? Concubine Xiao felt a little anxious when she saw that the Empress Dowager was unwilling to let her go. He Jinghe said that Shang Ruai knew medical skills. It would be bad if she discovered the secret of the Buddhist temple. At this time, Shang Ruai smiled and said, Empress Dowager, I get along well with the Imperial concubine. Just for today, the weather is so good, let me go for a walk in the garden. The Queen Mother glared at her and said, No wonder the Emperor said he would obey you. Well, for the sake of your father and brother and the Imperial concubines pleading for you, I will make an exception today. You go with the Imperial concubine for a walk in the garden, and you must come back before noon. Yes, I understand. The Queen Mother looked at the two of them, then turned and walked towards the Buddhist hall. Shang Ruai and Imperial concubine Xiao came to the garden, and she said softly, Thank you, Imperial concubine, for your help today. Otherwise, I would not be able to escape. It's just a small favor. The little princess doesn't need to thank you. She looked at Shang Ruai and asked, pretending to be ignorant, Since she is the daughter that the king of city just found, where was she raised in Tianshan before? The concubine daughter of Shang Nian, the left prime minister of Tianshan. Shang Ruai whispered, Your Majesty should have known it a long time ago. Have you promised her? Imperial concubine Xiao looked at her and continued to ask,
Promised.
Speaking of this, Shang Ruai's tone was a little hesitant, and her expression was a little sad. What's wrong with the little princess? Imperial concubine Xiao asked hurriedly, Why are you so sad for no reason?
To be honest.
Shang Ruai sighed. Every time I mention my marriage, I feel very sad. Why is that? Shang Ruai looked at the person behind her and hesitated. Little princess, don't worry. They are all my capable people and will never tell anyone about these things. Shang Ruai nodded and said slowly, The reason I am looking for my origins this time is because my husband's family dislikes me. Disdained by my husband's family? Imperial concubine Xiao frowned and whispered, That family actually disdained a woman as beautiful as you? Is that man blind? Shang Ruai wrinkled her nose, her eyes slightly red, and said aggrievedly, How many beautiful people are there in this world? The most abundant thing in wealthy families is beautiful women. What such families value most is family background rather than appearance. She whispered, The Shang family fell into decline. Except for me, all the children were either reduced to official maids or sold to obscene places. My husband's family is a noble family, so they naturally look down on me, a servant girl. You haven't told me yet, who are your husband's family? This is not a secret. The emperor also knows about it. It's He Jingheng, the prince of Dingwang's mansion, who has connections everywhere. Imperial concubine Xiao pretended to be surprised, as if she really didn't know. You are the prince's wife of Dingwang? Shang Ruai nodded, then said a little depressed, It's better not to mention it now. I was ordered to enter the palace, but I encountered a fire. They all thought I was buried in the fire. It's good this way, just treat me as dead, and I can live with a new identity in the future. Concubine Zhao's smile paused. You mean that Prince Ding doesn't like you at all? Shang Ruai nodded, looking lonely. But why did I hear that Prince Ding's temperament changed drastically because of the death of the crown prince's wife? He even turned against Emperor Tianshan. If this is not love, what is love? Your Majesty, you have been in the palace for so many years. Why don't you understand? The human heart is the most unpredictable. He Jingheng is a man of deep thoughts, and he will never let others guess what he is thinking easily. If he really likes me, how could he let the whole world know? His weaknesses will never be exposed to others. Even in the eyes of this minister, he is simply a cold-hearted person without weaknesses. Her words made Concubine Zhao's heart move. Thinking about it carefully, it was really the truth. Concubine Xiao looked at her suspiciously. Shang Ruai knew that she still didn't believe it. She looked around and lifted her sleeves. The dazzling red toad blood fell into her eyes. I have been married to him for a long time, and I am still, Shang Ruai bit her lip. Your Majesty, please don't tell anyone. The moment she saw the toad blood, Concubine Xiao really had no reason not to believe it anymore. I didn't expect that He Jingheng would be such a man who could remain calm in the face of temptation. Noble Concubine Zhao's face darkened slightly, with a forced smile on her face. Little princess, there is no need to be sad. There are so many good men in the world. Why bother to hang yourself on He Jingheng? Shang Ruai nodded and said with a smile, It's all thanks to my legitimate sister. Legitimate sister? Yes. It's Shang Mian's eldest daughter Shang Yufu. If they hadn't revealed that I was not Shang Mian's biological daughter, I don't know where I would be now, and whether I would have been secretly dealt with by the Dinghua Palace. I heard that the Crown Prince's concubine had done favors to the Dinghua Palace in the place of exile. I'm sure that they wouldn't be so ungrateful. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. When the birds are all gone, the good bows are put away. This is an eternal truth. When Concubine Xiao heard this, her heart sank. Originally, they wanted to use Shang Ruai as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Dinghua Palace, but now, there was no way. For some reason, Shang Ruai felt a chill sweeping over her body. She looked around and didn't see anyone. Little princess, don't be angry. Now you are the biological daughter of Prince Cheng, a royal relative. What kind of husband can you find? If Prince Cheng is willing to let you marry, I'm afraid the threshold of Prince Cheng's palace will be trampled by people proposing marriage. Shang Ruai felt that the coldness around her was even worse, and her whole body felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. The Emperor intends to send troops to Tianan. If he can win a great victory, it can be regarded as revenge for you. As soon as Concubine Xiao finished speaking, she saw a maid hurried over with a pale face. My queen, something happened. What's wrong? The maid looked at Shang Ruai, and Shang Ruai smiled very discerningly. I have been out for quite a while. If I don't go back, the queen mother will scold me again. Seeing that she was so discerning, Concubine Xiao smiled and said, Yes. Then I won't keep you here. Shang Ruai nodded and turned to leave. Her figure disappeared around the corner, and the smile on Concubine Zhao's face disappeared instantly. What's wrong? The Emperor's private vault is empty.
What?
The young master wanted to leave through the secret passage today, and when he sneaked into the private vault, the room was empty. Even the shelves were gone. How is that possible? Concubine Xiao felt a chill in her heart. She knew best how many treasures were in the private vault, and it was impossible to move things away silently. Is the news true? Absolutely true. Did someone in the sect move the things away from the secret passage? The maid shook her head. I've asked and no. Hearing this answer, Concubine Zhao's heart tightened. What a ghost. It was really a ghost. If it wasn't done by ghosts and gods, it couldn't be explained at all. Does the Emperor know?
I don't know yet.
When Concubine Xiao thought about how the things in her private vault had disappeared so silently, she was terrified. It's a ghost. It must be haunted. She staggered, looked around in horror, and said tremblingly, There must be something dirty in this palace. Your Majesty. The maid hurriedly supported her and said with a very ugly face, Your Majesty, why don't you ask the master of the sect? Yes. Concubine Xiao seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. The master of the sect must have a way to deal with those dirty things. She looked around in horror, and even the Emperor's true dragon yang energy could not be suppressed. This dirty thing must be very scary. Your Majesty, let's go back to the palace. At this moment, a breeze blew, and Concubine Xiao felt a cold wind sweeping across her neck, scaring her so much that the hairs all over her body stood up. Go to the Emperor.
Quick.
The Emperor is the most young person in the palace. The evil spirit stole gold, silver, and jewelry, but it would not dare to get close to the Emperor. Shang Ruai saw Concubine Zhao's panic at the corner. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart, thinking that Concubine Xiao must have done something wrong, so she was so scared. Watching Concubine Xiao leave in embarrassment, Zhang Ruai turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, a familiar breath appeared beside her. Zhang Ruai's footsteps suddenly stopped, and a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. He Jingheng. She looked up and saw a black figure slowly appearing in her field of vision. Why are you here? She looked around. The garden was empty at this time, as if it had been deliberately cleared. Is Suzaka here? He Jingheng didn't speak, but walked towards her step by step. His footsteps were very light, but every step was on her heart. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. The black figure slowly stopped in front of her. He Jingheng. I'm here. His voice was slightly hoarse, and Zhang Ruai's heart moved. He Jingheng. I'm here. Zhang Ruai's lips curled up slightly, and her eyes were full of joy. She stretched out her arms to wrap around his neck and buried her head in his arms. She had a lot to say, but at this moment, she felt that nothing mattered. She just wanted time to stay at this moment. A look of surprise flashed across He Jingheng's eyes. He stretched out his hands to hold her in his arms. Smelling the familiar fragrance, even if he had thousands of words to ask, he could only throw them all out of his mind. Why are you here? Zhang Ruai's voice was muffled. Are you looking for me on purpose? He Jingheng tightened his arms around her slightly, as if he was deliberately punishing her. If I don't come again, I'm afraid the threshold of the city prince's mansion will be stepped on by the marriage proposal. He really heard it. Zhang Ruai didn't look up and continued. That was what Concubine Xiao said, not me. You said even more extreme than this. He Jingheng sighed, but it didn't matter what she said. At this moment, she was still in his arms, and this was the most important thing. Does the emperor know that you left Tianshan? He Jingheng gritted his teeth when he heard it. In my arms. You are still thinking about other men? He lifted Zhang Ruai's head that was buried in his chest. He originally wanted to tease her again, but the moment he saw her tears, what teasing? What proposal of marriage? What other man? What emperor? None of them mattered. He could only put this woman in his eyes. Why are you crying? Zhang Ruai shook her head and bit her lips tightly. Nothing. But what happened? As soon as he finished speaking, the person in front of him cried even harder. He Jingheng, who had remained calm even when faced with a catastrophe, panicked for the first time. He reached out to wipe the tears from her face, but soon the tears burst out again. Little ancestor, can you stop crying? He Jingheng said anxiously. I was wrong. Is it okay if I was wrong? What's wrong with you? Zhang Ruai wrinkled her nose. He Jingheng didn't expect her to ask this, but he reacted very quickly and said quickly, I'm late and made you suffer here. Anything else? Anything else? He looked at Zhang Ruai's slightly red face, knowing that she was trying to save face, and said with a smile, whatever the crown prince's wife said I was wrong about, then I was wrong about that too. You're so funny. Zhang Ruai pulled her hand back and looked around. Did you come with Yunqi and the others? They left before me, but arrived at about the same time. Yunqi helped me track down Jun Luoyun and the force behind her. I think there will be results in the next 2 days. That day, she deliberately let Jun Luoyun and that senior brother leave. Yunqi was the first to arrive in the Suzaka team. He Jingheng said that he arrived earlier. Then where have you been all these days? He Jingheng looked around and whispered, this is not the place to talk. I think the emperor might allow me to leave the palace today. When the time comes, you can go to the palace to find me. I think with the crown prince's skills, you shouldn't be discovered. He Jingheng scratched her nose. You did it on purpose. Zhang Ruai curled her lips slightly. My brother is injured. I guess there is no way to fight you.
Why?
Do you think it's a pity? He Jingheng sighed. He was tightly by this woman in his life. Just a few tears made him confused. You leave the palace first. It won't be long before the emperor of the western regions will know that he has lost something. By then, the palace will be under martial law, and it will be difficult to go out. He Jingheng took her hand. I'll go with you. Father will definitely come to pick me up and take me back to the palace today. I think the emperor of the western regions should not be thinking about sending troops. You are in the palace, and I will still miss you. It's better to wait for me outside the palace. He Jingheng knew this truth, but he finally met her, and he just wanted to stay by her side. In the end, He Jinghun couldn't persuade her and left the palace first. She put on her makeup and walked quickly towards Ningxiu Palace. As soon as she arrived at Ningxiu Palace, she heard the palace maids talking about something. I was so scared, I thought I would not be able to come out alive. A maid patted her chest and said with lingering fear, Amitabha, God bless me. Tell me in detail. The maids and eunuchs around urged, Why are you still worshipping Buddha at this time? Tell us quickly. I don't know what happened. The Queen Mother ordered me to bring some ginseng soup to the emperor. When I was about to hand the ginseng soup over, a little whispered something in the emperor's ear. The emperor stood up immediately, and I overturned the bowl of soup. Fortunately, it didn't splash on the emperor's dragon body. The emperor saw that I was a maid in Ningxiu Palace and someone close to the Queen Mother, so he let me go. She stroked her chest. Otherwise, I'm afraid my head would be moved. Hearing this, everyone continued to ask, what did the little say to the emperor? Can he be so out of control? How should I know? The maid said hurriedly, I'm almost scared to death. How can I still have the mood to eavesdrop? Shang Ruai heard this. Her mind was as clear as a mirror. It must be that the private treasury was stolen, or the theft of the national treasury was discovered. She guessed right, that's exactly it. Today, the Minister of Revenue checked the treasury silver as usual and found that all the boxes in the national treasury were empty. There were only empty boxes and empty shelves upstairs and downstairs, and not a single tael of silver was left. When he first entered, he thought he was dreaming, or that he had walked into the wrong treasury. He rubbed his eyes, confirmed that he was not mistaken, and fell to the ground. Where is the silver in the treasury? He stumbled to the door and grabbed a Qting. Where is the silver in the treasury? Where is the silver in the treasury? Qting was frightened by his appearance and hurriedly said, Sir, the silver must be in the treasury. We have never been careless for a day. Nonsense. He grabbed Qting's collar, and with strength from nowhere, he brought him to the door of the treasury, pointed to the empty room inside, and said angrily, Where is it? Tell me, where are the silver and treasures in the treasury? Seeing this, Qting sat down on the ground and muttered, Impossible.
Impossible.
He knelt on the ground. Sir, when I put the silver bills in the treasury last night, everything inside was still there. Hearing what he said, the Shangshu frowned. Last night? Silver bills? What silver bills? Qting told him everything that happened last night. Stupid. Stupid. The Minister of Revenue slapped his thigh, pointed at him, and didn't know what to say. He flicked his sleeves, turned around, and walked towards the palace. With such a big thing happening, the emperor will certainly be furious, and I don't know if I can save my life. The emperor of the western regions had been feeling uneasy and confused since he woke up in the morning. Send someone to the Prince Cheng's palace to check on Jun Zigan's head and order the imperial physician to treat him well. Don't let him pretend to be sick with the injury on his head. The attack on Tianan is imminent, and the Heavenly Master has calculated the best time. If it is missed, it will be detrimental to the overall plan.
Yes.
Before he could turn around and leave, he saw a Minister of Revenue falling outside the hall. Your Majesty, I, the Minister of Revenue Li Ting, request to see you. The Emperor of the Western regions felt even more annoyed and said in a deep voice, Let him in. The walked out, helped Li Ting up from the ground, and said with concern, Oh, Lord Li, you have to be careful. Look, your official uniform is torn. How could Li Ting care about his official uniform? He walked in quickly with a sad face. Go to the treasury. Take a good look for me. The guards received the order and prepared to leave, but he stopped them. Go to Prince Cheng's mansion and let Prince Cheng investigate. Before this moment, the only person he could really rely on was Prince Cheng. When the king of the city received the order, he was extremely surprised. Everything in the treasury is gone? Your Highness, I don't know what happened. There were clearly heavy troops guarding the treasury, but everything in the treasury disappeared overnight. I asked the soldiers on duty, and no one else went in except for one person who delivered some banknotes. Delivered banknotes? The king of city frowned. What on earth is going on? The Minister of Revenue repeated what he had heard from the warehouse keeper. Your Highness, even if that person is a thief, it is impossible for him to empty the entire treasury overnight. Even if dozens of warehouse keepers were asked to move the money, it would be impossible for them to empty the entire treasury in such a short time without disturbing anyone. He hesitated for a while, his throat slightly hoarse. Your Highness, do you think it could be the work of ghosts and gods? If it were in the past, he would certainly have sneered, but now, if the facts were really as he said, then this was simply not something a human could do. If it's not ghosts or gods, how else can it be explained? Your Highness, the Emperor has asked you to be in charge of this matter. Do you want to go to the Treasury and take a look? The king of the city nodded. He had to go and take a look at such a strange thing. Several people came to the Treasury, and the king of the city took a look around. It was just as the Minister of Revenue said. There was no sign of anything being rummaged around, and there was no sign that the doors and windows had been forced open. There was thick dust on the boxes, but there was not even any fingerprints left on them, as if something was taken from a distance. No wonder the Minister of Revenue said it was the work of ghosts and gods. Your Highness, I will explain this to the Emperor. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on the innermost box. This box looks very familiar. He walked over to the box, which still had a wax seal on it. Your Highness, this is the box that the little guard brought last night. There are 1,000,000 taels of silver notes in the box. I did not open it. The wax seal is intact, so I think the silver notes are still inside. The king of the city's eyes flickered. He removed the wax seal and carefully opened the box. Where were the silver notes inside? This. The Minister of Revenue exclaimed in surprise. The wax seal is still there. How could the banknotes inside disappear? It must be a ghost at work. The city king narrowed his eyes, looked at the familiar box, and sighed secretly. He took the box in his hand and looked at it carefully. If he remembered correctly, this was the box that Luoyun used to give him the pills. He put it to his nose and sniffed it, and sure enough, there was a faint medicinal fragrance. He knew who to ask about this matter. The king of city brought the box back to the palace, and old man Yu was changing the medicine for Junzigan. You two, father and son, are truly a family. His wound hasn't healed yet, but someone has punched a hole in your head. Fortunately, the wound avoided the vital parts, otherwise I would be burning incense instead of applying medicine to you today. Ever since Yi Lao revealed his identity to King Chung, he no longer suppressed his personality and said whatever he wanted to say. Junzigan knew that he had a complicated relationship with his mother and sister, so he was very polite to him. Now hearing him say this, I could only smile bitterly. Just then, he saw his father walking and holding a box. Father, didn't you go to the Ministry of Revenue? The king of city put down the box, his eyes heavy, and without saying a word. Seeing his father's strange expression, Junzigan asked in a low voice, But what happened? I will go to see the Emperor in a while. You come with me to the palace later, go to the Queen Mother, and bring your sister back. But didn't Ruai say that there are still things that are not completed? Upon hearing this, King Cheng's eyes fell on the box, and he smiled and said, There were indeed things that were not completed yesterday, but today, I think it has been completed. After the two of them entered the palace, Junzigan went directly to Ningxiu Palace. At this time, Shang Ruai was chatting with the Queen Mother to relieve her boredom. She told the Queen Mother about her experiences in exile. The Queen Mother was listening with relish. Lu stepped forward and whispered, Queen Dowager, the Prince of Chung is here, and he said he is here to take the little princess back. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother subconsciously grabbed Shang Ruai's hand. Why are you in such a hurry? Shang Ruai understood in her heart. She must have known about the theft of the treasury. Perhaps he also saw the clues she left for him. I don't know either. The Prince of City said that the prince asked him to pick her up. The Queen Mother wanted to refuse, but when she thought about how she had just recognized her son, and how he said he wanted to take his daughter back if she stopped him, she was afraid that he would be disappointed. Forget it. She slowly let go of his hand. Go back. Your father must miss you very much. Shang Ruai smiled. Grandmother, when Ruai is free, I will definitely come here to accompany you. Her voice was very soft, and only the Queen Mother could hear it. Hearing her say this, the queen mother smiled even more and reached out to pinch her little face. I'll wait. Shang Ruai followed Jun Zigan back to the palace first, and the king of the city came back only after it was dark. Where is the princess? Upon hearing this, the housekeeper hurriedly said, after dinner, the princess went to your study and said that you must have something to say to her. You said before that the princess could go in and out of the palace, so I did not stop her. A smile flashed across the eyes of the king of the city. His daughter was really smart. He came to the study and saw Shang Ruai concentrating on reading the book in her hands. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly, and with a wave of her hand, a pure gold wine glass appeared in her palm. Her hand movements were not concealed, and the city king saw them clearly. His pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes stared at the wine glass in her hand without blinking. How can you drink without a wine glass? Shang Ruai placed the wine glass in front of him, spread out her palm, and another wine glass appeared in her palm. The king of city swallowed and looked at her in a daze. Ruai, this. Originally, I didn't want to tell anyone, but seeing as you broke into the palace at night for me and even turned against the emperor, I won't hide it anymore. After hearing her words, the king of city was stunned for a long time. He recognized these two wine glasses. They were clearly things from the National Treasury, and there were even the seal of the National Treasury on them. He didn't believe in the so-called supernatural powers, but looking at the scene before him, it was impossible not to believe. Not everyone has the ability to make something appear out of thin air. At least it's not a trick used by quacks. Ruai, could it be that father is drunk before he even drinks? Shang Ruai couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. What's there to not believe? She stretched out her hand, and the next moment, a huge wine jar appeared in her palm. The rich aroma of the wine brought him back to his senses instantly. He was drunk. He must be drunk, otherwise how could he think his daughter was a fairy? I was the one who emptied the treasury. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the table in front of them disappeared, along with the wine jars and glasses on the table. Only the aroma of wine floating in the air reminded him that everything he had just seen was real. She waved her hand, and the table reappeared. Shang Ruai poured him a glass of wine. Father, do you believe it now? The city king nodded woodenly, and then started coughing violently. Now, he finally came back to his senses. Miracle. What a miracle. I never thought my daughter would have such magical powers. You said that you emptied the National Treasury using the same method you used just now? Shang Ruai nodded. Yes. If it is as you said, where are those things now? I have my own place to store them. Do you want these things back, father? The king of the city smiled. Since you have the ability to take things away, father will naturally not let you return them. But I just want to know why you did this. Shang Ruai was a little surprised when she heard this. When the king of city saw her expression, he couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me like that? This National Treasury is the foundation of the Western regions, and your father is the emperor's most loyal minister. Now that I have emptied the National Treasury, it has shaken the foundation of the Western regions, and your father didn't even order me to return it. Hee hee. The king of city smiled. Your father is loyal to the Western regions, not to the emperor. Although I don't know why you want to empty the National Treasury, I know that my daughter is definitely not a person without rules. You must have your reasons for doing this. Shang Ruai felt warm in her heart when she heard him say this. Only someone who truly trusts her would say such a thing. It's just money. I don't really care. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. The way of the world is that things that are divided for a long time will eventually come together, and things that are together for a long time will eventually divide. This is also in line with the way of heaven. However, if the days that should have been peaceful and stable are disrupted by people with ulterior motives and want to make the originally peaceful days full of killings and harm the people in order to make a profit from it, this profit may be money or power, no matter what it is unacceptable to the world. If there is no money, I want to see how he will stir up trouble. I am afraid that before he leaves the border of the Western regions, the food and grass will be gone. Hearing this, the king of the city curled his lips slightly. You are worthy of being my daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed out loud, and that laughter was full of pride. After a long while, His laughter slowly stopped, and he said in a serious expression, "You have supernatural powers. You must not expose them in front of others to avoid getting into trouble." "Daughter knows." Shang Ruai smiled. "Father, do you have anything else to ask?" The king of city shook his head. He filled the wine glass and drank it all. Refreshing. He shook the wine glass in his hand. "So this is what it feels like to drink from a pure gold wine glass." Shang Ruai knew that he was not talking about the wine glass, but was referring to herself. Emptying the national treasury may not necessarily stop the emperor's ambition to unify the world. The king of city whispered, "In addition to the national treasury, our emperor also has his own private treasury. Although your father has never seen it, there must be a lot of treasures in that private treasury." Shang Ruai smiled mysteriously when she heard this. Seeing her expression, the king of the city was stunned. Could it be? "Since I have done it, I will definitely do it completely, and will not leave him a single ounce of silver." At this time, in the Western Region Palace, the Western Region Emperor sat on the dragon throne with a pale face. Jun Yunting stood below him, not daring to breathe. The Imperial study was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, the Western Region Emperor said in a cold voice, "So, our Western Region treasury is really empty?" "Your Majesty, yes." The Minister of Revenue looked pale and said softly, "Today, the city king went to check and found no trace of the thieves. The things inside seemed to have disappeared out of thin air." Disappeared out of thin air. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince Jun Yunting said in surprise, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could it disappear out of thin air? There must be something that was not found." "Your Highness, the city king went to check it out himself." The implication was that if you don't believe it, just ask the city king. Jun Yunting's eyes fell on the face of the Western Region Emperor, and seeing that his face was ashen, he dared not say anything. "Your Majesty." They walked up to him and whispered, "The Heavenly Master is here. You all may leave first." The Minister of Revenue hurriedly withdrew, as if he had been pardoned. Jun Yunting looked at the back hall, frowned slightly, and was about to say something when he heard his father say in a deep voice, "Do you have anything else to do?" "No, I'll take my leave." Jun Yunting retreated to the outside of the hall, and Zhao stepped forward. "Your Highness, the palace gates are not locked yet, so it's not too late to leave the palace now." "No, let's go to Jinxiu Palace to see how my mother is doing." He Jinghe walked out of the back hall and nodded slightly to the Emperor of the Western Regions, "Your Majesty." "Heavenly Master." The Emperor of the Western Regions hurriedly stood up from the dragon chair and walked quickly to him. "The national treasury has been stolen, and the Western Regions are in danger. I hope the Heavenly Master can give me some advice and save the Western Regions from the dire straits." He Jinghe pretended to calculate and frowned. "Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. I have calculated that there are other misfortunes just to the northeast, nearby."
"What?"
The Western Region Emperor's heart trembled slightly. "Northeast. His private vault is just to the northeast." He left the Imperial study without caring about his image, came to the side hall, pushed the door in, and froze on the spot.
"Gone."
All gone. His body fell backwards uncontrollably. "My private vault. My treasures." As soon as he finished speaking, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He Jinghe looked at the empty hall, his heart beating.
"Who was it? Who did it?"
First it was the queen, then it was Concubine Xiao, and now the national treasury and the emperor's private vault have been swept away. Most importantly, the thieves did not leave any traces at all. It is impossible to move so many things without alerting anyone. At this moment, a stunning face appeared in his mind. Could it be her? No, she couldn't do it even if she had the ability to reach the sky. Who could it be? Shang Ruai had a good drink with her father and was a little drunk when she returned to the yard. The weather had warmed up, but there was still a slight breeze at night. She had the space to protect her body, so she didn't feel cold. She sat on the recliner in the yard, and a breeze blew, and the flowers on the peach tree in the yard fell down. What month is it now? Why are all the peach blossoms falling? She was drunk, and at this moment, a hint of black bamboo fragrance came into her nose. She closed her eyes slightly and said with a smile, How come the guards in this palace have become so bad? No one noticed that the lecher came in. As soon as the voice fell, a black robe covered her body, and the strong black bamboo fragrance surrounded her. You little ungrateful wolf. I came to see you, and you said I was a lecher. She looked outside, and the guards were still standing outside the yard, but she knew that those people had long been replaced by members of the Suzaku. You are quite courageous for sneaking into the prince's mansion. You are not afraid that my father will find out and chop you alive. Even if I eat you alive, I am willing. He Jingheng smiled and sat on the stone bench next to her. You just said that the peach blossoms have fallen, and you didn't even look at how long you have been away. Shang Ruai was slightly startled. Her eyes fell on his face, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. You say that, but you miss me? She was wearing his black cloak, and her porcelain-like skin was a little pink because of the wine. There was water in her eyes, and people would fall in love with her at a glance. Shang Ruai looked at him steadily, perhaps because the wine made her brave. She wanted to test his feelings, even though she avoided love affairs. Why don't you speak? I never like to argue. Shang Ruai felt a little disappointed in her heart and laughed at herself. Yes. Even she didn't believe in a so-called love. Why did she ask such a stupid question? Just as she was about to say something to chase him away, she saw a handsome face enlarged in front of her eyes, and his slightly cool lips fell on her cherry lips. In an instant, the sounds around her seemed to disappear, and she could only hear her suddenly flustered heartbeat, and another heartbeat that was faster than her own. The owner of this voice was self-evident. Some things I will only say once. He Jingheng's voice sounded from her ears. In this life, forever, I will be by your side. You are my only beloved person, and my only wife. Shang Ruai listened to his words. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and a secret joy slowly rose from the deepest part of her heart. It was like a seed that took root in her heart, and now broke through the ground and grew into a towering tree. You said it. I said it. He Jingheng smiled. I swear on my life that every word I say is sincere, and I will never lie. Shang Ruai nodded. In that case, I will trust you for now. The guards standing outside the courtyard were all watching their backs, for fear that they would make any noise and disturb the crown prince's wife. Someone is coming. Shang Ruai smiled. If my brother sees it, he will probably want to destroy you to vent his hatred. I will have to see you sooner or later, and this crown prince is not ashamed to see people. He looked outside the courtyard and saw a man walking towards the courtyard. He Jingheng. Jun Zigan's voice came with suppressed anger. You are so bold that you actually come to my city palace, and... His eyes fell on Shang Ruai, and seeing that she was wearing a man's robe, he knew who the owner of the robe was. Veins popped on his forehead, and he said in a deep voice, Can our palace afford to buy clothes? We have to wear outsiders' clothes. Shang Ruai smiled. Of course we can afford to buy clothes. She said this, but she didn't mean to return the outer robe. Jun Ziqian's eyes twitched fiercely. This is what he meant by a girl should not be kept at home when she grows up. But on second thought they were husband and wife, and he seemed like an outsider. What are you guys doing? Outsiders have entered the princess courtyard. Are you all blind?
Can't you see?
Hearing what he said, the guards standing there had a bitter smile on their faces. Outsider?
Who is an outsider?
Among the people standing in this courtyard now, you are the only outsider. Besides, they are the guards of the crown prince's consort, not the guards of the city prince's palace.
No.
Jun Zigan frowned slightly and took a step back. You are not the guards of the palace. Who are you? The guard smiled, and the Prince of City King actually realized it. Brother. Shang Ruai said softly. They are my guards. Jun Zigan looked at her, then at the guards, raised his eyebrows slightly. Her guards? Not a guard from Prince Ding's palace. Looking at the murderous aura emanating from those guards, one could tell that they must have fought on the battlefield. Prince Ding is not here, so why did you come to our palace in Shiyu City to stay at Tianshan? He Jingheng bowed and said, Hello, brother. Who is your brother? Jun Zigan said in a deep voice, This prince has only one sister, Ruoi, and no other brothers and sisters. Prince Ding should not recognize relatives randomly. He looked at He Jingheng and said in a cold voice, "If I remember correctly, Prince Ding should be older than me. Only a few months older. You are Ruoi's brother, so you are naturally my brother." Jun Zigan gritted his teeth secretly.
What a difficult guy.
Now that father has gone to bed and he doesn't know that the prince has broken into the palace at night, you would be smart and leave quickly. Otherwise, if father finds out, it will be difficult for you to leave. Jun Zigan said coldly. Also, if the prince continues to come in and out of the palace like this, don't blame me for being rude. He turned to the guards outside the courtyard and said, "I don't care whose guards you are, if you let people in casually again, all of you get out of the palace." Yes. Shang Ruai looked at Jun Zigan and couldn't help laughing. She stretched and said sleepily, "You two childish ghosts are so boring. I'm tired, and I'm going to rest first. Please do as you please." She walked between the two of them, took 2 steps, turned back and said, "If you want to fight, go outside. Don't do it in my yard. I'm very grumpy when I wake up." After that, she walked into the room and closed the door. Yuqing, who had been holding a basin of water in the yard, blinked and turned back to get more water. Jun Zigan turned to He Jingheng and said, "Come with me." The two came to his yard. There was a training ground behind Jun Zigan's yard, where he usually practiced sword. "You can choose any weapon here. I've heard that Prince Ding has extraordinary skills and is proficient in all kinds of martial arts. In the past, when we met on the battlefield, we only deployed troops and never fought with real swords and guns. It would be a pity if I couldn't learn from you today." He Jingheng leaned lazily on the wooden stake beside him and pointed at his head. "You have a head injury now. Even if I win, it would be unfair. Besides, if Ruai knew that I competed with you, she would be unhappy. It's just a normal competition. Ruai won't be angry. When you recover and want to compete, I'll be here to accompany you at any time." Jun Zigan smiled dryly. "Okay, since you don't want to compete, how about playing a game of chess? I'd be happy to." The two sat opposite each other, Jun Zigan holding the black piece and making the first move. "Our Western Region Emperor intends to send troops to Tianan. I'm sure you already know that." Jun Zigan whispered, "I wonder what the prince thinks." "Brother, since you ask this, I think you have a plan in mind." Hearing him calling him brother, Jun Zigan glared at him, and seeing his calm face, he whispered, "Prince, it's better for you not to recognize relatives indiscriminately. After all, the Western region and Tianan are not yet at the level of brothers." Brother is right. Jun Zigan felt as if his heart was blocked by a ball of cotton, neither going up nor down, and he felt very uncomfortable. But seeing that he had no intention of changing his mind, I didn't want to argue with him any further. What does it have to do with me what happens to the Western regions and Tianan? I only care about Ruai. Jun Zigan glanced at him, placed a piece, and said in a low voice, "Ruai does not want to see chaos in the world, and does not want the people to fall into dire straits, but the Emperor's will is not so easy to change." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a noise coming from outside the door.
"Prince,"
He Jingheng said in a low voice. "How is it?" Jun Zigan looked at the man in black, who walked in. He recognized him as He Jingheng's personal bodyguard, Yin Tian. "Good, very good. What do they think this place is? You can come and go as you please. Can you treat it as the palace of King Ding? The prince's guards know the terrain of our palace very well." Hearing his voice from outside the school, He Jingheng said with a smile, "This is the city prince's palace, which is Ruoi's parents' home, so I naturally pay more attention to it." Jun Zigan was almost laughed out of anger. "Prince, news came from the palace that the emperor of the western regions vomited blood and fainted." He Jingheng took a sip of tea, smiled and said, "But did you tell me why?" "The national treasury was robbed, and the emperor's private treasury was also completely stolen." "What?" Jun Zigan was shocked. Both the national treasury and the private treasury were stolen? Only a small number of people knew about the theft in the national treasury, and the news had not yet spread. After all, if this matter were to be spread, it would surely cause people to unsettle and endanger the country. Thinking of his father bringing Ruai back, his heart sank. Could it be that this matter was related to Ruai? Before he could think more, He Jingheng put down the chess piece in his hand, smiled and said, "Brother, Thank you for letting me. Jun Zigan looked at the chessboard and found that the black pieces on the board had been killed by the white pieces, without a single piece left. I've heard that the prince is an extraordinary chess player. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed extraordinary. He smiled and said, I'm sure it will be hard to find a rival in this world. I used to think so, too, until I met someone. He Jingheng recalled the scene when he played chess with Shang Ruoi and couldn't help laughing. It's the first time I've seen such an unconventional move in chess. I have no idea where she will make her move next. They played 3 games in total, and he lost every time. Knowing that he was talking about his sister, Ruoi's chess style is just like her personality. She doesn't play by the rules. Since your emperor is penniless, I think the matter of sending troops will be put on hold for the time being. Jun Zigan nodded, but his heart was very heavy. What kind of master could have emptied the national treasury without anyone noticing and robbed the emperor's private treasury? His martial arts skills must have reached the highest level so as not to alarm a single soldier. And the timing was also very coincidental. Just when they were about to send troops, the national treasury was robbed. How could such a coincidence happen? He Jingheng stood up and said softly, It's getting late today. I'll take my leave first. I'll come to bother you again another day. Watching him leave, Jun Zigan looked in the direction of Shang Ruoi's yard. Shang Ruoi slept very soundly because of the wine she had drunk. On the contrary, the king of the city was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. When he thought about his daughter having supernatural powers, he felt as if he was dreaming. His eyes fell on the portrait on the bedside, which showed an extremely beautiful woman who looked about 70% similar to Shang Ruoi.
Ruhe.
He said in a gentle tone, Are you in heaven blessing our daughter? She is actually a person with great supernatural powers. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He asked the butler to bring 2 more jars of liquor. He didn't even use a cup and just held the jar and drank. He had been at the border for many years, and the only way to feel happy was to drink big gulps of wine and eat big mouthfuls of meat. Finally, the butler came in when he heard no sound in the room. He found him sleeping under the portrait of the princess with a jar of wine in his arms. It was already daybreak. After getting up, Shang Ruoi felt refreshed and comfortable all over. She did a set of boxing in the yard. Feeling a noise coming from not far away, she put away her hands and whispered, I'm back. Crown Princess. Yunqi's figure walked out slowly. Shang Ruoi was about to speak when she smelled a faint smell of blood. Are you hurt? Cough, cough, cough. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yunqi's lips, and his body swayed slightly. Shang Ruoi took light lotus steps and came to his side in the blink of an eye. She put her hand on his pulse with a solemn expression. You've been poisoned. I've taken the antidote pills you gave me. Shang Ruoi shook her head. The antidote pills didn't work. The poison accumulated in his body, and now all his internal organs were affected. If he wasn't treated, his life would be in danger. Someone come. 2 guards stepped forward. Master. Take him to the room. Several people carried him to the side room. At this time, Yunqi had fallen into a coma. His eyebrows and eyes were blue and black, and his whole body was shrouded in death. Princess, can the commander still be saved? Shang Ruoi said firmly, As long as I don't agree, even if the king comes, he can his life from me. She soaked the silver needle in the spiritual spring water, and after a while, the silver needle seemed to be coated with a layer of golden substance, shining in the light. She pressed her palm on his heart, and a trace of energy flowed through her palm into his body. A mass of black substance was eroding his internal organs. As the energy entered, the black substance seemed to sense the threat and continued to drill deeper into his internal organs. Shang Ruoi exerted force with her palm, and more refined energy rushed towards his body. Several guards stood behind her. Although they didn't know what the crown prince's consort was doing, they did not make a sound to disturb her. Yunqi's complexion gradually improved as he felt the black substance decreasing, but the remaining toxins needed to be excreted from the body by other means. Shang Ruoi withdrew her hand, picked up the silver needles, and fired dozens of them at once, accurately landing on the major acupuncture points on his body. Using her internal force to stimulate the silver needle, she saw the silver needle trembling constantly. Shang Ruai looked at the silver needle intently, and when the silver needle changed color, she slapped it towards Yunqi's heart, and the silver needle instantly left the body. A mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth, and black blood continued to flow from the place where the needle was inserted. Such a bloody scene was so heartbreaking that even the Iron Feather Guards who had experienced life and death could not help but tremble. After a while, the color of the blood gradually changed from black to red, and Shang Ruai took out a pill and put it into his mouth. As soon as I took the pill, the bleeding from the needle holes miraculously stopped. Upon seeing this, everyone gained a new understanding of her medical skills. They knew that their master was an extraordinary martial artist and had superb medical skills, but this could no longer be described as superb. This is the pinnacle. Even if the medical saint were alive, he wouldn't be as powerful as my master. Yunqi slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Shang Ruai. He quickly stood up. Crown Princess.
Lie down.
Shang Ruai whispered, although the poison has been cleared, it is not so easy to restore the body's vitality. Her tone was a little bad. Are you a fool?
What?
Seeing him and the guard stunned, she explained impatiently, You're going to carry out a mission, not to die. I told you when I was training you in secret that those who fight to the death knowing they can't win are not heroes but fools. Nothing is more important than life. If you risk your life and property in order to spy on secrets, even if you know what the secret is, you will die in the Northwest. Not only will you not be able to pass on the news, but you will also lose your life. The shock on Yunqi's face became even more serious. Shang Ruai glanced at them. Do everything within your ability. Life is the most important. She is the master, but deep in her heart, she regards them more as comrades in arms, and she doesn't want anyone beside her to fall. Yunqi stood up, then knelt on the ground with a plop, and several people behind him also knelt down.
Master.
Okay. Shang Ruai whispered. I just said that you haven't recovered yet. Why don't you go back and lie down? Yunqi stood up, took out a piece of paper from his arms and handed it to Shang Ruai. Master, this is a letter intercepted by your subordinate, but after looking at it for a long time, I didn't understand what was written in the letter. Shang Ruai opened the letter and her pupils shrank sharply. The hand holding the letter couldn't help but tremble a few times. This was the code word they used to communicate in their previous life, and only a few of them knew it. Could it be that besides myself, there are other people who have traveled through time? Seeing her look extremely bad, Yunqi said worriedly, Master, what happened? Where did you intercept this letter? I followed Jun Luoyun all the way. The two of them settled in a manor outside the southern border. She sent a pigeon to ask what to do next. This is the letter she sent back. I intercepted it halfway. Well done. Shang Ruai put the letter on the table, pointed to the words on it and said, We have invited the dragon from the river, and look back at the green mountain outside the building, means that they have found a powerful helper, and they can just wait quietly. The bandit broke into the mountain gate, the sleeping dragon came out of the mountain, and the world was divided into 3 parts, means that they used the power of the rivers and lakes, and then invited the counselors to come out of the mountain to share the world with them. Shang Ruai's eyes flashed slightly. These words were thought up by them in their spare time in their previous lives. They borrowed some allusions from the 3 kingdoms. The person who could connect all these together must be someone she knew in her previous life. So that's what it means. Yunqi whispered. If it's as you said, then who are these powerful helpers and counselors? Shang Ruai didn't say anything, just stared at the letter in a daze. Several familiar faces flashed in her mind. Looking at the handwriting on it, she kept thinking whose handwriting it was. But in the previous life, they all used signature pens, and they mostly used electronic devices to transmit secret codes and rarely wrote.
It was impossible to tell for a while.
Then how did you get hurt? Yunqi shook his head. I don't know when I was exposed. After intercepting this letter, I didn't know the meaning of it, so I was ready to leave and come back, asking you to decide. But not long after I left, I realized that someone was following me secretly. I thought it was some blind robbers, but I didn't expect it to be a group of people with extremely high martial arts skills. Their body movements were strange. The last moment, their figures were still dozens of meters away, and they would appear in front of me in the blink of an eye. I was poisoned and had no power to fight back. If I hadn't used the grenade you gave me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back alive. Shang Ruai was shocked when she heard this. Isn't that kind of skill just Earth escape? She remembered that the skill used by the guards around the Western Region Emperor was Earth escape. These things are like a mess. Shang Ruai only felt that there seemed to be layers of fog in front of her, but she felt that she was getting closer and closer to the truth. At least she now knows that the people involved in this matter may be her teammates in her previous life. She pinched the letter in her hand and whispered, "You should have a good rest first." After that, she turned and left. After a while, it was noon. Jun Ziqian found her and told her that he was going to the palace. "Why are you going to the palace at this time? The emperor has been ill and unconscious for only half a day. People in the court are uneasy. The prince summoned me to the palace to discuss countermeasures." The prince? Why did he let his brother go to the palace for no reason? Although she didn't know the prince, from the 2 contacts with him, the prince must be a difficult person. He wished that the emperor of the western regions would die sooner so that he could ascend the throne and take over the power. How could he let his brother help him make plans? "I'll go with you." Shang Ruai whispered, "I'm proficient in medicine. Maybe I can help." Jun Ziqian nodded when he heard it. It was true. After she saw the wound on his head, it didn't hurt anymore. Shang Ruai turned to the guards around her and said, "You 2 follow me into the palace, and the rest of you must guard the palace, understand?" "Yes, master." As soon as they arrived at the palace gate, several guards stepped forward. "Prince, princess, please take off your weapons." Jun Ziqian held the long sword in his hand and whispered, "When the late emperor was alive, he allowed our city prince's palace to carry weapons into the palace. Why can't we do that now?" "Prince, this is an order from the crown prince, and I dare not disobey it." The guard said with some embarrassment, "If we don't confiscate the weapons and the crown prince blames us, my brother's lives may be in danger." Jun Ziqian handed him the long sword, and the guard smiled and said, "Please step forward, my prince, and I'll search you." Jun Ziqian frowned slightly, but did not say anything to stop him. After the inspection, Jun Ziqian was ready to take Shang Ruai into the palace. Before he took a step, he heard the guard say, "Wait a minute, my prince. The princess hasn't searched her body yet." Hearing this, Jun Ziqian slapped Shang Ruai in the face without waiting for her to make a move. You actually want to search my sister's body? Are you tired of living?" After saying this, he still felt unsatisfied, so he slapped him again, knocking out all his teeth. The guard fell to the ground, his head buzzing and his head spinning. Shang Ruai stepped forward and sneered, "Are you the prince's confidant?" Seeing this, the guards behind him stepped forward and said cautiously, "My lord, we are all guards of the prince's mansion." I said, "What master and what servant? The upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is crooked. If you want to search this princess's body, don't even mention your claws, even if it's your master's claws. If this princess wants to chop it off, I will chop it off." After she finished speaking, she turned around and followed Jun Ziqian into the palace. At this time, the number of patrolling guards in the palace was twice as many as before. The 2 came to the emperor's bedroom under the guidance of the. At this time, Concubine Xiao was sitting by the bed, looking at the Western Region Emperor with closed eyes and sunken cheeks on the bed with tears in her eyes, while the prince was reviewing memorials in the outer room. This was the scene that Shang Ruai and the others saw when they walked in. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." "No need to be polite." Jun Yunting saw Shang Ruai following behind him and whispered, "Why did the little princess come along?" "I am grateful for the Queen Mother's teachings. I heard that my brother came to the palace, so I followed him." Shang Ruai smiled. "It seems that Your Highness the Crown Prince does not welcome you? How could that be?" He smiled and said, "Since you are going to see the Queen Mother, how about I have someone send you to Ningxiu Palace? I heard that the Emperor is ill. I know some medical skills and can take a look at the Emperor." She looked into the inner room and found that Concubine Zhao's eyes were slightly red. It seemed that she had been crying. She couldn't help but find it funny. What was there to cry about? Wasn't she with some Taoist priest? The old emperor was dead. Wasn't that just what she wanted? Hearing her voice, Concubine Shao narrowed her eyes and walked out slowly. You are here. My lady Concubine. I heard you say you know medical skills? Just superficial. The imperial physician in the palace said it was caused by impatience and prescribed a bunch of prescriptions, but none of them worked. If you know, come and take a look. Hearing her say this, the prince could not refute and nodded. Okay. Shang Ruoyu walked into the inner room, and after taking the pulse, she withdrew her hand and said a little embarrassedly, the results of my pulse diagnosis are exactly the same as those of the imperial physicians. It is indeed caused by impatience. Hearing her say this, Concubine Zhao's expression on her face was softer than before. He smiled secretly in his heart. It seems that he was too suspicious. Her medical skills are just so-so, not as brilliant as he Jinghe said. Shang Ruoyu looked at the Western region emperor's brow calmly, and a look of understanding flashed in her eyes. The people have been there. Would you like to go and see the Empress Dowager? That's exactly what I meant. She looked at Jun Zigan and said softly, Brother, the Empress Dowager is not feeling well. Come to Ningxiu Palace to find me in half an hour. Father has repeatedly told us to return home quickly if there is nothing else. Okay. Jun Yunting frowned slightly when he heard this. He had asked Jun Zigan to enter the palace today and had not intended to let him go back. The national treasury is empty now. To be precise, the western regions is already an empty shell. Not to mention sending troops to Tianan, it is very difficult to maintain the normal operation of the royal family. Today, the richest palace in the western regions is the city prince's palace. Shang Ruoyu knew that he was planning to attack the Prince Cheng's palace, so she ordered people to guard the palace, just in case. After Shang Ruoyu left, Jun Yunting sat in the main seat and said with a smile, Zigan, I have something to discuss with you. Jun Zigan naturally knew his intention and whispered, What does the prince want? Zigan, why are you so distant? Putting aside our identities, you and I are cousins. Jun Yunting patted his arm. In private, we can call each other brothers. Although we are cousins, the etiquette between monarch and minister cannot be abolished. You are the prince, the future monarch. How can you and I call each other brothers? Seeing that this trick of getting close to each other was useless, Jun Yunting smiled awkwardly. Having said that, in my heart, you are no different from my biological brother, and even closer than biological brothers. This was not a lie. After all, although the other brothers were born out of wedlock, they were all competitors for the throne to him. Fratricide was common in the royal family. Prince, haven't you told me what you want to discuss with me? It's not a big deal. Jun Yunting whispered, I just want to borrow some money from your palace. He looked at Jun Yunting, rubbed his hands a few times, and said embarrassedly, I'm sure you've heard that the national treasury has been robbed, and my father's private treasury has also been robbed. The court can't take out any money, and my father is seriously ill. Now, even the expenses of the palace have become a problem. Among my father's brothers, only your city palace is loyal to my father. Now that my father is in trouble, I can only think of you. Jun Zigan sneered in his heart when he heard this. Loyal? They were indeed loyal. But what was the result? Isn't it because the emperor is suspicious of you? His father and the emperor are brothers. Brothers? What's the use of that? Aren't you still being treated as a serve as hatchet man? When the tip of the gun stops and breaks, it will be the end of the city prince's mansion. It's not impossible to borrow some silver. I wonder how much silver the prince wants to borrow? Jun Yunting's face turned a little ugly when he heard that. He thought he had asked to borrow money, but given the king of the city's character, how could he really accept it? They will definitely say that what they have now is the emperor's gift, and now that the country is in trouble, even if they empty the entire city prince's palace, they will be able to fill this hole. He never expected that Jun Zigan would say the word borrow. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jun Zigan asked again, Your Highness the Crown Prince? Jun Yunting came back to his senses and whispered, 3 million taels. How much? 3 million taels.
No.
Jun Zigan said bluntly, I can't lend it. Jun Yunting couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he heard it. What do you mean? I am borrowing it, not returning it. Jun Zigan waved his hands. The Crown Prince has misunderstood. It's not that our city prince's mansion doesn't refuse to lend it, but that we don't have it.
No?
How is that possible? Seeing his look of disbelief, Jun Zigan couldn't help but smile and said, I think the prince should know that my father and I are stationed at the border all year round, and we don't have much time to go back home throughout the year, especially after my mother passed away. We sometimes don't go back to the capital for several years. The palace didn't have much property before, and now there is even less. Most of the money earned is used for palace expenses, and the money left is all the rewards from the emperor when we returned victoriously before. There are only a few 100,000 taels in total. I think these are registered in the court and the Ministry of Internal Affairs can check. If you can borrow a few 100,000 taels, then those rewards from the emperor before can be lent to you. If you want 3 million taels, you can't get it even if you sell the city palace. Hearing him say this, Jun Yunting was not sure whether what he said was true. Also, if you borrow these hundreds of thousands of taels, please write a promissory note, and you have to pay it back in the future. Hearing him say this, Jun Yunting's face became even worse. Hundreds of thousands of taels, and an IOU? Now Ruai has reached the age of marriage. She has just returned to the palace and will get married in the future. She is the only daughter of my father, and I am his only sister. I must prepare a generous dowry for her. I originally planned to use this silver as her dowry. Jun Yunting's head buzzed when he heard this. A city king's palace only has such a small amount of savings. Are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old child? When he mentioned Shang Ruai, he thought of Jun Luoyun. He remembered that a hairpin on Jun Luoyun's had cost hundreds or even thousands of taels, not to mention a complete set of headwear. He remembered that the third princess once complained to him that Jun Luoyun lived more like a princess than they did. How come you had money back then but are now penniless? If you don't want to borrow it, then don't borrow it. What excuses are you making here? Unfortunately, this excuse was so good that he was unable to refute it. It was given to Shang Ruai as a dowry. As a princess consort, who else does she want to marry? Will He Jinghen allow her to marry someone else? Not to mention whether you like it or not, even if it's just for the sake of face, no man would agree to it. But seeing that he was talking nonsense in a serious manner, Jun Yunting had no choice. Now the people in the court were in unrest, and they still needed the city prince's mansion to stabilize the morale of the army. Seeing that he stopped talking, Jun Zigan whispered, I will go back now and ask someone to send the silver. Hundreds of thousands of taels of silver could not last long. If the city prince's mansion could not come up with the silver, he would have to use the silver from the prince's mansion to make up for it. But how could he be willing to do that? These were saved by my mother for me to use in emergencies. If my father wakes up and investigates the source of the money, he might become suspicious of me. After all, several million taels is not a small amount. But if you don't take it out, I'm afraid there will be big problems. At this moment, his eyes fell on Concubine Xiao, who was taking care of the patient in the inner room. Concubine Xiao was his father's favorite concubine, and she was from the Xiao family, so she must have a lot of money. Even his maternal grandfather, the Yuan family, was inferior to the Xiao family. At this time, a young came in and whispered, Your Highness, the Queen is affectionate. Since the Queen has something to discuss with Your Highness, I will take my leave first. He was about to leave. He heard Concubine Xiao say softly, Wait a minute. Jun Zigan frowned slightly. What's the matter, Your Majesty? I have something to tell you. She looked at the prince. Jun Yunting narrowed his eyes and said to Concubine Xiao, Mother Xiao, I'm going to see the Queen Mother first. At this time, besides the palace servants, the only people left in the palace were the Emperor, Concubine Xiao, and Jun Zigan. The Emperor was still in a coma. Imperial Concubine Xiao walked up to him, looked back at the person on the couch, and whispered, Aegon. Jun Zigan took a step back, bowed and said, Greetings, Imperial Concubine.
Aegon.
Imperial Concubine Xiao saw him like this, with a lonely look on her face. Aegon, when did we become so estranged from each other? Imperial Concubine, you are my elder. It's not estrangement, but respect. Jun Zigan lowered his eyes and said calmly, "If your majesty has nothing important to say, I will leave first. Ruai is still waiting for me to pick her up at the Empress Dowager's place." When he mentioned Shang Ruai, a trace of disgust flashed in Imperial concubine Zhao's eyes. Shang Ruai, Shang Ruai. It's Shang Ruai again. The name I heard most these days was Shang Ruai. He Jinghe is wary, Jun Zigan loves him. In the western regions, she should have been the most noble woman here, but all the limelight was taken away by Shang Ruai in one day. Aegon, it was not my wish to enter the palace back then. She bit her lip, her eyes reddened. My grandparents threatened to die, asking me to continue the glory of the Shao family. I had no choice but to enter the palace to serve. She took a step forward, and the distance between her and Jun Zigan was only a few inches away. She reached out and wanted to touch Jun Zigan's frowned brows. Jun Zigan turned his head to the side and stepped back. "Your Majesty, please respect yourself." Seeing him like this, tears fell from concubine Zhao's eyes. "Aegon, I didn't expect that after such a short time, you would avoid me as much as possible." "Your Majesty." Jun Zigan finally raised his eyes to look at her, only to see that his eyes were as cold as ice. "From the moment your Majesty decided to enter the palace, you and I were destined to have no intersection again. You are the Imperial concubine, and I am the Prince of the city. It was the same before, it is the same now, and it will be the same in the future. What if I say I am willing to give up everything I have now?" She said seriously. "Are you willing to take me away from here?" Jun Zigan's pupils shrank, and his fingers curled up slightly. Seeing that his attitude was somewhat loosened, concubine Shao took another step forward, and the fragrance on her body surrounded her. Although she was not extremely beautiful, she had a hint of weakness on her body, which made people couldn't help but want to protect her. She used this appearance to move Jun Zigan before. "Aegon," she whispered, "take me away from here. I am willing to give up my status as a royal concubine. Anyway, the Shao family has already got what they wanted. Can you think of a way to take me out of the palace? I am willing to live in anonymity for the rest of my life, as long as I can be with you." She looked at him hesitantly. "Now that the emperor is in a coma, this is my best chance to leave the palace." Jun Zigan looked at her and gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the voice of a palace maid outside the door. "Little princess, you can't go in."
"Why?"
"The royal concubine has something to say to the prince." Shang Ruai recognized her. She was royal concubine Zhao's personal maid. Seeing that she was still going to go into the palace, the maid quickly stretched out her arm to block her. "Little princess, please stay. This is the emperor's bedroom. No outsiders are allowed to enter without being summoned. The emperor sent you to the Empress Dowager because you were unruly. Have you forgotten?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips, stretched out her right hand, tapped her shoulder a few times, and her arm was dislocated.
"Ah!"
A scream escaped from her throat. Shang Ruai put her hands on her hips, looking domineering. "Who do you think you are? How dare you block this princess's way?" The maid held her shoulders, and Shang Ruai watched the movements of her hands. She understood that this made new medicine, and she just felt some internal force fluctuations in her body. "My brother is still in the palace. Why can't I go in? Besides, what do you think, Imperial concubine? What do you have to say that requires you to keep talking to my brother? You don't even know how to avoid suspicion." As soon as she finished speaking, Jun Zigan walked out of the palace. "Let's go." Shang Ruai glared at her and followed Jun Zigan away. Seeing the two of them walking away, the maid walked into the hall. Concubine Shao was standing there with a sullen face. Seeing her holding her shoulder, she said in a deep voice, "What happened?" "I don't know what Shang Ruai did. My arm was dislocated." Empress Shao looked disgusted and said, "You useless thing. You can't even stop her. Where are all the skills I taught you? I know I was wrong." Empress Shao leaned on the couch and said in a deep voice, "Canner, how long have you been with me?" "Your Majesty, it's been 3 years." Empress Shao nodded. "Yes, ever since the master pointed you to me. You have been following me." She looked her up and down. "I guess you know everything about me." Canna was speechless. Based on her understanding of the Imperial concubine, she must have wanted her to do something by saying this. Tell me, if I ask you to dress up as this concubine and serve the Emperor in this palace on my behalf, can you do it? When Kana heard this, she ignored the pain in her arm and knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty, I have never had any second thoughts about you. I only want to stay by your side forever. I know that you are loyal, and that is why I have entrusted you with such an important task. She stood up, walked to her side, pinched her shoulder with one hand, and used the other hand to push hard. With a click, the dislocated arm returned to its original position. You are the person I trust the most. You know all my living habits very well. Only if you come to be my concubine, it will be seamless and will not arouse suspicion. Concubine Xiao looked at the Emperor, who was still unconscious on the bed, and said in a cold voice, As for this dog Emperor, even if he wakes up this time, his body is of no use. My queen, if he is of no use, it is better to report to the master and kill him directly. Canner made a killing gesture with his hand, and Concubine Xiao shook her head. It's not the time yet. He has something that the master needs. As for what it is, I don't know. She looked at him with disdain. If not, do you think I would be willing to commit myself to an old man? He is older than my father. She glanced at Canner. Don't worry, as long as you help me deal with this palace, I will not lack your benefits. When I marry the young master, I will let you serve the young master. From now on, you and I will be sisters. Hearing her say this, a light flashed across Canner's eyes. Being able to serve the young master means that you are half the master of the sect. But she knew Concubine Zhao's character very well. If she showed extreme excitement at this moment, she would definitely bear a grudge against her. After using her, she would find a reason to get rid of her. Your Majesty, I am your servant and always will be. It is my honor to serve you and the young master. I will never have any other extravagant thoughts. I just want to stay with you all my life and be with you, and I will be satisfied. Sure enough, after hearing her say this, the scrutiny in Concubine Zhao's eyes eased, and she said with satisfaction, Instead of giving it to someone else, it is better to let the person I trust the most take this position. You are the most suitable candidate. Canner said nothing, but lowered her head even lower, looking extremely reluctant, and this was exactly what Concubine Xiao wanted. A servant should behave like a servant. If you honor her, she should be grateful. Shang Ruai followed behind Junzigen. She looked at his heavy back and whispered, Brother, are you worried about something? Junzigen was immersed in his own thoughts and did not hear her words. Shang Ruai's eyes flickered slightly. I didn't expect that Concubine Xiao had such a great influence on my brother. In fact, she heard their conversation clearly. From the first time they met in the garden, Shang Ruai noticed that something was wrong with him. The moment she saw Concubine Xiao, she clearly felt that his breathing was disordered for a moment and his body was a little tense. But she didn't think much about it at that time. Her attention was more focused on the man in gray robe. When they met again today, she discovered that her brother's eyes would drift towards the inner room from time to time. To outsiders, it seemed like he was observing the Emperor's physical condition. In fact, his eyes always fell on Concubine Xiao. Brother. Junzigen came back to his senses after calling him again. What's wrong? Brother, did you know Concubine Xiao before? Junzigen paused, then nodded. We were familiar with each other before she entered the palace. Familiar. There are probably not many people in the western regions who are worthy of the name acquaintance by his brother.
How familiar are they?
Junzigen looked at her. Why are you asking these questions? Shang Ruai smiled. Nothing, I'm just a little curious. Concubine Xiao knows so many people. What do you mean? Nothing, I just didn't expect that she looks as holy as a lotus, but in fact, tsk. Junzigen frowned when he heard this. Explain yourself clearly. What's there to say? I'm afraid it would dirty your ears. Empress Xiao is the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family in the western regions. The Xiao family is very strict in family management, and the kind of thing you describe will never happen. I haven't said it yet. Why are you so anxious, brother? Shang Ruai smiled and said, I also saw it by chance. She touched her nose and said embarrassedly, I'm sure my brother has heard about the theft in the palace. Jun Zigan looked at her suddenly. Did you really do it? When Shang Ruai heard him say this, she knew that her brother had already suspected her and nodded without concealment. That's right, but did you know that there was a theft in Concubine Zhao's palace? Jun Zigan shook his head. I was the one who emptied her place, too. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. I heard and saw some things in her palace. What's up? Have you ever seen the heavenly master mentioned by the Emperor of the Western regions? He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, I have only seen his back and have not seen his true face, but I know that the Emperor has a Taoist priest who is guiding him. Letting the prince of Cheng's mansion attack Tianan, seize the 16 prefectures of Yenyun, and massacre the city. This series of events were planned by Concubine Zhao and this heavenly master, and the two of them had already slept on the same couch. Jun Zigan's pupils shrank slightly, and his steps stopped abruptly. He looked at her in disbelief. What you said. It's all true. Shang Ruai said word by word. If I tell you even a lie, let me. She was about to swear an oath when she was interrupted by Jun Zigan. Don't talk nonsense. How can you make such an oath casually? What's that? I have never lied, so even if I swear an oath, I am not afraid. Shang Ruai's words made Jun Zigan's heart sink to the bottom.
How could it be?
How could it turn out like this? Jinjin is such a kind person. How could she conspire with others to come up with such a vicious plan? And that so-called heavenly master is not a good guy at all. He provoked wars between countries in order to reap the benefits. I heard their conversation. He was said to be the leader of some sect, and that heavenly master was the young sect leader. Hearing him say this, Jun Zigan frowned even deeper, and his face looked extremely ugly. Brother. Shang Ruai stopped and said in a low voice, Do you think that someone like her can be sincere? Sincerity? Jun Zigan smiled bitterly. In this world, sincerity is the most illusory and the most precious thing. If the Emperor Xie and survive this time, as his most beloved concubine, she should be buried alive with him. Do you think she will want to leave here? Or use a trick to escape the shell? You just took the Emperor's pulse. How did it feel? Shang Ruai whispered. Anger is just a small matter. What really caused him to fall into a coma was the poison in his body.
Jun Zigan's hat sank. Poison?
Or a poisonous insect. Poison. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. People in southern Xinjiang who are good at raising goo worms can not only use goo worms to control people's bodies, but also extract venom from the goo worms. She had heard from Elder Yi that there was a man in southern Xinjiang who was very good at raising goo, and he had raised several goo kings. The goo kings she had received from the queen before might have been raised by that man. Although extracting venom from the goo king is not as effective as directly administering the poison, it is not easy to be detected. Unless there is a genius doctor to diagnose the pulse, no one would find out that it was the goo poison that was at work. By regularly dripping the blood of the goo king into his diet, the person who is poisoned will obey the words of the person who administered the poison. The reason why the Emperor of the Western regions doted on Concubine Zhao was not only because of her youth and beauty, but more because she controlled his mind with the goo poison. Was it Concubine Zhao who poisoned the Emperor? Shang Ruai said in a low voice. I'm not sure either. She found the goo emperor from the queen's palace, but it was Concubine Zhao who made the Western region emperor obey her. However, both Concubine Zhao and the queen mentioned the leader of the sect, so they probably belong to the same organization. Perhaps the queen helped Concubine Zhao control the emperor. In any case, the poison had something to do with the two of them. Thinking of the last words Concubine Zhao said to him, he slowly clenched his fists. On the way back, Jun Zigan didn't say anything. Shang Ruai knew he was thinking about something, so she didn't disturb him. It takes time to get to know a person, and it takes even more time to change your impression of a person. What's more, this person is different from others to Jun Zigan. Jun Yenting came to Jinxiu Palace. At this time, the queen was leaning on the head of the bed, and her maid Xiaochu was feeding her medicine. The queen's face was pale, and she was wearing a wig on her head. Her originally stunning beauty had disappeared, and she looked more than 10 years older than she had been a few days ago. Your son pays his respects to the Queen Mother. June Yunting knelt on the ground. Is the Queen Mother feeling better? Get up, the Queen said weakly. Why did you come here at this time? My Queen Mother, my father is seriously ill. The court is in trouble again, and the other princes are ready to make a move. Your son has come to ask for your advice. June Yunting slowly raised his head, and his eyes fell on the Queen's face. What should we do next? What should we do? The Queen smiled. Do you want to ascend the throne? June Yunting lowered his head and said nothing, but his silence had already made his position clear. Sure enough, like father will give birth to like son. She pushed the medicine bowl aside and looked at him with cold eyes. The Western region is just an empty shell now. You ascended the throne at this time. Are you trying to fill the hole for your father? Over the years, you have been the prince and have indeed accumulated a lot of family property, but compared with the huge national treasury, your family property is just a drop in the bucket. Even if you add my own and your grandfather's, it is not enough. After she finished speaking, she began to cough. Thank you for your advice, Mother. The Queen glanced at him and said impatiently, Is there anything else? No, I just came to see you, Mother. I'm tired. You can go back. The Queen whispered, I will order people to keep an eye on the court, and I will be aware of any disturbances, so you don't have to worry. Thank you, Mother, for your plans. The prince's face was full of joy. Take good care of me, Mother. I'll take my leave. Seeing him leave, the Queen whispered, What about the 7th prince and that? Your Majesty, the 7th prince has been in the prince's mansion recently, and the deposed concubine is still like a living dead. You don't have to worry. I won't feel at ease until that woman is dead. The Queen rubbed her eyebrows. She often had nightmares recently, and in her dreams, that woman was coming to take her life. Are you mocking me by saying this? The Queen said coldly, I also put in a lot of effort, but I still couldn't marry the Prince of Chung. Xiaochu was shocked, and she knelt on the ground quickly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This is not what I meant. I just remembered that Concubine Xiao and the Prince of Chung were childhood sweethearts. There were rumors that Concubine Xiao and the Prince of Chung had already had feelings for each other before she entered the palace. The Queen glanced at her. What about childhood sweethearts? What about innocent children? They spread gossip about Concubine Xiao and Junzei, but did they spread the gossip about me and the Prince of Chung? Upon hearing this, Xiaochu hurriedly shook her head. Your Majesty is upright and honest. How can she be compared to a dissolute person like Concubine Xiao? Who dares to gossip about your Majesty? Hearing what she said, the Queen directly overturned the pills and said angrily, Why? Why doesn't anyone gossip about me? Xiaochu trembled and knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. I have sacrificed half my life, but in the end I didn't even get a word of gossip. Am I not even worthy of having my name mentioned together with his? She didn't know what she was thinking of. She threw back the quilt and quickly came to the dressing table. Looking at the haggard face in the mirror, she touched it with her hand in disbelief. The next moment, she tossed the mirror to the ground like a madman. The edge of the bronze mirror just scratched her heart, and dark red blood flowed out. Not long after, at this moment, a white worm flowed out along with the blood. She felt a void in her heart and fell weakly. Your Majesty! The Queen couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the dead love insect. As she laughed, tears began to stream down her face. Ha ha ha, dead, dead. Empress. Xiaochu looked at her worriedly. Empress, what happened to you? The Queen looked at the insect, covered the wound with one hand, and pulled the corner of her lips. The last connection between me and him is also broken. It's gone. Nothing is left. She pulled off her hood, her eyes full of determination. From today on, I am the Queen of the Western regions, the real Queen. I will live for myself. Empress, you are injured. Let me bandage you. The Queen looked at her. His eyes were filled with coldness. Publish the identity of Shang Ruai. I think there are still many people in Tianshan who don't know who she is. Seeing that the wound on her body was still bleeding, Xiaochu said softly, My Queen, I will ask the Imperial physician to treat you. No need. She looked at the blood-stained collar, took out the hemostatic powder, sprinkled it on the wound, and the powder fell on it. The wound emitted bursts of white smoke, which was painful just by looking at it. But after the smoke dissipated, the pain gradually subsided, and the wound on her chest had stopped bleeding. Isn't it embarrassing enough for me to look like this now? If the Imperial physician comes and spreads out, I'm afraid my position as the master of the harem will not be saved. She pointed to the box that Chiozé sent a few days ago. Put on the wig inside. I want to dress up. My queen, you still have wounds on your body. It's just a small wound. She took off her clothes, and the wounds on her body had begun to heal slowly. Her face was no longer pale. Since the love goo left her body, it was as if she had left behind a heavy burden. Xiaochu looked at her expression, and a hint of worry rose in his heart. What method did the queen use to make herself recover so quickly? With such an injury, even the master of the sect might not be able to recover in such a short time. When Shang Ruai returned to the palace, her father had already woken up.
Ruai.
The king of the city had a worried look on his face. The western region is now in danger, and I'm afraid that your father doesn't have time to accompany you in the manor. He said to Jun Ziqian beside him. Take your sister to the farm. Fortunately, her identity has not been made public yet. Your father has been guarding the western region for many years and has offended many people. Now that the western region is in danger, someone will come to retaliate. You should go to the farm to hide. He patted Shang Ruai on the shoulder and said lovingly, with your ability, you will definitely have the power to protect yourself. Your father is relieved. Father. Jun Ziqian frowned and said, what are you doing? Back then, your father did not protect your mother well. Although I still don't know the reason why she left, now your father wants to do his best to protect you. He looked at Shang Ruai and whispered, the emperor is seriously ill. The royal family of the western region has been decaying for too long. Worms will come out of rotten meat and maggots will grow in dried fish. Now the signs of chaos are already formed. The western region will never be peaceful. The trend of war in all parts of the world is unstoppable. Mother left because of her health. Shang Ruai thought for a while and said softly, Mother's health is getting worse day by day. She doesn't want you to be sad. Another reason is because of the queen. Although I don't know what happened between them, Mother is very afraid of the queen and the forces behind her. She looked at her father meaningfully. As for why the queen wants to make things difficult for Mother, I think father knows it best in his heart. It's all your fault. Hearing this, King Qing touched his nose. When my father refused the marriage, I told her very clearly that if she insisted on marrying me, she would not be happy. It would be better for her to marry the prince and become the queen who can rule the country in the future. She also agreed. Who would have thought that people are greedy? She wants power, and me as well. Hearing him say that, Jun Ziqian's face changed slightly. Shang Ruai saw it and curled the corners of her lips silently. She thought that her brother should be able to empathize with him at this moment. But then again, this emperor of the western regions is really miserable. The queen who has slept with him for many years thinks about being with his younger brother, Prince Cheng, every day, and his beloved concubine thinks about living together with Jun Ziqian. It really fits the saying that those who are thirsty will die of drought, and those who are flooded will die of floods. You just said that your mother's health is getting worse day by day? Shang Ruai nodded. She didn't want to say more about this topic because she didn't know if she would have such a day. If she said too much now, her father would definitely be worried. I don't know exactly what disease Mother had. She didn't want to make you sad, and she also wanted me to be born safely. She thought that even if she was gone in the future, I would still have the protection of the Wei family. But she never expected that before her body completely collapsed, the Wei family fell into decline, and all the family business of the Wei family fell into the hands of Shang Nian. Shang Nian had no scruples, and Mother eventually died of illness. And the real Shang Ruai was also tortured to death. But then again, if it weren't for the harsh treatment of the Shang family, the original owner would not have died, and there would be no possibility for herself to travel through time. When she mentioned her mother again, Shang Ruai clearly felt that her father's mood was low. Father, I will not go to any farm no matter what. As for how chaotic the western regions are, it doesn't matter. It's just about clearing the court of corrupt officials. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Besides, it is normal for a foolish emperor who only knows how to pray to gods and listen to the words of some Taoist priest to end up like this. The leader of a country should be a wise man. The king of city looked at her. Then who do you think is suitable to be the emperor? Shang Ruoyi smiled. This is difficult for me. I just came to the western regions and I only know a handful of people. You have been in the western regions for many years. I think you know best whether there are any virtuous people among the emperor's princes. At this moment, a guard came over. My lord, the seventh prince sent someone to invite the princess to the mansion. Shang Ruoyi slapped her head. Oh no. I promised him that I would heal his mother, but I forgot it completely. She turned to the king of city and said, Father, you don't have to wait for me for dinner. After she finished speaking, she ran out the door. Someone come. The city king said hurriedly. Follow the princess. Hurry up. More than a dozen figures flew away in an instant. This child. The city king shook his head. Knowing that the situation is not peaceful now, he still ran out so recklessly, which is really worrying. Just as he was about to go back, he saw Jun Ziqian still in the same posture just now, with a face full of worries. Aegon. Jun Ziqian frowned slightly and did not hear his father's voice. Aegon. Father. Jun Ziqian said hurriedly. What's wrong? The king of city frowned. What happened? Nothing. He rubbed his temples. There are many military affairs recently, and my son was thinking about the military pay, so he was a little distracted. The king of city narrowed his eyes. Since you are tired, take a good rest. Yes. Looking at his back as he left, the king of city asked in a low voice, What did the prince go to the palace for today?
Who did he meet?
Today, the prince summoned the prince to the palace to borrow money from our palace, but the prince evaded the question. A low voice came from the side. Did you only see the prince? The man hesitated for a moment and continued. The palace is heavily guarded, and I was not able to follow the prince all the time. Later, I heard the voice of the princess, saying that concubine Xiao asked the prince to stay in the palace to talk for a while. As for what they said, I don't know. Humph, it's the daughter of their Xiao family again. The king of city said in a deep voice, It seems that I was right not to allow her to enter the palace before. Now she is still restless after marrying into the palace. Follow the prince, and don't let him do anything out of line. Yes. As the last word fell, the breath disappeared. Shang Ruoyi sensed a strange breath behind her. Those breaths just followed from a distance and posed no threat. She knew that they must be sent by her father to protect her. Just after walking for a distance, a man with a strange look suddenly appeared not far behind her. Princess. Hearing this familiar voice, Shang Ruoyi hurriedly reined in her horse and looked back. I am here to protect the princess on the orders of the prince. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruoyi's face flashed a helpless smile. Since it is your father's order, just follow me. She looked at the man and curled her lips. Ahung, this princess remembers that this is your name, right? Yes. This guard was none other than He Jingheng in disguise. When he said the first word, Shang Ruoyi recognized him. Shang Ruoyi looked at the human skin mask on his face, and there was no flaw at all. Princess. The servant of the seventh prince's mansion said, Can the princess leave now? Shang Ruoyi nodded, waved to He Jingheng, motioning him to follow. How is the human skin mask on your face made? He Jingheng smiled. Why, is it extremely realistic? Shang Ruoyi's eyes flickered, and a person's face flashed before her eyes. But what secret method did you use? He Jingheng nodded. This is a unique skill of our Dingwa Palace, called Thousand Faces. The human skin mask is as thin as a cicada's wing. If you don't use special potions, you can't tear it off even with your hands. There is no flaw at all. You said this is a unique skill of your Dingwa Palace. Besides you, is there anyone else who can do it? He Jingheng nodded. The legitimate sons of each room can do it. He looked at Shang Ruoyi. Why do you ask? Shang Ruoyi was speechless, recalling the man she saw in Concubine Zhao's palace that day. His voice was exactly the same as He Jingheng's. His expression and movements were also somewhat similar to He Jinghe in his memory, and there was also a face that could not see any flaws. Most importantly, he specifically pointed out the Dinghua Palace that day. After thinking about this, Shang Ruoyi's heart sank. Thinking about it, that person was undoubtedly He Jinghe. However, Concubine Xiao said that he was the young master of the sect and the only descendant of the sect master. Who is this sect master? What is this sect that wants to subvert the world? Seeing that she was worried, He Jinghe whispered, "But what happened? Do you know that there is a heavenly master in the western region's royal family?" He Jinghe nodded. "I have heard of it. I sneaked into the palace for a few days, but I did not find any trace of him. I have seen him in the bedroom of Concubine Xiao. I don't recognize that face, but I will definitely recognize that voice." She looked at He Jinghe and said in a deep voice, "It is exactly the same as He Jinghe. He is very hostile to the Dinghua Palace and instigated the Western Region Emperor to send troops to Tianan. Perhaps he has some selfish motives and wants to kill everyone in the Dinghua Palace. I don't believe there will be such a coincidence. All coincidences in this world are arranged with ulterior motives. Do you suspect that the Heavenly Master is He Jinghe?" Shang Ruoyi nodded. As they were talking, they came to the seventh prince's mansion. At this time, the seventh prince was anxiously wandering around in his mother's room. "Send someone to check where the little princess is."
Yes.
Before the guards could turn around, they heard a voice coming from the door. "Your Highness, the little princess is here." Upon hearing this, the seventh prince was delighted and walked out quickly. He saw a man and a woman walking in. Shang Ruoyi was walking in front, and a strange-looking man behind her was only half a step away from her. According to etiquette, he was a little too close, but at the moment, the seventh prince no longer had the energy to pay attention to these. He quickly walked up to Shang Ruoyi, pulled her wrist without saying anything, and was about to walk into the inner hall. He Jinghe saw this and swung his palm. Fortunately, the seventh prince was quick-witted and quickly let go of her hand and stepped back.
How dare you?
"It's okay for a guard like you to not greet me, but you actually attacked me. Have you had enough of living?" The seventh prince said loudly. "Who taught you that? Men and women should not touch each other. What do you want to do to the princess, seventh prince?" Although He Jinghe was wearing a human skin mask, his eyes did not change. The seventh prince clearly felt the murderous aura emanating from his eyes. This was not a verbal threat. This murderous aura seemed to have condensed into substance. As long as he stretched out his hand again, this guard would really kill him. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing. After not seeing each other for some time, He Jinghe actually learned to be jealous. She patted He Jinghe's shoulder, and his tense muscles slowly relaxed. "You came to me today. Is it about your mother?" The seventh prince nodded hurriedly when he saw that she was talking about business. "Since the past few days, I was afraid that my mother would show signs of waking up. I thought she was finally waking up, but I didn't expect that she would suddenly start vomiting blood today, as if she wanted to spit out all the blood in her body." Shang Ruoyi frowned and walked quickly towards the inner hall. He Jinghe followed behind her. Seeing this, the seventh prince hurriedly said, "My mother is a woman. How can you enter the inner hall? You just wait for me outside." Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "Seventh prince, this is not a den of tigers and wolves, don't worry." He Jinghe nodded. Seeing this, the seventh prince rolled his eyes at him. If it weren't for the sake of his uncle and Ruoyi, he would definitely deal with this guard. He Jinghe saw the deep meaning in his eyes, rolled his eyes at him, and came to the pillar beside him to close his eyes and rest. Seeing his movements, the seventh prince couldn't help but jump. Is this man really a guard? The aura around him is actually higher than his own. Shang Ruoyi walked into the room, and the bloody smell that hit her face made her nauseous. Looking at the basins of blood being carried out, Shang Ruoyi's heart jumped. She hurried to the bed, only to see a haggard woman lying lifelessly on the bed, with blood on the corners of her lips constantly flowing down. The maid wiped it with a handkerchief, and the handkerchief was soon stained with blood. She put her hand on the woman's pulse. How could it be? Shang Ruoyi's heart sank. No pulse. How could there be no pulse? She tried to calm herself down and infuse energy into her fingertips. At this time, any tiny changes in the woman's body were within her perception. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes and found it. The pulse was extremely weak. If it weren't for the energy, she would have found it difficult to detect. "How is it?" The seventh prince came to her side and whispered, "Can my mother be saved?" Shang Ruai didn't say anything. At this moment, even she couldn't be completely sure. What happened? Shang Ruai shook her head. "This disease came strangely. I can't tell for a while." She took out a needle and gently pierced her forehead. In an instant, the tightly closed eyes of the woman on the bed suddenly opened her mouth, and bit Shang Ruai's hand. Shang Ruai saw this and immediately pulled her hand back. She was almost bitten by her. The cause of the seventh prince's mother's illness was still unclear. Although she was immune to all poisons, it was always inappropriate to be bitten. Everyone around was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed. He Jingheng was standing not far away, his heart sank. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard Shang Ruai shouting, "Stand back." The servants in the room rushed out and saw the woman on the bed stood up, full of hostility, and ran towards Shang Ruai. "How could this happen?" The seventh prince shouted. "Mother, mother, this is not poison or disease." Shang Ruai whispered, "Your mother is controlled by goo magic." She dodged nimbly, her body soared into the air, and a palm slapped her heart. The originally crazy body had a little sluggishness. Shang Ruai thought she would stop and faint, but the next moment, the woman's body was faster. "What's going on?" There was a flash of hesitation in her eyes. What kind of goo insect was so powerful? At this moment, her eyes fell on the woman's eyes, and she saw that her eyes were full of bloodshot and endless pain. "Save, save." The woman squeezed out these words from her throat with difficulty. She still had some consciousness. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes. "How can I save you?" Kill me." After saying that, she began to hit her head frantically. "Mother." The woman stopped hitting her head and slowly looked towards the place where the sound came from. She looked at the seventh prince in confusion, as if she was wondering who he was.
Mutter, I am Elfer.
The seventh prince said softly, "Mother, what's wrong with you?"
Exiar.
There was a flash of struggle in her eyes. She held her head and groaned in pain. Shang Ruai took out a tranquilizer from the space when she saw this. While she was not prepared, she flew forward and injected the tranquilizer into her body at lightning speed. Not long after, her movements began to slow down and her body fell straight down. "Mother, mother?" The seventh prince quickly stepped forward and carried his mother to the bed. Turning to look at Shang Ruai, "What's going on?" "This poisonous insect controls her thoughts and behavior. I think this poisonous insect may be on her head." The seventh prince was about to refute, but when he recalled the scenes just now, he had to believe her. "What should I do?" The seventh prince looked at the person on the bed in pain, clenching his fists. "Why is my mother poisoned?"
Who is it?
Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. The only people who could do such a thing were the queen and concubine Xiao. But at that time, concubine Xiao had not entered the palace yet. The only one who could do this was the queen. However, she was a little puzzled. Why would the queen poison an ordinary concubine? If it was because she gave birth to a prince and was feared, but the seventh prince was not favored, and there were more than one concubine who gave birth to a prince in the palace. Why did she target her like this? You just said that the poisonous insect was on her head. Is there any way to get it out? Shang Ruai pondered for a moment and whispered, "If you want to get it out, you have to open the skull." Open the skull? The seventh prince was horrified. If the skull was really opened, could the person still survive? "Little princess, little ancestor, do you know what you're talking about?" The seventh prince said tremblingly, "How could there be someone in this world who could survive with his head opened? I can only say that you are shallow-minded. There are all kinds of things in the world. Just because you haven't seen or heard of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist." A cold light flashed in Shang Ruai's hand, and a sharp dagger appeared in her palm. The poisonous insect should be on the surface. If it really grew in the brain, it would not have survived until today. She looked at the seventh prince. This is the only way now. Your mother's pulse is almost untraceable. If you delay any further, there will be no way to save her. Think about it carefully, whether to save her or not. After the voice fell, Concubine Ching on the bed began to frown again. Hurry up and make a decision. Time is running out. The seventh prince clenched his fists and whispered, "Save. You get out. Don't you need me to help you?" Shang Ruai glanced at him. It's good enough that you don't make things worse. The seventh prince looked at him with some concern. Shang Ruai saw this and mixed some energy in her internal force. She swung it hard and slapped the seventh prince out of the room. The seventh prince was already outside the door before he could even react. He Jingheng stood outside the door and saw the scene. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and curl his lips. "What are you laughing at?" The seventh prince stood up from the ground and looked him up and down. "Are you a guard of the Prince Cheng's mansion?" He Jingheng glanced at him. "What does it have to do with the seventh prince?" "You, a servant. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have the support of the emperor's uncle." He pointed at He Jingheng. "You are just a guard, not a master. Put yourself in the right place. For Ruai's sake, I will not bother with you." He Jingheng sneered and said nothing. The seventh prince was already angry, and seeing his attitude, he said in a deep voice, "How is your kung fu?"
So. Fight with me.
He Jingheng smiled. "Are you sure, seventh prince? If you lose, don't be angry. If I can't beat a mere servant like you, you'd better not be a prince."
Okay.
Half an incense stick passed, and the seventh prince had no idea how many times he had been thrown away by He Jingheng. He lay on his back on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. "Are you coming again?" Upon hearing this, the seventh prince waved his hands hurriedly. No, cough, cough." He forced himself to sit up, looked at He Jingheng, and whispered, "When did you arrive in the western regions?" He Jingheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "What does your highness mean?"
Why don't I understand?
Don't pretend to be confused here. He Jingheng, do you really think I'm a fool so easy to fool? The seventh prince glared at him. He just felt strange. According to the character of that little ancestor, how could he allow a guard to be so close to him? Besides, even if the emperor's uncle ordered people to protect her closely, he would never find a man. It's not like they don't have female secret guards in their city prince's mansion. What made him even more certain was that when he just fought with him, he subconsciously used martial arts moves. Although he tried his best not to use his famous skills, it is difficult for people to change their habits. Subconscious movements are enough to make people confirm his identity. The seventh prince is definitely not stupid, but he is not smart either. He Jingheng smiled. I don't know how many opportunities one had to take your life just now. If it weren't for your friendship with Ruai, I wouldn't waste time with you here. Thank you. He really had no place to vent his anxiety, so he proposed to play a few games with He Jingheng. Otherwise, he was afraid that his mother might not be able to be rescued, and he would have gone crazy at the door. In this world, birth, aging, sickness, and death are not something that people can control. He Jingheng whispered, sometimes it is better not to force it.
Haha.
The seventh prince smiled. Don't force it? He sneered, you say that so easily. He lay on the ground, slowly closed his eyes, his back pressed against the cold ground, but he felt inexplicably at ease. You and I are in different situations, so naturally we cannot empathize with each other. Your father and mother are still alive, and you are the only legitimate son in the palace. Everything in your Dingwa palace will be yours in the future. You have made countless military achievements, and your Tianshan people, both the soldiers and the people, have great trust and reliance on your Dingwa palace. You fight against tyrants and punish treacherous officials, and you are extremely powerful. You have been smooth sailing for so many years, and you have everything you want. How can you understand the feelings of an abandoned child like me? He said lightly. Now I only have my mother left. Apart from my mother, I have nothing. For so many years, the only warmth he had was given by his mother. Although he was a prince, his mother was of humble origin, his father did not like him, and he did not have a powerful grandfather. Every day in the palace was like walking on thin ice. Smooth sailing? He Jingheng murmured. Every bit of glory in our Dingwa palace is earned by ourselves and has nothing to do with the blessing of our ancestors. He started to fight on the battlefield since he was a child and escaped death several times. He had countless scars on his body. He fought for his life to get to where he is today. Since you are a prince, you have royal blood flowing in your body. You are no less than anyone else. If you want it, just fight for it. Fight? What can he fight for? He Jingheng saw him lying on the ground, turned around and left. After walking a few steps, he whispered, "Now the western region is in turmoil. The prince is incompetent and cannot stabilize the country. If you are willing to gallop, now is the best time." After he finished speaking, he left. The best time. The pupils of the seventh prince shrank slightly. Yes, now is the best time. Only by sitting in the most honorable position can he avenge his mother. At this time, in the space, Shang Ruari had already found the location of the goo worm, but its hiding place was surrounded by the most sensitive nerves. If there was a slight mistake, it would never wake up again. This goo worm was transparent, with only the head and tail being red. No wonder she didn't find it at first. This goo worm was called puppet goo. If you were infected with this goo worm, you would become a puppet of the person who put the goo on you. Every move you made would be in the consciousness of the person who put the goo on you. It was impossible to take it out directly at the moment. At this time, the goo worm was lying quietly, motionless. Shang Ruai thought about it, took out a silver needle, and burned it with fire. She remembered that it was recorded in history books that the puppet goo Shilong was afraid of heat, and a hot silver needle was pierced into the head, killing it in one. However, it had to be taken out quickly after being pierced, otherwise the puppet goo would immediately melt into the body, and the person who was poisoned would die in a very short time. The person who put the goo on you is really cruel. This puppet goo, either not solved, or if solved, it would kill you if you were not careful. Shang Ruai gritted her teeth, and her palms were already sweating. Looking at the red silver needle, Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, and a trace of energy gathered in her eyes and fingertips. At this moment, she felt as if everything around her had slowed down. She stretched out her hand and accurately stabbed the tip of the needle on the head of the puppet goo, and then lifted it up with lightning speed, and the goo insect was lifted up before it melted. At the same time, in Jinxiu Palace, Xiaochu, who was serving the queen, had a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. There was a dull pain in his chest, and Xiaochu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, something happened. The puppet goo that was put on Concubine Qing has been solved." When the queen heard this, she broke the chopsticks in her hand with force. "What did you say?" "The puppet goo has been solved."
Check.
"Check for me."
Who is it?
The figure of Shang Ruai appeared in front of the queen. It must be her. Ever since she appeared, the western region has been in chaos. Nothing has gone well for her. The love goo and puppet goo have been solved one after another. This person must not be kept any longer. I have given you a letter of divorce. Now, we can only ask the guardian beside the master to take action personally. The queen whispered, "If we delay any further, let alone unify the world, even the western region will be out of control. Your Majesty, don't you want the master to take over the affairs of the western regions so soon?" "The reason why I don't want the master to take over is because of Yun Ting. I and the Yuan family both hope that Yun Ting can ascend the throne as emperor. In this way, the Yuan family will be able to prosper. But now it seems that if the master does not take action, the western region will become someone else's world. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. The most important one is that she had planted the love goo in Junka's body. If he could be controlled by the love goo and be devoted to her, she even thought about being with him for the rest of her life and sharing the western regions with him. But now the love goo is dead, and she had tried her best to survive. What she really wants now is not the world, nor power, but the lives of everyone in the city prince's mansion. Junko wanted to protect the western regions, but she wanted chaos in the western regions. He wanted to protect the child born by that, but she wanted Shang Ruai to die a miserable death. I want the world to be buried with me. She used a secret method, and she didn't have many years to live. My queen, Xiaochu said softly. I will go and beg the sect master. She must have a way. Hee hee. The queen sneered a few times. Even if there is a way, master will not save me. Master hates people who are trapped in love the most. She had told herself long ago that men are the most unreliable in this world, but she still chose to throw herself into the fire. It was 2 hours later that Shang Ruai sutured Concubine Qing's wound. At this time, the seventh prince was pacing anxiously outside the door. He Jingheng frowned slightly. Can you stop pacing? The seventh prince knew his identity, but others did not. When they heard him talking to the seventh prince like this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is this guard crazy? They thought their master would be angry, but he just glared at the man and sat on the chair. The seventh prince said angrily, It's easy for you to say that. The person lying in there is not your mother. He Jingheng glanced at him. Since Ruai said she can be saved, then she can be saved. You just have to wait quietly. Hearing him say this, the seventh prince's heart slowly settled down. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and Shang Ruai said softly, Okay. The seventh prince stood up instantly and rushed into the hall. He Jingheng walked to her side, looked at her slightly pale face, and said worriedly, But are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Shang Ruai shook her head. It's okay, just a little tired. She didn't know if it was her illusion. Bringing Concubine Qing into the space for treatment consumed a lot of her energy, so much so that she now even had difficulty moving her fingers. Seeing that she was tired, He Jingheng said softly, Do you want to go back and rest? Okay. She turned to the seventh prince and said, I have already given her medicine. She will not wake up in the next few days. If she shows signs of fever, give her this pill. She pointed to the porcelain bottle on the table and said weakly, If there are other things that cannot be solved, come to the palace to find me. I am grateful for your kindness. The seventh prince bowed and said, I will repay you in return. Shang Ruai smiled and walked out the door. He Jingheng frowned and protected her closely behind her. As soon as she left the seventh prince's mansion, she saw two familiar faces.
Father.
Shang Ruai grinned. Why are you here? The king of city's eyes fell on He Jingheng, his eyes full of coldness. Seeing this, Shang Ruai stepped forward and blocked her father's gaze. Father. Upon seeing this, the king of city looked helpless. It is said that girls should not be kept at home when they grow up, but who can tolerate that the daughter he just found is married and her husband comes to his house? Isn't this trying to steal his daughter? You don't look well. Go to the carriage to have a rest. It's okay. It's not a long journey. Why do you need father and brother to come to pick you up in person? If others know, I don't know how they will laugh at you. The king of city smiled. If possible, your father is willing to pick you up for the rest of his life. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on He Jingheng again. It's better than letting others pick you up. Yes, Ruai. Go to the carriage to have a rest. Jun Ziqian smiled. There are cakes in the carriage. If you are hungry, eat some. Okay. Shang Ruai nodded helplessly, gave He Jingheng a look that wished him well, and walked towards the carriage. The king of city jumped on his horse, looked at He Jingheng and said, How come I sent you to follow the princess without knowing when? He Jingheng had a slight smile on his face. Your Highness, you tend to forget things easily. I have been following the princess for a long time. The king of city tightened the reins in his hands and sneered. Really? Maybe I forgot, but from now on, you are no longer needed to protect the princess. You should go somewhere else. I'm afraid that is beyond your control, Your Highness the king of city. It's getting late today, I won't bother you. I will visit you another day. The king of city snorted coldly. Let's talk about it later. After he finished speaking, he clamped his legs on the horse's belly and rode away. Shang Ruai returned to the palace and hurried to the side of King Cheng. Father, are you angry? King Cheng turned his face away and deliberately said in a cold voice, How can a father be angry? His own daughter is about to be abducted by another bad boy. I didn't break his legs today, which is already a good thing for him. Father, I was married before I met you. Shang Ruai took his arm. You can't be unreasonable. Everything should be based on first come first served. In my opinion, it is He Jingheng who should be angry. You little girl, why are you so unreasonable? Who is unreasonable? If what you said is true, it was Shang Ruai, the concubine's daughter of the Shang family, who married into the Dinghua Palace, but you are now my daughter, my princess, the legitimate daughter of the Jun family, not the prince's consort of the Dinghua Palace. It is impossible for He Jingheng to marry you with this attitude. Shang Ruai held her forehead with her hand. She finally realized who she inherited her unreasonable bad habits from.
Father.
No discussion. The king of city waved his hand. Even if you want the stars and the moon, Father will find a way to pick them for you and present them to you. But this one thing is impossible. After he finished speaking, he walked straight to his yard. Shang Ruai was too lazy to argue with him today. At this time, her body had reached its limit, so she went back to the yard to rest. Jun Ziqian came to the room of the king of city and whispered, Father.
Speak.
What do you think about the marriage of He Jingheng and Ruoi? Among the 4 countries, He Jingheng is already the best candidate. You had thought of letting Jun Luoyun marry to the Dinghua Palace before, but why do you refuse to do so now that it comes to Ruoi? The king of city sighed, It's not that I don't want to, but the world is not peaceful now, and the Dinghua Palace is the first to bear the brunt. An informant reported that the southern border is ready to move, and the Biling border has also begun to mobilize troops frequently. It is only a matter of time before the army approaches. The king of city's palace is not peaceful, and the Dinghua Palace is even more so. If she is sent back to the Dinghua Palace, according to her personality, she will definitely worry about the peace of the world. It is better for her to stay in the palace. Even if she risks her life, her father will protect her well. He looked at Jun Ziqian and said in a cold voice, You should also not put your mind elsewhere. There are still a lot of things waiting for you to deal with in the mansion. There are many military affairs. If the prince summons you, it is better not to leave the barracks unless it is important, just in case. Jun Ziqian was startled when he heard this, and said in a low voice, Sun knows. Coming out of his courtyard, Jun Ziqian looked at the sky outside, his eyes flickering. He walked a few steps towards his courtyard, turned around and walked towards the gate. Your Highness, the prince has left the house. The king of the city put down the robe in his hand and said in a cold voice, Follow him, this evil creature. If things get bad, bring him back to me. At this moment, another secret guard came in. Your Highness, the princess has also left the house. Looking at that direction, she is chasing the prince.
What?
He stood up and said anxiously, Why is that little ancestor going to join in the fun? Why don't you send someone to protect the princess? Replying to your Highness, the princess's own guards have caught up. They are very fast, and our secret guards can't catch up. Jun Ziqian's figure shuttled over the western regions. After a while, he came to a forest on the outskirts of the city. Not far ahead, a woman in a pink cloak was waiting there.
Aegon.
When Concubine Xiao saw the person coming, her eyes lit up and she called out in a low voice, You are finally here. She took light steps and walked forward and said, I thought you were not coming. After she finished speaking, she wanted to hold Jun Zigan's arm. Jun Zigan took a few steps back to avoid the hand she extended. Concubine Zhao's hand fell empty, and her face changed slightly. Aegon, what do you mean? You still won't forgive me? I came here today just to send the queen back to the palace. He looked straight ahead and said in a low voice, If others knew that you left the palace in the middle of the night, I'm afraid it would cause gossip and affect your reputation. Aegon, do you know what you were saying? Her voice was a little sharp. If you don't want to take me away, why did you come? Why did you promise me today? Jun Zigan's eyes fell on her face. I did not promise the concubine today. You said that whether I come or not, you will wait here. That's why I came here late at night to persuade the concubine to turn back. His voice was very calm, without any emotion. Upon hearing this, Concubine Zhao's face turned red, and she said angrily, Jun Zigan, I didn't expect you to be such a person who dares to do things but not to take responsibility. I am willing to give up the glory and wealth in the palace and run away with you, but you actually broke your promise. Have you forgotten what you promised me back then? You told me that as long as I was with you, you would take care of me for the rest of my life and would not let me suffer any grievances. Have you forgotten all this?
No.
Then why are you doing this? She said righteously. Do you want to break your promise? You were the one who betrayed me first. What's the point of saying those words now? June Zegan sneered. From the moment you chose to enter the palace, there was only the etiquette between you and me as a monarch and a subject. As for the rest, your Majesty should just treat it as a dream. A cold look flashed across Concubine Zhao's eyes. She didn't expect that, even with the way she dressed today, she couldn't arouse any sympathy from June Zegan.
Aegon.
Concubine Zhao's tone softened. I explained to you before that it was not my wish to enter the palace back then. Now I finally found an opportunity to leave and live with you forever. How could you treat me like this? Not what you want. Junze laughed dryly. Whatever your Majesty says, it is whatever it is. Anyway, it has no meaning to me anymore. Please follow your Majesty back to the palace. Aegon. Concubine Zhao narrowed her eyes slightly. A cold light flashed in her hand, and a dagger was across her neck. What are you doing? June Zegan whispered. Put down the dagger. Concubine Zhao saw his nervousness, and a hint of triumphant smile flashed across her eyes. June Zegan already had her in his heart, and now he pretended to be so cold just because he was still angry. If you insist on taking me back to the palace today, I might as well die here. She pushed the dagger towards her body. Sure enough, June Zegan's face became even more tense, which made her more certain of her guess. What are you doing? June Zegan said in a deep voice. You chose this path yourself. Who are you showing off to? Why don't you believe me? I was forced to enter the palace. Concubine Zhao cried and said, Since entering the palace, I have lived in pain and regret every day. I should have threatened to die at the beginning. Maybe they would let me go. Seeing that he did not waver, Concubine Zhao saw the dagger sticking to her skin, and a trace of bright red blood flowed out, which was very dazzling on her snow-white skin. June Zegan was shocked, and just as he was about to step forward, he heard a chuckle behind him. Empress Zhao is such a great actress, and she has such great means. Even I am almost convinced. June Zegan paused and looked back, only to see Shang Ruai slowly walking out of the woods. She walked up to June Zegan and said angrily, Brother, didn't you say that you would hand her over to the Imperial guards in the city to her back to the palace, and then come to find me? Fortunately, I was smart, otherwise I don't know how long I would have to wait for you in the wilderness. Why are you here? June Zegan's voice was a little flustered. I'll take you back. The situation is not peaceful now, and she is not feeling well today. What should she do if she encounters an accident? Concubine Zhao didn't expect Shang Ruai to appear here, and her face changed slightly. Why are you here? My brother brought me here. Shang Ruai smiled and took a step forward. Otherwise, how can I enjoy Concubine Zhao's wonderful performance? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Concubine Zhao looked at June Zegan and said coldly, I didn't expect you to be such a person. It would be fine if you humiliated me today, but you even brought your sister here to humiliate me. I'd better die so that you can be satisfied. June Zegan was about to speak out to stop him, but Shang Ruai grabbed his arm, turned around and said to Concubine Zhao with a smile, If the concubine had such integrity, she would not have encouraged you to run away with my brother today. Concubine Zhao narrowed her eyes, and her heart sank. She didn't expect that her tricks would be exposed by her so easily. Concubine Zhao, you said that you regretted every day in the palace, regretting not being with your brother. You said that the Zhao family forced you to enter the palace. Even so, what about the Heavenly Master? Did you regret it when you were with that Heavenly Master? Did you ever think about my brother? Shang Ruai's words made Concubine Zhao's face change suddenly. You didn't expect it. Shang Ruai smiled. I didn't expect my ugly deeds to be made public like this. She looked at Concubine Zhao and continued to ask, Also, I'm really curious. Now that the Emperor is seriously ill and the palace is under martial law, how did you, a woman, come to this wilderness alone? I must have my own way to get here. My brother and I used a long time to get here using Qinggong, but the queen arrived earlier than both of us. I think her Qinggong must be better than ours. Shang Ruai's words made Jun Zigan feel depressed. Looking at what Concubine Xiao was wearing, there was not a single wrinkle on her body, and the shoes on her feet were as clear as new, without a trace of dirt. You know martial arts. Jun Zigan looked at Concubine Xiao as if he had never known her. In his impression, she was always that delicate and gentle girl who needed protection. They had known each other for many years, but he never knew that she knew martial arts. Concubine Xiao bit her lower lip and whispered, Aegon, I know martial arts, but it's only for self-protection. The harem is a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. If I let myself be slaughtered, I don't know how many times I would have died. Do you really think we are 3-year-old children? Qinggong is not something that can be achieved overnight. It cannot be practiced without several years of practice. Didn't Concubine Xiao only enter the palace for a year? Could it be that this Qinggong was practiced this year? The facts were before her eyes, and Concubine Xiao had no way to defend herself. She gritted her teeth and looked at Shang Ruai angrily. I have no grudges against you. Why do you keep ruining my plans again and again? No grudges? Shang Ruai sneered. How can there be no grudges between you and me? Do you dare to tell us about your dealings with that so-called heavenly master? Concubine Xiao was speechless and looked panicked. You instigated the emperor to send troops to the city prince's mansion to attack Tianan and seize the 16 prefectures of Yenyun. You also devised a plan with the heavenly master. After conquering the 16 prefectures of Yenyun, you ordered a massacre in the city to make the city prince's mansion infamous. Then you used this excuse to deal with everyone in the city prince's mansion. In this way, there would be no one who could protect the western regions. By then, the emperor of the western regions would be a puppet in your hands. You would then use the western regions to muddy the waters of the entire world. As for the people behind you and the forces behind you, I don't know. But all you want is the entire world, power and status and wealth. However, you have overestimated yourselves. Concubine Zhao's eyes were cold, and her delicate temperament disappeared. She asked in a deep voice, Where on earth did you hear that from? Shang Ruai stepped out slowly and said in a low voice, I saw and heard with my own eyes and ears what you and the so-called heavenly master were. You? Her pupils shrank slightly, and she said anxiously, The theft of the private treasury in my palace has something to do with you? Shang Ruai smiled. He took out a golden bell from his arms, on which was carved a lifelike phoenix. Concubine Xiao recognized it as an item from her palace at a glance. It's you. It's really you. Concubine Zhao's heart sank. She had suspected so many people, but no one suspected her. But how did she carry so many boxes away by herself? Since the relationship has been torn apart, Concubine Xiao will no longer deal with the two of them. Now, she knows very well that the plan of letting Jun Zigan take her away has completely failed. She looked around, took a step back, and was ready to fly away when the opportunity arose. Jun Zigan had already seen through her intention and moved his arms, but did not use his palm to stop her. How could Shang Ruai let her leave? Concubine Xiao rose into the air and was about to disappear into the night. Shang Ruai flew forward, gathering the internal force in her palms, and a powerful force hit Concubine Zhao's back directly. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Concubine Zhao's body fell from a high place, hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Concubine Xiao coughed a few times, glared at her, and said, You dare to hurt me. So, what if I hurt you? Shang Ruai sneered. You left the palace without permission. I guess few people know your whereabouts. Even if you die here today, no one will know it was us. Shang Ruai's words startled Concubine Xiao. She knew she was no match for Shang Ruai. Concubine Xiao hurriedly looked at Jun Zigan. Aegon, I know I was wrong. Please let me go for the sake of the relationship that we grew up together. Jun Zigan looked at her, without any ripples in his eyes. Aegon, have you forgotten? When you were poisoned by a snake, I helped you out the venom and save your life, but I inhaled the remaining poison and almost died. If it weren't for me, you would not be alive now?
Go now.
June Zegan said in a deep voice. From now on, you and I will no longer be friends and will be strangers from now on. Upon hearing this, Concubine Xiao was overjoyed. She no longer cared about her manners. She hurriedly stood up from the ground, looked at Shang Ruai deeply, turned around and left. Brother, are you just going to let her leave like this? She saved my life. June Zegan looked at her and said softly, now that I have saved her life, I no longer feel guilty. Just do whatever you want. Shang Ruai smiled. She knew, how could her brother be that irrational person? Shang Ruai snapped her fingers a few times, and the trees not far away shook, and several figures entered the darkness. Concubine Xiao ran for a while, preparing to use her Qinggong skills to quickly return to the palace, but her internal energy seemed to disappear out of thin air, so she had to use her legs to run out of the dense forest. You little! How dare you ruin my good deeds? Concubine Xiao whispered. Just wait for me. I will catch you and cut you into pieces. When she was about to reach the edge of the dense forest, she saw two white shadows flash by. Concubine Xiao's footsteps suddenly stopped. She looked around and did not find any figure. Is it possible that I am dazzled? She was a little scared. She took a few steps forward and saw two more white shadows flash by. She swallowed, and her fingers could not help but tremble slightly. Ghost? Could it be a ghost? Concubine Xiao took out the dagger again, her heart pounding. Just then, a dangerous aura slowly approached, and two huge white shadows pounced towards her. Concubine Xiao's eyes widened. White tiger. They were actually two white tigers. The unique breath of a wild beast was blowing in her face. How could she dare to face it head-on? She rolled on the ground to the other side, and the injuries she had just received from Shang Ruai worsened, causing her face to wrinkle in pain. She stood up from the ground, looked at the two aggressive white tigers, and said in a deep voice, how could there be white tigers here? The two white tigers were extremely tall, far beyond the size of normal tigers. Xiaobai dug the ground with his front paws and let out a low growl from his throat. His fur shone brightly in the moonlight, his eyes were full of ferocity, and his sharp fangs could bite her throat off in one bite. Concubine Xiao had never seen such a scene before, and she was frightened just by looking at it. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, and I couldn't move even a step. Help, help! She couldn't help but shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, dozens of arrows were shot from the depths of the dense forest towards Xiaobai. A man in a gray robe and a mask on his face flew to the side of Concubine Xiao and pulled up the frightened Concubine Xiao. You're here. Concubine Xiao threw her head into He Jinghe's chest and cried, I thought I was going to be eaten by these two tigers. He Jinghe frowned and looked at the two white tigers in front of him, especially the tallest one. How come it looked a bit like the one that Shang Ruai raised in exile? The two white tigers were agile and not afraid of the rain of arrows. They nimbly avoided all the arrows without any injuries. These two tigers seemed to have received some special training. Concubine Xiao said fearfully, I have never seen such a big tiger. He Jinghe's eyes dimmed. Not to mention that she had never seen one. Even he had never seen one. The two white tigers' eyes were even more fierce. Xiaobai's eyes fell on He Jinghe, and his nose moved. He had smelled this man's scent before. Animals have extremely sharp sense of smell, especially animals like Xiaobai, who grew up under the nourishment of space energy. He already has some intelligence. He can remember clearly the people he met a few years ago. He Jinghe waved his arm, and more than a dozen men in black rushed out of the dense forest and surrounded the two white tigers. Beasts. Seeing that there were so many people, Concubine Xiao regained some of her momentum, and she was no longer as scared to death as before. Skin these two beasts and pull out their tendons for me. Remember, there must be two complete tiger skins. I want one on the bed, and the other on the chair. Yes. Just as the men in black were about to rush forward with their swords, Xiaobai's body moved. She waved her huge tiger claws and pounced on the man in black, who was closest to her. No one expected that the two tigers would attack first, and they were so fast that before they could react, a huge white shadow had already arrived in front of them. One of the men in black was caught off guard and was directly pressed on the chest by Xiaobai's claw. His chest collapsed visibly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The man was dead. Hiss. Is the power of this tiger too terrifying? A few drops of blood sprayed on Xiaobai's fur, making it look even more attractive. Even He Jinghe couldn't help but feel a little scared. Come on, kill these two beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several arrows flying with the sound of breaking through the air. The power of those arrows was so great that some of them were shot on the ground, and the entire body of the arrow was sunk into the ground. This familiar scene shocked He Jinghe. Back then, in the dense forest of the exile land, those strange arrows were like this, all sunk into the ground. Before he could think about it, the people sent by Shang Ruai surrounded them. He Jinghe narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Who are you?" How could the Suzaka members answer his question? They all looked cold and silent. He Jinghe looked at them, then at the two white tigers. Are you the masters of these two beasts? The answer to him was still silence. Since he came here, how could he have been treated like this? But the identity of the person in front of him was unknown, so he didn't dare to make a move easily. After all, the power behind him, who could tame such a mighty white tiger, was obvious. At this moment, a crisp snap of fingers came from not far away, and they quickly raised their swords, their eyes full of murderous intent, and rushed towards He Jinghe and the others. Seeing this, He Jinghe quickly drew out his sword and fought with them. He himself was not proficient in martial arts, and he had not made much progress in this period of time. He was no match for the Suzaka members in a head-on fight. You know, the members of Suzaku were carefully selected from the Iron Feather Guards, and they were selected after various tests. They are experts among experts. After dozens of rounds, He Jinghe was obviously at a disadvantage. He was kicked in the left shoulder by mistake, and his body flew backwards and hit the big tree behind him. Seeing this, the Suzaka members stabbed out with their long swords and were about to reach He Jinghe's throat. At this time, a silver-gray dart suddenly appeared, and with a ding sound, it deflected the long sword in his hand. The vibration from the sword made his palm numb slightly. Who is it? As soon as the voice fell, a woman in a white robe with a veil on her face fell from the sky. You are a scoundrel. The woman's voice was condensed, and she drew a soft sword from her waist and swept it towards the guards. Her movements were strange. After several fights, the members of Suzaku were surprised to find that the skills used by this woman were somewhat similar to those of their master. Could it be that they were the master's fellow disciples? Once this idea entered their minds, the moves they used were limited a lot. They only dared to defend, not attack. Who is this? Concubine Xiao asked softly. Her martial arts are so powerful that she blocked these by herself. This is the great guardian of the sect. He Jinghe said in a low voice. She rarely goes out on weekdays. Since the last retreat, she has been in and out of the sect frequently. I don't know why she came here today. Thanks to her coming, otherwise today, you and I would be in danger. Concubine Zhao's eyes fell on the two white tigers. These two beasts must not be let go today. Such good fur is the best she has ever seen in her life. The woman's methods became more and more fierce, and every move was intended to kill people. She seized the opportunity and stabbed a man's arm with a sword. The injured area quickly turned black. Seeing this, the Suzaka members hurriedly took out the medicine and antidote pills that Shang Ruai had given them, and they were able to control it. Seeing that her poison was so easily detoxified, the woman frowned. Where did the pills in your hand come from? What does it have to do with you? You are stubborn, so don't blame me for being rude. She swung the long sword in her hand, her body flew into the air, and attacked the people below at a very fast speed. Everyone could only see a residual image, and there was no time to react. The long sword was already close at hand. The corners of the woman's lips were slightly raised, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Go to. As she said that, the long sword was about to wipe the neck of one of them. At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere, pinched the tip of the sword twisted it hard, and the soft sword instantly deformed. The woman didn't expect that someone would be able to take her move, and she was stunned for a moment. Shang Ruai frowned and continued to exert force. With a crisp click, the soft sword was broken by her. The woman looked at the person standing in front of her in shock, and her heart was filled with shock. She never thought that someone could take her sword move with bare hands and even break it. She quickly retreated and said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" At this time, Shang Ruai was wearing a human skin mask on her face and had changed her clothes into other clothes. Concubine Xiao and He Jinghe were also unable to distinguish her identity. It was the two white tigers who disappeared at some point, but no one noticed. Shang Ruai looked at the woman in white and said in a cold voice, "You came to my territory, but you didn't tell me your name, and you asked me my name. It's really rude." She deliberately changed her voice. If she hadn't made a gesture to her own people in secret, I'm afraid even they wouldn't recognize her identity. Seeing this, the woman in white whispered, "I am Lan Shi." She knew that she was not her opponent because she was seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. The other side was outnumbered, so she could only introduce herself.
Lan Shi.
Shang Ruai's heart sank, and her guess was confirmed again. It's really her. Lan Si, Lan. The person who turned against her in the previous life and wanted to die with her, the comrade in arms who had shared life and death with her, the person who was willing to sacrifice his life for each other, the person who was not a family member but was better than a family member. She actually traveled through time as well. When she saw the secret letter intercepted by Yun Qi, she had some guesses, and now all her guesses have been confirmed. Alan, you also traveled through time. It seems that there is really a bad fate between the two of them. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lan Shi frowned slightly. I have already introduced myself, but you haven't said your name yet.
Rujuan.
Shang Ruai only felt that her throat was a little dry, and her breathing was not smooth. Lan Shi bowed slightly. My young master was ignorant and accidentally entered your forest and hurt your beloved pet. Please don't blame him. It's okay. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. I just don't know the name of your young master and which family he is from. Lan Shi glanced sideways. He's just an ordinary family doing business. You need a name to do business. Could it be that he did business with a merchant and didn't even leave his name? Some things you'd better not ask about them. Lan Shi's voice was a little impatient. If the lady wants compensation, just tell us. We can afford it no matter how much silver it is. Do you think I'm short of money? Shang Ruai took a step forward, still holding the broken sword tip in her hand. Her eyes were slightly fierce, and the broken sword in her hand shot out suddenly, flying straight past He Jinghe's face. The sword energy brushed past his face and directly cut the mask on his face in half. The silver mask fell to the ground, and He Jinghe's face was exposed to the air. Today he did not wear a human skin mask because the 1,000 human mask has a characteristic that after being used for a period of time, it needs to be soaked in medicine overnight to restore its toughness and fit the human face better. Shang Ruai heard He Jinghe mention it, and seeing that he changed into a silver mask today, she guessed that his true face should be under the mask. Sure enough, He Jinghe's face came into everyone's sight. The Iron Feather Guards all came from the Dinghua Palace. Who didn't know? He Jinghe. The second young master. How could it be the second young master? Why was he staying with these people? They had many doubts in their hearts, but seeing that there was no unexpected expression on the master's face, it seemed that everything was within her expectations, so they did not ask aloud. I didn't expect to see someone from the Dinghua Palace here. He Jinghe's face was a little nervous. How do you know me? There is nothing I don't know. Jun Ziqian watched her performance not far away and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. He didn't expect that she had the talent to sing opera. According to her current dress and style, even he couldn't recognize her. Who are you? Shang Ruai smiled. You can't treat each other with sincerity. Why should I tell you my identity? Concubine Xiao looked at her suspiciously. Why have I never heard of any power in this dense forest in the early years? Where did you come from? Shang Ruai glanced at her and pretended not to know. Who are you? How can you talk here? He Jinghe looked at her face. She was not beautiful, but she was also beautiful. At least she was much more beautiful than Xiao Zhenjin in his arms. He pushed Xiao Zhenjin aside, walked in front of Shang Ruoyi, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that a little girl like you actually knew my identity." Shang Ruoyi sneered. "Of course I know that the Dingwa Palace was pardoned from the place of exile, but the returning team did not have the County Prince's palace." This lady made a little inquiry and heard some anecdotes. "I wonder if you, the second young master, are interested in listening?" He Jinghe's face changed slightly, and he sneered. "This young master doesn't want to listen. Since the second young master is not interested, then forget it." She pointed to the people around him. Now it seems that the second young master lives a pretty chic life, with servants serving him and beautiful women in his arms. She changed her tone and said with a bit of impatience, "But why did you come to me? This lady does not welcome a dog that has lost its home. This young master is not a dog that has lost its home." He Jinghe said loudly, "I am from the Tianan sect." Lan Shi interrupted him before he could finish. "How can you inquire about our young master's identity?" Hearing the hidden meaning in Shang Ruoyi's words, Lan Shi's expression became more and more unfriendly. Shang Ruoyi sneered in her heart. It has been a long time since they last met, and this He Jinghe is still brainless. After just a few words, he lost his temper and was tricked by her.
Tianan sect.
How come he has never heard of this sect? Seeing that Shang Ruoyi's expression did not change because of the 3 words Tianan sect, Lan Shi's heart was slowly relieved. No matter what force you are, you must pay the price for hurting my people. Shang Ruoyi gathered her internal force in her palm, and her hair flew up with the internal force. Lan Shi's eyes fell on her face, and his eyes condensed slightly. "Your face is fake. Who are you?" Shang Ruoyi smiled, worthy of being the soldier she brought out. So many people did not find that there was something wrong with her face. Only she found it. "You are quite alert." Shang Ruoyi did not take off the mask, but the look in her eyes on Lan Shi made her feel strangely familiar. A guess rushed into her mind, and a chill made her body tremble uncontrollably.
"Who are you?"
"Who do you think I am?" "Impossible." Lan Shi took a step back and tightened the broken dagger in her hand. "You can't be her." "You are not me. How do you know I'm not her?" Shang Ruoyi's words made Lan Shi even more nervous, and an inexplicable panic mixed with a little hatred surged into her heart. Shang Ruoyi originally wanted to get some words out of He Jinghe, but since her disguise had been exposed, she thought she couldn't get anything useful from them, so she just said it. Shang Ruoyi took off the mask, and He Jinghe and Concubine Xiao said in unison, "It's you. Didn't you know that I was in the western regions a long time ago?" Shang Ruoyi snorted coldly. "I thought the He family had been loyal for 100 years, and you, as a descendant of the Dingwa Palace, would never do such a thing of killing innocent people and harming loyal people, but now it seems that I overestimated you. You don't want to be a good son of the County Prince's palace, but go to some sect to be the young master and be someone else's son or grandson. Don't say your surname is He when you go out in the future. You can't afford to lose this person." He Jinghe heard what he said, as if he had hit on something unbearable. He used to be proud of his background. He thought he was the legitimate bloodline of the Dingwa Palace and was extremely noble. But ever since he found out that his father had the blood of A, he always felt that he was extremely dirty until he was brought back to Tianan. "She's just a woman, what do you know? How do you know that I, the young master, am worse than the young master of Dingwa Palace? It's just Dingwa Palace. It's just Junwang Palace. They will all be in my pocket in the future." Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes and sneered. A second-rate sect only knows those tricks of using women to confuse the emperor's heart, which are just some things that are not worthy of being shown on the table. They want to use this to bring chaos to the 4 countries, and you will benefit from it. It's simply a fantasy. She looked at Concubine Xiao. "Concubine, do you think that the poison you gave to the emperor is so secretive?" Concubine Xiao was startled. Then she thought of something and said in a cold voice, "You knew that the emperor was poisoned a long time ago? How can you be sure that it was me who poisoned him?" Hearing her say this, Shang Ruoyi smiled. "Just now I couldn't be sure whether it was you or the queen, but now I am sure. You actually tried to trick me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your brain." She smiled. her eyes moving between He Jinghe and Concubine Xiao. But you two are a perfect match. Neither of them is very smart.
You.
Concubine Xiao was furious, but she could only clench her hands tightly. She had no way to deal with Shang Ruai. She couldn't argue with her, and she couldn't win in a fight. She was seriously injured with just one move. What could she use to argue with Shang Ruai? Fortunately, you chose to enter the palace for power and status at that time. We in the city prince's mansion have to thank you for your great kindness. Otherwise, my brother would be so miserable. Her words made Concubine Zhao's face even uglier. While she was talking, Lan Shi's eyes were always on her, trying to find the shadow of someone she was familiar with in her. Naturally, all her scrutiny fell into Shang Ruai's eyes. Lan, even if you have changed your voice and appearance now, your eyes can't lie. The moment she appeared, Shang Ruai had already determined that the person in front of her was Lan, her teammate in her previous life. Shang Ruai, what benefit can you get from helping Dinghua Palace and Chengwang Palace? He Jinghe said in a cold voice. You came to the western regions now. Isn't it because Dinghua Palace despises your identity as a concubine? They don't care about what you did for them in the past. In the place of exile, if it weren't for you, they would have died of illness and starvation. Now they have returned to the western regions and become the high and mighty princes, princesses and princesses, and they kicked you away. You came to the western regions and transformed yourself into the princess of Chengwang Palace, but you have no gratitude or affection here, but you have to work for them. You look down on me. How good are you? You are just a chess piece. Chess piece? Shang Ruai sneered and pointed to the iron feather guards behind her. You came out of Dinghua Palace, iron feather guards. Do you know? He Jinghe's face changed suddenly when he heard this. Iron feather guards. You can actually command the Iron Feather Guards. Others may not know what the Iron Feather Guard is, but as someone who grew up in the Dinghua Palace, He Jinghe knows the importance of the Iron Feather Guard in the palace. Only the real person in power in the palace can command the Iron Feather Guard. Lan Shi stood in front of He Jinghe and whispered, Young sect master, you go first. He Jinghe had wanted to run away a long time ago. Ever since he knew that the person standing in front of him was Shang Ruai, he felt sore all over, especially the arm that was pricked by Shang Ruai with a needle. The pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow challenged his nerves all the time. Hearing Lan Shi asking him to leave first, he wished he could hide in the ground right now. Lan Shi's voice was very low, but how could it escape Shang Ruai's ears? Want to run?
Dream on.
She tapped her fingers a few times, and the Suzaka members standing behind her understood and quickly spread out to surround them. He Jinghe didn't understand Shang Ruai's gesture, but Lan Shi saw it, and his heart was tightly gripped. She looked at Shang Ruai in shock and murmured, It's really you. Alan, long time no see. The moment the name came out, Lan Shi's footsteps were nailed to the spot, unable to move any more.
Captain.
She swallowed the word captain that was about to come out. Lan Shi looked at the strange woman in front of her in disbelief, and a storm of waves rose in her heart. The two stood there for a long time with their eyes facing each other. At this moment, Lan Shi swung out a palm, and the palm wind carried a strong poisonous gas, hitting Shang Ruai's heart. In the previous life, she would not be Shang Ruai's opponent. Whether in terms of skills or wisdom, she was at a disadvantage. In this life, if she wanted to defeat Shang Ruai, she could only win by surprise. Master, be careful. Shang Ruai smiled. She was still the same as in the previous life. In the previous life, she trusted him wholeheartedly and never thought that she would be betrayed by her teammates, so she fell into her trick, but in this life, she would not be as stupid as before. You stop He Jinghe? And the other two? Yes. They flew forward and fought with He Jinghe and the others. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes as she watched Lan Shi getting closer and closer. Lan Shi saw that she didn't move, and her heart was beating fast. What did she mean? Did she set a trap? She paused slightly and hesitated. At this moment, Shang Ruai's figure disappeared instantly. Lan Shi blinked and stared at the empty ground in a daze. Where was she? She looked around, but couldn't see Shang Ruai at all. Where have you been hiding? At this moment, a fierce palm wind came. Lan Shi raised her eyebrows slightly and dodged to the side, but Shang Ruai had figured out her moves thoroughly. As soon as she dodged, another palm wind followed. A palm slapped her shoulder, and Lan Shi's figure flew backwards and fell far away. The next moment, Shang Ruai walked slowly to her side and looked down at her. Alan, you still haven't made any progress in this life. Lan Shi touched her left shoulder. Except for a little pain, she didn't suffer any substantial injuries. According to her skills, if he really wanted to take her life, this palm would not fall on her shoulder because she just clearly felt that the palm wind had shifted, and when the palm fell, she retracted her strength. You let it go, Lan Shi said in a low voice. If I hadn't let you go, your body would be lying here now. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. You should know that if I want to take someone's life, I will never fail. Why did you stop? Lan Shi stood up and said in a cold voice. You know, if I had just taken action, I would have taken your life. Because there are some things I want to make clear to you. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. In your previous life, in order to avenge Offeng, you felt that his death was caused by me. Isn't it? Lan Shi's emotions became obviously agitated when she mentioned Offeng. If it weren't for you, how could Offeng die? Your medical skills are so high, even if it was just a simple treatment, he would not die. Her eyes were red and her voice was a little hysterical. If you were not eager to complete the task, how could you abandon him? Shang Ruai looked at her steadily, clenching her fists. In your eyes, am I such a person? In order to complete the task, I sacrificed the lives of my teammates? Isn't it? Today, I just want to make it clear to you. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. Back then, Offeng committed suicide. Lan Shi's body shook. What did you say? Offeng, he committed suicide. You're talking nonsense. Lan Shi shouted. How could Offeng commit suicide? After he was injured, he found that his body began to fester from the wound, and the speed was very fast. It was a virus that would spread with the air. All the plants that were stained with his blood died within a few seconds. Lan Shi sneered when she heard her say this. Now you can say whatever you want. Of course, you will choose an excuse that makes yourself feel at ease, but I know the truth. Offeng said that after completing this task, he will marry me. We are going to get married soon. How could he commit suicide? What if the wound is festering? Do I still dislike him? Why don't you understand? Shang Ruai said in a cold voice. The virus will corrode his entire body, his skin, internal organs, and even his bones. In that situation, I have no way to save him. So, he pulled the ring of the grenade. At that time, she did not have the mysterious space, let alone the magical medicine that can detoxify, such as Lingquan water. She was completely helpless in the face of Offeng's situation. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Lan Shi covered her ears. You are lying to me now. It's just to relieve your guilt. At this point, there is no need for me to lie to you. If I want to kill you, it will only take a moment. Now I tell you so much, but it's just because of our previous relationship and Offeng's face. Otherwise, based on what you did before, I would be annoyed to say more. Lan Shi turned her head away. In her previous life, she was jealous of Shang Ruai. She was beautiful and had good skills. There were only 2 women in their team. The team members would always compare them privately. Whenever she heard these words, she was very dissatisfied in her heart, but she couldn't find a place to refute. That's right, she is indeed not as good as her. She can't catch up with her in any way. Finally, someone saw her good points, and they were finally going to get married. But what happened? The only person who saw her good points died. Thinking of this, her heart couldn't help but ache again. Offeng is the only person who gives me warmth. Why don't you save him?
Why?
You're starting to get stuck in a dead end again. Don't you understand what I say? When can you change this bad habit of yours? Shang Ruai said angrily. I said, it's not that I won't save him. It's that I can't. Am I a god? Can I cure all diseases with my medical skills? Do you remember the scar on my arm? When I was treating him, his blood splashed on my arm. Where the blood touched, it was visibly ulcerated. I had to cut off the surrounding flesh directly. She knew about this scar. She thought Shang Ruai was injured in the mission. Unexpectedly, this is how she got this injury. You have been with me for so many years. You should know my character. I don't lie, and I disdain to lie. If you don't believe it, then forget it. I don't bother to say more. She looked at Lan Shi and whispered, everything in the previous life is just a passing cloud, but since you and I have met in this life, I will not watch you sink into the mud and do such a conscienceless thing. Hearing this, Lan Shi couldn't help laughing. Conscienceless?
Ha ha ha.
After a while, she stopped laughing. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. Life in the world. Living is nothing more than a word of profit. I didn't get it in my previous life. I want to get it all back in this life. What's wrong with that? Waging a war. The real victims are the people. What good will it do to you if the world is in chaos? Captain, you are still such a compassionate person. What does the suffering of the people have to do with me? Besides, a general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. They can pave the way for us, and they can be said to have died for a good cause, right? You are crazy. That's right, I'm crazy. Lan Shi shouted. The moment Offing died, I went crazy. It was you who turned me into this. It was you. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes, and suddenly, she laughed. To blame others for your own mistakes is the sign of a weak person. You said you love Offing and want to avenge him, but in fact, I can't see any affection from you for him at all. What nonsense are you talking about? I am the person who loves him the most in the world. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be like this.
No.
Shang Ruai shook her head. The way you are now is the real you. This is your true face. She walked up to her. The reason why you are with Offing is not because you love him, but because he treats you well. You enjoy the care and love of others, but the person who treats you well is gone, and the devil living in your heart can no longer be suppressed. You said you were avenging Offing, but it's better to say that from the beginning. You wanted to kill me. Just because I am better than you, you couldn't suppress the murderous intent in your heart. In fact, she had noticed before that Lan Shi looked at her in a strange way, but she didn't think much about it. It was only when that familiar look appeared again that she reacted. Lan Shi wanted to kill her and replace her from the beginning. She just used revenge for Feng as an excuse. I didn't. You did. Compared with Lan Shi, her tone was extremely calm. You are a selfish villain who can't stand others' good things. I didn't really know you until today. Lan Shi's face was livid, and his fists were clenched tightly. His nails dug into his palms, and the severe pain spread. Shang Ruai turned around, lowered her eyebrows, and whispered, What I want to tell you today is that I don't owe Feng anything. He committed suicide in order not to drag down his teammates and to enable us to complete the task of cutting off the eagle claws of the M country. Not only him, but any special agent would make the same choice as him. So I don't owe him, and I don't owe you either. I didn't owe him before, and I don't owe you now. Now I don't kill you, which is a fulfillment of our comrades in the previous life. As the voice fell, she saw a flash of light in her hand, and a sharp dagger appeared in her palm. She raised her outer robe, and the dagger slashed across. From now on, you and I will sever our ties, forget the past, and only look forward to this life. The two pieces of the robe fell off. Shang Ruai slowly closed her eyes and whispered, If you continue to help the tyrant and harm the people, it will not be this robe that I cut with this dagger. Lan Shi's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the flash of light in her palm. It was her. The person the sect leader was looking for was her. Today, I will not kill you, you go. Shang Ruai raised her foot and prepared to leave.
Wait.
As soon as these two words came out, Lan Shi felt a little regretful. What's the matter? Lan Shi bit her lips tightly, struggling in her heart. Shang Ruai looked at the battle circle not far away. Almost all the people brought by He Jinghe were lying on the ground. The only ones who were still standing were two guards, He Jinghe and Xiao Zhenjin. Thinking that she was going to plead for He Jinghe and the others, Shang Ruai whispered, I will let you go today, but if we meet again, we will fight hand to hand. You don't have to think about the two of them. I will not let them go. She glanced at He Jinghe and sneered in her heart. Who wants to save him? He is just a good-for-nothing. The sect master wanted a waste to inherit the Tianan sect. If He Jinghe inherited the position of the sect master, I am afraid that it will not take long for the power that the sect master has built with great difficulty to collapse. Seeing that she stopped talking, Shang Ruai walked forward. She looked at her back for a while, and then she turned and left. Shang Ruai tapped her toes and flew to a place not far outside the battle circle. At this moment, she heard the sound of weapons clashing from the depths of the dense forest. She found that her brother had disappeared just now, and the sound of fighting was getting closer and closer. From the sound, there were quite a few people fighting. Shang Ruai frowned. She originally wanted to watch the fun from the sidelines and not take any action, but now it seems that she has no choice but to take action. She moved her body, and the internal force in her palm surged. She swept across with a fierce momentum and slapped He Jinghe's heart. She didn't show any mercy, and slapped him hard.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and He Jinghe's body flew backwards and hit the thick tree heavily. The treetop shook a few times, and a bird's nest fell from it and hit him on the head. He Jinghe was seriously injured and fainted. "Tsk, you're really fragile." Shang Ruai looked at the dumbfounded concubine Xiao and curled her lips slightly. "Do you want to join him or surrender obediently?" Concubine Xiao trembled a few times. You are rebelling."
Rebellion?
Shang Ruai couldn't help but sneer. "Who wants to rebel? I am now setting things right, and when that useless emperor wakes up, he will thank me." It seems that you want to be like him. Then I will grant you your wish."
No.
Shang Ruai curled her lips, and now she remembered to beg for mercy, but it was too late. Her figure disappeared like a ghost, and the next moment she was behind her, and she slashed down with a hand knife. Concubine Xiao rolled her eyes and fainted. "You don't cherish the chance to choose, so the only result is that I have to make the choice for you." She looked at the two guards and smiled. "How is it? Do you need me to help you faint?"
No.
The two of them threw the long swords in their hands to the ground. "Are you kidding? Both masters have ended up like this. If they resist, they will not faint, but die. Take them away. I want to interrogate them."
Yes.
Just as they were about to leave, Shang Ruai called them and handed them a bundle filled with grenades. During the previous training, Shang Ruai specifically taught them how to use grenades, so they were not unfamiliar with it. Looking at her flying back, a Suzaka member whispered, "When did this bundle appear in the master's hand?" Hearing him ask this, everyone was a little confused. It seemed that they didn't see the master with a bundle in his hand just now. "What does it have to do with you? Since the master asked you to take it, just take it quickly." They thought about it, and it was true. The master must have brought the package, but they just didn't notice it. Could it be that it appeared out of thin air? In fact, it appeared out of thin air. Shang Ruai rushed towards the sound of fighting. Not long after, several figures came into her sight. Jun Ziqian was entangled with two men in white robes. At this time, Jun Ziqian had several wounds on his body, and the bright red blood stained his clothes. On the other hand, the two men did not have even a single wound on their bodies, and the difference in martial arts skills was immediately apparent. "Tsk. I thought the martial arts of the prince of a city palace, the future city king, was so good. It turns out that he is so vulnerable. Look at your embarrassed appearance. If it gets out, I'm afraid people will laugh their heads off." Jun Ziqian gritted his teeth. "You poisoned me." He did not bring the antidote pills with him today, and at this moment he felt dizzy, and even had difficulty standing. "You were caught off guard. Who can you blame for getting hit?" A tall and thin man sneered. "You are just not as skilled as others. How ridiculous." He swung his sword, intending to stab Jun Ziqian. Jun Ziqian noticed his move and turned his body, but the poison in his body spread rapidly, causing his reaction to be much slower than usual. Facing the sword, he couldn't dodge at all. Just as the sword was about to pierce his body, at this moment, there was a ding sound, and a silver needle appeared across the sky, knocking the arrow tip off. "Who?" "Your aunt." As the voice fell, a puff of pink smoke appeared, and a faint sweetness filled the air. Shang Ruai stood beside Jun Zigan and fed him an antidote pill. The poison that was about to attack his heart was slightly relieved. Thanks to you. Brother, just take a breath. Leave these two to me. Don't try to show off. Jun Zigan looked at her slightly pale face. You are already feeling unwell today. Don't waste your energy with them. I have taken the detoxification pill, and my internal strength has been restored. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to stand up. You are injured. We don't need to deal with these low-level petty thieves ourselves. Shang Ruai smiled and said, Don't they like to use poison? Let's use poison to compete with each other. At this moment, a wailing sound came from behind.
Ah!
What is this thing? It hurts. It hurts. My face. My eyes. Shang Ruai turned around and smiled. Don't you like to use poison? Can you antidote to my poison? At this time, the faces of both of them were covered with blood blisters as big as soybeans. The slightest touch would cause blood to flow out. It was horrifying just to look at. You vicious woman, what kind of poison did you give us two brothers? Don't worry, my poison is just painful, not life-threatening. Shang Ruai waved her hand with a harmless smile on her face, as if the poison didn't come from her hand at all. The two of them took out all the detoxifying things they had on their bodies and ate them and applied them on themselves, but not only did it not work, it actually aggravated the blood blisters on their faces, and they cried out in pain. Shang Ruai watched him struggle quietly. Her poison cannot be cured by any antidote. Instead, it must be cured by a poison that is more poisonous than this one. This is what is meant by fighting poison with poison. The two men were almost exhausted, and their faces were covered in blood. Help! They looked at Shang Ruai and begged, Auntie, we know we are wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. Shang Ruai looked at their clothes and knew that they were also members of the Tianan sect. I have some questions to ask you. If you answer them well, I might consider giving you the detoxification. Otherwise, the poison will gradually spread throughout your body, causing you to fester and die. Fester all over your body. Just thinking about these 4 words makes me shudder. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that blood blisters had appeared on their arms, exactly the same as those on their faces. I'll say it one last time. It's best if you answer my questions. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. Yes, yes, yes. There was a special potion on the silver needle. They felt as if there were bugs gnawing at the places pierced by the needle, and it was painful. Your young master was originally the legitimate son of the second branch of the Dingwa Palace. How come he has become the young master of your Tianan sect now? We only know that the young master was recently found by the sect master, and he has a direct relationship with her. It is said that he has been thinking about finding her a long time ago, but the opportunity has never come. It was not until the Dingwa Palace was exiled that the sect master began to work on finding the young master. Another fat man, the flesh on his face trembled, and the pain in his palms and body made his voice tremble. Timing? What timing? I heard from people in the sect that if the Dingwa Palace is at its peak, the young sect master may not be willing to return to the Tianan sect. Shang Ruai suddenly realized that this was the reason. Aunt, this is all we know. Please let us go. I haven't finished asking. Shang Ruai said coldly. When is your sect leader's birthday? The 3rd day of next month. Shang Ruai and Jun Zigan looked at each other. There was less than a month left. Where is your Tianan sect located? In Jiangbaiki in southern Xinjiang. Before they could finish their words, their bodies suddenly stiffened. Their faces quickly turned black as charcoal, and they lay on the ground without a breath. The sudden change shocked Shang Ruai. She looked around. There was nothing but trees. How could this happen?
Jun Zigan frowned.
It's a goo. She said lightly. A goo worm has been planted in these two people. Once they betray, the goo worm will self-destruct in their bodies and they will die immediately. She whispered, There must be people from the Tianan sect around here. Jun Zigan's body has fully recovered. He clenched the sword in his hand and kept an eye on his surroundings.
Come out.
The silver needle in Shang Ruai's hand flew out, and before it landed in the bushes, a man in an ink-colored cloak flew out from the bushes. His figure was extremely fast, and he disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, there were people there, and these people could actually escape from his sight. She had clearly gathered all her energy into her pupils, so it would be difficult for even a mouse, let alone a person, to escape her perception. She recalled how He Jinghe had avoided her sight. The two people just now should have been killed by the poisonous insects controlled by him. The people of Tianan sect are so cruel and bloodthirsty that they actually put poisonous insects in the bodies of all the disciples. Just then, some mist rose from the forest. Brother, we need to leave here quickly. The forest is full of miasma. Whether it is poisonous or not, it is harmful to the body. Why is there miasma here? Jun Zigan frowned slightly. This forest has existed since he was born, and he had never heard of any miasma appearing here. This place is very close to the capital city. If the miasma in this forest is poisonous, it will threaten the safety of the people in the capital city. The members of Suzaku had already taken He Jing and them back to the city prince's palace. When Shang Ruai came back, it was already slightly bright. The king of the city was pacing anxiously in the main hall. Why haven't these two troublesome people come back yet? The city king looked outside in exasperation, then turned to the housekeeper and said, "None of the people who went with them have come back?"
No.
The king of the city frowned. Could it be that he encountered some danger? Thinking of this, he felt his heart ached. His daughter had just been found, and if something unexpected really happened, what should he do? Why did Junze come to the palace for no reason? Even if the prince summoned him, wouldn't he refuse on the grounds of being unwell? He met that concubine Xiao there, a woman who has no manners, and went to the jungle to keep an appointment in the middle of the night. I think he has lost his mind after being hit by the emperor. He turned around a few more times on the spot. I should just break his legs and not let him go out so that Roy won't have to go out with him to suffer. He's such a grown-up, but he can't take care of his own affairs and is a burden to his sister. He'd better not come back. If he comes back, I'll break his legs. He kept saying this without looking outside and didn't notice the butler who was winking at him. Ahem. The housekeeper couldn't help but whispered, "This old servant pays his respects to the prince and the young princess." The king of the city turned around immediately, and when he saw the two people standing at the door, he walked over immediately. "Are you hurt?" The king of the city's eyes were on Shang Ruai, not even giving Jun Zigan a glance, and looked her up and down.
San Roy Ismail, no.
You still say no. He frowned. You look so bad. How could you not be injured? Really not. Shang Ruai smiled and said, "I'm just a little tired. I used up some energy when treating Concubine Qing. Now I'm a little exhausted." As soon as he finished speaking, Prince Qing glared at Jun Zigan fiercely. "Look at how tired your sister is. As a brother, how can you drag her down?" Jun Zigan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Didn't his father see the injuries on his body? "Father, my brother is injured," Shang Ruai said softly. "Don't be angry. And I was the one who followed him secretly today, and my brother didn't know about it." The king of city looked at the bloodstains on his body, gritted his teeth, and said, "You deserve it. Who can you blame for your inferior skills? If I am not wrong, if your sister hadn't followed him secretly today, it would be unknown whether you could come back." Junze smiled bitterly and said nothing. The king of the city knew that he was right. He knew his son's character best. He was a romantic man. Once he fell in love with someone, he would not turn back until he hit the wall.
Because he was just like that.
He sighed. The daughter of the Xiao family is not a good person. Even if she had not entered the palace, I would not agree to you marrying her. Our palace cannot have a mistress with a vicious mind. Yes, son knows his mistake. Jun Zigan rarely lowered his head like this. King Chung looked at him. "Go back and let the doctor take a good look at your injuries." "Father, I will help my brother to heal." As soon as Shang Ruai finished speaking, she was stopped by King Chung. "What do you want to heal? He only has superficial injuries and will not die. Let the court doctor apply medicine on the wounds. Why does he need you to heal him? You have done a great favor by bringing him back alive." You should go and rest, and let the court doctor take a look at him. Father, I am not as fragile as you think.
No.
King Cheng waved his hand, and Yuqing stepped forward. Little princess, I will help you to wash and dress. Shang Ruai smiled helplessly and had to leave with Yuqing. Watching her disappearing figure, the smile on King Cheng's face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Jun Zigan sternly. Come with me. The two came to the ancestral hall in the backyard, and King Cheng said coldly, Kneel down. Jun Zigan knelt on the cushion and kowtowed respectfully to the portrait hanging on the wall. Do you know why I am punishing you? Jun Zigan nodded. Son, I accept the punishment. Do you still remember your mother's teachings? As a prince, you were played around by a woman. If it weren't for your sister, are you going to risk your life today, or put the entire city prince's mansion in danger? Do you want those soldiers who followed you to die unclearly? Son knows I was wrong. Even if you admit your mistake now, I will still punish you. The city prince said in a deep voice, You have injuries on your body now, so I will exempt you from the caning. You will be punished to kneel in front of your mother's portrait for 4 hours and reflect on your sins.
Yes.
The city prince looked at the injuries on his body and frowned slightly, but he did not say much. He looked at the portrait again and turned to leave. As soon as he left the ancestral hall, the housekeeper came over in a hurry. Your Highness, the princess did not return to the courtyard. Where did she go? The dungeon. What? The king of city walked towards the dungeon, saying as he walked, This little ancestor, her health is not well yet. What is she doing there? One is more troublesome than the other. When I bring her back, I will definitely take her to the portrait of her mother and have a good talk with her. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper smiled and shook his head. If the prince made a mistake, he would be punished by kneeling in front of the princess's portrait, but if the princess made a mistake, she only needed to be talked to. The difference in treatment was too obvious. At this time, Concubine Xiao and He Jinghe were imprisoned in different cells. Shang Ruai came to the dungeon door, and the guard knew her. Princess, why are you here? Where is the prisoner I just sent and imprisoned? The guard whispered, Princess, this dungeon is full of vicious criminals. I'm afraid you will be scared. We don't know who will scare whom. Shang Ruai glanced at him and smiled. Why? The princess can't go in?
No.
He was mainly afraid that the princess would be scared. According to how much their prince valued the princess, if he knew that she was scared here, his life would be in danger. Since you can come in, why don't you get out of the way? Yes, yes, yes. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. The princess's aura was not inferior to their prince at all. As soon as the dungeon door opened, a damp smell mixed with mold hit me in the face. Princess, if you want to interrogate a prisoner, I will bring it to him. No need. She walked straight down. The light in the dungeon was dim, and there were prisoners in every cell. When they saw someone coming in, they all huddled in the corner. Shang Ruai was wearing a white dress, which looked out of place here. When they reached the innermost part of the road, Shang Ruai stopped and looked into the cell. He Jinghe was still dizzy. She had indeed attacked him too hard before, but He Jinghe's health was also in poor condition. She turned the corner and walked deeper. After walking for a while, she saw a familiar figure. Noble concubine Xiao. Shang Ruai stood outside the cell, looking at Xiao Zhenjin, who was pretending to sleep inside, and sneered. It is said that you can't wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. I don't have to ask you anything, but I hate people acting in front of me the most. Since you like to act so much, why don't I help you and knock you out directly, so that you don't have to pretend here? She finished speaking. Imperial concubine Xiao, who was lying on the mat, slowly opened her eyes, stared at her, and said, How do you know I'm pretending to sleep? Shang Ruai looked at her as if she were an idiot. I'm a doctor. I can tell whether you're pretending to sleep just by your breathing. Besides, she was the one who knocked Imperial concubine Xiao unconscious. She knew best how hard she had hit him. Imperial concubine Xiao looked around. Is this a dungeon? Shang Ruai nodded. You want to resort to private punishment? I'm an imperial concubine, deeply favored by the emperor. If you dare to touch me, aren't you afraid that the emperor will punish you? Shang Ruai sneered when she heard this. Imperial concubine? Favored by the emperor? Tell me yourself, don't you feel guilty when you say what you just said? Instead of using your status as an imperial concubine to pressure me, it's better to use your Shao family, which still has some weight. What exactly do you want? Her eyes kept falling on the outside of the cell, with some expectation and some fear. Knowing what she was thinking, Shang Ruoyu whispered, "Don't think that your brother will come to take you out. Even if you die here today, the ones who will collect your body will only be the guards and servants of our city prince's mansion." Looking at her gradually stiffening face, Shang Ruoyu continued, "But you don't have to worry. Even if I want to interrogate you, I will never use those despicable means." Concubine Xiao felt relieved a little, but she was still very alert when looking at Shang Ruoyu. "What do you want to ask? Who is your sect leader?" Concubine Xiao pondered for a moment and whispered, "If I say that I have never seen her, can you believe it?" It was the same answer again. It seems that this sect leader is really mysterious. Shang Ruoyu didn't show it on her face, just smiled faintly. "It's just a Tianan sect." What is the mysterious identity of the sect leader who doesn't even show his face? Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't believe it, I can't help it, but I really have never seen her. Even when she issues orders, it is always passed on by the maids or the great protectors around her. The only people who can contact her on weekdays are the protectors, and He Jinghe. Concubine Xiao nodded. "I only went to Tianan's sect once, when I entered the sect. The rest of the time, I was in the Xiao family. The orders from the sect were also brought by the maids." "Was your order to enter the palace also issued by Tianan's sect?" "Yes." Concubine Xiao stepped forward and said softly, "I am sincere to your brother. I really liked him. My brother has a handsome face, brilliant literary talent, noble status, and outstanding martial arts. There are countless women who like him. It is normal for you to have a crush on him, but you should never want to keep him hanging after you enter the palace. I think this order is not from your leader but your own plan." Concubine Xiao looked a little unnatural. This was indeed her own plan. In the western regions, Jun Zigan was definitely the man that all the noble ladies in the capital wanted to marry. Many people envied what happened between her and Jun Zigan. She was also secretly happy and often mentioned Jun Zigan in front of everyone. Seeing their envious and jealous looks, she felt so happy. Including Jun Luoyun, she tried her best to please Jun Zigan, but they lived under the same roof for many years. But Jun Zigan never even looked at her. Jun Luoyun hated her at first, but she could do nothing about it. Just when she was full of confidence that she would definitely marry into the palace of the king of the city, the maid brought back the secret order from the master, saying that she would be allowed to enter the palace. It was not that she did not want to resist, but that she did not dare to. Those who joined the Tianan sect would take a poisonous insect at the initiation ceremony. If there was any betrayal, the people in the sect would activate the poisonous insect, and they would be killed instantly. She had seen with her own eyes the fate of a maid who disobeyed orders. The miserable appearance still frightened her to this day. She was reluctant to let her enter the palace, but there was no other way. After entering the palace, she rarely saw Jun Ziqian. In addition, she wanted to find a way to gain the favor of the emperor of the western regions, so she put all her thoughts on the palace fight. There were many women in the harem. The queen was the confidant of the master. Although she was outstanding in appearance, even a fairy would get bored if she looked at the same face for so many years. What's more, there were so many women in the harem. If she wanted to gain the favor of the emperor alone, she could only use poisonous poison. She controlled the emperor and empress of the western regions, and her position was mentioned again and again. When she became a noble concubine, He Jinghe came to the western regions to become a heavenly master. It was at this time that she got involved with He Jinghe. But she never felt that she had done anything wrong. The emperor of the western regions was an old man, and because she had poisoned him, his body had long been hollowed out, and he didn't have many years to live. The queen was the disciple of the master of the sect, and she had the prince by her side. Even if the emperor of the western regions died, she would have a way out. At least she wouldn't be buried with him. There was an unwritten rule in the Western region's royal family that after the emperor passed away, all the concubines in the harem who had no children would be sent to the Imperial mausoleum to be buried with him. If she had no one to rely on, she might end up being buried with him. But if she followed He Jinghe, it would be different. He was the young master of the sect. As long as he nodded, who would dare to let her be buried with him? If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. She was just looking for a way out for herself. What's wrong with that? But He Jinghe's looks cannot be compared with Jun Ziqian. If it were not for saving her life and power, she would not have committed herself to him.
I really like Qian.
Shang Ruai almost laughed out loud when she heard this. You like my brother? Don't discuss me here. Really? I am with other people just as a stopgap measure. I just want to run away with him when everything is over. Shang Ruai smiled and said softly, I don't know who said that if one day I can unify the world, I will have to share the world with that young master. My brother can't give you the world. Will you want him or the world at that time? Concubine Xiao was stunned. It turned out that she heard everything. Nothing to say? Shang Ruai sneered and said, Let me ask you again. What is the relationship between He Jinghe and that master? Concubine Xiao pondered for a moment and said softly, The master of Tianan sect is his grandmother.
What?
Grandmother? Shang Ruai froze in place. What grandmother? Where did the grandmother come from? Tell me in detail. I don't know the details. I heard about this relationship from He Jinghe, but... She looked at Shang Ruai, as if she had made some kind of decision, and said in a deep voice, There is one thing I want to tell you. Can you let me go? Hearing her say this, Shang Ruai couldn't help but feel a little curious. If what you said is something crucial, I can consider letting you go. I know a secret of Tianan sect. You will definitely be interested, but you have to swear to let me go. If you break your oath, you will not die well. Shang Ruai smiled when she heard this. Okay, since you are so confident, I will believe you this time. She raised. I swear, if what you said is indeed the secret of Tianan sect, I will let you go. If you break this oath, you will not have a good death. After hearing her oath, Concubine Xiao said quietly, The leader of Tianan sect has some supernatural powers. What? Supernatural powers? What does this mean? She can communicate with spirits and has a third eye. Hearing him say this, Shang Ruai was shocked. Suddenly, she thought of those people who could escape her sight, and she believed Concubine Zhao's words a little more.
Tell me more about it.
I don't know any more details, but I have seen the yellow talisman worn by He Jinghe. I asked him what it was before, and he said it was given by the sect master to ward off evil and avoid disasters. At first I thought it was a talisman, but one time I saw with my own eyes that the talisman lit up, which was very creepy, so the sect master must be psychic. As for the matter of the eye in the sky, I heard about it from the queen's palace. Eye in the sky, yellow talisman, psychic. So that's how it is. Shang Ruai suddenly realized that if this was true, everything would make sense. It's not strange that there are people in this world who can communicate with spirits. After all, she still has this extremely mysterious face. Those people must be carrying something that can avoid her sight, and this thing was given by the sect master of Tianan sect. Can I go now? Concubine Xiao walked towards the cell door, saying as she walked, You just promised me that you would let me go. Yes, I promised you. Shang Ruai's voice came from behind her. I heard that you in Tianan sect hate betrayal the most. What do you think that if I let you go, but your young master is still holding me here, what will the people in your sect think? Will they think that you betrayed him? Concubine Xiao had already placed one hand on the door, and the action of opening the door paused. If you think it's okay, you can leave today. You already knew that I have nowhere to go now, so I swore. Shang Ruai shrugged, turned around and walked to her side, opened the door of the cell, shook her head and sighed. It's so sad. Now, even if I open the cell door, you have to close the door and lock yourself up. You have such a cruel heart.
Ha!
Shang Ruai sneered. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. I am just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Do you think you can easily leave this dungeon after hurting the people in our city prince's mansion? She stood outside the cell and said sarcastically, "You are a high-ranking Imperial concubine, but now it is the dungeon of the city prince's mansion that can protect you." After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Imperial concubine Zhao's chest rose and fell violently. She wished she could eat Shang Ruoyi alive, but at the moment, she couldn't, and it was impossible. Now she could only watch her walk farther and farther away, and her figure slowly disappeared from the corner. Although her figure disappeared, her voice came through. The dungeon is always dark and damp, and it is the favorite place of snakes, rats, insects, and ants. But you don't have to worry. Those who can enter here are not poisonous. Concubine Xiao was shocked. Snakes, rats, insects, and ants were what she feared the most. Her internal force was sealed by Shang Ruoyi, and now she was no different from an ordinary woman. At this moment, there were some small noises behind her from time to time. She swallowed her saliva, and her eyes fell on the slightly shaking mat. The next moment, a gray mouse jumped out from inside.
Ah!
Help!
Mouse! Help!
Listening to the shouts from the cell, Shang Ruoyi's lips curled slightly. Xiao Zhenjin, every day from now on will be the most unforgettable time in your life. Shang Ruoyi came to He Jinghe's cell and wanted to wake him up. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came. Shang Ruoyi showed a helpless smile on her face. Why did her father come? But now she has something very important to ask He Jinghe. Her eyes fell on He Jinghe, and she waved her arm and threw him directly into the space. The cells were separated by walls. Otherwise, if other prisoners saw them, they would be scared to death. After doing all this, the figure of the city king appeared from the corner. He frowned and walked towards her with an angry face. Seeing his expression, Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but feel guilty and said weakly, "Father." The city king walked up to her, and Shang Ruoyi smiled flatteringly. "Father, why are you here? Do you still know that I am your father? From today on, I am not your father. You are my father." The city king was so angry that his beard stood up. "No, there is a generation difference. You look so old." Hearing her say this, the housekeeper and guards following the city king couldn't stop coughing. What did they just hear? This princess is too bold. Not to mention others. Even the current emperor would not dare to speak to their prince like this. "You." King Chung was furious, but seeing the look on her face, he couldn't bear to really punish her. "Go back with me."
Yes.
King Chung turned around and walked 2 steps. After thinking about it, he turned back, took off his cloak and put it on her, and said angrily, "It was just dawn, and the weather was still cold. Are all the servants dead? Don't they even know to put a cloak on the master?" Shang Ruoyi looked at the awkward old man in front of her and couldn't help smiling. She took a few quick steps, put her arm around his arm, and leaned her head on him. "Father." King Cheng's body suddenly froze. Jun Luoyun had also put her arm around his arm like her, but he felt a little awkward in his heart. However, today, his daughter's actions made him feel soft in his heart, and all his anger just now disappeared. "What's wrong? I'm tired and can't walk. Can my father carry me?" The people walking behind them looked at Shang Ruoyi with horror. The princess really dared to speak. When would their prince? Before they could think about it, the broad figure in front of them had bent down. "Get up." Shang Ruoyi's face bloomed with a bright smile, and she lay on the back of the city king. She felt her body lighten, and her father carried her on his back. Neither of them said a word. Shang Ruoyi leaned her head on her father's back, and tears slowly fell. In her previous life, she dreamed countless times that she was lying on her father's back. It was so broad and solid, but it was only in a dream. As soon as she walked out of the dungeon, Shang Ruoyi fell asleep. The guard in charge of guarding the dungeon saw the city king carrying the princess out and thought she was injured inside. He swallowed his saliva, knelt on the ground in fear, and thought to himself, it's over, my life is over." He thought the king of the city would kill him with a knife, and he was ready to die. Unexpectedly, the prince just glared at him and walked past him. He didn't stand up from the ground until everyone's backs disappeared. Touched his neck. It's still there, my head is still there. How come it's still here? Based on the prince's character, shouldn't he just kill himself? Thinking of the way the prince looked at him just now, he felt as if the knife had already cut through his skin. It's not that the king of city didn't want to kill him, but Shang Ruai whispered to him while she was lying on his back. Father, I insisted on going in. Don't blame anyone else. It was these words that saved him. Shang Ruai fell into a deep sleep and did not wake up until noon. Little princess, Yu Qing said softly. The prince said that if you wake up, you should go to the ancestral hall. Ancestral hall? Shang Ruai was a little puzzled. Don't you know that the ancestral hall in our palace does not enshrine ancestors, but portraits of the princess? Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment when she heard it, and then she laughed. He was worthy of being her father. Other people's ancestral halls were dedicated to their ancestors, but her father's was different. He worshipped his wife. Following Yuqing to the ancestral hall, Jun Zigan was still kneeling there, with a cushion placed next to him. There was a portrait hanging in the middle of the ancestral hall. The woman in the portrait had bright eyes and white teeth, and her eyes and eyebrows were full of brightness. It was undoubtedly her mother. It seems that since she traveled through time, she has never kowtowed to her mother in this life. She walked to the futon, knelt down slowly, kowtowed 3 times and called softly, "Mother." Seeing that the prince had no intention of asking her to get up, the housekeeper thought of how angry his prince had been before and was about to plead for mercy when she heard Prince Qing say, "You are weak, get up." Shang Ruoi stood up. Her eyes fell on Jun Zigan next to her, and she said with a smile, "Brother, father asked you to get up. Let him kneel." Prince Chung said loudly, "I see that he is in good health." "How can you see that he is in good health?" Shang Ruoi rolled her eyes silently, and everyone hurriedly lowered their heads upon seeing this. Shang Ruoi reached out to help Jun Zigan up from the ground and glared at her father. "Didn't you say yesterday that you would ask the court doctor to come and treat your brother?" She pointed at the wound on Jun Zigan's body. "There's not even a trace of medicine on it. The court doctor had something to do yesterday and couldn't come." Shang Ruoi looked at him, seemingly angry. How could the city king be her opponent? He was defeated in just a few breaths and turned to the butler and said, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what the princess said? Why don't you let the court doctor come over to treat the prince? I'll go right away." The butler sighed. The only person in the world who can make their prince bow his head is the little princess. Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle from her, took out a pill, and put it into his mouth. After taking the pill, Jun Zigan obviously felt much more comfortable and his strength returned. "Promise your father that you will not take any more risks. I have already lost your mother, and I cannot lose you again." The king of Qing whispered, "You are my father's only daughter. If anything happens to you, I will not be able to face your mother when I die." Shang Ruai blinked. What does it mean that she is his only daughter? Where did he put his brother? Seeing Jun Zigan's speechless expression, Shang Ruai smiled and said, I know. You are not old yet. Why are you so nagging? Father, do you know Tianan's sect?" Upon hearing this, King Qing frowned. These 3 words, I seem to have heard of them somewhere before. He pondered for a while and suddenly said, "I heard your mother mention it by chance before, and it is exactly the same as your question. So, what is the story of this sect?" At this moment, a voice came from not far away. "Is there any trick involved? Or is there something that I have overlooked?" The world is too big for them to control. But although they cannot control the world, they can control the imperial power. Isn't that idiot emperor of the Western regions just their puppet? If I hadn't discovered it, the Western region would have been engulfed in war, and countless lives would have been lost. The Imperial concubine Zhao of Tianshan might have some connection with the Tianan sect. It seems that they may want to achieve their own goals by controlling the emperor. Thinking of this, Shang Ruai's heart sank. The Queen of Tianshan was the saint of southern Xinjiang. No matter how you look at it, it is somewhat similar to the current situation in the Western regions. She hoped that it was not what she thought. Shang Ruai came to Yi Lao's yard. "What's that smell?" Shang Ruai sniffed it. "What a nice smell. The scent of goo. Yi Lao said lightly. It's made by burning goo worms and then mixing them with other spices. Smelling it will make you feel refreshed and beneficial to your body and mind. Just now you said that many goo-raising families in southern Xinjiang are saving lives. You are proficient in goo techniques. I wonder which family in southern Xinjiang are you from? Yi Lao waved his hands. Goo techniques, I am not proficient in them. In southern Xinjiang, goo techniques are ever-changing, and I have only learned the basics. He sighed. As for my family, you'd better not talk about it. You make me even more curious. Shang Ruai smiled and said, What is the reason? The Yi family in southern Xinjiang has disappeared. In my generation, I am the only one left. Yi Lao whispered, I have no wife or children. I am alone. After 100 years, the Yi family will have completely disappeared. Since it was a sad topic, Shang Ruai didn't want to poke anyone's wounds. It's my fault for being so presumptuous. No problem. Yi Lao smiled. I asked you to come here today because I have some things to tell you.
Tell you?
Shang Ruai frowned slightly. Are you leaving? I want to go back to southern Xinjiang, and I have some things to take care of. Yi Lao's expression was slightly serious. You have been busy these days, and there are some things I should have told you a long time ago. I'm all ears. There is one more thing about Tianan sect that you need to know. Yi Lao whispered. The leader of Tianan sect is the former saint of southern Xinjiang. Saint of southern Xinjiang? Yes, only the saint of southern Xinjiang can have such outstanding witchcraft. Yi Lao whispered. Only a saint can raise the king of all goo, because the saint has been nurtured with the blood of goo worms since her mother. After she is born, she will take the blood of various kings of goo to develop the holy body of all goo. The saint status in southern Xinjiang is comparable to that of the emperor of southern Xinjiang. Shang Ruai was puzzled. Then why did she give up being a saint and establish the Tianan sect? I don't know the reason behind this. Yi Lao said lightly. But once the saint of southern Xinjiang consummates her marriage with a man, she will be deprived of her position as a saint. It is said that she left southern Xinjiang for training, and when she returned to southern Xinjiang a few years later, she was driven down from the position of saint by the royal family. It is said that she has given birth to a child, but no one knows who the man is and where the child is. Hearing him say this, Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, as if something was connected in her mind. Xiao Xinjin said that He Jinghe was the grandson of the sect master. The old princess disclosed the identities of He Jinghe and his father He Ningen in the land of exile. He Ningen was born to A. After giving birth to He Ningen, that was driven out of the house. Could it be? There is one more thing I would like you to solve my doubts. You say, Saintess of southern Xinjiang, besides raising goo, do you have other abilities? Old Yi frowned and whispered, The other abilities you mentioned, are you referring to the strange arts? Sure enough, Old Yi also knew. Compared with the energy in your body, the strange art is not worth mentioning, but the curse is very difficult to solve. Your mother was cursed at the beginning. I couldn't help her solve it, and her health was getting worse and worse, he said with some regret. In addition, she used all her energy on love, and her body energy was exhausted, and she would die. How to obtain the energy of the body? This, I'm afraid, only you know. Yi Lao said lightly. I observe the stars at night, and the chaos is slowly gathering. We don't have much time left. I know. Returning to her own yard, Shang Ruai felt heavy in her heart. Although she now understood the identity of the sect master, she always felt that something was strange. When she came to the space, He Jinghe was still in a coma. Shang Ruai snapped her fingers, and the confinement force of the space disappeared. He Jinghe's breathing frequency obviously increased. Not long after, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Where is this? He Jinghe's eyes were fixed on a familiar figure in the distance. Shang Ruai? Shang Ruai smiled. Why? You have been unconscious for a day, and you don't even recognize people? Where is this? He said in a deep voice. What do you want to do? I tell you, you'd better let me go now, otherwise my grandmother will cut you into pieces. Your grandmother is just two of your grandfather. Even if she was the saint of southern Xinjiang, it was unknown how many years ago. If you die, Tianan's sect will have no successors, and destruction is a matter of time. Shang Ruoyi's eyes were filled with a teasing look. Your grandmother has such a background, and you still have the nerve to mention it. If I were you, I would have found a place where no one knows me and hid. Shut up, He Jinghe said angrily. What do you know? My grandmother was not a. She was of noble status. She only came to Tianshan with that status. She was the saint of southern Xinjiang. Do you know what a saint is? She is the most noble woman in the world. You have never even seen her. What qualifications do you have to say that about her? After my grandmother, there will never be anyone more noble than her in southern Xinjiang, and there will never be another saint. The most noble woman? Shang Ruoyi sneered. What's so difficult about that? I can say that too. Besides, how do you know I haven't seen a saint? Shang Ruoyi smiled. You have also seen her. The Queen of Tianshan is the next saint after your grandmother. What did you say? Shang Ruoyi smiled. I said, the Queen is the saint after your grandmother. As soon as she finished speaking, He Jinghe's face became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth. Are you sure? Shang Ruoyi nodded. Yes. He Jinghe staggered a few times and then laughed. So that's it. Shang Ruoyi saw that he looked a little crazy and frowned slightly. What do you mean? He Jinghe seemed not to hear and continued to laugh, and tears flowed down his face as he laughed. It turns out that you have been using me from the beginning to the end. Ha ha ha. He lay on his back on the ground with empty eyes. Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. For some reason, she felt a little panic in her heart, as if something bad was going to happen, and as time passed, this feeling became stronger. He Jinghe, get up and explain clearly. Shang Ruoyi said coldly. If you tell the truth, I might spare your life. He Jinghe supported his body and sat up, his face full of sarcastic smiles. I won't say it. If I say it, it will be worthless. You will still want my life, besides. He looked at the palm of his hand and sneered. I am a rotten life now. It is of no use to me whether I live or not. Shang Ruoyi was puzzled by his self-destructive look. He Jinghe had always cherished his life, was timid and afraid of death. What happened today? Shang Ruoyi waved her hand, and He Jinghe fainted again. When she returned to the room, it was already dark. At this moment, there was a noise from the window, and a figure appeared in the room. Why are you here? He Jinghe walked to her side, and seeing that she was frowning and looking worried, he asked softly, But what happened? Something is wrong. What? Shang Ruoyi told him what happened in the past 2 days. He Jinghe whispered, What I want to tell you today is also related to what you just said. Tell me about it. When our people found Tianan Pavilion, the clues were completely interrupted, and the person who destroyed this matter was in Tianshan. He Jinghe said in a low voice, I suspect that someone in Tianshan is passing messages to Tiananmen, or that person in a high position is the real person in charge of Tiananmen. The sect leader we know is just a puppet? Thinking of this, the doubts in his heart seemed to be resolved, and then new questions arose. Who is this person behind the scenes? Boy, I'm afraid I have to go back to Tianshan. He Jinghe sighed. Originally, I wanted to take you back to Tianshan this time, but now is a time of trouble. I don't want you to wade into this muddy water. Shang Ruoyi shook her head. I'm afraid I can't avoid this muddy water. She took He Jinghe's hand and said softly, Can I trust you? Although He Jinghe didn't know why she asked this, he nodded without hesitation. No matter when, you can trust me. Even if it costs my life, I will protect you. Hearing him say this, Shang Ruoyi smiled. In this case, I will trust you once. Immediately, her mind moved, and He Jinghe felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and the scene around him changed instantly. He looked around. This is a place he has never seen before. Farmland, medicinal fields, springs, houses, and there seems to be the cry of wild beasts in the distance. This is my personal space. Personal space? These 4 words puzzled He Jinghe. You mean, you always carry such a big space with you? Shang Ruoyi nodded. He Jinghe just felt a little incredible. He turned around in the space for a few times. He saw all the strange and delicious fruits she took out during the exile in this space, as well as a pond full of pearl clams. What shocked him even more was the tigers and wolves and the mountains of gold, silver, and jewelry in the space. He looked at Shang Ruai and didn't know what to say for a moment. This is my secret. Shang Ruai said softly. When the Dinghua Palace was ransacked, the things in the warehouse disappeared. It was my handiwork. I also took away the private warehouse of Emperor Tianshan. He Jingheng smiled. I said before that I married a fairy, and I really said it. In fact, when she brought him into the space, Shang Ruai was very uneasy, fearing that he would regard her as a monster. But now seeing his attitude, Shang Ruai's hanging heart was slightly relieved. He Jingheng saw her sigh of relief and the corners of her lips slightly raised. In fact, he had already discovered her difference a long time ago, but he didn't say it out loud. Today, she can tell him these things, proving that in her heart, he is already a person she trusts very much. With this cognition, He Jingheng was happy, and the corners of his lips raised could not be suppressed. There is a person you must see. Shang Ruai took him to a room, and He Jinghe was lying on the ground unconscious. I don't know what he was thinking of just now. He was like a madman. I saw that he looked a little desperate, so I knocked him out first. Shang Ruai frowned. He must have thought of something, or he knew who the person behind the scenes was. Although he said he was the young master and the people around him called him that, but Elder Yi once said that according to the character of the leader of Tianan sect, she would never let her only descendant show up in front of people, because this is her trump card. He Jinghe is not a peerless master. Tianan sect's ambition is so obvious that they want to compete for the world and let this idiot take the lead. Do you think this is realistic? He Jinghe's life experience is a cover. He Jingheng said in a deep voice, "The purpose is to distract our attention so that they can build a plank road in the open and hide the real young master. Now that the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, we need to be careful." After leaving the space and returning to the room, He Jingheng looked around and couldn't help laughing. Everything that just happened seemed like a dream. When I first got the space, I felt the same way. What are you going to do next? Nowadays, Tianan's minions in the western regions include Concubine Xiao and He Jinghe, as well as a queen. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. She was one of the murderers who killed my mother. I must avenge her. After dealing with her, the western region royal family will be much cleaner. The western region emperor is no longer in good health. Although I have a spiritual spring to help him prolong his life, I don't want to do this. He is incompetent and deceived by a woman, causing the people to be displaced. How many people died in the war? If I save such a person, I will increase the suffering of the people. At this moment, she finally understood the source of energy that Elder Yi had mentioned before. Every time she saved someone's life, the energy would increase a little, but the person she saved must be beneficial to the world. The emperor of the western regions was a disaster when he was alive. If she saved him, the energy in her space would probably decrease instead of increase. Seeing that she had made up her mind, He Jingheng nodded. Okay, I'll come find you when you're done with the affairs in the western regions. Okay. Thinking that it would take a long time before he could see her again, He Jingheng couldn't help feeling melancholy. He gently held her in his arms and said softly, "When everything is settled, I'll marry you back to the palace, okay? Why remarry? When you married me, you were a concubine of the Shang family. I didn't want to marry you, not because of your identity, but because I knew that as long as I married you, Shang Nian and the emperor would take action. So I wronged you in terms of etiquette. But now, I want to make up for that regret. You are now the princess of the king of the western region city. I will re-engage with the royal etiquette to prepare for the marriage, and I will never let you suffer any grievances again." Hearing what he said, Shang Ruai smiled. "Then wouldn't I be a second married woman? What nonsense." He Jingheng tapped her forehead. "No matter how many times you marry, you can only marry me, He Jingheng." At this moment, the voice of the king of the city came from outside the door. "He Jingheng, get out of here." Shang Ruai's smile froze. It was over from this voice. Her father was really angry. It's okay. He Jingheng felt her body stiffen and comforted her. I'm here. The king of city's face turned pale. When he saw He Jingheng and Shang Ruai walking out of the room, he was so angry that he wanted to chop He Jingheng to death with a knife. Father. Shang Ruai whispered. Why are you here? If I don't come, you will be kidnapped by this bad boy. The murderous eyes of the king of city fell on He Jingheng. I have told the prince before to stay away from my daughter. Is the prince pretending not to understand? He Jingheng smiled. I understand.
Since you understand, why?
Before he finished speaking, He Jingheng said, but I can't do it. You. Seeing his matter-of-fact look, the king of city gritted his teeth. Come with me. Seeing this, Shang Ruai also wanted to go with him. Just after taking 2 steps, she heard her father's voice. You stay in the room for me and reflect on your mistakes. This is definitely the most severe punishment their prince has ever given to the princess. It seems that their prince is really angry. Your Highness. The butler wanted to plead for mercy, but before he could even open his mouth, he was interrupted by the angry roar of the city king. You are not allowed to plead for mercy, otherwise I will chop him to pieces. After hearing what he said, no one dared to say anything more. He Jingheng followed the king of city to an empty courtyard. The king of city turned his back to him and whispered, Have you forgotten what I said to you before? Now is not the time for you and Roy to be together. I will not let her go back to Tianshan with you. You misunderstood. I am not here today to persuade her to leave with me. The king of city turned around, his eyes heavy. Then why are you here today? I will leave for Tianshan soon. I will say goodbye to her before leaving. He Jingheng smiled. Whether you admit it or not, Ruai and I are married. The princess consort of your Dinghua palace has died in the fire. The princess of the current king of city's palace is not surnamed Shang, but June. The king of city said coldly, Now that there are dangers everywhere, I am worried about handing her over to someone who did not protect her well before. I was not thoughtful enough about what happened before. Please forgive me. But I can promise that such a thing will not happen again in the future. Don't make promises like this lightly. The city king said in a low voice, I will protect my daughter myself. Why should I rely on others? I believe your majesty has already seen that in this conspiracy, the first to bear the brunt is the Dinghua palace, and the other is the city prince's palace. That's right. In this case, we might as well join forces to fight the enemy, so that our chances of winning will be greater. The city king looked at him and said in a low voice, If Ruai's I was not here, would you have told me what I said today?
Yes.
He Jingheng said without hesitation. In addition to our 2 palaces, there are also the people of the world. If things develop according to the plan of Tianan, the people of the world will be dragged into the war. If the monarchs of the 4 countries are controlled by Tianan, the people will all become slaves of Tianan. At that time, the world will become a purgatory. Hearing him say this, the city king nodded secretly. I have another question. If the Tianan sect is overthrown, what do you think will happen to the world? The 4 countries will return to the right track, as long as the Tianan sect never appears. A trace of satisfaction flashed across the city king's eyes. He is not a greedy person. I have only 1 son and 1 daughter. Akian will inherit the Prince Zheng's mansion in the future. If she wants to marry you, I don't want her to marry too far away. But since she has already married you, I can't force this marriage. But my daughter absolutely cannot share a husband with other women. Don't tell me that it is normal for men in Tianshan to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If you think so too, you can find another marriage. I am also a man. If I really like a woman, there will be no room for anyone else in my heart. If you have another woman, I will go to Tianshan, take your life, and then bring my daughter back. In the final analysis, she must not suffer any grievances. Don't worry, in this life, I will only have Ruai. Remember what you said. Princess, you can't go in. The guard outside the door said softly. Princess, princess. The king of the city sighed. Girls grow up and cannot be kept. Can I eat you? Hearing him say this, He Jingheng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he has passed the test? Shang Rui walked in and saw the two of them standing there calmly and said softly, "What are you talking about?" The king of city pretended to be serious and said, "Didn't I tell you to reflect on your mistakes in your room? What are you doing out? My daughter has already reflected on it. You didn't say how long I would be locked up, and I came out after I reflected on it." She walked to the king of city with a bit of flattery on her face. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, I just said that you seem to have gained some weight here recently. I think it's because you eat well." "Father." Okay, I won't say any more." The king of city waved his hand. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." He looked at He Jingheng. "If you have anything to say it quickly. Don't delay the departure."
Yes.
The king of city gave him a warning look and turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Shang Rui asked softly, "Is my father going to turn a blind eye? You are already my crown prince's consort. Even if your father doesn't want to admit it, he can't change it. Then you accepted it too quickly." Shang Rui looked at him, frowning slightly. "No. What did you say?" "Maybe." He Jingheng looked at her, smiled, and said, "Maybe he thinks it's not bad to have grandchildren around." Hold. Shang Rui felt two flames burning on her face. She glared at He Jingheng. "You wish." She took out 2 bundles from the space. "I don't have anything to prepare for you, just some medicine and detoxification pills." She handed him a few water bags. "This contains undiluted spiritual spring water. The water we drank in the exile land before was diluted, and the effect was not that good. Now that she has laid her cards on him, she has no scruples about using the space." Shang Rui took his hand and poured the energy in the space into his body. He Jingheng's body shook, and he felt that the hidden injuries and old illnesses in his body were instantly healed. Even the internal strength that had been at a bottleneck period had a tendency to rise. A crisp sound came from the joints of the body, and the internal strength in the body underwent earth-shaking changes. Shang Rui opened her eyes and removed the energy. Her face was a little pale. She had used too much energy recently. If she continued to use it, the space would probably go into hibernation. "How do you feel?" "It's like a new life," He Jingheng said in surprise. "It seems that I really married a treasure without knowing it. The road ahead is dangerous. I can't be with you. Be careful." He Jingheng touched her head. "I will come back to marry you after I solve the Tianan matter." In the study. "My lord, Prince Ding has left." The housekeeper came in and handed him a jade pendant. "He asked this old servant to pass it to you." The king of Chung looked at the ink-colored jade pendant in his hand and narrowed his eyes. It seems that this brat is sincere, and he even handed over the jade pendant passed down from their Dingwang mansion. After He Jingheng left, Shang Rui entered the space. Perhaps because she didn't get enough rest, she always felt a little tired. Xiaobai came to her side and scratched her with his claws. Shang Rui smiled. "I'm fine, just a little tired." A trace of humanistic worry flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. Shang Rui saw this and touched his big head. "I think you are just short of speaking human words from becoming a spirit." Xiaobai didn't comment. It can now understand Shang Rui's words. "I want to sleep for a while." Shang Rui was about to lie down when a strange force suddenly came from the space, as if to push her out of the space. The sudden change caught Shang Rui off guard. She subconsciously took a few guns and grenades from the space and sent the tigers out with her mind. The next moment, she fell on the bed in a somewhat embarrassed manner. "What's going on?" Shang Rui wanted to enter the space again, and a mechanical voice flashed in her consciousness. "The system is upgrading." "Upgrade?" She looked at the gun and 2 boxes of grenades in her hand and sighed. She never expected that the space would be upgraded at this time. At this moment, a shrill scream was heard outside the yard.
"Ah!"
"Help!" It was Yuqing's voice. Shang Rui reacted quickly and rushed out of the door. The scene she saw made her stunned. The yard was full of tigers, some lying down and some sleeping. Where had Yuqing seen such a scene? The water in his hand spilled all over the floor. Not to mention him. Even the guards in the yard were stunned. They stretched out their hands to rub their eyes to make sure they were not dazzled. Where did these tigers in the yard come from? How did they appear after just blinking? They knew that this was their master's tiger group, and they had seen it before in Dinghua Palace, but they could not accept this way of appearance. They did not run over, nor did they fly over, but appeared out of thin air. Master, master. Shang Ruoyi touched the tip of her nose. It's okay, just let them stay in my yard. Everyone's mouth twitched a few times, turned around and pretended nothing happened. Yu Qing picked up the basin that was on the ground, walked along the wall to Shang Ruoyi, and said in a trembling voice, Princess, what should we do with these tigers? They are all my pets. You don't have to be afraid, they won't bite. Pets? Yu Qing's face was pale. She was so scared that she had no blood at all. This little princess was too scary. Other women kept parrots and rabbits as pets, but their princess kept tigers. Shang Ruoyi patted Xiaobai's head, and Xiaobai let out a howl and followed her into the room. When the king of the city received the news, he was startled. What did you say? The princess's yard is full of tigers. Where did they come from? I don't know. No one in the mansion knows. It's like they appeared out of thin air. As the housekeeper finished speaking, the city king remembered what Shang Ruoyi had said to him some time ago about her abilities. What did the princess say? The princess said, they are all her pets.
Ha ha ha.
The city king couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice full of pride. The housekeeper didn't understand why, and his heart was beating fast, thinking that his own prince was scared. My lord, if the princess keeps so many tigers if it gets out. The city king waved his hand. So, what if it gets out? My daughter is different. Who dares to say anything? The housekeeper wiped the sweat from his head. You are not afraid, but they are. Those white tigers are strong and can kill people with one palm and bite people's necks with one bite. Just looking at them is enough to scare people to death. Shang Ruoyi lay on the bed, sleeping soundly. Xiaobai lay under the bed, moving his ears from time to time, paying attention to the sounds around him. Shang Ruoyi seldom slept so soundly that she didn't notice that in the middle of the night, a white light rose from the bottom of her feet, covering her whole body in the white light. Xiaobai looked at the light vigilantly and felt that the breath emitted from it was the same as in the space, so he lay on the ground again. At this time, the time in the light cover seemed to be still, and Shang Ruoyi's breathing slowed down, but the energy in it was constantly repairing her body, like a pair of warm hands, slowly holding her in her arms. After an unknown amount of time, the light dissipated, Shang Ruoyi's eyelids moved, and she moaned, Mother. Xiaobai thought she was awake, and hurriedly stood up, only to see her turn around and fall asleep again. At this time, in a deep mountain in southern Xinjiang, a palace was faintly revealed between the fog. Cough, cough, cough. An old man coughed.
Master.
Lan Shi's voice sounded. Your cough has come back again. No problem. The old man whispered. How is the thing I asked you to do going? Lan Shi knelt on the ground and said softly, I am incompetent and have not found the person you want to find. Cough, cough. A cough sounded again. After a while, the old man's slightly low voice came from the screen. Really not?
No.
Feeling that her breathing was steady and she did not seem to be lying, the old man continued. Have you found out where Jinghe is? Master. The young master was taken to the city prince's mansion. Humph, the city prince's mansion again. The old man said coldly, It's not enough to harm one of my disciples, and you want to harm Jinghe? Master. Your subordinates will definitely rescue the young master. Your injuries have not healed yet, so you'd better take good care of yourself. I'll keep you alive for other uses. She waved her hand. Okay, go down.
Yes.
Lan Shi lowered her head and retreated respectfully. The old man walked out from behind the screen. Although he was in his 60s, his sharp eyes did not look like an old man at all.
Yifeng.
Master. A man in black suddenly appeared in front of her. Master, has the master sent any news? Replying to the master, Princess Xuyang has already left for Tianan to marry. The master will do his best to promote the marriage between Prince Ding and Princess Xuyang. We just need to wait for news. Humph, Dingwang Palace, I've finally waited for this day. She whispered. Let someone prepare. I'll leave for Tianan immediately. I can't feel at ease until I see its destruction with my own eyes. But your body, it doesn't matter. She sneered. I've been waiting for this moment in my life. If I can't see it with my own eyes, I can't close my eyes even if I die. I will prepare it right away. Jifeng's figure disappeared, and the old man walked to the cabinet, which contained a sandalwood box. She carefully opened the box, and there was a golden hairpin inside. The golden hairpin was very delicate, but it was obvious that it had not been worn for a long time. She took it in her hand, looked at it for a long time, and murmured, "It's been decades, decades. She can finally take revenge." At this time, the voice of a guard came from outside the door. "Master, what about the young master?" "Young master?" The old man sneered. "Since he is the young master, he must dedicate everything to the sect. Let him live in the City King's mansion for a while."
Yes.
The groups of tigers in the City King's mansion made the defense of the entire City King's mansion even better. There is no need to worry about any blind people coming to the mansion to make trouble. In the next few days, the space in the body was silent, without any movement. Shang Ruai did not go out. She took Xiao Bai to bask in the sun in the yard all day, and occasionally played a few games with her father. "Come again, come again," the king of city said with a smile. "I actually won several games from you today. It feels so good." Shang Ruai sneered. "No wonder my brother said never to play chess with father. You are a bad chess player. You will not regret your moves. Your chess character is too poor. How can you change your moves back and forth?" The king of city touched the tip of his nose. "We are not outsiders. It's just a few regrets. Why do you care so much?" "Your mother never cares so much with me." Shang Ruai glanced at him. "There is no father and son on the chess field." TSK. The king of city put down the chess piece and sighed. "Forget it. I'm old and disliked." At this moment, Yunqi's figure appeared at the door of the study. Shang Ruai whispered, "What's wrong?" "Master, move." Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly and was finally ready to take action. She stood up and said with a smile, "Father, our leisurely days seem to be over." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a guard running in from outside. "Prince, there is news from the palace. The emperor is probably dying." Prince Ching frowned, looked at Shang Ruai, and whispered, "Have you guessed it a long time ago? The last time I took the emperor's pulse, I knew that he didn't have much time left, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. If my pulse diagnosis is correct, normally he can hold on for at least half a year. As for why he died in such a short time, I think father can guess a thing or two." "You mean someone is plotting against him?" "If the emperor dies, who will benefit the most?" Prince Ching looked at her and said in a deep voice, "You mean the prince?" Shang Ruai just smiled and said nothing. The king of the city stood up, holding a long sword in his hand. "You follow your father into the palace now." Shang Ruai came to the palace. At this time, there were many people kneeling outside the bedroom of the Western Region Emperor. Shang Ruai's eyes flickered slightly, looking at the position in front. At this time, Concubine Xiao was there. Her eyes were slightly red, and she was crying softly, like everyone else. Her eyes fell on the edge of her cheek, and Shang Ruai understood in her heart that it seemed that this was Concubine Zhao's substitute left in the palace. The queen stood in the front, and her long black and beautiful hair made Shang Ruai raise her eyebrows slightly. This wig was really realistic. The fatigue on her body disappeared, but her face was a little haggard. It stands to reason that she has the mother goo of the love goo in her body. The son goo was killed by her, and the person who is pregnant with the mother goo would most likely die. However, she recovered to this level in such a short time. She must have used some secret method. The queen's eyes fell on her. Her eyes were calm, but her eyes were like poison. "Greetings to the queen," the queen said in a light tone. "Why is the prince here?" The king of city whispered, "I heard that the emperor was not feeling well, so I brought Ruai here to treat my brother." The queen knew Shang Ruai's medical skills, so how could she let Shang Ruai treat the emperor? Although the poison she had given was very concealed, if she came to see, she might find some clues. Now that she had finally come to this point, there was only one step left before her son ascended the throne, and she would never allow anyone to disturb her. Prince of City, the Emperor's health has always been treated by the Imperial physician, so you'd better not interfere. The Queen whispered, otherwise, if there is any mistake, it will be related to the dragon veins of the western regions. Can you bear this responsibility? The King of City looked at her and felt that she was completely different from the Queen in his memory. Even her face had changed. The face was still the same, but the heart under the face was no longer the same heart. Or, her heart had not changed, but she had disguised herself too well before. Empress. Shang Ruai smiled. I just want to check the Emperor's pulse. Check the pulse? The Queen sneered. You are young. Even if you have learned medicine since childhood, can you be more proficient in medicine than the Imperial doctors who have been practicing medicine for decades? You'd better stop fooling around. She turned to the guards and said, Please ask the princess to go down. The guards were about to step forward, and the King of City crossed the long sword at his waist. Get out. You want to disobey the order? The Queen pointed at the King of City. This is the Emperor's bedroom. You actually carry a sword. Are you going to rebel? Shang Ruai saw that she was stalling for time. It seemed that the time for the Emperor of the Western regions was short. If she didn't help him detoxify, it might really be too late. She wanted to use the power of space, but the space was silent until now. No matter how her consciousness tried to contact it, it was still a dead end. With the Queen blocking them here, it would be difficult for them to break in, unless the King of City risked being accused of starting a rebellion. She looked at the King of City and saw that his eyes changed. The hand holding the hilt of the sword moved, and the sharp blade came out of the sheath with a cold light. No one expected him to do this. When they reacted, the King of City's long sword was already on the Queen's neck. The Queen moved her palm slightly and was about to make a move, but she remembered where she was. These people didn't know her skills yet. If she was exposed rashly, she might end up making things worse. King of City, do you really want to rebel? The Queen said loudly, You are the Emperor's brother. How can you do such a thing? If I wanted this world, I wouldn't have waited until now. The King of City said coldly, When I helped the previous Emperor conquer the world, the Emperor was not even the prince. If I wanted to be the Emperor, no one in the Western regions could stop me.
He was right.
No one present refuted. The Western regions could have what they have today, and it was indeed the King of City who made the greatest contribution. Not to mention that time. Even now, if he wanted to be the Emperor, no one would dare to refute him. The Queen gritted her teeth. She felt the sword on her shoulder without any hesitation. If she resisted, he might really make her bleed. Sure enough, he was so cold-blooded and ruthless to her. She had seen how much he cared for that woman, so she knew that he really had no feelings for her. Thinking of this, she felt sad and angry. After so many years, she couldn't even compare to a dead person. She was furious, and her heart, which was being eaten by the love poison, began to ache. Kill him, kill him. A voice kept circling in her mind. She shook her head, trying to get rid of the voice, but for some reason, the voice was like a maggot, entangled in her body, and she couldn't get rid of it. The King of the City said to Shang Ruai, Go and check the pulse of the Emperor. He looked around, his eyes swept over the guards, and the murderous aura of years of immersion in the battlefield made the guards tremble in their hearts, and their steps unconsciously retreated. Shang Ruai walked towards the bedroom, and at this moment, a burst of tyrannical internal force suddenly erupted behind her, and the visible internal force fluctuations spread around with the Queen as the center. The King of the City, who was closest to her, was the first to be hit, and his body flew backwards, and the long sword in his hand drew a long mark on the ground. The City King is rebelling, come. Take him down. The Queen said in a cold voice, Those who disobey my order will be beheaded. As soon as the voice fell, those people from the Tianan sect who were dressed as guards drew out the long swords from their waists and stabbed at the City King and Shang Ruai with agile movements. The City King had been through hundreds of battles and was not afraid. He stood up from the ground and went to meet them. The Queen looked at Shang Ruai with a gloomy look, drew out the long whip from her waist, pressed the handle, and the whip instantly grew barbs. Each barb flashed with a dark green light, and it was obvious that it was poisoned. Stinky girl, you have ruined my good deeds many times. Today, I will personally kill you. The queen said in a cold voice. Neither of you, father or daughter, can escape. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes, and her heart sank. The queen's internal strength seemed to be higher than before. She drew out the short sword from her waist and flew up. Now that the space was silent, she had to be careful everywhere. The queen's whip skills were very good. Although the dagger in Shang Ruai's hand was made of fine steel, it was very difficult to get close to the queen if it was not superior to the whip. After dozens of rounds, the two were evenly matched, but at this time, more and more Imperial guards poured in. Although the king of city was very skilled, he could not defeat them with two fists. In a round-robin battle, even the best physical strength would eventually run out. Seeing this, Shang Ruai made a feint and retreated. The dagger in her hand swept across, and the sword tip swept across their necks. In the blink of an eye, a large number of guards disguised as disciples of Tianan's sect fell down. Seeing this, the queen gritted her teeth and quickly rushed towards Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai came to the king of city and stuffed a detoxification pill into his mouth. The next moment, her body flew into the air, pinched the medicine bag in her hand, and urged it with her internal force. The powder fell like smoke. Hold your breath. But it was too late. The smoke spread too quickly. Many people had already inhaled it and instantly lost consciousness and fell down. Do you think holding your breath will be enough? Shang Ruai sneered. It's not that easy to avoid my poison. People began to fall down one after another. Once the powder touched the skin, it would slowly. Although the effect was not as fast as direct inhalation, it would also make people lose their combat effectiveness. I didn't expect you to be so capable. The queen felt that her body was also a little weak, and she quickly took a few pills which relieved a little. At this time, the only ones standing here were the queen and a few guards with strong martial arts skills, as well as the city king and Shang Ruai. Ahem. The city prince wiped the blood from his lips and said in a cold voice, Ruai, go check the emperor's pulse first. Your father is here to support you. Humph, you see it and even save yourself now, and you're still thinking about saving that idiot's life. The queen said in a cold voice, now the palace is full of my people, and several generals are already guarding outside the palace. She took out a box with a tiger talisman in it. Now, the entire Western region's army is in my hands. Even if there are 10,000 people in your city prince's mansion, it is not enough for me to chop for an hour. If you still want your life, just surrender. Otherwise your children, your entire city prince's mansion, and I alone will not spare a single life. The city prince said in a deep voice, you, the evil queen, dared to harm the emperor's life, and now you want to control the throne. Even if I use up my last bit of strength, I will not let you do as you wish. Hehe. The queen sneered. You are really loyal. You actually want to spare the life of such a foolish and incompetent monarch, and try your best for him. If you put this little thought into me, I will definitely treat your city prince's mansion well. You are dreaming. The city prince sneered. Put this thought into you? You'd better not disgust me. Upon hearing this, the queen's eyes suddenly stood up, and she looked at him with eyes like a poisonous snake. After a while, she suddenly laughed out loud. It doesn't matter if you don't like me. Whoever you like, I will kill. Do you know the miserable condition of the woman you like when she is poisoned? Do you know how painful it is for her to be tortured by poison? Upon hearing this, the city prince felt his heart being grabbed. What did you say? The queen saw his pain, with a look of satisfaction on her face. I said, that woman was tortured by poison and was in great pain. I will kill you. At this moment, a warm little hand grabbed his arm and whispered, Father, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She is suffering from paranoia. Shang Ruai glanced at the queen. My mother is immune to all poisons. How could she be tortured by the poison she gave her? The king of city was slightly stunned. The queen waved the long whip in her hand, making a harsh sound. You. How can you have the right to speak? Are you angry because your lie was exposed? Shang Ruai sneered. It's sad to be unable to get the love you want. Shut up. I have seen how beautiful my mother is. With your appearance, even if you throw yourself at me, my father won't even bother to look at you. You'd better not waste your energy. The queen was so angry that she wanted to tear her mouth apart. She looked at the sky and saw that the time was almost up. She raised her chin slightly and said proudly, "If I can't get it, I'll kill him. It won't be long before this country belongs to me. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit." You two, father and daughter, entered the palace with knives, poisoned the emperor, and intended to usurp the throne. I can accuse you of these crimes. As long as you die in my hands, I will have you. You are dreaming if you want to put this crime on our city prince's mansion. Sensing several auras, Shang Ruai said coldly, "Where is Zhuke?" As soon as the voice fell, several figures suddenly rose from the surroundings of the palace and landed in the four corners of the palace. My subordinates are here. Guard this place well. I need to treat patients. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes, just throw this to him and him to pieces. I want to see if there are any loyal souls left in the world. Shang Ruai took out 2 grenades and threw them out. She only brought 3 grenades today, leaving 1 for emergency use. Yes, sir. The queen looked at the black grenade with a gloomy heart. She had never seen this thing, but she had heard people say that it had flames and great power. But after all, she had only heard about it and had never seen its power, so she naturally had some doubts. You don't have to exaggerate here. If it is true as you said, why didn't you take it out just now? Just now, in this courtyard, besides you and your men, there were also ladies from various palaces. I don't want to hurt innocent people. Otherwise, do you think you can still jump around here? She said bluntly, and the queen's face became gloomy again. If you don't accept it, you can try it. Shang Ruai sneered. I don't kill you now just because I don't want my father and the Prince of Qing to be charged with treason, but your good days are over. She looked at the queen with cold eyes. I must settle my mother's revenge with you. Although her mother was not killed by the queen herself, her mother's physical failure must be related to the Tianan sect. The queen's eyes were slightly fierce. Shang Ruai turned around and walked towards the hall, and the queen did not move.
Ah!
Sharp pain came from the calf. Shang Ruai turned her back to her, and the black muzzle of the gun was facing her leg. I said, I just don't kill you now, not that I can't kill you. Her voice was cold. I just want you to see with your own eyes the day when the building you built with your own hands collapses. As soon as the voice fell, her figure disappeared into the palace door. Shang Ruai came to the bedroom, which was empty, without a single person. She walked to the dragon bed, and her eyes fell on the face of the Western Region Emperor. At this time, both sides of his cheeks had completely collapsed, and his face was full of death. Even if he used the spiritual spring water, it could only prolong his life for a short time. She took out a pill and put it into the mouth of the Western Region Emperor. The energy in the spiritual spring water slowly seeped into his body. Not long after, the Western Region Emperor opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him with turbid eyes. He could only see the vague figure in front of him and had no idea who that person was. My beloved concubine? The Western Region Emperor's voice was dry. Is it you, my beloved concubine? Shang Ruai did not speak. The Western Region Emperor sighed and whispered, I know, it's not you. May the Emperor be well. Shang Ruai's voice was low. It's you. The Western Region Emperor blinked his eyes and barely saw the outline of the person in front of him. He twitched the corners of his lips. May you be well? These 2 words sounded really ironic at this moment. Why are you here? If it weren't for me, you would have died now. The Emperor of the Western Regions paused. It was you who saved me. You just said that you knew I was not your concubine, Xiao. Why did you say that? They all wish I would die immediately. He coughed a few times and said lightly, Thank you for saving me. I will definitely reward you heavily. Shang Ruai smiled and shook her head when she heard this. You don't have to thank me. I didn't save you. I just helped you delay your life for 2 days. I did this just to let you see who is truly suitable to be the king. The Emperor of the Western Regions looked stunned, as if it was hard for him to believe that his life was about to come to an end. After a long while, he held back his anger and shouted in a deep voice, "I am the emperor. I will live forever." Shang Ruai sneered when she heard it. "You just said it to please yourself. Why? Your father is not the emperor. Did he live to be 10,000 years old?" The emperor of the Western regions looked at her and smiled. "You are very brave, girl. I am still the emperor now. Aren't you afraid that I will punish you if you say this? You'd better save your breath. You can try it. Who can you order around in the palace now? I'm afraid that not even a maid will listen to your command. It's really pitiful that the emperor has done what you have." She pointed outside the door and said, "Now those standing, sitting, and lying outside are all waiting for you to die so that they can divide up the western regions. Your queen wants her son to succeed to the throne immediately, and she is unwilling to wait even half a year. She poisoned you and wanted to kill you directly. Your favorite concubine, Concubine Xiao, wanted to elope with her lover as early as the day you fell ill. Her lover is the heavenly master you trust the most." Shang Ruai smiled. "That heavenly master is not the man with all the means you believe in. He is the young master of the Tianan sect and intends to use your western regions to disrupt the whole world. I don't know what their ultimate goal is, but it is definitely not to let you ascend to the position of the true emperor." She said a lot of things in a fluent manner, and every time she said something, the face of the emperor of the western regions darkened. Hearing the end, he finally realized that the person he had trusted the most for a long time had been using him, calculating him, and wanted his country and life, while the king of the city, who he had always been suspicious of, was always protecting the western regions. "How do you want me to trust you?" The emperor of the western regions narrowed his eyes. "You are the crown prince's consort of the Ding kingdom. How do I know if you say this for some purpose?" Shang Ruai smiled. "Now the western regions is just an empty shell. I think other countries have also received the news. If they want to conquer the western regions, it won't take much effort. What do I need an empty shell for? But the jade unicorn in your collection is really exquisite." As soon as she finished speaking, the emperor of the western region's face turned red visibly. He struggled to sit up, staring at her. "It's you. It's you." Shang Rui nodded. "Don't worry. If the next monarch is a good one, I will definitely return everything I have taken from the treasury." The emperor of the western regions lay limp on the bed, as if he had lost all his strength. He looked up with empty eyes for a long while, then sneered. "You are right. It is really aggrieved for an emperor to be like this. Among all my sons, only the prince is the one who loves me the most, but he wants me to die." She looked at Shang Ruai. "Who do you think is more suitable to inherit my position among my sons? This is your own business. How can I, an outsider, influence the succession?" The emperor of the western regions looked at her and smiled. "You just said that I still have 2 days to live. But is it true? 2 days at most." She took the pulse of the emperor of the western regions. The poison in his body was not resolved, and he was just keeping alive with pills. If he didn't take the medicine, he might not even survive 2 hours. "I want to go to court. Do you have any way?" Shang Ruai nodded. "Yes, there is, but it will consume your life faster." "It doesn't matter," he said lightly. "Instead of lying in bed half dead and waiting to die, it's better to be happy. I want to see the mountains and rivers of the western regions again." Shang Ruai took out a red pill and said in a deep voice, "After taking this, your consciousness will be clear for 12 hours, like a normal person, but once this time passes, you will gradually lose consciousness until the end of your life, and you will never wake up again." Upon hearing this, the Western Region Emperor took the pill and put it in his mouth. "Even if it's only 1 day, I want to live decently." At this time, the queen bandaged the wound on her leg. She cut open the skin and flesh on her leg and took out the bullet inside. She looked at the hidden weapon she had never seen before, and her heart sank slightly. What on earth is this thing? It is so powerful. She handed the bullet to the Tianan sect disciple behind her. "Be sure to send this to the sect master." The city king's eyes fell on her legs, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This woman's means are really cruel. She was so determined to attack him. He saw her cut the flesh on his leg with his own eyes. The queen looked at the Western Region Emperor. Why? Are you attracted by my beauty now? The city king was too lazy to pay attention to her. Yunqi, who was behind the city king, couldn't help but sneered. Is your leg or brain injured? The queen's face turned pale when she heard this. Who do you think you are? You even dare to ridicule me. You are the queen, but the things you do are not worthy of being on the stage. In the words of our master, you are a maggot in the gutter, disgusting to the extreme. Yunqi was originally a taciturn person. Since he followed Shang Ruai, he has become more and more talkative, especially in scolding people. Sometimes even Shang Ruai has to admit defeat. You. The queen's body moved slightly. The wound on her leg was piercingly painful. The gauze that had just been bandaged was dyed red again, and beads of sweat as big as beans dripped from her head. At this moment, a group of blackbirds flew over the palace. The queen's face was happy when she saw this. Here they come. Finally here.
Squeak.
The tightly closed palace was opened from the inside, and Shang Ruai walked out slowly from inside. Seeing that there was no one behind her, the queen had a smug smile on her face. Isn't she known as a miracle doctor? Wasn't it said that she could definitely cure it? How is it now? Shang Ruai's face had no expression. The queen thought that she had hit her soft spot, and the smile on her face became more smug. My poison, can it be cured by ordinary people? She stared at King Chung and Shang Ruai fiercely. No one can stand in the way of me and the prince. No matter who it is, if they get in my way, they must die. Even if your mother died, you can't escape it. Really? Hearing her say this, Shang Ruai raised a smile on her face. That's what I've been waiting for you to say. What do you mean? Seeing the smile on her face, the queen felt a little panic in her heart. You. Before she finished speaking, a bright yellow figure walked out of the palace. The man in front of him looked thinner, but not tired. His eyes were bright, and he looked much more energetic than before he was poisoned. Your Majesty? The queen's chest rose and fell violently. How could you? The Emperor of the Western Regions looked at her with a faint smile on his face. Why, after not seeing you for a few days, the queen doesn't recognize me? Or did you not expect that I could still be alive? The queen's eyes fell on Shang Ruai. What did you do? What did you do? Nothing, just detoxification. Shang Ruai said lightly. I said, I want to watch you destroy yourself, watch you lose everything. Even if I have to bet all my medical skills, I will you from the king of... You. The queen gritted her teeth. I will kill you.
Queen.
The Emperor of the Western Region said in a deep voice. Over the years, I know how many evil things you have done, but I just don't want to pursue it. But this time, you want my life. I have to punish you. Hearing this, the queen sneered. Punish me? What a joke. She pointed her index finger at the Emperor of the Western Regions and said contemptuously, What are you going to use to punish me? Now, everyone in the palace is my people. You can try. Who else here can listen to your command? You're just a puppet. She sneered. It won't be long before you, and the only person in the world who can be loyal to you will go to. By the way, there is also the 7th prince's biological mother, that stupid woman. I will let her go down to accompany you. After all, she is really loyal and wholehearted to you. Empress Qing? The Western Region Emperor narrowed his eyes. What did you do? She gave Concubine Qing a puppet goo. The queen looked at her. It's really you. It was you who removed the goo, wasn't it? That's right. Shang Ruai smiled. It seems that you are not stupid. I should have killed you long ago. I shouldn't have kept you until now. There is one thing I don't understand, and I would like to ask the queen to explain it to me. Shang Ruai whispered. Since you used the puppet goo to control Concubine Qing, why did you let her become crazy? It wasn't me who made her crazy. It was herself. The queen looked at the black birds standing on the palace, smiled and said, I didn't want to tell you the reason, but since you want to be the one who knows the truth, I'm not such a heartless person. She said lightly, I used a goo to control her and wanted her to poison the emperor's food, but for some reason, she broke free at the critical moment. Compared with her own consciousness and the goo, she became like that. But she should thank herself for becoming crazy. Otherwise, I would have killed her long ago. The reason I kept her was just that I didn't want people to associate her death with me. So that's it.
Okay.
The queen smiled. I have said everything I need to say. She looked at the city king. Are you sure you don't want to live with me? The city king protected Shang Ruai and said coldly, Don't dream anymore. You are stubborn. The queen said coldly, In this case, don't regret it. It will be too late to regret it when you go to in the future. She opened her arms, and her internal force rose around her. She said in a deep voice, Welcome to the Great Elder. As soon as the voice fell, a figure of a white-haired old man suddenly appeared, and the tyrannical internal force formed a circle, and the air in the circle was slightly distorted. If this internal force fell, the people in the courtyard would be very unlikely to survive. The white-haired old man looked at the people in the courtyard, without any emotional fluctuations in his eyes, and looked indifferent, as if he was not a living person. Grand Elder, the queen said respectfully, Thank you for your help. You useless thing. You can't even handle such a small matter, and I have to do it myself. His eyes fell on Shang Ruai, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he smiled evilly a few times. Little thing, quite interesting. The moment she saw the so-called Great Elder, Shang Ruai felt uncomfortable all over, as if she was stared at by something disgusting. Little thing, come here, let me take a look. The old man waved his hand, pretending to be kind, with a smile on his face. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, and the pistol slipped into her palm. The king of city blocked Shang Ruai behind him and said softly, This person has extremely high internal strength. You will have a chance to leave quickly later. Don't worry about your father. Shang Ruai didn't say anything. The king of city just thought she agreed, but how could Shang Ruai really leave alone? What's more, she felt that this old thing seemed to know her secret, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her was like a vicious dog staring at a piece of fat meat. Who are you? The king of city asked coldly. He. The old man stroked his beard and said lightly, I am the Great Elder of Tianan sect. You ants are not worthy of my attack. His eyes fell on Shang Ruai, and he smiled and said, However, I like this little thing very much. He turned and looked at the queen. You did a good job. When I return to the sect, I will tell the sect master, and I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, Great Elder. The queen was delighted, thinking that her son's position as the emperor of the western regions would surely be secure. The old man slowly descended from the height, his eyes always on Shang Ruai. Do you want to go back to Tianan sect with me? Shang Ruai glanced at him. Don't even think about it. Humph. You don't know how to appreciate it. The smile on the old man's face suddenly disappeared. If you agree to go back to Tianan sect with me, I will definitely save your life. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by Tianan sect to the ends of the earth. Tianan sect disciples are all over the world. It will only take a blink of an eye for them to kill you. All over the world? Shang Ruai walked out from behind the city king. You are not young, old man. Why do you like to brag so much? Do you know how big the four seas are? Have you really walked there? Do you know what is on the other side of the sea? Are there other countries? Are there any civilizations that you don't know about yet? You don't even consider your own weight, and you just talk about the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. You have delusions. Delusions? Although they didn't know what this delusion was, they could guess it almost right just from the literal meaning. The old man had been in a high position for many years. How could he have been ridiculed like this? You little brat, don't be so shameless. Who is so shameless? You are from Tianan sect, but you want to take over the whole world. Don't you even consider whether you are destined to be the emperor? Shang Ruai sneered. Why, just because you look old, you are right? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I will be unworthy of being the Great Elder of Tianan sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful internal force gathered in his palm, and he pushed his arm forward, and 2 internal force waves suddenly blasted out. A strong wind blew around, and everyone's dresses flew up. Give me your life. As soon as the voice fell, the powerful palm wind came quickly. The king of the city looked stern, and hurriedly blocked in front of Shang Ruai. The Western region emperor hid back in the palace and disappeared. At this time, Shang Ruai had no energy to care about him. If she was right, this person should be the one with the deepest internal force she had ever seen. He saw the king of the city protecting Shang Ruai behind him and snorted coldly. An ant trying to shake a tree is nothing but a group of ants.
Go.
The king of the city said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pulling force. Looking back, he saw Shang Ruai pulling his arm and shaking it hard. His body suddenly flew towards the hall behind. When he fell into the hall, Shang Ruai waved her arm, and the door of the hall closed. Ruai! Ruai! The king of the city walked to the door and was about to open it when he heard a voice. Follow me. The palm wind was already close at hand. The old man had a sneer on his lips. If she didn't dodge this palm, she would be seriously injured. Shang Ruai raised her palm, and the internal force in her dantian gathered in her palm, emitting a faint light. She pushed hard, and a wave of internal force appeared, whistling towards the palm wind. The old man paused, stroking his beard, looked at her in surprise, and said in a deep voice, "How can she have such a profound internal force?" The queen was also shocked. Her skills far exceeded hers. At this time, the two palm winds met, raising waves of this woman must not be left alive. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body quickly swept toward Shang Ruai. She also saw his movements, turned his palm, and pointed the black muzzle of the gun at the old man's eyebrows. The moment she took out the pistol, the old man noticed it. Grand Elder, be careful of the hidden weapon in her hand. The queen hurriedly reminded. It's just a trick. He flashed and changed direction to attack her from behind. Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly, and the pistol turned.
Ah!
The familiar screams rang again. The queen could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. At this moment, the old man's palm was only a few inches away from her from behind. You are not qualified to take my life. She shook her arm, and a powerful force suddenly appeared, and the palm that had just landed on her was directly shaken away. The old man took more than 10 steps back and barely stabilized his body. He put his hands behind his back to hide his slightly trembling hands. Shang Ruai suppressed the fishy sweetness in her throat, turned around and looked at the queen who was already kneeling on the ground, pulled the corners of her lips and smiled. This is just the first step. Your initial target is me. My mother's revenge has not been avenged yet. How can I allow you to leave alive? Shang Ruai said coldly. What's going on with my mother's body? The queen glared at her. You want to know, but I won't tell you.
Hee.
Shang Ruai smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. After speaking, she raised the pistol again. Now you are kneeling in the direction of Tianan, which is the burial place of my mother. The gunshot rang again.
Ah!
This time, she accurately shot the queen on the left shoulder blade. At this time, the old man's hand finally regained consciousness. How dare you? You actually want to slaughter our Tianan sect disciples in front of me. You talk too much nonsense. Shang Ruai turned around and slammed out another palm. At this time, all the internal energy in her body had dried up. Yunqi frowned and was about to come to rescue her, but saw Shang Ruai shaking her head slightly at him. She said in a voice that only she could hear, this space failed at the critical moment. I want to see. Now, my internal energy is gone. If you don't show up, I will be beaten to death here by this old thing. If you want to disappear with me, you can still pretend to be dead there. As soon as the voice fell, she pulled the trigger again and shot the queen in the right shoulder blade. Fell to the ground covered in blood as she screamed. The old man behind her dodged her attack and flew out to attack her. Shang Ruai didn't even turn her head. She had a premonition that the space would never abandon her. Seeing that she was not prepared at all, the old man raised a smug smile. The internal force is exhausted. Watch out. This palm strike, she will definitely not survive. Shang Ruai's expression did not change, as if she was waiting for his palm wind to fall. At this moment, she seemed to hear a sigh from her body, and a trace of energy slowly emerged from her chest, spreading throughout her body like an electric current. The hidden injuries in her body disappeared instantly. Shang Ruai's lips slightly raised, and her eyes that were originally closed suddenly opened. A ray of silver light flashed, and the internal force and energy of her body intertwined and entangled with each other, and the air around her seemed to be still. A barrier appeared in front of her body, as if it were real. The old man's attack fell on that barrier and could no longer into it. After a while, the palm wind slowly dissipated. Shang Ruoyi raised her arm slightly and waved it gently. Suddenly, an invisible force appeared between heaven and earth. A trace of dangerous aura appeared. The old man hurriedly waved out his internal force to block it. He thought he could resist it, but he didn't expect that the internal force he was always proud of collapsed in an instant under Shang Ruoyi's casual wave, without causing a wave. Instead, the force that Shang Ruoyi waved directly threw him out, and his body hit an ancient tree in the yard heavily. The tree broke with a sound. The old man fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his gray beard was full of blood. Great Elder. The disciples of Tianan's sect hurriedly helped him up. As soon as they touched him, they heard a crackling sound from his body. He spit out another mouthful of blood, and his body went limp. You. Shang Ruoyi smiled. I don't like killing people, but people like you who have done so many evil things must not stay in the world. I broke all your bones, and even if there is a medical saint in the world, it would be difficult to save you. In her previous life, in order to complete the task, her hands were stained with too much blood. In this life, she originally just wanted to be a clean person and didn't want to be involved in killing, but the world made people play tricks on her. But if it wasn't necessary, she wouldn't kill people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used grenades until now. The severe pain from his body made him unable to utter a word, and he could only stare at Shang Ruoyi fiercely. The disciples of Tianan's sect pulled out their knives. Shang Ruoyi sneered, waved her arm, and the internal force fluctuations appeared again, blasting them out directly, and they fell to the ground unconscious. At this time, the only people still standing in the yard were Shang Ruoyi and Yunqi. Master. Yunqi stepped forward and whispered, Your body. It's okay. Shang Ruoyi whispered, Tie them up. Yes. The queen was not unconscious yet. She looked at Shang Ruoyi unwillingly. You must have used some magic. Magic. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Magic? She walked up to the queen, turned her back to Yunqi and others, stretched out her hand. A light flashed in her palm, and a night pearl suddenly appeared. Telekinesis? Is this conjured up? The queen panted, stared at her, and said, You are not a human. You are a goblin. Shang Ruoyi sneered and lowered her voice. Since you know I'm not a human, why do you still go against me? You. At this moment, bursts of fighting sounds came from outside. I just said that I will let you see with your own eyes the day when the building you built collapses, and all your plans will fall apart. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of white shadows came running wildly, and the earth was faintly shaking.
Xiaobai.
Shang Ruoyi looked at her tigers and said with a smile, Why are you here?
What?
Shang Ruoyi put her hand on Xiaobai's head and looked down to see that its snow-white fur was stained with bright red blood. She frowned slightly and took a closer look. It turned out that it was not its blood. Whoa. Dozens of low roars came. Shang Ruoyi looked at them and gradually found that their eyes were all on her dress, where there were a few blood stains. For a moment, she felt very warm in her heart. I'm not injured. Shang Ruoyi touched their heads one by one, and the energy of her body continuously entered their bodies. Their hair brightened visibly, and their eyes narrowed comfortably. Ruoyi. The voices of the king of the city and Jun Ziqian came over. How is it? Are you injured? Shang Ruoyi shook her head. No. As they looked at the scene in the courtyard, the king of city couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. He evaluated his daughter's fighting ability in his heart and found that his previous worries seemed to be unnecessary. There is no one in this world who can let her suffer injustice. If there is danger in the future, it can't be like today. It's not that your father can't protect you. Hearing this, Shang Ruoyi touched the tip of her nose and said with a smile, If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will hold me back. The king of city glared at her and said no more. At this moment, A guard stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Your Highness, the Emperor is already in the palace. Please go over quickly. There is something important to announce. The other adults are on the way." Shang Ruai knew in her heart that the Emperor of the Western regions was already on his way to death. The so-called important thing was nothing more than who would pass the throne to. She looked back at the Emperor's bedroom. When she was treating the Emperor of the Western regions, he told her that there was a secret passage in the palace that led to the outside of the palace. Only the Emperor knew this secret passage. She pushed her father into the palace so that the Emperor could take her father out of the palace to meet her brother. She knew that the Queen would have a backup plan. Now, everything is under her control. Everyone came to the hall. The Emperor of the Western region sat on the dragon throne, and all the civil and military officials knelt on the ground. "Bring the rebels to the palace." As soon as the voice fell, the prince and several leaders of the rebellious Imperial guards were and brought up. The Crown Prince Jun Yunting led his army to rebel. He was dismissed from office. "All those who participated in the rebellion shall be beheaded immediately. All 9 clans shall be executed. No one shall be spared." The Queen poisoned the king, killed the concubines, used witchcraft in the palace, and harmed the royal heirs. The Queen's position shall be abolished, and the white silk shall be granted. After disposing of many people in a dignified manner, the Western region Emperor coughed a few times. His eyes fell on the other princes, and he said in a deep voice, "My dragon body is not in good condition, and I am now voluntarily abdicating." Now that the crown prince has been abolished, the 7th Prince Jun, she has a noble character and has been trained successfully. Now the throne will be passed to the 7th Prince. Jun Shi's body trembled, and he looked at his father in disbelief. The other princes were inevitably dissatisfied. The Western region Emperor continued, "I specially order the city king Jun Ke to supervise the country and grant him a national whip to beat the tyrant king and behead the treacherous." He looked at the city king and said softly, "The future of the Western region is in your hands." When everyone heard that the emperor asked the city king to be the regent, they were dissatisfied, but did not dare to act rashly. The city king's deterrent power was still extremely terrifying. After doing these things, the Western region emperor returned to the palace with the help of the eunuchs. He called Shang Ruai to the bed and whispered, "Are you satisfied with this new emperor?" Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows and laughed. "You are still thinking about your gold and silver treasures?" He shook his head. "I just want to ask you for something." "What?" "There is a scroll in my private vault. Can you give it back to me?" "Which scroll?" She remembered that the scroll was packed in several large boxes. "Black." Shang Ruai's consciousness flashed, and a black scroll appeared in her palm. The Western region emperor was stunned for a long time. This ability to take things from a distance was the first time he had seen it. "You, what does this scroll mean to you?" At the signal of the Western region emperor, the scroll was unfolded, and a picture of the mountains and rivers appeared in front of him. "Bury this scroll with me," he said to Shang Ruai. "Thank you." After speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Shang Ruai walked out of the door and heard the inside shouting loudly, "The emperor has passed away." The emperor passed away, and the whole country mourned. The queen and the Yuan family behind her were beheaded. Shang Ruai returned all the treasures in the national treasury. The 7th prince ascended the throne and became emperor. Concubine Qing was named Empress Dowager. The original Empress Dowager became the Grand Empress Dowager. The king of city was regent. Shang Ruai had a rare 2 days of free time. That day, Jun Ziqian finally finished his work and came to her yard. Seeing her packing up, he hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going back to the western regions to take care of some things." "Are you going back to the Dingwa Palace?" Shang Ruai shook her head. "Although the queen and the elder are dead, the foundation of Tianan sect has not been affected. They want to unify the world, so they must have other plans. I have a feeling that Tianshan is about to be in chaos." In other words, what they wanted in the first place was Tianshan. When the Dingwa Palace was exiled, they must have wanted to take the opportunity to take Tianshan into their pockets, but their appearance and the return of the Dingwa Palace disrupted their plans, so they pointed their spearheads at the western regions. Jun Ziqian knew that she was concerned about the Dingwa Palace, but she refused to admit it. He smiled and said, "Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, there are many things to be done, and he is too busy to accompany you. There are also many things to do in the military camp, and I can rarely come back. Are you going to leave without saying goodbye?" Shang Ruoyi smiled bitterly. "You two have been missing all day. Do you think I have to wait for you here for a year?" Jun Ziqian stretched out his hand and pinched her nose. "You always have a reason." At this moment, the laughter of the king of the city came from outside the courtyard. "What are you two talking about here?" "Ruoyi is going to go back to Tianshan." The smile on the king of the city's face disappeared instantly, and he looked at her bitterly. "Are you really leaving?" Shang Ruoyi nodded. "It's not like I won't come back. I am the princess of the king of the city in the western regions. I will come back after resolving the matter of Tianan." The king of the city smacked his lips. "Then when are you going to go back to the Dingwa Palace?" Shang Ruoyi looked at his appearance and couldn't help laughing. "Do you want me to go to the Dingwang Palace or not?" To be honest, the mind of the king of city is also very contradictory. If he were to say that among all the men in the world, the son-in-law he is most satisfied with is naturally He Jingheng, but Tianshan is far away from the western regions. If she marries there, she may not see her for several years. Seeing her father's face change, Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's talk about everything after we have dealt with the Tianan sect." In the evening, the three of them had dinner in the courtyard of the king of city. "Ruoyi, remember, the king of city's mansion will always be your backing. Your father will protect you even at the cost of his life. If there is a dangerous situation like that day again, you must not push your father away from danger. If anything happens to you, your daughter knows." She stood up, looked at Jun Ziqian, and regardless of his presence, she waved her arm, and a pile of things appeared in the room. What is this?" The city king blinked and asked in surprise. "You made it again?"
Made it?
Jun Ziqian looked at Shang Ruoyi and understood that it must be related to the light he saw in her palm earlier. "These are all firearms." Shang Ruoyi explained how to use cannons, machine guns, grenades, mines, and pistols one by one. The more they listened, the brighter their eyes became. With this, they dared to say that the entire western region would be as solid as a rock. Shang Ruoyi knew that her father and brother were not people who would increase the killing, otherwise she would never leave these firearms here. Early the next morning, Shang Ruoyi left the city king's mansion and set off for Tianshan. She dressed as a man, and people along the way thought she was a young master from some family, and no one thought of her as a woman, which made it much easier for her. When she arrived at Tianshan, it was already dark. "Master, let's stay here tonight." Yunqi pointed to an inn and whispered, "This is the best inn in town." Shang Ruoyi nodded. They had been traveling for a long time, and everyone was a little tired. "Let's stay here." The waiter saw them coming in and hurried to greet them. "Sir, are you staying here or having a meal?" 15 upper rooms, and we'll prepare some signature dishes." "Okay. Please come in." The waiter looked happy. "I see you are from outside. Are you here to see the fun?" The waiter poured a cup of tea and handed it to Shang Ruoyi. "Recently, many people have come to our Tianshan." "Fun? What fun? You haven't heard of it?" The waiter said proudly. "Do you know the Dingwang Palace in our Tianshan?" Shang Ruoyi was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, "I know. I think you have heard that the prince of Dingwang, He Jingheng, is getting married."
Get married?
Yunqi heard this and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense." "How dare I talk nonsense?" He looked around and whispered, "I heard that he is going to marry some princess." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the people at the next table say, "It's Princess Xuyang from southern Xinjiang. I just came out from the direction of the capital and happened to catch up with the princess's team entering the city. Wow, I accidentally saw her. She is really beautiful. Your Prince Ding is so lucky." The waiter smiled. "The Dingwa Palace is the patron saint of our Tianshan. Not to mention the princess. Even the princess can match her." They talked passionately and didn't notice the increasingly dangerous eyes of the young master in front of them. Yunqi wanted to shut the waiter's mouth. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could their prince marry Princess Xuyang? That woman is not even as good as a hair of the master.
Master. Eat.
Shang Ruai said calmly, as if she didn't take the waiter's words to heart at all. However, Yunqi had been with her for a long time and knew that she was really angry when she looked like this, so he hurriedly explained, there must be some misunderstanding. The prince will never marry the Princess Shuyang. Shang Ruai concentrated on eating the rice in the bowl without even raising her head. Master. Eating can't stop you from talking? Yunqi hurriedly closed his mouth. At night, Shang Ruai came to the space and wanted to rest for a while, but she kept thinking about what the waiter said. It was not that she didn't believe He Jingheng, but she couldn't understand why Shuyang wanted to come to marry. At this moment, there was a wave outside the space. Shang Ruai looked outside and saw He Jingheng using the tea set she had just used. She walked out of the space. He Jingheng felt her breath, smiled, and said, "It seems that I still need to adapt. Otherwise, if you suddenly appear or disappear like this, I will not be used to it." Shang Ruai glanced at him and sat opposite him. "What are you doing here?" "Knowing that you have entered Tianan, of course I have to come to pick you up in person. I am not very familiar with the prince. Why did the prince come to greet you?" Shang Ruai sneered. "Besides, you are not in the palace preparing for the wedding. Why are you here to pick me up? How do you know that this prince is going to get married?" Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "This Tianan is about to spread. It is said that you, the prince, are going to marry Princess Shuyang of southern Xinjiang. People have brought dowries and have come all the way here. If you don't accept it, the face of the king of Qi in southern Xinjiang will be completely lost." He Jingheng smiled. "Do you believe these rumors?" "Why not?" Shang Ruai said lightly. "You don't have to believe what a person says, but if he says so, you have to doubt it." He Jingheng walked to her side and was about to hold her in his arms, but was slapped aside by Shang Ruai. "Men and women should not touch each other. Your Excellency, this is not the behavior of a gentleman." He Jingheng rubbed his shoulder that was hurt by the pat and smiled bitterly. "Who spread this rumor? This prince will break his bones." After a while, Shang Ruai whispered, "Princess Shuyang is the daughter of King Qi. They were beaten so badly by me when they attacked Tianshan before. How could they still want to offend me? It means you are too kind and showed mercy. Then this time I will really hurt them." Shang Ruai glanced at him. "It's so late. What are you still doing here? There are no vacant rooms in this inn. If there are no vacant rooms, what are you doing here?" Shang Ruai pushed her out. "Go find Yunqi and the others." He Jingheng looked at the closed door helplessly. Shang Ruai was lying on the bed. Soon a warm hug came from behind. Shang Ruai did not turn around. He Jingheng smelled the fragrance on her body and slowly closed his eyes. This was the most sound sleep he had had in the past few months. The next morning, before dawn, Shang Ruai opened her eyes and saw that he still maintained the same sleeping posture as last night, with the corners of his lips slightly raised.
He was still a gentleman.
Shang Ruai raised her palm and placed it on his chest. Just as she was about to send the energy in her body into his body, a warm big hand covered her hand. "It's still early, sleep a little longer. It will be dawn in a while. What will it look like if others see us?" She transferred the energy in the space into He Jingheng's body, and she stopped only when she felt that his body had returned to its peak again. "So what if they see us? We are husband and wife. I'm dressed as a man now. If others see us, there will be gossip. If people say that the prince of Dingwang Palace has a homosexual relationship, how can you marry Princess Shuyang?" He Jingheng opened his eyes and pinched her nose with his hand. You've been causing trouble for me so early in the morning." Shang Ruai smiled and was about to speak when she felt the hand around her waist tightened. Shang Ruai's face suddenly flushed. "It's better to let rumors spread so that I don't have to explain to others why I can't get married." He nestled in the crook of Shang Ruai's neck. "I understand why some kings don't attend the morning court. If you were a favorite concubine, I would be the incompetent king who doesn't care about state affairs. Aren't you ashamed to say that? What's there to be ashamed of? With a beautiful woman in my arms who would care about state affairs." As the two were talking, Yunqi's voice came from outside the door. "Master, it's almost dawn. We should set off. Shang Ruai pushed He Jingheng. Get up. Not long after, the door opened. Yunqi was about to greet Shang Ruai when he saw a dark figure walking out of the room. When he saw who it was, Yunqi's face turned pale. Prince. When did you? He Jingheng glared at him. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? I dare not. Yunqi said hurriedly. I just didn't know you were coming. Still staying in the room of the prince's wife. When he thought about how he had just knocked on the door, he wanted to slap himself in the face. Usually Yuntian would do this kind of thing, but today it was his turn. If he had known, he would have asked someone else to knock on the door. After Shang Ruai finished washing up, everyone went downstairs to have breakfast. They were considered to be the ones who got up relatively early. The waiter brought the buns and porridge to the table with sleepy eyes, rubbing his eyes and saying, Sir, are you going to set off so early? Yes. We want to go to the capital earlier. It won't take long to get from here to the capital by fast horse. I see that the horses tied behind you are all Fergana horses, and they run twice as fast as ordinary horses. When you get to the capital, you will definitely be able to catch up with the excitement of our prince and princess. He Jingheng didn't like these simple meals in the first place, and when he heard him say that, he wanted to smash the bun in his face. The excitement of the prince and the princess? What excitement? Seeing that he didn't know, the waiter became excited again and said hurriedly, I can see that you are from another place, and you don't even know about this happy event. Our prince, the prince of Tianshan Dingwang, will marry the princess of Shuyang from southern Xinjiang soon. Oh? He Jingheng saw Shang Ruai laughing at the side, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did this happen? Just recently. You must not know. How can you be more informed than us? The waiter said proudly. Although we are located in the border area, the news is fast, and what I said is definitely right. He Jingheng saw that Shang Ruai had almost finished eating, took out a few taels of silver and threw them into the waiter's arms, and said in a deep voice, You didn't see it with your own eyes, so don't talk nonsense. This prince didn't even know that he was going to marry the princess of Shuyang. How did you know? After speaking, he took Shang Ruai's hand and walked out. Yunqi and the others got up and followed them. The waiter saw their backs gradually going away, and his brain, which had just woken up, was still a little slow to react. He murmured, This young man is really interesting. How come I know more about him than I do? He doesn't even know that he is going to marry Princess Shuyang. Does he think he is the Prince of Dingwang? What? The Prince of Dingwang? The person who just appeared in his shop is the Prince of Dingwang? He couldn't help but recall the scene of He Jingheng holding Shang Ruai's hand, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Their prince, the brave god of war. He actually likes men. Soon, the rumor that He Jingheng likes men spread. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined? Shang Ruai said to He Jingheng beside her while riding on a horse with a smile, If your father knew the news, he would probably want to break your legs again. So what? As long as it doesn't delay the march and the war, I think my father won't care. Shang Ruai nodded. He was right. If this method can completely solve my marriage, it is not a good idea. At this time, Shuyang had already arrived in the capital. As a princess from southern Xinjiang who came to marry, the first thing Shuyang did when she arrived in the capital was to enter the palace to pay homage. Emperor Tianshan sat on the dragon throne, looking coldly at Shuyang and the governor standing below. Greetings to your majesty. I'm Wen Bin, the governor sent by southern Xinjiang. This is Princess Shuyang, the legitimate daughter of King Qi of southern Xinjiang. Shuyang leaned forward slightly. Your servant Shuyang greets your majesty. Stand up. Thank you, your majesty. The governor stood up, looked at Emperor Tianshan and said softly, I came to Tianshan this time to show my sincerity. On behalf of your majesty of southern Xinjiang, I have brought generous gifts. Please accept them. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of maids and guards brought up several large boxes full of gold, silver, jewelry, rare treasures, and antiques. Seeing this, Emperor Tianshan was in a very good mood. His private vault had been emptied before, and with these things filled in, he became rich again. Thank you for your majesty's kindness. He waved his hand, and the guards carried the boxes to the back. I will welcome you tonight. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Jadushi smiled. However, there is one more thing that I need to make clear to you. What is it? This time, Princess Shuyang came with you. I'm sure you can guess that Our Majesty means to let Princess Shuyang marry a man from Tianshan. Our princess's dowry is the 12 cities bordering Tianshan and the western regions.
What?
12 cities? Are they all her dowry? Emperor Tianshan's heart was lifted up. That's 12 cities. He finally smiled. Haha, we have so many men in Tianshan. I'm sure Princess Shuyang will be able to choose her ideal husband. In the evening, the banquet was held as scheduled. The queen and concubine Zhao sat on both sides of Emperor Tianshan, and Prince He Lingxing sat on the left, opposite Princess Shuyang and the Jadushi. Emperor Tianshan said a lot of polite words. His eyes always swept across Xu Yang's face vaguely. He wanted to know now, who did Xu Yang want to choose as her husband? Xu Yang looked around, but did not see the person he wanted to see. At this moment, a sharp gaze came. Xu Yang shrank his neck, lowered his head, and dared not look around anymore. Concubine Zhao's voice came, and she leaned towards Emperor Tianshan softly and said tenderly, Your Majesty, look, how beautiful is this Princess Shuyang. I like her so much when I see her. She looked at the queen on the other side. Queen, what do you think? Do you like her? What's the use of me liking her? She is here to choose a husband, not to be my goddaughter. The queen looked at Xu Yang and said in a flat tone, I wonder if there is anyone she likes among the princes? Xu Yang lowered her head and said nothing. Concubine Zhao smiled and said, Princess Xu Yang was born to the prince. If she marries the prince, it's not impossible. But if she becomes the principal wife, I'm afraid she is not qualified. It was a blessing for Tianshan to accept the marriage of a princess from a defeated country. Emperor Tianshan looked at Xu Yang and asked in a low voice, Princess Xu Yang, do you have a man you want to marry? Xu Yang looked around and lowered her head. The governor beside her smiled and said, What the Imperial concubine said is exactly. Before leaving, Our Majesty and the prince told the princess not to be too ambitious. The prince dare not dream of it. He only asks for the position of the crown prince's consort. The position of the crown prince's consort? I heard that the prince of your country, Prince Ding, does not have a crown prince's consort yet. I wonder if our princess Shuyang can marry His Royal Highness the Prince of Ding? Everyone's eyes fell on the people in the Dingwa Palace. He Jingheng did not attend the banquet today. Only Prince Ding, Princess Consort, and Hiyuni came to attend the banquet. Emperor Tianshan looked a little surprised. It was a shame that the princess sent from the Ding Kingdom Palace and the southern Xinjiang princess who came from thousands of miles away did not consider marrying his own princes at all, but set her sights on He Jingheng. Hiyuni looked at Princess Shuyang and sneered, Princess Shuyang, long time no see. Seeing this, concubine Zhao smiled and said, Are you old acquaintances? More than old acquaintances? Hiyuni said lightly, It was Princess Shuyang who led the southern Xinjiang soldiers to massacre the people in the exile area. If it weren't for my sister-in-law who captured her and her father, the entire Qingzhou would have fallen into the hands of others. When these old stories were mentioned, the faces of the people in southern Xinjiang changed several times. People's eyes fell on Hiyuni. In their memory, Hiyuni had been a taciturn person since childhood and had almost no sense of presence in public. They never thought that she would say these things today. The governor smiled awkwardly. I'm very sorry for disturbing the peace of Tianshan. Prince Ding whispered, There is some hatred between our Dingwa Palace and Princess Shuyang, so it is not appropriate to marry Princess Shuyang. Princess Xiao heard this. Her eyes lit up. Dingwa Palace didn't want it, but they wanted it. Just looking at Princess Shuyang's dowry, Princess Xiao was so tempted. Just when she was about to speak, she received a warning look from concubine Zhao. The Jadushi continued, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. There were some misunderstandings before, and I thought that they would be fine once they were resolved. Upon hearing this, Prince Ding frowned, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said in a cold voice, Do you want you to teach me how to do things? I dare not. The Jadushi hurriedly said, I am just making some suggestions. A judushi of a defeated country dares to make suggestions?
He is so ashamed.
Su Zimo said from below, I am ashamed for him. Emperor Tianshun glanced at him, and Su Zimo smiled awkwardly. The queen looked at Princess Xiao and said with a smile, Speaking of which, is He Qing ready for marriage? Princess Xiao looked at Concubine Zhao, and seeing her nod to her, she smiled and said, To be honest, He Qing has long been engaged to the crown prince's consort, but the girl is not yet of age. She is a distant relative of my mother's family and has been engaged since she was a child. The queen whispered, Since they haven't married yet, there is still room for maneuver in this marriage. Your Majesty. Princess Xiao hurriedly said, Everyone knows that the girl is going to marry Qinger. If she regrets it now, how can she get married? Concubine Zhao continued Princess Zhao's words and said, I think what Princess Xiao said makes a lot of sense. If her marriage is taken away by someone, the girl may have no way to survive. However, we can let the girl be a concubine and let Princess Shuyang be the crown prince's consort. But if outsiders know about it, I'm afraid there will be gossip. Concubine Zhao looked at Shuyang and said softly, I don't know if that girl is a hot-tempered person. I have heard that many girls committed suicide because their marriages were not satisfactory. If the princess marries here and experiences these things, it will be a bit unpleasant if it gets out. Her voice was very low, and only Emperor Tianshun and the Empress could hear it clearly. The Empress glanced at her and lowered her head to drink the soup in the bowl. Emperor Tianshun thought about it. In this case, only the Dinghua Palace could accommodate the Princess Shuyang. He said in a deep voice, Prince Ding, what do you think? When the Emperor said this, who among the civil and military officials dared to offend the Emperor? Who would not say, I will follow your Majesty's orders? But the person he asked was Huan. How could he be easy to talk to when he could give birth to a person like He Jingheng, who was born to be rebellious? He stood up, bowed, and said, Thank you, your Majesty, for your kindness. Emperor Tianshun thought that he agreed with this, and before the smile on his face could expand, he heard him continue, I think that Princess Shuyang should not marry into the Dinghua Palace. Hiss! Everyone's eyes were focused on him. This Prince Ding didn't even give the Emperor any face. Do you want to disobey the order? It is the ancestral precept of the Dinghua Palace not to marry foreign women. Prince Ding whispered, Princess Shuyang is from southern Xinjiang and must not marry into our Dinghua Palace. When was this ancestral precept? Why didn't they stop? Emperor Tianshun wanted to slap him in the face. Didn't they have the same ancestor? Why didn't he know there was this ancestral precept? But now that it has come to this, he can only wave his hand with a dark face. In this case, I will think about it again. He looked at Princess Shuyang, smiled, and said, Since you have come from afar, you should experience the local customs and people in Tianshun. He turned to Prince Ding and said, Where did that bad boy He Jingheng go? I don't know. He looked at Su Zimo again, and Su Zimo hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I've been busy with my uncle these days, and I haven't seen the prince for a long time. Emperor Tianshun said coldly, Your Dinghua Palace does not marry foreign women, but there is an ancestral precept that you can't take her around. Without waiting for Prince Ding to answer, he continued, In this case, I order Prince Ding to accompany Princess Shuyang around every day and not to neglect guests. If I find out, I will punish him severely. Upon hearing this, Prince Ding could only say, Yes, Your Majesty. Xu Yang's face looked a little ugly. She couldn't help trembling when she thought of He Jingheng. In the place of exile, she had experienced Zhang Ruai's methods. When she thought of it now, she wanted to turn around and run away immediately. At this moment, a warning look came. She trembled and said respectfully, It's up to Your Majesty to arrange. After the dinner, Hiyuni and Princess Ding sat in a carriage and walked towards the palace. What's wrong? Qin patted Hiyuni's little hand. Mother sees that you are in a bad mood. Is there anything? Hiyuni shook her head and said softly, I'm just thinking about my sister-in-law. Today in the palace, when the Emperor said that he would marry Xu Yang to her brother as the prince's consort, she felt a dull pain in her heart. Her sister-in-law, the omnipotent woman, has been away from them for so long. Mother, Do you think your brother will marry another woman in the future? Qin's face flashed with grief. Tears sparkled in her eyes, and after a while, she whispered, Mother doesn't know. If he marries someone else, I will definitely not call her sister-in-law. Qin touched her hair. Mother doesn't want her brother to marry another woman, but if that's the case, there will be no one to inherit our Dingwa palace. There are 3 kinds of unfilial piety, and having no descendants is the greatest. Their Dingwa palace must not be cut off from incense. Hyuni fell silent and stopped talking all the way. Qin was sad, but she could do nothing about it. At this time, in Concubine Zhao's palace, Concubine Zhao was standing aside, helping Concubine Zhao rinse her mouth. Your Majesty, Concubine Zhao said with a smile, I don't know why Your Majesty asked me to say that Qinger already has a prince's consort today. She was still thinking about the dowry of Princess Shuyang. Concubine Zhao knew what was going on in her mind, and sneered, Look at how shallow you are. It's just some gold, silver, and jewelry. What's there to fight for? Princess Zhao smiled awkwardly. How could she know her own difficulties? She had been in charge of the Zhao Palace for many years, and she knew that the Zhao Palace was already an empty shell. The dowry was richer than all the property in their house. Moreover, marrying a woman from another family required a betrothal gift, but if you married a woman from a foreign country, the money for the betrothal gift would be left. Didn't you see that the emperor wanted her to marry into the Dingwa palace? Concubine Zhao would naturally not tell her the truth, so she had to shirk it to Emperor Tianshan. I've been with the emperor for many years, so I naturally know what the emperor is thinking. Don't ask any more about this matter. Hearing her say this, Princess Zhao hurriedly said, It was my fault for being reckless. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am tired, please go down.
Yes.
After Princess Zhao left, Bishi stepped forward, took out a note, and handed it to Concubine Zhao. Your Majesty, there is news over there that Princess Shuyang must marry into the Dingwa palace. Concubine Zhao frowned and said in a low voice, I really don't know what the master is thinking. Letting Shuyang go to the Dingwa palace, isn't that increasing the power of the Dingwa palace? At this moment, the cry of a baby came from the yard next to her. Concubine Zhao frowned and said in a low voice, Feed that little thing some medicine, don't disturb my rest.
Yes.
When He Lingxing returned to the prince's mansion, Zhang Yufu came to greet him. Your Highness, what are you doing here? He Lingxing said in a deep voice. Didn't I allow you to leave? I am here to say goodbye to you. Zhang Yufu smiled. After tonight, I will leave. Seeing her expression, He Lingxing sneered and said to the servant beside him, Give her 50 taels of silver. No need. Zhang Yufu smiled. I just want to accompany you for a while. He Lingxing looked at her with a little surprise. I didn't know when I had such a deep affection for you. I am grateful to the prince for helping me and my mother get rid of slavery and rebirth. I have no way to repay you. Zhang Yufu put her hand on his arm and said softly, If it weren't for what happened back then, I would have been your highness's person now. Who knew that things would go against my wishes? I feel ashamed and unworthy of the prince's kindness. Hearing her say this, He Lingxing pulled his arm away and sneered. There are some things I think it's better to make clear to you today. He stood up and whispered, I will help you get rid of the status, but the status cannot be cancelled. Even if there was no previous incident, I would never welcome you in. His words made Zhang Yufu tremble. What does your highness mean? I thought I had made it very clear. He Lingxing frowned impatiently. Your father asked me to save your lives, and I did it. You wanted to get rid of your status as A, but you didn't do what you promised me. But I am still willing to let you and your mother go. That's not what I'm asking about. Zhang Yufu looked at him and whispered, If nothing had happened back then, you wouldn't have married me. What does this mean?
It doesn't hurt to tell you now.
He Lingxing smiled. I don't like stupid women, and you're not the one I really want to marry. In other words, there is no one in the prince's mansion that he really wants to marry. Zhang Yufu looked at him and said in a cold voice, Is Shang Rui really the one your highness wants to marry? I have already told you very clearly last time. She is just a concubine's daughter. What's so good about her? Zhang Yufu couldn't help getting excited when talking about Shang Rui. I am the daughter of the first wife. How can I be inferior to her? He Lingxing looked at her coldly and said in a low voice, "If it were her in front of me now, she would definitely not question me so hysterically. In terms of character, you are far worse than her. You don't like me, but what about the prince's concubine who just joined?" He Lingxing was silent. Zhang Yufu knew that she had asked another stupid question. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. "I've known for a long time that Zhang Ruoyi is much prettier than me, so since I was a child I wanted to find an opportunity to scratch her face, but my father wouldn't allow it. He wanted to use Zhang Ruoyi's face to help him gain more benefits. If I had known that you were so in love with her, I should not have listened to my father. If she became ugly, I wonder if His Highness would still be obsessed with her. If you scratch her face, I will kill you." He Lingxing said coldly, "If you still want her life, get out of here immediately and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will take back my promise to let you and your mother go." Zhang Yufu said no more. She looked outside the door, slightly curled her lips, and whispered, "Then I'll take my leave first." She walked out of the study and saw a beautiful figure standing not far away. That was the prince's concubine, Shen Shui, who she had just mentioned. "Empress Concubine." Zhang Yufu bowed. "Greetings to Her Majesty." Shen Shui had no expression on her face and said in a low voice, "Why are you here?" "Your servant is taking farewell to His Highness." Shen Shui nodded. "Yufu, we have known each other for many years and have played together since childhood. I never thought that we would end up in this situation today. It really is a different time now."
Yes.
Zhang Yufu looked up at her with a slightly sarcastic smile in her eyes. "A different time now. Things may change over time. Who can predict what will happen in the future?" Shen Shui frowned slightly. Zhang Yufu's eyes made her extremely uncomfortable. Farong, who was following her, stepped forward and took out a red purse. "This is a gift for me. Since you are leaving, I guess you don't have much money. Here are some silver and banknotes. Take them." Shen Shui took the purse, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." After she finished speaking, she bowed and left. Watching her leaving, Farong curled her lips. "My queen, you are too kind. Why give her money? Look at her attitude. She is just a now, but her chin is raised higher than that of the master. She also says these ambiguous words. She doesn't even look at her current identity. She still thinks she is the daughter of the Prime Minister?" Shen Shui's face sank slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Did you hear what she said in the study just now?" "I heard it." Farong snorted coldly. She was just talking nonsense there. Zhang Ruoyi was just a concubine's daughter, and now she has even lost her life. How could the prince's heart still be with her? Now you are the prince's concubine. You know best how well the prince treats you. Who in the prince's mansion does not say that you must be the future prince's consort and the future queen? How can a dead person compare to that? Shen Shui felt heavy in her heart. She knew best how the prince treated her. He was gentle and polite, and treated her with respect. Her mother died early, and her father was away at war all year round, so she didn't know how a couple should get along, so she thought the prince treated her very well. It was not until she heard Zhang Yufu mention Zhang Ruoyi's name and He Lingxing's restrained voice, especially when Zhang Yufu said she wanted to scratch Zhang Ruoyi's face, that He Lingxing's voice seemed to be filled with ice. She realized that He Lingxing had no feelings for her at all. This made her heart even colder. She listened to the sound of porcelain breaking in the study, her eyes were deep, and she turned and left. "Your Highness." Farong hurriedly followed. "Your Highness, aren't you going to the study?"
I'm tired.
"But don't you go to the study every night to accompany His Highness to read?" "Why tonight?" "I said I'm tired." Shen Shui's voice was icy. "Why don't you go back quickly?" She, Shen Shui, was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinggua's mansion. Although she was not a royal relative, she was also of noble status. Her grandfather and father had made great military achievements. It could be said that in Tianan, apart from the Duke of Jinggua's mansion, there was the Duke of Jinggua's mansion. She was not so lowly that she had to live by pleasing men. Since he was so perfunctory to her, she couldn't expect her to be sincere to him. She also had her pride. Farong saw that she was faintly angry, so she quickly shut up and left quickly behind her. Your Highness, get lost. Li Ju stood at the door of the study and whispered, I have something important to report. I told you to get lost. Li Ju thought for a moment and finally spoke. I received news that someone on the border met someone who looked very much like the second young lady of the Shang family. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the study suddenly opened. What did you say? Li Ju knew that his prince would be interested in this news. The second lady of the Shang family, it seems, is not dead. He Lingxing's eyes lit up. I knew she was not dead. She must not be dead. He was overjoyed. She is alone? Li Ju's lips moved, hesitating whether to say what the guards reported, and then he heard He Lingxing continue to ask, I'm asking you a question. We have also found traces of Prince Ding at the border. The smile on He Lingxing's face disappeared instantly. What did you say? Prince Ding also appeared at the border. He Lingxing gritted his teeth and said angrily, Didn't I ask someone to keep an eye on him? He was still in the palace a few days ago. How could he suddenly appear at the border again? Maybe our people have been deceived by him, and it's not him at all in the palace. Waste. He Lingxing slapped him in the face. What's the use of you, bunch of waste? You can't even keep an eye on one person. Li Ju and the people in the courtyard knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Let someone confirm whether that person is Shang Ruai. Perhaps He Jingheng also received some news, so he went to the border. This time, no matter what method he used, he would not let He Jingheng find her first. No matter what, he would keep Shang Ruai by his side. I will do it now. At this time, in the inn where Princess Xuyang lived, a figure wrapped in black silk appeared in her room. Xuyang knelt on the ground with fear on her face. Master, why are you shaking? The woman walked gracefully to her side and said with a smile, Are you so scared of seeing me? I dare not. Xuyang lowered his head and said softly, Master, why did you come so late at night? I just came to see you. The woman stretched out her hands, and her pink nails fell on her face. She smiled and said, What a beautiful face. As the voice fell, she suddenly exerted force on her hands, and her sharp nails pierced into her skin. The severe pain came, and Xuyang endured it and dared not make a sound. The bright red blood flowed down the white skin, dyeing the woman's nails bright red. Well, this color is really beautiful. She admired her nails. It turns out that young blood is good enough, and the dye used for nail dyeing is just right. Xuyang knelt on the ground, and her thin shoulders kept shaking. I tell you, no matter what method you use, you must marry into the Dingwang Palace. Otherwise, I will use your blood to make dye. Do you understand? I know. Please rest assured, Master. The woman raised her hand and gently stroked her face. A cold feeling passed through her, and the pain on her face disappeared instantly. Not only that, even the wound that was bleeding just now was slowly healing. Xuyang's heart was shocked. She had only heard that her master had such a powerful ability, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Now it happened to her. In addition to being shocked, she didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. She felt an itch on her face, and she raised her hand to touch it. The wound had healed completely. Thank you, Master. If you do the things I told you to do well, I will not treat you unfairly. Otherwise, I am afraid that everyone in your Chiwang Palace will die because of your negligence. Do you understand? I understand. She couldn't help shaking. There is one more thing you need to know. Shang Ruai is still alive and will arrive in the capital soon. If you want to marry into the Dingwa Palace, you must get rid of her. I will order people to assist you. Do you understand? I know. The next moment, a gust of wind blew, and the black figure in front of her disappeared. Xuyang's body fell to the ground. After a while, she rolled and crawled to the bronze mirror and looked at her face in the mirror anxiously. Seeing that the skin on her face was as smooth as before, her body gradually slid to the ground, as if she was exhausted. Thinking back to what she had just experienced, it seemed like a dream, but the stinging pain on her face was real. Dingwa Palace, He Jingheng, Shang Ruai. Putting these together, she felt that the wound on her face was hurting again. After a long journey of several days, Shang Ruoi and her group finally arrived near the capital.
Ruoi.
He Jingheng said softly, "Would you like to go back to the palace with me today?" Shang Ruoi shook her head. "No. I have to go to my grandfather's place soon. Mother and Yuni miss you very much. They know I'm still alive?" He Jingheng was slightly startled, smiled and said, "Isn't this a surprise for them? Surprise or shock? They will probably think I'm a zombie." He Jingheng rubbed her head. "Sometimes women are too smart and too hard to fool. This is the edge of the capital, and her grandfather's farm is nearby. You go back first. I can go by myself." Shang Ruai looked around. There was some fog today. There were many farmlands in the suburbs of Beijing. Many farmers were carrying baskets and preparing to go into the city to sell vegetables. It will be dawn soon. Many people know you, and I don't want to reveal my identity. Shang Ruai pushed him. "You are shameless, but I still need a reputation." TSK. He Jingheng sighed. "So ruthless." Yunqi and others behind him looked at their prince and lowered their heads. It is hard to imagine that the prince would say such words. He looks just like a young wife. Don't let others see you like this. It's really shameful. He Jingheng watched Shang Ruai's figure go away. The lazy look just now disappeared in an instant. He said in a deep voice, "Come out." "Prince." Yuntian walked out from the darkness, looked at the backs of Yunqi and the others as they left, and felt a little regretful that he couldn't say a few words to the prince's wife. "What happened?" "As you expected, they did send Princess Shuyang, and their goal is clear. They are coming for our palace." "Are they keeping an eye on the group of people in southern Xinjiang?" "Yes." Yuntian paused and said in a low voice, "Someone went to the inn where Princess Shuyang was last night, but that person's body movements were extremely strange, and our people lost him." He Jingheng frowned when he heard this. "Where are the people trained by the crown princess?" "They haven't returned from training yet. That person may be the one we are looking for." He Jingheng said in a deep voice, "The real person behind the scenes." Shang Ruai came to a manor, and the servant at the door was cleaning. "Young master, who are you looking for?" Shang Ruai saw that he was unfamiliar, and he should be a servant who had recently returned from shopping. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a surprised voice. "Sister." Shang Ruai looked up and saw Li Xiaxia wearing a golden brocade dress, looking at her with surprise. "Is it really you?" Li Xiaxia's eyes widened. "Sister." Shang Ruai smiled and nodded. "It's me." "Sister." Li Xiaxia ran down and hugged her. "Sister, you're not dead. So good." "It's really so good." Her voice was a little choked, and her eyes were red. "Grandfather will get better immediately when he sees you." "Grandfather's sick?" Li Xiaxia wiped her tears. "Grandfather fell ill since he heard that you were killed in the palace." Shang Ruai heard this and hurried to the mansion. This manor was not very big, but it was very spacious for the two of them to live in. The servants serving in the mansion were basically the old people brought by the Li family from Bailing. They were very familiar with Shang Ruai. When they saw her come in, they all stared at her with unbelievable eyes. Shang Ruai came to the inner room, and the room was filled with a strong smell of medicine. Her heart sank, and she walked in quickly. Ahem. A low cough was heard, and the heavy breathing was faintly accompanied by a slight wheeze. Hearing footsteps, he whispered, "Xia Xia, why are you back again?" "Ahem. Grandfather." The old man was lying on the bed, and his eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened and stared straight at the ceiling. He didn't recover for a long time, thinking that he was hallucinating and was afraid that the sound would disappear if he moved. After all, he had heard this sound countless times during this period of time. "Grandfather." The voice came again, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. A figure slowly appeared in his sight. The old man looked at her, not even daring to blink, for fear that if he blinked, his good granddaughter would disappear in front of him. Shang Ruai stretched out her hand to feel his pulse on his wrist and whispered, "How long have I been away? How come your body has become like this?" Feeling the warmth in her hand, the old man stood up suddenly, grabbed her hand, and said anxiously, "Roy, child, is that you?" Is it really you? You're still alive. You're still alive. It's me, Grandpa, I'm still alive. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't stop shedding tears. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Seeing him like this, Shang Ruai felt something and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. In her previous life, she had no relatives and was betrayed by her most trusted teammate. She didn't know what it felt like to be loved without reservation. In this life, she came here and had her father, brother, grandfather who loved her, and He Jingheng who treated her sincerely. It seemed that this place was making up for the regrets of her previous life. Shang Ruai wiped away the tears from her eyes and said with a slightly reproachful tone, "How did your body become like this? I left so many pills for you before. Did you not take them at all? Sister, it's not Grandpa's fault. He has taken most of the medicine you left. He was in good health before, but ever since he found out about you, no matter how much medicine he takes, his body has been so sick." In other words, if it weren't for her medicine, the old man would have died long ago. Shang Ruai held his hand and slowly transferred the energy in her body into his. The energy she transferred was not much. After all, the old man was old, and if it was too much, he might not be able to withstand it. The old man was lying on the bed, feeling that his body didn't seem as heavy as before, but a little light. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "What did you do?" "Nothing." Shang Ruai smiled, retracted her energy, and said with a smile, "I'll give you some pills later. Now that I'm back, I won't make you worry like before. I think you'll be well soon." She had just checked and found that the reason her grandfather's body was like this was due to stagnation of heart qi. She thought it was because of her disappearance. Fortunately, she had adjusted his body before and cured his heart disease. Otherwise, after this incident, her grandfather might not be alive until now. "Child, what happened to you? How could there be a fire in the palace? How did you disappear and come back?" The old man said anxiously, "No matter what, I hope you come back safe and sound. This is a long story. I'll tell you when you feel better."
No.
The old man said firmly, "Tell it now, I want to hear it." Shang Ruai smiled helplessly when she heard it. "The reason for the fire in the palace is that I know some secrets about Concubine Zhao, and she wanted to kill me to silence me." She waved her hand indifferently. "It's just some trivial tricks. I don't take it seriously." "In that case, why don't you come back directly?" Shang Ruai pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Grandfather, I think you should have heard the rumors in the capital some time ago." "Are they about my aunt?" Li Xia asked in a low voice. Shang Ruai nodded. "That's right. Sister, this must have been spread deliberately by someone. How could you be what they said?" As soon as Shang Ruai finished speaking, the old man sat up again and said sternly, "What? Where did this come from? How could my daughter do these things? Yes, how could my aunt do this? They are right." Shang Ruai's words silenced the two indignant people in an instant, and they looked at her in disbelief. What did you say?" "I said, part of what they said is right. I am indeed not Shang Yan's biological daughter. When my mother was carried into the Shang family, she was already pregnant. Shang Yan also knew this." "In front of him?" Shang Ruai nodded and continued, "But when my mother married Shang Yan, he knew of my existence, but except for my mother, no one knows who my biological father is. The main reason I left this time was to find out my true life experience. I don't allow anyone to insult my mother." "Then have you found him?" The old man's voice trembled, his eyes full of anxiety. Shang Ruai smiled. "Of course I have fulfilled my mission."
Tell me about it.
"The king of the city in the western region." "King of the city? Are you talking about the king of the city with great military exploits?" The old man was a little shocked. She nodded. "Yes, you not only have a granddaughter, but also a grandson, the prince of the city, Jun Ziqian." Hearing her say this, the old man just found it unbelievable. Li Xia listened on the side and said excitedly, "Did your sister recognize her uncle?" Shang Ruai nodded. "Yes." The old man felt relieved. He patted Shang Ruai's hand and said with relief, "Good.
Good.
Now there is someone who can protect you, and Grandpa can finally rest assured. Even if he dies immediately, he will have no regrets." Shang Ruai heard this, frowned, and whispered, "What are you talking about?" "Ha ha ha, no, no." Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at him. "You are disrespectful now, and you keep talking about life and death. Although my mother is gone now, I, as your grandson, can still control you." When the old man saw her, his illness was cured. Shang Ruai gave him many instructions before taking Li Xia away. Shang Ruai took her to another place and asked her about it. After she left, she learned that the Li family began to decline. There were not many dongju in their hands. Although some of them had been made into hairpins, she still needed to set the price. "Sister, although dongju is still a rare item now, its value is not as good as before. The most important thing is that a family that came out of nowhere has also started to sell dongju. The means are bad, and our family's business has been robbed a lot. Their Li family has been operating the dongju industry for generations, and now it has begun to go downhill." "No problem." Shang Ruai smiled. Dongju was previously collected by dignitaries from various countries and regarded as a symbol of wealth and status, but in her eyes, dongju is just an ornament and should be affordable for ordinary people. As for the person who stole the business, he should be an old acquaintance. I asked someone to buy a shop before I left, and it should have been installed now. A deep smile flashed across Shang Ruai's eyes. Since he wants to steal the business, let him do it. As long as he can win, let him fight with his life and property. Li Xia looked at Shang Ruai with admiration. As long as she was by her side, people would feel inexplicably at ease. This is probably what she meant by planning everything in her mind. Shang Ruai noticed the way she was looking at her, smiled, and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Sister, I'm so glad you're back." "Silly child." Shang Ruai rubbed her head. "I should stay here for a few days." "Really?" Li Xia said in surprise. "That's great." He Jingheng was invited to the study as soon as he returned to the mansion. "Father, what happened?" Prince Ding frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Where have you been recently? Why does father ask these questions? You have grown wings now, right? You dare not take your father's words to heart?" "I dare not." At this moment, there was a sound of stringed instruments from the backyard, and a dangerous look flashed across He Jingheng's eyes. "Are there guests?" The tune did not sound like Tianshuan's, but rather had a sense of exoticism. "Xu Yang comes to the mansion every day these days." Prince Ding said coldly, "What are you going to do about this trouble? Your mother has been troubled by her these days." "What does the emperor mean?" "He said that we in the Dinghua Palace should show our hospitality as hosts and ordered you to take Xu Yang around." He Jingheng sneered. "You are indeed old, and your brain is not enough." Prince Ding glared at him and said nothing. "Father, do you have anything else to say?" No, get out." He watched He Jingheng turn around and leave neatly and called him back. "Where are you going now?" He Jingheng didn't look back and said in a cold voice, "I'll go and deal with this trouble." He took a few steps, stopped, and said with his head tilted, "I'll deal with this trouble." "You, father, please deal with the trouble on the outskirts of the city yourself. If someone restless disturbs the peace of the palace, don't blame your son for not giving you face." Prince Ding was startled when he heard this. He didn't expect that he had been hiding for so long, but was still discovered by him. "She has been with me for many years, and is also my concubine in this mansion. Tianan is your younger brother. How can we leave them out here all the time? When we were in exile, my grandmother had already driven them out of the He family. He Tianan has also been removed from the family tree. If my father insists on bringing them back, I'm afraid he has to ask my grandmother if she agrees, and whether I will allow it. He Jingheng has never been unreasonable, and he usually doesn't ask too many questions about the affairs of the mansion, but he knows his son's temperament best. Now that he said this today, it won't be so easy for him to bring back Aunt Zhao and the other two." He Jingheng walked to the backyard and saw a tall stage in the yard. His mother and Yuni were watching the show with stern faces with Xu Yang. Yuni's eyes fell on He Jingheng's brother. Upon hearing that, Xu Yang hurriedly stood up, with a smile on her face, and nodded slightly to He Jingheng. "Greetings, Prince." He Jingheng didn't even give her a glance and walked straight to Princess Ding. "Are you tired, mother?" "A little. Why are you watching such boring things here?" You might as well go back to your room and get some sleep. I wanted to watch it, so I begged the princess and Sister Uni to come here to accompany me. I didn't expect to disturb them instead. Shuyong stepped forward and exposed herself to He Jingheng's sight as much as possible. She thought that with her looks, He Jingheng would definitely look at her a few times, but he didn't even pay attention to her and continued to talk to Princess Ding and the others. Xu Yang's face looked a little ugly, but thinking of what her master said that day, she continued to bite the bullet and said, "Where's the prince been these days? What does it have to do with you?" She didn't expect that he would block the words that she was about to say with one sentence, and her face flushed. "If the princess has nothing to do, go wherever you should go, and don't run to our Dingwang mansion for no reason." The coldness in He Jingheng's eyes almost solidified into substance. There are countless people from southern Xinjiang who died in the hands of Dingwang mansion. If you don't want to be one of them, don't hang around in the mansion. After all, the guards in the mansion feel itchy when they see people from southern Xinjiang.
Shuyong took a step back.
Since the last border battle, she has been completely scared. The look in He Jingheng's eyes when he looked at her now is exactly the same as that time. He really has murderous intent. Looking at her back as she fled in panic, Hiyuni breathed a long sigh of relief. "It's great." She put her hands on her waist and raised her chin and said, "I've wanted to do this for a long time." She wants to be my sister-in-law in the state? Shameless. He Jingheng patted her head and said with a smile, "You are right." Speaking of Shangruai, Hiyuni couldn't help feeling sad. She looked up at He Jingheng and said, "Brother, my sister-in-law has been gone for so long. Have you ever thought about marrying a new wife?" He Jingheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes." After getting his affirmative answer, Hiyuni's face instantly sank, and she puffed up her little face and said loudly, "I really didn't expect that my brother would be such a heartless person. You actually forgot about my sister-in-law, such a wonderful woman, in such a short time. What kind of kindness has she shown to our He family, to you, and to all of us? You actually said so straightforwardly that you want to marry someone else. It turns out that men are no good." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left at a trot. He Jingheng couldn't help but be stunned. When did this girl dare to talk to him like this? Princess Ding whispered, "Don't be angry with her. You should know how much Yuni likes Ruai. In her heart, Ruai seems to have a much higher status than you, her brother. Mother, you worry too much. Your son is not angry." Princess Ding saw that his face was not as gloomy as before and asked hesitantly, "You just said that you would marry a new wife, but do you have someone you like?" He Jingheng heard this and smiled and nodded, "Yes." Princess Ding didn't have any joy on her face, and her heart was a little heavy, but seeing that he was happy, she didn't say much, just nodded. "As long as you like her, as long as she is dignified and doesn't cause trouble. Anyway, no matter who it is, it can't be better than Ruai." He Jingheng pursed his lips and said nothing when he saw this. He thought that they would be very happy when they knew who their new bride was. Yuni ran out of the house in anger, and the maid beside her whispered, "Miss, let's go back. This place is far away from the palace. The prince has instructed us not to leave the house casually. Now, the capital is not peaceful. It's just right that it's not peaceful. My sister-in-law is gone, and there is no point in me staying in the house. It's better to go to the battlefield." Yuni said angrily, "It would be best if the rebels attacked the palace and chopped Concubine Zhao into pieces." Unknowingly, she walked into an alley. It was very secluded here. A sense of danger came to her heart. Yuni stopped suddenly, and the dagger in her sleeve had slipped into her hand. This dagger was given to her by Shang Ruai.
"Miss."
Seeing her like this, the maid knew that something was wrong and whispered, "Miss, hurry up."
Ha ha ha.
At this moment, a loud laugh came. "You are really a loyal maid, but you and your master, neither of you can escape today." As the voice fell, a black cuff suddenly appeared and wrapped around the maid's neck. With a click, the maid's neck was broken. Yuni was shocked. It was too late for her to run at this time. She saw the cuff suddenly attack her, tied her up directly, and dragged her into an open door. Yuni wanted to struggle, but her arm was wrapped tightly by the cuff, and she couldn't even move, and was dragged directly into the courtyard. Who are you? The courtyard was empty, and there was no response. She struggled a few times, and at this moment, a sound of footsteps came, and a familiar figure came into view. Yuni. She looked to the side, and when she saw the person coming, her heart sank, and she said in a cold voice, "It's you." Shuyong stepped forward and looked down at her. "Aren't you very capable? These few days in your Dingwa palace, you didn't even give me a good face. Today you fell into my hands. Have you thought about how you're going to die? You are really not a good thing." Yuni said coldly, "With your virtue, you still want to be my sister-in-law. You dream on."
Bah.
You. Yuni said in a deep voice, "I wanted to give you a decent death, but since you don't accept my toast, don't blame me." She squatted beside Yuni and whispered, "What do you think will happen if it is reported that the daughter of Dingwa Palace is not decent and has private dealings with men? You dare. What should I not dare?" Shuyong smiled and said, "Although this place is remote, there is a busy street not far ahead." She took out a porcelain bottle from her eyes full of madness. "This medicine is called Hahuan powder. After being poisoned, you will lose your consciousness, and you will die after the task is completed. No one will know that I did it." Yuni's heart sank when she heard this, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. "What? Are you scared?" Seeing her expression, Shuyong felt happy in his heart. "How did you treat me in the past? I will pay you back 1,000 times." After saying that, he wanted to pour this Hahuan powder into her mouth. Yuni was ready to bite her tongue to commit suicide. She would rather die than be insulted by Shuyong.
Ding.
A silver needle appeared across the sky, and the porcelain bottle in Shu Yang's hand shattered with a sound. The silver needle was extremely fast and went straight into her body. Shu Yang frowned and fell down. A green figure suddenly flashed, and Yuni stared at her back in a daze, and her eyes instantly became wet. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Shang Ruai looked back at her and whispered, "Yunqi, take her away."
Yes.
Yuni was taken out of the courtyard by Yunqi. Shang Ruai looked at the house in the courtyard with her eyes focused. She clenched her fists, and the energy rose. She exuded a faint aura of attraction.
"Come out."
She waved her palms, and a strong internal force blasted towards the room.
Boom.
Two figures flew out of the room and blasted Shang Ruai with a few palms, and the strong internal force came towards her face. A trifle. Shang Ruai flew up, opened her hands in front of her chest, and a vortex of internal force slowly appeared. When this vortex grew to a great extent, she pushed it out, and a breath of destruction came. The two were blown away as soon as they met, and their bodies fell on the house. The house fell down with a sound, and stones and wood chips flew. The two fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Shang Ruai looked into the room, where an old man was sitting, with two guards standing on both sides. The surroundings were dirty, only the area around them was very clean. "You're here." The old man smiled. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly and whispered, "The leader of Tianan sect?"
Hee.
The old man looked her up and down. "It is really a symbol. I didn't expect that my opponent would be such a young girl. I didn't expect that my opponent would be an old man." Shang Ruai sneered, "I can't live forever, and I still want to unify the world at this age. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? Ha ha ha, power. Even if I only live for one day, I want to hold it in my own hands." The old man raised his hand, and a faint power suddenly appeared. At this moment, Shang Ruai's face changed suddenly. This is energy. How can she have energy?
Why?
Do you feel familiar? Or do you feel strange? Who are you? How can you have this energy? You really know her. The old man said coldly, "Lan Shi, that actually lied to me. I asked her before if she had found someone with the same energy as her, but she lied to me and said no." Shang Ruai heard this, and her heart moved. Lied to her? What did Lan say? The energy in the old man's hand flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shang Ruoi. This person was Alan. "How dare you lie to me?" She exerted force with her hands, and Lan Shi's figure instantly fell to the ground. "You little. I cultivated you so carefully, but I raised a traitor like you." Lan Shi's face was pale, and the veins on his neck and head were exposed. A fierce look flashed across Shang Ruoi's eyes, and the energy in her palms rose, and she blasted towards the old man. The two energies connected, and the old man's energy was instantly dispersed by her.
Huh.
A look of surprise and doubt flashed in the old man's eyes. Looking at the charred palms, his expression was cold. The same energy. Why did she have the power of purification? Lan Shi's body fell to the ground weakly, and the old man saw this, stretched out his dry hands, grabbed her fiercely, and Lan Shi's body went in her direction. The old man's nails were flashing with a dark blue color, which was filled with a deadly poison that would kill her instantly. Shang Ruoi frowned, flew forward, and reached out to catch Lan Shi in her arms. The old man curled his lips slightly when he saw this, and clasped his hands in front of him. Lan Shi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was a faint red light in his pupils. Shang Ruoi did not see the change in Lan Shi, but when she saw the change in the old man's expression, her heart sank. At this moment, a slightly cold hand was placed on her chest, and the next moment, the hand was put down. Seeing this, the old man frowned and shouted loudly, "Lan Shi, kill her! Kill her!" The red light in Lan Shi's eyes became even more red, and she slowly raised her palm. At this moment, another mouthful of blood spurted out. She closed her eyes, raised her hand, and slapped her dantian hard.
Puff.
"Alan! Alan!" The red light in Lan Shi's eyes faded, and she said in a low voice, I won't. I will never hurt the captain again, and you can't hurt her." Shang Ruoi's heart moved, and she took out the spiritual spring water, as if to pour it into her mouth. Lan Shi turned her head away and said softly, "Captain, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." After she finished speaking, more blood flowed out of her mouth. "Don't talk, drink the medicine, and you will be fine." Lan Shi shook her head. "Captain, have you forgiven me?" Seeing her like this, Shang Ruoi nodded and said, "Forgiven, forgiven." Hearing this, Lan Shi smiled with relief. "I often dream about him recently. He blamed me. Now that the captain has forgiven me, I think he won't blame me anymore." The blood on the lips was flowing more and more, and Shang Ruoi felt panic in her heart. At this moment, Lan Shi sighed and said, "I'm going to find him. I'm finally going to find him. Alan."
Lan.
Lan Shi pointed at the old man and whispered, "Above her, there is another person." After speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, and her hands fell heavily. "Alan."
Lan.
Shang Ruoi hugged Lan Shi's body, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. Her teammate finally left in her arms. She waved her hand and took Lan Shi's body into the space. She looked at the old man, and the energy in her body suddenly rose. She waved her hands, and the energy roared away like a giant dragon. The air in this world was faintly stagnant. The three people opposite had solemn faces and tried to resist. However, how could they stop Shang Ruoi, who was furious? "You will be buried with Alan." At this moment, a black figure slowly appeared in front of her, covered by a black satin robe. She waved her jade hand, and a stream of energy appeared, blasting towards Shang Ruoi. Shang Ruoi retreated violently and barely avoided the woman's attack. "You are not bad for avoiding my attack." Shang Ruoi suppressed the surging blood and looked at her with heavy eyes. This voice. Although she deliberately lowered her voice, it was still familiar. Thinking back to the hand that the woman had just stretched out, Shang Ruoi's heart trembled. "It's you. Do you know me? I suspected everyone, but you were the only one I missed." Shang Ruoi whispered, "Queen." At this time, the courtyard was surrounded by soldiers. Prince Ding and He Jingheng walked to the front. He Jingheng came to Shang Ruoi, put his arm around her waist, and whispered, "Are you injured?" Shang Ruoi shook her head, "I'm fine." At this time, both sides of her knuckles were cracked, and blood flowed down her fingers and fell to the ground, but she was unaware of it, and her eyes were fixed on the black-robed woman. I didn't expect you to recognize me. The queen took off the veil on her head, and her beautiful face was exposed to the air. But the originally kind eyes had long been replaced by a sharp look. Empress. Prince Ding said coldly. How could it be you?
Why not?
The queen laughed sarcastically. Why? How does it feel to be teased? The old lady treats you like her own daughter. You. Daughter? The queen sneered. Who is her daughter? I am the saint of southern frontier, the goddess of destiny. You bunch of ants are worthy of getting close to me. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful energy burst out of her body. Shang Ruai's eyes were heavy. Although this energy was somewhat similar to her own, it was also somewhat different, as if they were mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other. She pushed He Jingheng aside, and her body flew into the air. You think you can stop me? We have to try to know. Shang Ruai closed her eyes and slowly opened her arms. The energy of destroying the world gathered in her palms. The energy between her hands was constantly compressed by her, and there were faint flashes of lightning. Seeing this, the queen's heart sank. Her energy had just been fully developed. She wanted to erode Tianan step by step, but she didn't expect that the two little He Yuni and Shang Ruai would completely disrupt her plan. What she didn't expect the most was that the energy in Shang Ruai's body was so strong. It was no worse than hers, and she could even suppress her. I have been preparing for so many years. How can I let her mess it up? The queen gritted her teeth and the energy in her body poured out. I am now fully developed. As long as you die, no one in this world will be my opponent.
Boom.
The energy beams suddenly blasted out. Shang Ruai clenched her teeth, and the fishy sweetness in her throat could no longer be suppressed. Blood flowed down the corners of her lips. It dripped on her chest, as if some energy entered her body. Shang Ruai swung the energy in her hand and collided with the queen's. A burst of energy light waves dissipated, and the queen and Shang Ruai's bodies flew backwards. He Jingheng flew up, caught Shang Ruai, and held her in his arms. The queen retreated dozens of steps before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at Shang Ruai with murderous eyes. At this time, one of her eyes was faintly silver white.
Yin-yang as.
Shang Ruai was half lying in He Jingheng's arms. At this time, her body was extremely weak, and even her breathing was barely audible. You know a lot. The first time Shang Ruai met the queen, she was recognized by her. At that time, she was wearing a mask and was seen through at a glance. She felt strange at that time, but now that she knows that she has yin-yang eyes, it is not strange anymore. However, practicing the yin-yang eyes is extremely detrimental to one's morality. It must have cost the lives of many people, and the eyes must have been nourished with blood. The queen looked at her weak appearance and said coldly, Anyone who blocks my way must die. You are crazy. Prince Ding said coldly.
Father.
He Jingheng whispered, Perhaps this is her true face. The queen laughed arrogantly. You are right. This is the real me. She looked at Shang Ruai with a grim face. I accept the energy in your body. As soon as she finished speaking, a suction force came, and Shang Ruai's body flew towards the queen uncontrollably. He Jingheng hurriedly tried to stop him, but was pushed out by the queen with a palm, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Compared with the queen's energy, their internal strength was simply insignificant. When Shang Ruai was only one step away from the queen, she saw the queen's fingers hooked and grabbed at her heart. There was a madness in her eyes. At this moment, Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly, and she slowly closed her eyes. A strange energy appeared from her heart and wrapped around her arm like a silver thread.
Buzz.
What is this? The silver thread was carrying a strong purifying aura, and thick black smoke appeared on the queen's arm, and a burning aura came out.
Ah!
The silver quickly spread throughout her body. Everyone held their breath and stared at this magical scene. Only the queen's roar could be heard between heaven and earth. Shang Ruai fell to the ground and said in a deep voice, You are so unjust. I don't know where the energy in your body comes from, but you don't deserve it. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her arm and blasted the queen with a strong force. How could a person who was already dying from the torture of the silver withstand her palm? A mouthful of blood spurted out, and her body fell to the ground fiercely, and she was no longer breathing. Master. The old man, who was also seriously injured, crawled to her side and said in disbelief, "Impossible."
Impossible.
Why is it impossible? Shang Ruai said coldly, "Do you think that you can live as long as the sky with energy protecting your body? I will kill you."
Kill you.
She flew towards her. He Jingheng held Shang Ruai in his arms and blasted out with a palm, knocking those people away heavily. At this moment, a hairpin fell from the old man's body. Seeing this, Prince Ding was moved. This hairpin seemed to have been seen in his father's study. Who is this person? She is his father's former concubine. At this moment, He Jingheng's terrified voice came. "Ruai."
Boy.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Shang Ruai with her eyes closed, lying in He Jingheng's arms without a breath.
Boy.
Ruai. He Jingheng's eyes were red. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He took out all the pills in his arms and tried to put them into her mouth in a panic. However, no matter what he did, Shang Ruai showed no signs of waking up. At this time, Shang Ruai's consciousness was in a mysterious state. Where is this? She saw only a vast expanse of white in front of her eyes and could not see anything. She searched for a long time, but there was no exit. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared. "Your mission has been completed. You have a chance to leave here, return to the original world, and continue your life. Do you want to leave?" Shang Ruai looked around, and it was still a vast expanse of white.
Who are you?
"You don't have to look for me, and you can't see me. If you choose to leave, everything here will be erased. If you choose to stay here, you may become an ordinary person, or all the memories of your past life may be erased, and you will forget everything." "You mean I will really become Shang Ruai?"
Yes.
At this moment, several voices rang out around. On one side, teammates from the previous life were looking for their whereabouts, and on the other side, He Jingheng's shouts were heard. "Have you thought it through?" Shang Ruai heard the words, her eyes flickered, and she walked in the direction of her previous life. "It seems that you have made your choice." At this moment, Shang Ruai stretched out her hands and squeezed them hard, and the scenes of her previous life shattered instantly. You don't want to go back." Shang Ruai smiled. "I'm tired of the life in my previous life. I would rather be an ordinary person, with family, friends, and lover, and live an ordinary life. This is the life I really want." She looked at the tears that kept flowing from He Jingheng in the picture, and she couldn't help but stretch out her hands, wanting to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Since I came here, I know what family, friendship, and love are. I used to live in responsibility every day, but now I just want to live my own life with the identity of Shang Ruai." After she finished speaking, she resolutely walked towards the light. "Ruai, wake up. Wake up quickly." Prince Ding stepped forward and whispered, "Jingheng." "I don't want to listen." Knowing what his father was going to say, He Jingheng said in a deep voice, "She is not dead. She must not be dead. If you push harder, I will really die." Shang Ruai's slightly weak voice came. He Jingheng was shocked and quickly let go of her hand, looking at her in disbelief. "Ruai." Shang Ruai slowly reached out her hand, touched his face, and said with a smile, "I'm back, and I promise you this time that I will never leave again."